In the Blue River Federation, Green Star Sector, Phonia Star Province, on Taven Star, withering yellow leaves trembled in the wind, while the silver-gray edifice, ensconced by vast woodlands, appeared particularly cold and solemn amidst the morning mist. A small, pristine white twin-masted sailboat, emblazoned with the emblem of a peace dove, descended from the aerial thoroughfare, preparing to dock at Taven General Hospital. Surrounding it was a swarm of aerial reporters, fervently vying for the optimal vantage point to capture the unfolding scene. Drones, akin in size to soccer or tennis balls, frantically converged towards the sailboat, resembling the rising tide of summer excited and humid suddenly shattering the hospital's tranquil severity. As the hatch of the sailboat opened, the figure on the stretcher was lifted out, prompting a horde of flying reporters, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood, to surge forward in a frenzy. Despite an invisible containment field designed for protection, these resilient orbs pressed forward, jostling together into a chaotic mass. The tidal surge compacted the transparent barrier into a concave arc. Behind the flickering red lights lay a multitude of insatiable lenses. Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu, how is Miss Mu's condition? Miss Mu, are you conscious? There are reports suggesting this may have been a premeditated attack. Do you know who harmed you? Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu, please stop. May we have a close-up shot? Mr. Mu, have Lord Mu and his lady been confirmed deceased? The public has a right to know. Mr. Mu, what are the future plans for the Mu family? Will Miss Mu inherit the title? How severe are Miss Mu's injuries? Is her life in danger? Is this truly a coincidence? Witnesses claim Miss Mu attempted suicide. Could this be true? How do you, as her brothers, view the accidents that befell Lord Mu and his wife, along with their only daughter? Mr. Mu, there are insider allegations that this relates to disputes over the title. Could this be accurate? A barrage of questions erupted in rapid succession. The reporters clumped together like glutinous rice balls, pressing closely against the protective barrier surrounding the emergency team, yearning to breach the threshold and reach the individuals embroiled in the incident. No one paused. The individual on the stretcher was swiftly transported through the VIP security passage into the treatment ward. The ground reporters and those without hospital access were left to congregate outside the hospital building, exasperated and helpless, akin to sharks sensing blood yet unable to feast, restlessly pacing in frustration. On the 32nd floor of the main building of Taven General Hospital, a group of elegantly attired men and women sat in clusters, whispering to one another while intermittently casting anxious glances towards the white door at the end of the corridor. As the door to the emergency room swung open, everyone stood, eagerly awaiting the first doctor to emerge. "Doctor, how's my niece faring?" The anxious expressions and words of these finely dressed individuals starkly contrasted with the blankness in their eyes, rendering their feigned concern somewhat grotesque. Fortunately, the patient's life has been saved. Several among the elegantly dressed lowered their heads, attempting to mask the fleeting disappointment that crossed their faces. The doctor, oblivious to the family's reaction, matter-of-factly relayed the treatment results. The patient has sustained a severe brain injury, resulting in damage to the core of her mental faculties, coupled with significant blood loss. Due to the sudden pressure and trauma to her mental state, she has also developed permanent neurological damage. Are you saying she has brain damage and a potential mental health crisis? Yes. Is there any chance of recovery? The girl, wheeled out of the emergency room, lay unconscious on the hospital bed, resembling an exquisite porcelain doll. Since the doctor has advised that she requires long-term care, let us transfer her to a specialized rehabilitation facility. I believe she will recover more swiftly under the care of professionals. The suggestion to engage a spiritual healer was promptly disregarded. I concur with my elder brother's opinion. Miss Mu requires the attention of specialists. A rehabilitation center is indeed the best option. Upon reaching a consensus between the two elder relatives, all eyes turned to the tall, silent young man, whose white attire bore glaring red stains, a shocking sight. Standing beside the bed, He gently caressed the girl's pale face, cautiously brushing aside the strands of hair as if fearing to awaken the slumbering beauty. "Lancio, what do you think?" The young man, his gaze fixed on the girl, spoke in a calm, measured tone. "I have no objections." With Lancio's agreement, a collective sigh of relief swept through the others, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. In the Sea Wind Wells Star Province, Marseille Star Sector, on Coral Star, islands scattered across the vast ocean formed a crescent shape. An olive-shaped transport spacecraft descended through the atmosphere, landing gently upon the water surface, its hull adorned with a radiant white sunflower that shimmered under the sunlight. As the hatch opened, connecting the cabin to the crescent-shaped island harbor, staff clad in bright green uniforms stood with smiles, awaiting the arrival of a new batch of patients. Rows of sleeping capsules glided along the conveyor belt, emerging from the spacecraft and into the harbor's transport vehicles. The vehicles methodically sorted the sleeping capsules, delivering them to various islands according to their labels. The pristine white patient rooms, the pure white sleeping capsules, the stark white hospital gowns, and the bright white lighting created an overwhelming atmosphere of sterility, the green uniforms of the staff being the sole splash of color in this blindingly white world. A girl with long black hair was unceremoniously dragged by two staff members towards the treatment room for admission checks, her consciousness absent. Once placed within a transparent crystal column, a beam of light cascaded down from above, enveloping her from head to toe. Closed head injury with diffuse axonal damage. The condition is stabilized, but she remains in a deep coma. Mental core damage. The assessment report indicates a mental disability rating of S, requiring close supervision. As the examination concluded, mechanical arms extended from the crystal column, binding the girl's limbs. With a flash of white light, the girl's long hair was entirely shorn, while a slender mechanical needle was inserted into the nape of her neck. The fine needle vibrating gently within her brain triggered convulsions in the sleeping girl, her face contorting in agony until the metallic tube was withdrawn, leaving her body still. As the mechanical arm binding her right wrist illuminated a red light, the restraint loosened, revealing a prominent code Z321 etched on her wrist, accompanied by the emblem of Coral Rehabilitation Center, a sunflower symbolizing kindness and healing. ZZ321, transfer to Ward 3, Level 2 supervision. Chapter 2. Special care at the Rehabilitation Institute. The charming scenery, leisurely lifestyle, and warm haven serve as a sanctuary for the soul and a refuge for the spirit. Our heartfelt intentions foster the power of recovery, making it your optimal choice and the most worthwhile decision, promising you a healthy future. At the Corral Rehabilitation Institute, we await your arrival. Suspended in midair above the White Hospital building is a vast expanse of light and shadow, dominated by the sweet smile of a benevolent caregiver. The background features an aerial view of the institute, adorned with azure seas and skies, lush greenery, harmonizing with the gentle, affectionate voice of the advertisement, rendering it particularly sincere and trustworthy, as if from a dreamlike paradise. However, when advertisements intersect with reality, they often yield unavoidable distortions. No matter how exquisite the promotional film, there inevitably exists a disclaimer that reminds viewers that the advertisement is merely for reference, and all should be verified with the actual product. As dusk descends, the evening glow transforms the thick clouds above into a deep crimson, cascading down onto the rooftop of the White Hospital building. The sign of Ward 3 is bathed in this eerie red light, reminiscent of a branding iron, casting an unsettling hue. Suddenly, with a series of sounds, high-pressure water jets unleash powerful streams of water. Within the confines of a 10 square meter, fully enclosed white room, water pipes and outlets are densely arrayed across the walls and ceiling, with circular openings crowding the floor. In the center stands a frail girl, her pure white hospital gown drenched by the torrents, the hem dripping as water flows from her attire, clinging to her form and accentuating her pallid frailty. Her exposed skin bears the marks of dark bruises. Her right hand hangs limply, and her expression remains vacant and unchanging. What a fool to remain unresponsive in such a plight. Adjacent to this sealed room, in a spacious lounge, 3 individuals dressed in white uniforms observe through a transparent wall. Two men and a woman watch the little girl, who, like a rag doll, is mercilessly battered by the relentless jets of water, their laughter piercing the air as if they were engaged in a trivial game that invites mockery. For half a year, she has not cried, not fussed, nor uttered a word, not even in pain. The eldest of the men, clad in a long white coat, raises his arm, revealing a forest of hair as his fingers hover over a floating button, continuously pulling it upward. With each movement, the pressure of the water intensifies, unleashing jets as thick as an adult's arm. The girl is relentlessly pushed and propelled by the streams from multiple directions, her body thrust into the air before crashing down with a heavy thud. Throughout this ordeal, aside from instinctual grunts, no cries of pain escape her lips. This young lady must truly be deranged. Her diagnosis indicated severe damage to her mental core, and the failure of her nervous system is not inconceivable. The young man speaking exhibits a glimmer of schadenfreude, exclaiming how unfortunate it is that this once promising noble woman has lost even the most basic sense of bodily awareness. How pitiable. Indeed, is it not more pitiable to possess awareness? The middle-aged woman chuckles, expressing that perhaps it is fortunate that she has been foolish from the start. As their conversation unfolds, the water jets continue to escalate, a concentrated stream striking the girl's chest, producing a sharp crack that is drowned out by the overwhelming sound of the water. Blood trickles from her lips, yet she remains like a soulless, unfeeling doll, her vacant gaze betraying no reaction as she is battered. The crimson liquid mingles with the white of her hospital gown, blooming into a vivid red flower against her fragile, pale form, creating a stark visual contrast, a hauntingly beautiful spectacle. The middle-aged man gazes through the transparent wall, unable to suppress his excitement, instinctively swallowing hard. The woman in nursing attire restrains her disdain and mockery, questioning if the oblivious girl piques his interest. Is not the fragile beauty of such a doll the most worthy of admiration? The middle-aged man unabashedly acknowledges his reprehensible preferences, licking his lips with an eager glint in his eyes as he envisions the girl's delicate, innocent visage, her skin as pure as snow, evoking a desire to cherish her tenderly. Indeed, particularly rare is a doll with noble lineage. The young man concurs, seeking to ingratiate himself. You had best refrain from displaying such revolting behavior before me. I do not wish to be an audience to it. The woman warns, her brow furrowed, cautioning that trouble should not implicate her. The middle-aged man rises, unfazed, retorting that there is no need for concern. They have been instructed to care for this young lady, and for the past 6 months, they have done so diligently. Now, he intends to provide even more thorough care, believing her family will only express gratitude. Not necessarily. The woman counters, as nobility places great value on reputation. Such actions are undoubtedly a deliberate affront, a grave provocation to noble dignity, which may not be well received. Her thoughts race, but she chooses not to press the matter further. At this moment, the middle-aged man has already ceased the water jets and strides eagerly toward the water curtain, his hand touching the formerly transparent wall, creating ripples across its surface. He steps through. The girl slumps against the wall, her damp hair hanging limply over her head, her soaked gown clinging to her frail figure. The middle-aged man approaches, licking his lips as he bends down to admire the bruises forming on her alabaster skin from the water's impact. He lifts her chin, examining her blood-stained face that cannot mask her exquisite beauty, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Uncle Doctor adores your sweet, lovely face. I shall take good care of you." His other hand eagerly reaches toward his waistband. The man and woman on the other side, their expressions varying, watch the scene unfold through the transparent wall, yet neither makes a move to intervene. Suddenly, the middle-aged man emits a muffled grunt, followed by rapid breaths and agonized moans. Accompanied by his labored gasps, he abruptly kneels, kicking backward as he emits sounds akin to a distressed animal. The two seated individuals exchange glances, finally realizing that something is amiss. Director Joe. A sharp crack echoes through the now silent room, the sound of bones fracturing piercing the air, as the middle-aged man's anguished cries are stifled, leaving only short, desperate breaths. The slender left hand of the girl grips his neck, her fingers locking onto his soft cartilage, one of the most vulnerable points of the human body. Director Joe stares wide-eyed at the girl before him, disbelief and terror swirling within his murky gaze. Chapter 3. Honest bodily reactions, surprise and fear were swiftly followed by a desperate struggle. Bang. Director Joe, are you all right? The nurse's voice had shifted to a sharp, panicked pitch. Hurry, grab her. How could this happen? A young man stepped forward, and in the instant the wall rippled with his approach, the girl lifted her head. Her pale face wore a vacant expression, her gray-blue eyes fixed on the advancing figure, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The information gathered by her keen observation, speed, distance, angle, force, volume, height, raced through her mind. Her frail body reacted more swiftly than her brain. She pivoted to the left, her foot splashing through the puddle on the ground, sending droplets into the young man's eyes. "You fool," he shouted, covering his eyes. But as he lunged forward, a sudden sharp pain shot through his ankle, causing him to lose balance and crash down onto the middle-aged man, inflicting a second blow upon the already injured Director Zhou. Instinctual combat awareness transcended the limits of physical endurance. It was not just the young man's bones that fractured. The girl's forearm emitted a distinct crack, indicating at least a fracture, yet she remained oblivious to the pain, as if she felt nothing at all. The young man, caught off guard by the sudden assault, instinctively began to resist against the intense agony. She could still move. The girl quickly realized that her attack had not yielded the anticipated results. Her physical capabilities fell short of her conscious reactions. Her frail body struggled to subdue her opponent, and even her weight provided no advantage. The disparity between her physical speed and strength and the strategic calculations in her mind was as vast as the stars. The young man's resisting arm flung her away with force, and she collided with the wall, crashing down heavily and momentarily incapacitated. At that moment, the young man had regained his footing, glaring furiously at the girl as he charged towards her, muttering incoherent curses. However, he slipped in the puddle and fell towards her. The girl's vision was engulfed in shadows, the figure before her wavering and overlapping. A wave of dizziness blurred her sight, sending stars shimmering before her eyes. Once again, her body instinctively responded with a swift counterattack. As he fell, she decisively struck at the same spot of her previous assault. Even with a fractured arm, she used her elbow with a strange rhythm to rapidly strike along his spine, seemingly impervious to the pain signals emanating from her body. Driven solely by the unyielding resolve to topple her adversary, the cries of anguish abruptly ceased, leaving only the young man convulsing on the ground, reduced to faint gasps. Within the span of merely 30 seconds and a few simple strikes, the girl found herself nearly unable to stand, trembling against the wall to maintain her balance. The only remaining nurse, a middle-aged woman, witnessed the girl gazing expressionlessly at her from the other side of the translucent wall, her eyes wide with terror as she instinctively retreated several steps, muttering, "It's not my fault. It's not my fault." She inadvertently pressed the alarm button. When the security personnel arrived, they found the closed room contained 2 suspected male corpses, one of whom had not even managed to zip up his pants, revealing a garish, translucent yellow duck-patterned underwear. Beside the suspected corpse stood a little girl, her body marred with wounds and blood, arms hanging limply, a Navi smile adorning her face. In a room barely 2 square meters, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. All walls were crafted from a special soft metal, possessing excellent elasticity and formidable defense. The pitch-black, cramped space resembled a sealed well, devoid of light, with only the faint sound of air circulating breaking the silence. Aside from a rudimentary single mattress on the left side, there was nothing else. The little girl sat quietly on the edge of the bed, motionless, as if it were any other day of her 6-month stay, showing no hint of the violence she had just unleashed upon 2 adult men. Her limbs were secured in shackles. Had she healed? No. The core of her mental power remained shattered. The doctor's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Based on the circumstances, it was highly probable that Director Zhou's lewd behavior had inflicted significant psychological trauma on the patient, triggering her subconscious self-protective mechanism and unlocking her latent abilities. Director Li of the inpatient department had reviewed the admission records of patient ZZ-321, revealing her to be Miss Mu Tong from the province of Funia, a former prodigy with a psychic level of SS who, when faced with extreme danger, had exhibited an extraordinary retaliatory response. With a wave of his hand, a light blue screen materialized in the air, displaying the surveillance footage from the previous night. After issuing his command, the screen began to automatically switch scenes. The girl's attacks appeared swift yet lacked strength. Her frail physique had allowed her to subdue 2 adult men primarily due to their underestimation and lack of defense, with a touch of luck involved as well. A flicker of regret passed through Director Li's elongated eyes. He cast a sideways glance at the still-shocked nurse, warning her, "Chin, take good care of your patient. I do not wish for similar incidents to recur." He made no mention of her being involved in the violent incident. "Yes, Director Li." Nurse Chen Feng nodded hurriedly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. She had managed to keep her job. Footsteps and voices gradually faded away, leaving the little girl sitting quietly in the dark, enclosed room, her eyes glimmering slightly as she continued to stare at the floor, motionless. The 3-day confinement observation had come to an end. Chapter 4. Who am I? Where am I? In the early morning, sunlight cascades softly, illuminating the crescent-shaped hospital building, which appears particularly fresh amidst the embrace of lush greenery. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms create an atmosphere of serene beauty akin to a picturesque advertisement. The Sky Garden on the 3rd floor of the hospital serves as a haven for patients to relax and engage in leisurely activities. At this moment, a young girl sits on a bench to the right of the garden, her head tilted back, eyes closed, and arms wrapped around her knees. Resembling a flower bud in a tranquil state, silently absorbing the nourishing rays of sunlight. 3:21. It's time for your medication. The girl on the bench remains unresponsive, maintaining her original posture. Chen Feng, her dedicated caregiver, approaches with a warm smile. 3:21. It's time for your medication, she gently insists, reaching out to tug at the girl's arm while attempting to grasp her chin with her other hand. The peaceful days of the past 2 weeks have caused Chen Feng to nearly forget the recent incident involving Director Zhou and Luo De, firmly believing it to be merely a regrettable mishap. To her, the girl remains the same silent, simple-minded patient who only knows to eat and bask in the sun. The girl's frail body feels as light as a feather, easily lifted. However, as Chen Feng pulls her, the girl suddenly thrusts her legs backward, using her small stature to ram her head forcefully against Chen Feng's jaw while her fists aim for the caregiver's throat. Chen Feng instinctively screams and retreats, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Security personnel swiftly arrive and restrain the girl, who, despite appearing unharmed, lies on the ground, gasping for breath, emitting faint whimpers. The security guard, astonished, locks eyes with the girl, whose gray-blue gaze meets his. Despite her exhaustion, the innocent smile she offers sends chills down his spine. Due to her unprovoked violence against her caregiver, the girl is once again sent to the confinement treatment room. This time, in addition to Dr. Carter, 2 other doctors conduct a joint consultation, yielding results consistent with the previous assessment. I maintain that this is a physiological stress response, one doctor explains. After all, she was once a person with innate potential as a practitioner. Even with her mental core damaged, she might exhibit extreme reactions in specific environments and towards certain individuals, potentially unleashing strength beyond her original capacity. Neither Chen Feng nor Director Zhou possesses combat abilities, making them vulnerable to such an unexpected assault. This, the doctors conclude, is the most reasonable explanation. Moreover, they do not dismiss the possibility that prolonged psychological stimuli have triggered a sudden manic episode in the patient. A silver-haired doctor articulates his thoughts, listing a series of psychiatric terms. Such mental disorders can often lead individuals to unleash astonishingly violent tendencies. The sudden manic episode is considered a complication of a damaged mental core, commonly observed in severely injured soldiers returning from battle, star hunters, adventurers, and others engaged in perilous professions. Reflecting on the experiences of this noble young lady, alongside the actions of Chen Feng and Director Zhou since her admission, this possibility does not seem far-fetched. Minister Li repeatedly reviews the surveillance footage, his eyes reflecting even more regret than before as he murmurs, "What a pity." Dr. Carter, seemingly hinting at something, glances at Minister Li, noting that her hospitalization sponsorship is quite substantial, questioning the source of the regret. Is it truly necessary? Although Carter questions, his hands proceed without hesitation, guiding a metallic syringe into the back of the girl's head. The slender needle meticulously fills the vacant spaces in her brain with new matrix lines according to the predetermined program. Under anesthesia, the girl feels her limbs rendered immobile. Waves of excruciating pain surge through her brain, akin to the sensation of a welding torch searing her mind, with the acrid smell of burning filling her nostrils. Intense pain radiates throughout her body, causing uncontrollable spasms until the syringe is finally withdrawn. "Now you need to feel regret," Dr. Carter remarks, disposing of the syringe into the surgical waste crusher. With a damaged mental core and the sealing of the core for a year and a half, even with talent, it's utterly wasted. "Indeed, that is truly regrettable, old Carter," Minister Li replies with a smile before turning to leave. Carter watches as Minister Li's figure fades from view, scoffing lightly as he resumes tinkering with the medical equipment. The unconscious girl is ushered into a small dark room to begin her second confinement. The girl atop the soft mat sleeps fitfully, her only clear sensation being pain, as if swarms of ants crawl and gnaw at her brain, sending waves of sharp discomfort. Despite her extreme fatigue, the relentless pain heightens her mental clarity. Her eye muscles twitch, eyelids fluttering rapidly, and upon opening her eyes, she is greeted by bright points of light. Instinctively, she closes her eyes again against the harsh illumination, while whispers draw nearer. In the chaotic void of her consciousness, a profound darkness envelopes her. With her first conscious breath, the acrid scent of medication floods her senses, awakening her dormant awareness. The emptiness of her mind is washed with streams of information, awakening every instinct within her body. Her chest rises and falls, the rhythmic thumping of her heart transitioning from faint to robust. Her fingers tremble involuntarily as each cell within her body awakens, restoring her physical functions. Who am I? The perplexing self-inquiry echoes repeatedly in the abyss of her consciousness. Who am I? Where am I? With her eyes still closed, the girl with dark hair abruptly raises her upper body, eyes wide open, gray-blue irises narrowing as her hands press against the sides of the soft mat, gasping for breath. Saliva floods her mouth, and with each swallow, her throat constricts, beads of cold sweat rolling down her pale cheeks, dampening the once dry mattress beneath her, leaving her hands with a sticky sensation. In the suffocating silence of the small, dark room, only the sound of the girl's rapid breathing pierces the stillness. A significant fluctuation in the biological data of 321? A doctor on duty observes. Look at the neural scanning data. The displayed image reveals intense fluctuations, the central area of her brain glowing a vivid red, indicating extreme activity. She might be having a nightmare, the attending physician comments. Standing before a circular monitor wall adorned with numerous small squares, each reflecting real-time biological data from all patients. Even the slightest bodily function, such as an excessive number of flatulence episodes during the night, does not escape the monitoring system. Chapter 5. Eavesdropping through the walls, each night unfolds in a similar manner. The caregiver responsible for this area shares the latest gossip he has gathered. Patient 321 has been diagnosed with intermittent manic depressive tendencies, and 3 staff members have suffered severe injuries at her hands. It is said that unless Director Zhou can find a spiritual healer or raise enough funds for full-body prosthetics below the head, his condition is deemed irreversible, leaving him eternally bedridden and unable to care for himself. Is it truly so grave? One cannot perceive the prowess of this seemingly innocent girl, 321. The chaos she has wrought has not warranted her transfer to the intensive care center. Surely she should have been relocated to Building 4 or 5. However, she is of noble lineage, the first heir to a count's title. Even in madness, there are those willing to invest considerable sums to ensure the development of our rehabilitation center. Such a patient is indeed a treasure to be preserved with utmost care. Yet, she is formidable indeed. Even in her derangement, she is not to be trifled with. A few errant blows from her could result in someone becoming a paraplegic. With pharmacological treatments yielding no effect, Director Zhou has finally met his match. Perhaps it is also true that his weariness has left him physically vulnerable. The group exchanges knowing glances and hearty laughter. It is a pity for 321, possessing an SSS-level mental prowess at merely 14 years of age. Had her circumstances been different, with proper nurturing, she could have blossomed into a spiritual healer. Instead, she is confined within this institution. Rumor has it she could not bear the news of her parents' demise, leading her to a mental breakdown and subsequent suicide attempt. Others claim she was caught in a violent encounter with a fugitive, sustaining grave injuries. Life in noble families is fraught with complexities. Who can say for certain? The caregivers and on-duty doctors share a knowing smile, opting not to delve further into the topic. Enough of idle chatter. Let us upload her biological data changes to the medical department. Walls have ears, and should this news reach an overly inquisitive individual, the consequences could be dire. Some gossip is best left unspoken, a mere distraction to pass the time during their shifts. Even through the reinforced metallic door, she can clearly hear the conversations outside. After 2 stints in solitary confinement, she has become adept at discerning the footsteps of the caregivers, identifying their numbers, genders, weights, and heights with remarkable clarity. In her mind, she categorizes and assigns numbers to these caregivers. Caregiver 1 is a hefty man under 6 feet tall, who gasps for breath after a few words. Caregiver 2 is a tall, sharp-voiced man. Caregiver 3 is a middle-aged woman with a deep voice. These caregivers delight in exchanging gossip, particularly during night shifts. For someone with a blank slate of memories, this daily intake of stories serves as a vital source of information, filling her empty mind with fresh content before sleep. Her true name is Mu Tong, yet the staff refers to her solely by her patient code, 321. At 14 years old, she is the legitimate daughter of the noble Mu family of Vernia, suspected to have been sent here after her mental faculties were shattered by the news of her parents' passing, a fate she could not endure. She has been in this rehabilitation center for over 6 months. Yet, all she knows of her identity is devoid of any emotional resonance, her lineage, the reasons for her admission. And the memory of her deceased parents remain mere unfamiliar terms in her mind, evoking no stir of sentiment. Perhaps it is rather commonplace for a noble young lady to know precisely how to inflict maximum pain on an assailant from the right angle. Mutong's vacant mind absorbs the information she encounters daily, meticulously cataloging it within her thoughts. Unlike the majority of patients, her response during solitary confinement is remarkably composed. She neither weeps nor wails. When she sits in stillness, she resembles a beautifully crafted porcelain doll, never engaging in any troublesome antics. Place this on 321. The director instructs, noting her threat level as C, she is not permitted freedom of movement and must be strictly monitored. Why not transfer her directly to Building 4? How can such a frail girl possess such strength? The caregiver handling her transfer continues speaking, deftly securing a set of black restraints around Mutong's wrists and ankles, severely limiting her range of motion. She has incapacitated several adults. Do you wish to test her? How could she achieve such feats? This seemingly delicate girl appears as frail as a piece of paper, yet has managed to bring others down. Is this your first day on the job? Surely you know what questions are appropriate? Oh, I'm merely inquiring. The caregiver escorting Mutong transfers her from the confinement room to the third inpatient building. Throughout the entire process, Mutong remains silent, wearing a serene smile that might mislead one into believing she is being taken on a joyful excursion to an amusement park. The caregiver cannot help but mutter under their breath, "What a fool." Curiously, Mutong glances at the black bands encircling her wrists. The soft, thin material clings closely to her skin, resembling 2 temporary tattoos. These bands render her hands and feet bound by nearly invisible restraints. She raises her hands and shakes them, a sudden impulse stirring within her to experiment with her newfound limitations. Chapter 6. The most cooperative patient in history in the cafeteria hall of the third inpatient building. A slender figure, engrossed in her meal, captured the attention of most medical staff. Having witnessed numerous patients with hearty appetites, they had never encountered one so gluttonous and indiscriminate in her choices. Carrots and greens vanished from her plate with a few crunching sounds, as a look of pure satisfaction graced the girl's face. After consuming 3 large bowls of grass and 3 bowls of instant rice porridge, she finally leaned back, her eyes squinting blissfully as she caressed her stomach, indicating her satiation. One might suspect that she was indulging not in a nutritious meal, but rather a lavish feast. As her demeanor suggested, she could easily devour another bowl of vegetables. Following lunch, the highlight of Mutong's day was the freedom to enjoy the garden. Basking in the sunlight of the sky garden, the floor's supervisor, accompanied by a new group of caregivers, assigned their duties, causing a wave of anxiety among the patients as unfamiliar faces approached. The supervisor briefed the newcomers about the work environment and the special considerations required when interacting with the patients. Upon noticing Mutong, she frowned slightly and advised, "Do not provoke the one numbered 321, especially during mealtimes and while sunbathing." Eating and sunbathing were the 2 immutable taboos for 321. Anyone who dared to infringe upon these would find themselves in dire straits. The frail girl, resembling a mere piece of paper when stricken by her condition, could be terrifyingly fierce, with numerous precedents to caution against. In just a month back at the third inpatient building, Mutong had managed to engrave her presence in the memories of all caregivers. One patient, refusing to eat, collided with 321's table during a tussle, violently knocking over her meal container, while grinning maliciously. The outcome? Both were swiftly escorted to the medical room for urgent care, one for a knocked-out tooth, and the other, 321, only spared further havoc due to her muscle spasms triggered by the energy lock. The collective intake of breath in the room was palpable. It was indeed a frightful scenario. The irony, however, lay in the fact that the one who toppled the meal was a patient, while the caregiver bore the brunt of the punishment. The supervisor chuckled, casting a glance at the new caregivers, teasing, "Are you keen on debating responsibility with the mentally unstable? Or do you believe in addressing grievances directly?" Fully aware that the energy lock would inflict excruciating pain upon her, she nonetheless was unrestrained in her actions, either mad or foolish. This noble young lady embodied both traits. The supervisor's seemingly cautionary words, however, inadvertently elevated Mutong to the spotlight of the caregiver's attention. Listening to the supervisor's deliberate introduction, Mutong felt an unsettling discomfort wash over her. She did not wish to be repeatedly electrocuted into a state resembling a red shrimp. With unwavering compliance, She had transformed from a dull and naive version of herself 6 months prior into a more vibrant presence, her lips perpetually adorned with a sweet, innocent smile that elicited goosebumps from onlookers. She sensed the caregiver's apprehension towards her, which she found rather pleasing. Seated on a long bench with her knees drawn to her chest, she embraced the sunlight, gazing peacefully upward, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if the sun was caressing her. With an outstretched hand, she brushed against the sunlight, savoring its warmth, while mentally calculating the positions and distances of all caregivers within the garden surrounding her. 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, 11, 53, 86, 230, 23. 138. The reason behind her compulsive counting eluded her, yet it felt instinctual, a reaction devoid of conscious thought. Perhaps a remnant of training instilled in her from a noble lineage for the safety of their heirs. A caregiver approached, presenting her with a vibrant orange, viscous liquid and a cup of pills, wearing a smile that seemed almost artificial. 321. It's time for your medication. Mu Chong accepted the cup without hesitation. Inside were 3 pills of varying colors, resembling fruit-flavored candies, her daily prescribed dosage. Without a moment's doubt, she tossed them into her mouth, chewing eagerly as she washed them down with the gelatinous liquid, then obediently extended her tongue for inspection, finishing with an innocent smile as she resumed soaking in the sunlight. Only after confirming her compliance did the caregiver turn to leave. A gentle breeze stirred, prompting Mu Chong to suddenly open her eyes and shift her gaze toward the exterior wall of the adjacent building. Her eyes locked onto a balcony on the 38th floor, where a man clad in a patient S outfit and adorned with a full beard stood, arms wide open, proclaiming loudly, "I am the ruler of the world. Prepare for my arrival." With that, he leapt into the air, landing with a resounding thud in the garden on the 13th floor. The impact echoed ominously, and the garden fell into a hushed silence, soon followed by a cacophony of applause and laughter as the previously lethargic patients erupted into excitement, singing and dancing in chaotic revelry. The fresh fragrance of the garden was swiftly overshadowed by the metallic scent of blood, wafting through the air and filling Mu Chong's nostrils. She gazed toward the man, approximately 10 meters away, whose body lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. A gruesome sight as one leg bent at an unnatural angle, exposing bone. His fall had created a stark, bloody outline on the ground. An urgent call for medical assistance was dispatched to the 13th floor of the 3rd inpatient building. Chapter 7. Facing the wind. Exposing leg hair, the caregivers appeared remarkably unfazed by the scene unfolding before them, observing like spectators at a comedy show. This marked the 3rd such incident this month. And sympathy for the caregiver on duty, number 358, was warranted as they braced for yet another bout of chaos. The hushed murmurs of the caregivers reached Mu Tong's ears, indicating that, in this nursing home, no matter the oddities that transpired, they were hardly worthy of astonishment. Suddenly, the bearded man who had leapt from the building raised his head with a grotesque twist, wobbling unsteadily to his feet. His face was smeared with blood, and streams of crimson mucus flowed from his nostrils. With an air of regal authority, he disdainfully commanded the rushing caregivers and security guards to kneel, exclaiming, "Kneel, sinners." His voice was robust and resonant, had a gust of wind not swept up the hem of his hospital gown to reveal his curly leg hair and pristine backside. It might have possessed a more intimidating effect. The unexpected display silenced the crowd momentarily, but after a brief pause, the patients erupted into raucous cheers. Some, overwhelmed by fright, screamed in terror, while the rooftop garden of the 3rd inpatient building erupted into an unprecedented frenzy. "Piglet, Piglet, big Piglet. Ah, ah, ah. The king is exposed. How terrifying. So furry. A pimple, I will surely get a pimple. Mother, save me. Prosperity, benevolence, civilization, harmony. Filth begone." The cacophony of excitement necessitated the caregivers, who had initially been amused, to engage in a flurry of calming efforts. Mu Tong's gaze swept over the scene, taking in the dimensions of the building from which the man had leaped. Height, wind speed, angle, gravitational acceleration, all these figures raced through her mind. With a distance of 25 floors and a height exceeding 150 meters, the man had fallen yet emerged with only a broken leg, perhaps a fractured nasal bone. Her eyes fell upon the pool of blood. How remarkable that he could immediately rise, lively and vigorous, a testament to his formidable physical constitution. The man with the curly leg hair glanced around before surprisingly hopping on one foot to stand before Mu Tong. With a fist raised to his chest, he took a bow, stepping forward in a dramatic lunge, his chest thrust out as he gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. one hand pointing to a distant horizon beyond sight. Young one, my treasures are hidden amidst the vast sea of stars. Do you desire them? At this, Mutong looked around, quickly realizing that this man, with his profuse leg hair, was indeed addressing her. She tilted her head slightly to meet his gaze. Backlit by the sun, his figure cloaked in light and shadow. His deep, raspy, yet impassioned voice bore an irresistible allure. If you wish for something, go forth and conquer the stars and the sea. With a thud, Mutong watched as the caregivers transported the leg-hairy man away. Just moments ago, there had been a rush of wind and a fleeting white. After the sound of the wind, a minute puncture suddenly appeared on the man's neck. Why can he survive such falls unscathed? She pondered. This maddeningly resilient individual possessed an almost inhuman constitution. If only she had such physical prowess. She wouldn't be relegated to this wretched place, tending to the mentally ill. In her opinion, he was the one who ought to be confined in the intensive care unit, locked away in Building 7, never to emerge again. Damn it, who would disagree? The disgruntled murmurs of the caregivers faded into the distance as they dragged him away. Mutong continued to watch until they vanished from sight, then turned her head to close her eyes and soak in the sunlight, akin to a plant desperately thirsting for light. Perhaps the nursing home was meant to be as peculiar as it was, given that the majority of its patients were not entirely lucid, grappling with various mental or neurological issues. Didn't you get frightened just now? As Mutong shut her eyes, she felt a shadow enveloping her. A slight downturn at the corners of her mouth indicating her displeasure. It seemed she could not enjoy the sunlight in peace today. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a pair of spindly legs clad in hospital garb, and as she looked up, she was struck by the only fitting description that came to mind. Tall as a telephone pole. The lanky figure bent slightly, scrutinizing Mutong as if ensuring the child before him had not been traumatized. His smile was warm, reaching his eyes, and his handsome face appeared exceptionally kind under the sunlight. 358 has his episodes a few days each month. He was just released from the isolation room. Please don't take offense, he means no harm. Now Mutong understood that the leg-hairy man was designated as patient number 358. It explained why she had not encountered him in the past fortnight, aside from his overly lanky frame and excessively earnest, gentle demeanor. This person stood out as remarkably normal amidst the array of mentally ill and neurotic patients, perhaps too normal. Do you enjoy basking in the sun? The tall, slender figure observed Mutong's lack of reaction and offered an even gentler smile. He extended his hand in self-introduction. Hello, I am Jia Yi, single, 48 years old. Standing at 2 meters tall, weighing 75 kilograms. I have been here for 5 years, serving as the resident physician and the primary doctor for number 358. You may call me Dr. Jia. And you? Fake doctor? Mutong maintained her gaze upon the self-proclaimed doctor, her eyes fixed on his hospital attire, secretly musing that this facility was indeed a specialized psychiatric ward, where appearing normal was merely a fade. At that moment, Jia Yi's demeanor unmistakably resembled that of a delusional patient, fervently believing himself to be a psychiatrist devoted to the care and recovery of his fellow patients. Lacking any substantial information, aside from fragmented snippets gathered from the caregivers and fleeting memories flashing in her mind, Mutong found herself utterly ignorant of her own situation. After a prolonged silence, her voice emerged, lacking the sweet, youthful lilt typical of a 14-year-old girl, instead sounding dry and hoarse, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. You don't even know your name? His voice remained amiable, yet serious, his expression gentle as if afraid to shatter delicate porcelain. The caregivers call you 321. That must be correct. How old are you? I don't know. And what else? I don't know. A string of I don't knows followed. A complete lack of knowledge. Jia Yi turned slightly, addressing the air, perhaps pondering aloud. It could be stress-induced amnesia, though pathological amnesia cannot be ruled out. Confirming the diagnosis requires further examination and the patient's cooperation to proceed with treatment. Mutong observed the lanky figure of the fake doctor speaking earnestly to the air. And then her vision abruptly blurred, consciousness slipping away. Chapter 8. Noises of the night. When Muxiang awoke once more, it was already the dead of night. She lay on her hospital bed, which was a remarkable improvement compared to the confines of the small, dark room she had been in. This hospital room boasted a private bathroom, a single bed, and even a desk, rendering it quite luxurious. The square room, merely 10 square meters, was adorned in pure white. And on the left wall above the single bed, there was a small circular window through which the moonlight gently filtered, casting a dim glow within the enclosed space of the night. Unbeknownst to her, she was entirely oblivious to everything that had transpired during her unconsciousness. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, approaching with a light, quick cadence. Muxiang perked up her ears to listen intently. Had she awakened? It seemed so. One of the voices belonged to her dedicated nurse, assigned after Chunfeng's departure, while the other voice was familiar, one she had heard in the small dark room and in the treatment operating room, belonging to a man referred to as directorly. Muxiang had always felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, her body, or rather, her instincts, possessing an inherent sensitivity to such scrutiny. Though she could not comprehend the origin of this ability, it did not hinder her from utilizing it. The surveillance in this hospital room was pervasive, with cameras installed at every corner, leaving no place, not even the bathroom, for privacy. Even with the knowledge of the surveillance, Muxiang refrained from any overzealous actions, opting instead for a quiet existence as a listener. She gathered information from her fellow patients and the various staff who came and went, enriching her vacant mind that lacked any memories. She was even aware of how many times the patient in the adjacent room visited the restroom at night, how many times the neighbor ground their teeth, and what peculiar utterances could be heard drifting from above, every sound clear and distinct, flowing into her ears and catalogued in her memory palace for future retrieval. Sometimes, she found this to be a rather amusing game amidst the monotony of life. At other times, she questioned whether it was merely an illusion born from the deterioration of her condition. Recalling the doctor's diagnoses, each sounded dire, suggesting a lack of any hope for recovery, as if she were already beyond salvation. Had she not experienced nightmares? Perhaps it was due to the sedative effects of the tranquilizers. Tonight, she had not been roused by any haunting dreams. Just then, a new and unfamiliar voice emerged from outside, confirming the presence of a third individual. Without the sound of footsteps, Muxiang had not realized the existence of this newcomer prior to their speaking, a refreshing discovery for her. Since the client is willing to pay for her lifelong stay here, we must fulfill our responsibility of caring for the patient. Directorly, the voice conveyed a light tone, yet the warning was unmistakable. Let us not forget that we are professionals in the healthcare service industry. It is imperative we discern who our true clients are and what suitable services we should provide. Categorically, the last four words held particular weight. Having been warned previously for past oversights, Director Lee's voice carried a hint of tension. Yes, Vice President. I assure you that such incidents will never occur again. Muxiang comprehended each word they spoke when isolated. Yet the collective meaning behind their statements surpassed her current capacity for understanding. Closing her eyes and lying flat, she thought, sleep now, and when I awaken, there shall be food to eat. Imagining the warm breakfast awaiting her in the morning and the gentle sunlight to greet her, a pure, innocent smile graced the pale face of the girl. As the footsteps of these individuals receded, mingled with distant cries, wails, and myriad strange sounds, they surged towards Muxiang's ears from all directions. The cacophony seemed to resonate as if separated by layers of soundproof glass, murky and indistinct, yet never ceasing. Such sounds were always intermittent. They would arrive late and depart early, yet they were never absent. The sanatorium shrouded in night bore stark contrast to its sunlit counterpart. It was a haven filled with individuals suffering from mental illnesses, where perhaps displaying eccentricities was the norm. With such thoughts, Muxiang gradually slipped into slumber. The following day, in the cafeteria of Building 3, a spacious hall immaculate and square in shape featured rows of long tables. Patients clad in hospital gowns queued at the transparent food counter to select their meals. Nurses stood nearby, smiling as they observed the patients dine. Nutritional meals, diverse combinations. The power of vegetarianism, a purification of the soul. Advertisements occasionally flickered across the luminous screen above, accompanied by soothing melodies. The facility's experts believed that greasy, heavily seasoned foods could exacerbate patients' emotional fluctuations. Thus, the cuisine served in the sanatorium was renowned for its blandness. You might find it difficult to adjust to the food, said Jiai, his voice tapering off. Muxiang was deeply engrossed in her meal, paying no heed to the faux doctor's commentary. A carrot, a bowl of rice porridge, a bowl of white radish soup, and an unlimited supply of lettuce awaited her, devoid of any condiments. Whether this long-term regimen was nutritionally balanced was debatable. Yet its appearance and flavor left much to be desired. Is it tasty? Muxiang squinted at the carrot in her hand and nodded, her mouth full of porridge. Unable to respond, her manner of eating gave the impression that she was savoring a gourmet delicacy, as if the carrot she was gnawing on was a succulent lamb chop, and the white radish soup was a delectable chicken and mushroom stew. She managed to extract a sense of delight from the simplest of meals, her eyes sparkling with joy, prompting onlookers to wish to snatch her bowl away just to ascertain the exquisite taste. Her speed of consumption did not compromise her grace. The faux doctor had likely never witnessed such an elegant display of voracious eating. After finishing her portion, Mu Xiang noticed the untouched plate of the faux doctor and candidly inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Mu Xiang fixed her gaze on the carrot on his plate until Jia Yi could no longer bear it and relinquished it to her. "Thank you." As she felt her empty stomach gradually filled, Mu Xiang squinted her eyes, her face radiant with a warm smile. "Are you that happy?" "Of course. I'm happy when I'm full." Mu Xiang nodded, her three favorite activities being eating, sleeping, and basking in the sun. Chapter 9. Amnesia is a blessing. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, it was time to bask in the sun. Mu Tong ambled to a bench in the sky garden, relaxing her body as she leaned back against the chair, stretching her limbs to maximize her exposure to the sunlight, tilting her head back and squinting at the sky. Inhaling deeply. The weather at the Coral Sanatorium was perpetually splendid, with azure skies, fluffy clouds, and brilliant sunshine. Even during rain, a golden halo accompanied the downpour, creating a warm, bright, and refreshing atmosphere. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a tall, slender figure approaching. Dr. Jia Yi, with a gentle smile and an expression of concern, came to sit beside Mu Tong and began, "I recall the first time I saw you in the sky garden. You flinched away from the direct sunlight, seemingly afraid. Would you care to share what it is that frightens you? You have a visitor awaiting you. Please accompany me to the visitation area." Dr. Jia stepped aside to allow the nurse to lead Mu Tong away. Guided by the nurse, Mu Tong descended from the 13th floor to the spacious reception hall on the 2nd floor, the pure white floor gleaming enough to reflect shadows. Upon arriving at the designated area, a translucent spherical glass enclosure rose from the 8 square tiles beneath her feet, and a circular table with stools emerged from the floor. On the opposite side of the small round table sat another individual, who stood up as the furniture elevated, clad in formal attire. The middle-aged man wore a serious expression that softened into a professional smile upon seeing Mu Tong. "Hello, Miss Mu Tong. Please have a seat." Accustomed to being referred to by her number, hearing her name brought forth an indescribable sense of strangeness, causing Mu Tong to momentarily pause before obediently sitting on the stool across from him. Having just eaten, she radiated an aura of contentment. Noticing her sunny demeanor, a flicker of concealed mockery crossed the middle-aged man's eyes as he thought to himself how naive she was, managing to live so joyfully in such a grim place. It seems Miss Mu Tong is doing quite well here. With an innocent smile gracing her lips, Mu Tong remained silent, her mind subtly analyzing the information at hand. He was neither a family member nor a friend, but rather an employee sent on a mission. Rather than feeling disappointment, she contemplated whether she could uncover more about her identity from this visitor. The caregivers in the hospital often engaged in trivial gossip irrelevant to her situation. "Do you know me?" The middle-aged man replied with a restrained nod, adopting a tone akin to that of an elder. "Of course, I know you. I have watched you grow up." His rigid posture, tilted head, and the upward curve of his lips belied a sense of pride and disdain that he struggled to conceal. In her mind, Mu Tong marked him with a small X, recognizing that while he claimed to know her, their rapport was likely minimal. After some aimless chatter, the middle-aged man remembered the purpose of his visit, his smile warming slightly. "The young master asked me to convey his regards to you. He will come to see you in person when he has the time. It is unfortunate that Miss Mu Tong has lost her memory, but the young master has always held you in his thoughts. One was a disabled soul destined to languish in a psychiatric institution, while the other was a promising scion of a noble family. Only a kind-hearted and nostalgic person like the young master would think to send someone to visit." Perhaps it was Mu Tong's persistent innocent smile that stirred something within him, as he reflected on how a once brilliant young lady had descended into madness. It evoked a sense of melancholy, yet her amnesia seemed to provide him with a measure of relief. His gaze towards Mu Tong softened with genuine sympathy. "Rest assured, Miss Mu Tong, you are safe here. With the young master thinking of you, you shall not be mistreated. Do not worry. He has already spoken to the administration on your behalf. Your family cannot be trusted." The last remark, mumbled softly, would likely go unheard by those with diminished hearing. Yet Mu Tong caught every word clearly. A name she had never heard before emerged from the visitor's lips, prompting her to tilt her head in curiosity. "Your young master?" Her reaction led the middle-aged man to mistakenly believe that the amnesiac still held some recollection of his esteemed young master, who was indeed remarkable. Once he confirmed Mu Tong's condition, he hastily took his leave, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the place. Glancing back at her innocent smile, He felt deep down that Mu Tong's descent into madness was, in fact, a fortunate turn of events. Her blissful ignorance spared everyone involved from discomfort, allowing both the Mu and Lan families to breathe easier. Mu Tong could only watch as he descended from the bench, disappearing from her view. His young master's name still unspoken. It seemed her existence posed a dilemma for certain individuals outside the sanatorium, yet that person had left without providing clarity. This middle-aged man's visit was merely a fleeting interlude during Mu Tong's stay in the sanatorium. Her therapeutic journey must continue. As torrents of rain fell, the droplets pattered rhythmically against the transparent canopy above the garden, splashing and creating a dance of water droplets that obscured her vision. Despite the absence of warm sunlight, Mu Tong's smile remained undiminished. Is this comfortable? Yes. Do you like it? I do. Mu Tong had grown accustomed to the presence of this faux doctor, who frequently sought her company under the guise of close observation. Each day, he would find an opportunity to engage her in conversation. Standing before the window, she stretched her arms wide, expanding the contact area between her body and the falling rain, unperturbed by the prospect of wetting her clothes. Embracing the rain on a stormy day aligned perfectly with her post-injury whimsical state of mind. As the cool, damp sensation of raindrops kissed her cheeks, her smile broadened uncontrollably. Even as she remained acutely aware of the omnipresent surveillance surrounding her, it did nothing to dampen her spirits. Dr. Jia stood behind Mu Tong, meticulously documenting every movement she made. Chapter 10. The faux doctor's rounds at 7 in the morning. After rising and completing her morning rituals, Mu Tong gathered in the hall to indulge in half an hour of soothing music, a balm for the spirit. At 8, she proceeded to the dining area to collect her meal, a fixed combination of dishes, where an array of vegetables and fruits could be freely chosen. By 9, it was time for medication, accompanied once again by the gentle, relaxing melodies that, whether desired or not, were obligatory. At 10, she participated in a therapeutic support group, sharing her health condition and emotional journey, even if it meant uttering nonsensical words. By 11, she enjoyed free time in the garden, basking in the sun and inhaling fresh air. At 12:30, lunch was served, featuring an assortment of vegetables and fruits, accompanied by a bowl of rice porridge. At 1:30 in the afternoon, it was time for a mandatory nap, regardless of her desire to remain awake. From 2 to 5, treatment sessions were conducted. Dinner was served at 6, once again offering a delightful medley of vegetables and fruits. By 7, the activity hall was open for free time. This seemingly routine regimen of rehabilitation unfolded daily without exception. Strangely, Mu Tong exhibited no aversion to it. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of stability blossoming within her. With sustenance, hydration, sunlight, and rain, she mused that life could continue in this manner, devoid of memories. Yet, every time such thoughts arose, an unshakable sense of crisis bubbled up from her subconscious, instilling a quiet tension, as if this fragile tranquility were but a delicate bubble, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Mu Tong could not comprehend the origins of these peculiar psychological responses. Perhaps she was merely a young noblewoman plagued by excessive worry and an acute sense of foreboding. Who could say? The gentle, kind voice of the faux doctor interrupted Mu Tong's racing thoughts. Hey, 321. I'm going to conduct rounds. Would you like to join me? Rounds? She inquired. Indeed. It involves assessing the patient's changes in condition, making timely treatment adjustments, and analyzing the progression of their ailments. Would you like to observe? The faux doctor leaned closer, his tone light and inviting. If only every patient were as cooperative as you, 321, the doctors would have it much easier. He regarded Mu Tong with a look of paternal affection, attempting to reach out to pat her head, only for her to deftly evade his gesture. Undeniably, Mu Tong occasionally felt that Jia Yi possessed the compassionate heart of a healer, despite her firm belief that he was a mere imposter. She followed him into the elevator. The moment they stepped inside, a translucent gray humanoid figure materialized, smiling as it said, "Welcome to the Coral Rehabilitation Center. Please present your identification." The faux doctor raised his arm to reveal his skin while gesturing for Mu Tong to pull up her right sleeve to expose her wrist. "This is the building's internal system guide. There is no need to fear," he reassured, perhaps sensing that the amnesiac Mu Tong might be startled by the sudden apparition. "Proceed to the activity hall." No sooner had he finished speaking than the elevator began its ascent. Mu Tong tilted her head and asked, "Are you truly a doctor?" Glancing at Jia Yi's patient garb, she smiled and nodded affirmatively. "It resembles one too much." Before the faux doctor could respond, the guide's voice echoed again. Arriving at the activity hall, The so-called rounds conducted by the faux doctor consisted of introducing Mu Chong to other patients within the free activity hall of Building 3. This hall, located at the mid-level of the building, was a vast oval space, its widest point stretching an impressive kilometer. Visually, it divided the entire structure into two distinct halves. This was a place each patient visited daily, and in Mu Chong's recollection, it marked her first visit, as her previous confinement had limited her mobility and temporarily revoked her access to this privilege. The circular walls were adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of much of the rehabilitation center. In the distance, one could glimpse other islands, where green and white intertwined, creating a picturesque scene of birdsong, fragrant blossoms, azure seas, and cerulean skies during the day. Peaceful, beautiful, stable, and enduring. As they walked, the faux doctor provided commentary. This is 303. He suffers from schizophrenia. Initially, he experienced auditory hallucinations, but due to family turmoil, he developed paranoid delusions, constantly fearing harm from others. He has been hospitalized for a year, and his condition has stabilized considerably. Mu Chong's gaze followed the faux doctor's hand to a frail-looking boy curled up in a corner, clutching a pencil and doodling on a sketchpad. She glanced at the pad, noting the dark, somber hues that dominated the canvas. The faux doctor fixated on the sketch for several seconds. When 303 paused and lifted his gaze, their eyes met for an instant, causing him to shrink back like a startled bird, clutching the sketchpad tightly to his chest. Mu Chong shifted her lingering gaze and asked Jia-E, "Is he always this easily startled?" Indeed, 303 finds solace in drawing, though he prefers no one to witness his creations, erasing them all after completion, the faux doctor replied, his tone tinged with regret. If we could glimpse the content of his artwork, it might offer deeper insights into his inner world, potentially benefiting his treatment. All patients here were referred to by their numerical codes instead of their real names. After a lengthy stay, they might even forget their true identities. According to the Rehabilitation Center's official promotional materials, this practice aimed to help patients forget the pain of the outside world, allowing them to focus on treatment conducive to recovery, while also facilitating the management and care provided by the staff, treating everyone equally. While this rationale held some merit, even in her amnesia, Mu Chong found the regulation rather peculiar. Continuing onward, they passed several other patients, and the faux doctor appeared intimately familiar with each individual's condition, effortlessly recounting details. Mu Chong listened with a smile, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. Was he truly not fabricating these narratives? Throughout their journey, the staff members paid no heed to Jia-E, who, donned in patient attire yet carrying a clipboard, conducted rounds, and even inquired about the patient's conditions. No one intervened or took notice. It seemed a routine occurrence, accepted without question. Chapter 11. Eccentricities abound. A series of intermittent gasps reached Mu Chong's ears, their proximity rendering them almost a surround sound experience due to his remarkable hearing. Furrowing his brow, he looked up at the faux doctor with a puzzled expression, questioning the severity of his condition. Before him sat a burly man clad in a patient gown, his legs splayed apart, right hand clenched in a fist, rhythmically rubbing the air between his legs, while his left hand gripped the armrest of the bench. He swayed slightly, his head tilted back, his countenance a mask of grotesque anguish. The faux doctor shook his head, blocking Mu Chong's view. "This is patient 377, who was just transferred from building for a few days ago. He lost his male genitalia in an unfortunate accident and, unable to accept reality, has developed phantom limb syndrome. He experiences episodes several times a day. It's nothing to be overly concerned about." The faux doctor's serious tone suggested familiarity with such behavior. In truth, regenerative organ technology or prosthetics could alleviate his condition, yet 377 seemed dissatisfied with both options, exhibiting not only phantom limb delusions but also a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, rooted in a staunch belief in naturalism. The faux doctor shrugged, resigned. We must respect others' beliefs. Mu Chong mentally noted these novel terms, contemplating whether to jot them down next time. Perhaps eager to distance himself from the patient, the faux doctor quickened his pace, standing at 2 meters 80. His strides were long, forcing Mu Chong to hasten his steps to keep up. Each step required greater effort, culminating in a sudden jolt as gravity pulled at him, causing his center of gravity to tilt backward, his legs weakening, resulting in a sharp, pinching pain and uncontrollable spasms. It became clear that such rapid movements were ill-advised, and he resolved to remember the adjustments needed for his pace and stride. The faux doctor swiftly assisted Mu Chong to his feet, apologizing, "I walked too fast." Did you hurt yourself? Yes, it hurts, though not from the fall. Mutong struggled to regain his balance, standing unsteadily. The faux doctor smiled gently. Speaking as one might to a child. Are you excited? On the count of 3, we'll see the outdoors. The faux doctor bowed his head, the sunlight obscured, casting them in shadow. As they circled the hall, Mutong observed more than half of the patients. The faux doctor seemed to know most by name and condition, perhaps even better than the genuine physicians here. Suddenly, he halted before a long bench, glancing around before jotting down a patient number in his notebook. Patient 346 was an autistic individual who had been hospitalized for 4 years. His condition had worsened over the past month, leading to extreme agitation and aggression towards caregivers, refusing medication and treatment, resulting in injuries to several staff members. This patient would be transferred to a specialized care unit, marking his 3rd admission there, necessitating distinct treatment. The faux doctor's expression remained one of compassion, though a barely perceptible anger underlay his tone. He had likely already been sent to Building 7. Mutong had heard of Building 7 from the caregivers during their nightly gossip, a place one could enter but never leave. It's me, Ji said, donning a mask to obscure his mouth as he spoke to the air. Mutong sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, casting a curious glance at the seemingly ordinary mask, noting how even the soundproofing of the ward doors could not contain the sounds filtered through. Sent away. No. Inform me. My. Research. Unfinished. Mutong caught fragments of words, though he didn't recognize patient 346. Unbeknownst to the faux doctor, he remembered 346, a frail young boy who often spoke to himself and shared Mutong's fondness for basking in the sun. No wonder he hadn't seen him in the garden for days. He had been sent to Building 7. Aren't you feeling well? Mutong inquired, glancing at the mask. The faux doctor shook his head with a smile. Just a cold. No need to worry. I'll be fine soon. This time, every word was clear and unambiguous. Mutong sensed something peculiar, this institution, the faux doctor. All seemed strange, but he merely offered a polite smile, refraining from further questions. After completing their rounds, the faux doctor recorded 2 additional numbers, 346 and 309. Following that day, Mutong never saw these 2 patients again in the activity hall or elsewhere. From subsequent conversations among the caregivers, he learned they had both been sent to the same enigmatic Building 7, a place shrouded in secrecy among the staff. 3 months had passed since the violent incident in the water room, and each week, the faux doctor would invite Mutong to accompany him on rounds 3 or 4 times. Mutong never declined. No longer did he need to worry about taking overly large strides and stumbling. He could now take joyful leaps to stretch his limbs. A reduction in supervision level meant longer hours in the garden under the sun, with expanded areas for free movement beyond the confines of the indoors. Standing before a flower bed, Mutong stretched her arms, gazing towards the azure sea and sky, soaking in the warmth of the sun, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze, the wind speed, temperature, the dust wafting in the air, and all sensory perceptions, sight, sound, touch, smell flooded her mind effortlessly, without the need for conscious thought. 321. It's time for treatment. Every Tuesday and Friday at 2 in the afternoon, Mutong would be taken to the treatment room on another floor for her examination. Chapter 12. The brain is but a vessel of water. In the pristine, sterile medical chamber, transparent pillars resembling coffins are neatly suspended in midair. Each column cradles a patient, their bodies ensconced in delicate, tender-like appendages that obscure all but their serene faces, enveloped in a soft, translucent halo. Here, individuals of all ages and backgrounds receive identical treatment, including Mutong. The only sound in the tranquil medical room is the hum of machinery. The silence is disrupted by the rhythmic footsteps of a group entering, echoing with a sharp tap. Mutong hears the murmurs of the medical staff, their complaints blending into the sterile air. Hurry, hurry. Those in charge only know how to rush us. Do they think this is merely the raising of livestock, injecting some nutrient solution and expecting rapid growth? What good does it do to complain? Let us focus on our work. We need new experimental data. If we find a promising specimen, we can send it along. They seem so eager when it comes to bonuses, thanking the heavens and stars. The inevitable darkness descends. With her eyes wide open, Mutong perceives nothing but an impenetrable void. She understands that the so-called treatment is about to commence, and she strives to relax her body, suppressing any instinct to resist. This is not her first treatment. Initially, her memories of each session would blur, but as the treatments continued, the recollections of the processes began to crystallize. In the dark, a chilling sensation courses across her skin, followed by a fleeting sharp pain. Outside the treatment device, several medical personnel nod at the apparatus. We may begin. Mu Chong battles the discomfort of her confinement and the innate urge to resist. She recalls a previous instance when her body's instinctual rejection was so intense that she was administered a sedative, leaving her weak and lethargic for days after the treatment. Unable even to sit up and bask in the sun. The clearer her memories become, the more she comprehends the futility of any unwarranted rebellion. It only leads to unnecessary complications. This peculiar institution exudes an aura of strangeness, a fact Mu Chong cannot ignore, even as she attempts to overlook it. She is uncertain if other patients share her experience, for no one ever broaches the subject. Engaging in meaningful conversation with those who either thrive or succumb to despondency, or who inflict harm upon themselves, is a formidable challenge. During the treatment, the physicians extract patients' blood, sebum, and hair, repeatedly illuminating them with peculiar light circles that induce a drowsy stupor, rendering the moments of full lucidity fleeting. When the conduits entwining her body pierce her flesh, the initial sharp pain is swiftly followed by the rush of the drug mingling with her bloodstream, coursing throughout her body. Yet, instead of succumbing to unconsciousness, Mu Chong enters a strange state of awareness, the intense throbbing in her brain awakening her. Inside the device, Mu Chong peacefully closes her eyes and succumbs to slumber, as she has done countless times before. In this state of awareness, she finds herself enveloped in a viscous liquid, struggling against it. Her frantic movements only causing the substance to tighten its grip around her, stifling her breath. The air in her lungs dwindles, and her small face reddens from the lack of oxygen. The front of the treatment device flashes a red alarm light. The vital signs of subject 321 are fluctuating violently. Is there any indication of organ failure? None detected for now, but her mental energy readings are alarmingly erratic. Monitor her closely and be prepared to intervene. This subject has been rendered foolish due to damage to her mental core, and Dr. Carter has added 2 secret seals to her core symbol. Should we administer a sedative? No. Her condition is too frail. The side effects of any medication would be severe. Let it be. Despite severe damage to her mental core, she continues to exhibit bursts of strength surpassing her physical limits, prompting Minister Lee to advise close observation. In her state of awareness, Mu Chong persists in her struggle against the thick liquid, faint voices echoing around her. She senses her consciousness gradually fading until another wave of pain crashes over her. With a mighty push, she breaks the surface, only to find herself submerged in an endless ocean shrouded in thick mist. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes, parting the fog and crashing into the water, startling her. Although she is not struck directly, the mere presence of the lightning sends intense pain coursing through her. In panic, Mu Chong plunges into the water, swimming desperately, arms and legs thrashing to propel herself forward. The relentless lightning continues to descend, pursuing her relentlessly. What is happening? Was she not undergoing treatment? Why has she been cast into this vast ocean? There is no time to ponder. The assaults of lightning rain down, each strike inflicting unbearable agony. Even when she narrowly escapes direct hits, could it be that water conducts electricity? The searing pain threatens to overwhelm her, and just as she begins to succumb to exhaustion, the lightning suddenly vanishes without a trace. As Mu Chong floats in the water, teetering between consciousness and oblivion, she believes the torment has ended. Yet, the storm returns with ferocity, and before she can react, she finds herself gazing upward, resigned to the inevitable encounter with the impending lightning. In that moment, her gray-blue eyes widen in shock. Pain explodes throughout her body. All her previous efforts to escape seem futile. Should she continue to fight or simply surrender? Before she can resolve whether to lie still or persist in her struggle, she loses her grasp on awareness entirely, slipping into unconsciousness. Before the treatment device, the doctors observe the now stable mental energy readings. The tendrils encasing Mu Chong's body shift from a pale blue to a translucent state. This specimen holds no significance. One wonders what Minister Lee is contemplating. Chapter 13, Nightmarish Croaks. The sky loomed dark and foreboding, shrouded in dense clouds that obscured any trace of sunlight. As thunderous roars echoed and torrential rain fell, a tall figure darted through the mire with the speed of lightning. Her footfall swift and light as she leaped from one building's rooftop to another. Raindrops were deflected by an invisible and intangible shield just an inch from her body, splashing upwards into the air. Behind her, 2 menacing shadows pursued relentlessly. The city, resembling a desolate ruin, had long been engulfed by sludge. As far as the eye could see, there were pools of mud blanketed in fungal growth, low shrubs, and vividly colored plants that glowed eerily. lending an otherworldly, dreamlike quality to the city cloaked in gloom. A nightmare's dream. The tempestuous winds and pouring rain accentuated the desolation of the urban wasteland, with the sound of the rain being the only backdrop in this lifeless expanse. With a splat, splat, the rapid footsteps stirred up flecks of mud. The silhouettes racing across the quiet mire were strikingly conspicuous as bubbles emerged from the submerged houses, revealing a pair of murky, cold brown eyes peering from the water at the pursuing figures. The mire suddenly rippled with swift movements, tracing a rapid line of mud. A kilometer behind, an intense energy fluctuation erupted, reminiscent of a mud frog, rapidly closing in. Annoying. A prompt echoed in her mind, urging her to hasten her pace. As the lurking predator had not yet been dealt with, and another mud frog was now on her trail, a hunt could easily turn into a hunt for her. The wound on her right thigh, still unhealed, began to ooze blood that stained the bandage. The faint metallic sent a potent lure for the predatory creatures behind her. Ignoring the pain from her injury, she accelerated once more, becoming a fleeting shadow amidst the downpour, nearly achieving invisibility to the naked eye. The distance shrank to 700 meters, 600 meters, a life-threatening index of 9. 8999 echoed coldly in her mind, like icy rain striking her face. The mud frog had exited the detection range. What did that mean? The running huntress felt no relief. Instead, a profound sense of danger surged within her. The movement of the mud frog was undetectable. If you malfunction and cannot operate, just let me know early. No sooner had she thought this than a fierce, agile dark green figure leaped from the mire behind her. Croak, croak. Two croaks echoed as the mud frog's long tongue snatched away the two four-legged fish that had been trailing her, swallowing them whole. Simultaneously, she drew the longbow from her back. The chance of survival was less than 0.2, but she had to fight for it. A cold, mocking mechanical prompt once again delivered a bitter dose of reality. You've consumed my food reserves for the next month. But I don't mind if you hide and digest slowly. No need to thank me personally, but if you insist, please do so face to face. Your soliloquy is worsening. Humans are social beings, and prolonged solitude can lead to various psychological anomalies, a potential precursor to some mental illness, indeed worth noting. If you remain silent, I won't assume you're malfunctioning. Perhaps the mud frog, satisfied with the four-legged fish, had abandoned its chase of her, but she dared not entertain such a stroke of luck. Her muscles were taut and poised for action. The rain showed no signs of abating. Droplets splattered upon her as they neared her form, and the transparent shield had thinned to less than 0.8 centimeters. The raincoat could withstand for 1 minute and 48 seconds. Being washed away by the highly acidic rain was a terrifying prospect. Even with protective gear, the absence of a raincoat shield would surely strip away her skin, if not kill her outright. She lacked the thick hide of the mud frog and four-legged fish. Croak, croak. The piercing calls sliced through the curtain of rain. Not just one, but many. Suddenly, mud frogs, each as large as a pickup truck, erupted from the mire without warning. She had known that these creatures would not act kindly on their own. The terror of the mud frogs lay in their tendency to never act alone. They were creatures that understood the value of sharing their prey, embodying a principle of harmonious coexistence, a true nightmare for a solitary hunter. The longbow shimmered faintly as she nocked an arrow, drawing back the string to its full tension, and, in a fluid motion, released her shot. A piercing arrow flew forth, splitting the air with blue-purple electricity that sliced through the raindrops, targeting two of the mud frogs. Croak, croak. The bowstring trembled as she prepared another shot. It was manageable with one or two foes, but when faced with a swarm, retreating unscathed became a daunting task, especially with her injuries still unhealed. Dozens of mud frogs of varying sizes encircled her, the smallest resembling a heavy motorcycle. The sky grew increasingly dark if she did not escape soon. The marshy ruins would become even more perilous under the cover of night. Lightning arrows flew one after another. The mud frogs moved with astonishing speed, leaping hundreds of meters with each bound, showcasing their incredible agility. The long tongues of the mud frogs, unfazed by the acidic rain, lashed towards her like whips. Zzz. Lightning flickered amidst the downpour, piercing through one mud frog's body and exploding within its abdomen. Croak. Disaster struck as the ground beneath her feet suddenly shattered, mud gushing upwards, accompanied by the foul stench of the mud frog's gaping maw and its long, whip-like tongue lunging towards her. The sound of heavy, rapid breathing echoed like a bellows. Chapter 14. The disappearance of the 7th floor. This was not the first time Mutong had encountered such a harrowing nightmare. Yet, She still felt an overwhelming sense of alienation and strangeness towards those vivid images. Had she truly experienced them? Was that agile huntress in her dreams a reflection of herself? Or merely a figment of her imagination, perhaps a person she knew? Rising from her bed, Mu Tong made her way to the bathroom. Lacking a mirror, she could only observe her reflection in the blurred droplets upon the sink, noting that her face, physique, and age bore no resemblance to the shadowy figures of her dreams, leaving her unable to find even a single point of similarity. After each so-called treatment, Mu Tong's dreams would exhibit subtle transformations. She faintly heard the hurried footsteps outside her ward, accompanied by a sudden, distant wail that abruptly ceased. Staring vacantly at the water droplets in the basin, she remained immobile until the anguished cries faded into the distance, becoming indistinct. When dreams morph into a terrifying adventure series, and one finds oneself possibly cast as the protagonist, what is one to do? To watch it unfold, to let it be, awaiting the inevitable conclusion with a sense of helplessness. Startled awake from the depths of slumber, Mu Tong's eyes widened in the darkness, her breath shifting from rapid to steady. Beads of sweat trickled down the curve of her cheek, spreading across the pristine white sheets. Despite being merely a dream, she felt as though she were living it, her body languid and weakened, making it difficult to sit up. Accepting the dream was the only course of action available to her in that moment. As the days passed, Mu Tong gradually discerned patterns in the frequency and content of her dreams. The days following her treatments at the sanatorium were particularly prolific for dream occurrences. Especially the night after treatment. Without fail, she would dream. The treatment apparatus had a peculiar stimulating effect, leaving her uncertain whether it was unique to her or a universal experience. While each dream varied in content, the environments, backgrounds, and characters remained interconnected, exuding an unbreakable sense of reality, as if she had genuinely lived through them, regardless of how the locations and time shifted within her dreams. The primary perspective had never changed. It was always that huntress traversing the desolate wilderness. Mu Tong sensed a profound connection to the woman in her dreams, occasionally entertaining the absurd notion that perhaps this huntress and she were one and the same. Was she not merely an ordinary young noblewoman, orphaned and grappling with thoughts of suicide? She murmured softly to herself, closing her eyes. Mu Tong believed that the confusion wrought upon her self-perception by her dreams was intertwined with her lost memories. Recently, the dreams had become increasingly vivid and coherent, perhaps even leading her to the ultimate conclusion or stimulating her memories to resurface. If that were to happen, all enigmas would unravel, no longer a source of distress. Her sentiments regarding this matter were difficult to categorize as purely optimistic, pessimistic, fearful, or joyous. It seemed more a matter of going with the flow. Once again, in the stillness of the night, the faint, distant cries and howls from outside her ward persisted, real and clear. Mu Tong closed her eyes, adjusting her breathing, repeatedly whispering to herself, "Sleep now, sleep, and it will be quiet upon waking." This time, she hoped to sleep until dawn. The following day, in the cafeteria of Building 3, Mu Tong gazed at the fish-flavored biscuits in her bowl. Without hesitation, she savored each piece meticulously, leaving not a crumb behind. Licking her fingers clean, as she glanced sideways, she noticed a middle-aged woman seated opposite her, who had been kindly serving her dishes. With graying hair and skin lined with fine wrinkles, the woman's dull complexion barely hinted at the exquisite beauty she must have possessed in her youth. This middle-aged patient always displayed an extraordinary kindness towards Mu Tong, attending to her every need with a tenderness that felt out of place, leaving Mu Tong both puzzled and helpless, as she found it impossible to refuse the food offered to her. This damned, irresistible instinct. Feeling the woman's gaze upon her, Mu Tong turned slightly to see the faux doctor approaching with a warm smile. Soon, a shadow loomed overhead as the tall, lanky figure bent down. Shaking his head with a sigh, 321, "You certainly have a hearty appetite." The middle-aged woman then offered Mu Tong 2 more compressed biscuits, her eyes brimming with emotion, stating, "Little Tong Tong must eat more to grow tall and beautiful." This woman never referred to Mu Tong by her patient number, stubbornly calling her Tong Tong, a name that, though phonetically similar, did not belong to her. The woman seemed to see another girl through her, calling forth a different name. As a petite girl under 5 feet tall, Mu Tong devoured her food at an astonishing rate, crunching on the crisp radishes. Her short limbs often betrayed her mind's intentions, leading her to unconsciously believe that her height was somehow erroneous. How could she be so short? Glancing around, all she could see was a view limited to the lower chest area, a perspective that felt utterly foreign. In contrast, the huntress from her dreams possessed a long, elegant figure, taut muscles, which served as a stark reminder of her own frail limbs. Mutong mused. Perhaps her dreams could foresee the future. After all, she was still a minor and bound to grow taller. With that thought, she took another bite of her meal. Within the hospital, there lingered a rumor that after a certain number of entries into the small dark room, one would never return. The exact number remained a mystery, and one should not expect a group of rambling patients to provide a consistent account. Some claimed that patients would be transferred to another building, subjected to heightened restrictions, perhaps to Building 6 or 5, but there was never a definitive answer. Others whispered of transfers to Building 7, the most terrifying place within the sanatorium, where entry was permanent and no patient had ever emerged. To vanish without a trace upon entering the 7th floor was common knowledge. There were also tales of monstrous creatures lurking within Building 7, which would seize disobedient patients to devour them, piece by piece. Many asserted that each experience was uniquely dreadful. Chapter 15. You know, so much as 345 offered to indulge in a meal, Mutong welcomed the company, desiring the sustenance despite her discomfort with such overtly intimate displays of affection. Nevertheless, the significance of food made the exchange reasonable. For several days, 345 had been tenderly caring for Mutong, but aside from her insatiable appetite, Mutong exhibited no signs of concern or curiosity. The faux doctor gazed at Mutong with a benevolent expression, sighed softly, and began to speak. In the brief span of a month, 345 had been confined to the small dark room 3 times, her situation perilous, with severe tendencies towards self-destruction. Yet, she was particularly kind to you. Perhaps because you reminded her of her daughter, which provided some relief to her condition. 321. Would you be willing to assist me in treating 345? Mutong tilted her head, her delicately crafted doll-like face adorned with an innocent smile. She queried, "Is the small dark room truly dangerous?" The faux doctor fixed his gaze upon her, his kind smile unwavering. "Indeed, it is quite perilous. Should her rating cross the threshold into the warning zone, she would be transferred to a more strictly monitored hospital area. Oh, I've been confined several times. You have behaved well, so there is no need for fear." The faux doctor lowered his head, his dark eyes glinting, the curvature of his smile widening, offering words of reassurance and encouragement. "If you cooperate with the treatment, there lies a chance for recovery." Despite the warmth in his smile, it sent an involuntary shiver down Mutong's spine. Mutong was perpetually smiling, while sunbathing, dining, or sitting in silence. Her laughter filled the majority of her days, resembling an exquisitely crafted doll with a perpetual smile, making it difficult for anyone to associate her with someone capable of incapacitating 2 grown men without effort. Even she could not comprehend what was so amusing. Days passed, and Mutong's lack of resistance seemed to significantly alter 345's condition. For Mutong, the occasional pat on her head and listening to earnest reminders resulted in an increased weekly allowance of fish-flavored biscuits and 2 extra carrots daily, which she deemed quite advantageous. Yes, food, a substantial quantity, was essential. It felt as though her stomach harbored an insatiable black void, perpetually hungry. "Today is your first day on duty at the botanical garden. Are you excited?" The faux doctor leaned closer to Mutong, his dark pupils locking onto her gaze. Mutong, bowl in hand, continued eating without pause, merely nodding, her smile full of anticipation, appearing the very embodiment of a carefree child. With the reduction in her monitoring level, Mutong's freedom of movement expanded. She could wander the island's botanical garden without the constant oversight of a dedicated aide. She was ever vigilant, instinctively absorbing every detail about the Coral Rehabilitation Institute, her mind and body working in harmony to gather information like a sponge soaking up water. After their meal, Dr. Jia personally guided Mutong and 345 to the plant cultivation area. The rationale behind 345's presence there was left unexplained by Dr. Jia, and Mutong refrained from inquiring further. The 3rd hospital building resided on the 2nd island from the top of the Crescent Bay Islands, encircled by others that embraced the Moon Island. Artificial suspended tracks intricately connected the islands. Beyond the Crescent Bay lay an endless expanse of ocean, where azure waters met the sky, the horizon seemingly unbroken. As they journeyed, the faux doctor elucidated, Coral Star lacks any continents. It was once under the purview of a seafood development company dedicated to establishing marine biological farms for fresh seafood export. However, a catastrophic industrial accident led to severe ocean pollution, devastating the marine environment and devaluing its resources. The government subsequently acquired it at a low price and converted it into a prison. A prison? Mutong inquired, her delicate features awash with confusion. The faux doctor chuckled softly before explaining, this planet's coordinates are remote, surrounded by underdeveloped planets, and the surrounding space environment is unstable, with scarce interstellar routes and no permanent residents, making it an ideal site for an interstellar prison. However, the investment required for constructing a prison is substantial, particularly in terms of security infrastructure. The investors of the Coral Rehabilitation Institute volunteered to share the funding for the prison's construction, which happened centuries ago. As a result, Coral has evolved into the most extensive and tightly secured prison in the Marseille's Star District, housing many interstellar offenders. The faux doctor, hands clasped behind his back, bent slightly to impart a detailed lesson on the history of the Coral Rehabilitation Institute's establishment. You possess such an abundance of knowledge, Dr. Jia, Mutong remarked, her bright gray-blue eyes fixed on him. I am, after all, a doctor here, so I ought to be well informed. Furthermore, the promotional pamphlet contains this information. You should pay closer attention next time, he said, his lean frame quivering with a light chuckle, speaking in a tone akin to that of a caregiver soothing a child. Mutong nodded, realizing the pamphlet merely brushed over such details, the accompanying map resembling a children's illustration, lacking in-depth background content. Standing at the edge of the green garden near the beach, the azure sea appeared tantalizingly within reach, prompting her to unconsciously step forward. Just as she advanced, she felt a sudden tug on her arm, her body instinctively reacting too swiftly to regain control. A middle-aged woman clad in a green uniform was thrown onto the seedling patch before her. The woman scrambled to her feet, disregarding her pain, and approached Mutong, exclaiming, "Wait, you can't cross the yellow line." Mutong's reflexes were quick, far surpassing her physical capabilities, yet limited by her current conditions. Her defensive stance was rapid but lacked substantial force. She stepped forward to assist the woman, apologizing, "I'm so sorry." "Not at all. It's fine," 345 interjected, gripping Mutong's hand in a panic, repeatedly insisting, "You cannot cross the yellow line." 345 often resorted to repetitive phrases, especially when anxious. A guard standing a short distance away cast a cold gaze in their direction, his expression unyielding as it fell upon Mutong. Dr. Jia looked down at the aide, smiling as he explained, "It was merely an accidental fall. There's no need for your concern." The guard paused, visibly irritated, and retorted, "Just don't cause trouble," before turning away. With a look of bewilderment, 345 stared at Mutong, her demeanor tense, still murmuring, "You cannot cross the line." Mutong's gaze swept over the yellow line before returning to Dr. Jia, curiosity and confusion knitting her brow. "But why? Though invisible to us, there exists a protective barrier along the garden's perimeter. If one were to rush towards the sea and collide with this barrier, it would result in injury. This mechanism effectively deters certain patients from attempting suicide by jumping into the ocean or escaping." Chapter 16. A woman appears in my dreams. The Coral Sanatorium possesses an air of peculiarity, particularly after nightfall, when a cacophony of bizarre sounds, screams, howls, echoes through the corridors. Yet, beyond this, the place offers sunlight, nourishment, companionship, and the daily indulgence in gossip. Mutong glanced down at the verdant foliage at her feet and noted the opportunity to engage in agricultural activities. She could scarcely conceive of any reason compelling her to contemplate suicide. In stark contrast to the nightmarish conditions of her dreams, this locale appeared almost idyllic. As if to affirm the words of the quack doctor, just as he finished speaking, a tremendous crash resonated, followed by the crackling of electricity. A figure, half undressed and sprinting towards the sea, shouted that no one could impede his pursuit of freedom, only to be ensnared by lightning, leaving him battered and charred. The moment the safety barrier was breached, an attack would ensue. The frail could sustain severe injuries. For the sake of safety, patients were prohibited from approaching the shoreline. 345 feared for their well-being, concerned they might fall victim to the electric net. Was this truly for the patient's safety? Mutong contemplated the coastline, recognizing that a gathering of the mentally ill near the ocean was indeed perilous. It seemed logical, yet something felt amiss. Each year, numerous accidents occurred at the sanatorium, escapes, suicides, and mischief leading to mishaps. The defensive barrier effectively deterred patients from entering hazardous waters. Some patients exhibited a reckless disregard for their lives, failing to recognize their own worth, consumed by a singular desire for death, squandering their precious existence. The quack doctor shrugged, casting a glance at Mutong. "This is not acceptable. You must not become one of those individuals." His tone was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable weight, each word resonating clearly in her ears. It felt less like advice and more like a warning. After a brief chuckle, His smile bore no warmth, resembling the gaze of a predatory serpent. A sense of crisis and instinct for survival surged within her. Mutong merely smiled obediently, nodding in understanding. Turning to express her gratitude to 345, he regarded her with a tender gaze, reaching out to stroke her newly sprouted, downy hair, assuring her not to fear. In their face-to-face interaction, Mutong did not resist such physical contact, even if her heart was not entirely willing, as long as she sensed no danger. She would refrain from violent resistance. The more affable and non-threatening one appeared, the lower their level of supervision, thus granting them greater freedom of movement. Even if confined to a designated area on the island, it was far preferable to being trapped on a specific floor of the hospital building. Mutong was determined not to lose the privileges she had recently acquired. Little Tong is truly obedient, always smiling, observed 345, unable to resist patting her head once more. Well-fed and well-cared for, Mutong's frail body had grown considerably stronger over the past few months. Her skin was smooth and tender, her face rosy, and her flat figure, combined with her downy hair, made her appear like an ambiguous youth. "Ah, since losing her memory, this young lady has been living quite well," he remarked, a hint of regret lacing his voice. "It would be best if you all refrained from causing further trouble. Let her remain blissfully ignorant in that sanatorium for her entire life. That would benefit us all. Besides, you need not worry about medical expenses." At the Mu family estate, several individuals sat together, their attention fixed on the illuminated screen at the center of the meeting room, displaying footage of Mutong's daily life at the sanatorium. Calm, serene. It indeed portrayed a semblance of tranquil existence. The previous incident had been forgiven. Any further unnecessary actions that might bring trouble to the family would not be tolerated. A warning glance swept across the assembled company. "Do not blame me for being ungracious." Silence fell over the room, leaving only the sound of the screen's imagery. After a lengthy pause, someone quietly acknowledged, understood, and others nodded in agreement. The sky was shrouded in ominous black clouds, with rays of light filtering through the gaps. The city ruins, submerged in mud, appeared particularly desolate after a night of tempestuous storms. While sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds, portions of several stories emerged, still not entirely buried, their exteriors cloaked in a blanket of fungi and moss, resembling a green coat, obscuring their original architectural form. The penthouse's floor-to-ceiling windows were heavily draped, rendering them opaque, completely shielding the fungi-covered gaps. "Check once more. The sun is about to rise," a cold, feminine voice remarked. "We have already checked 3 times. If you are still uneasy, feel free to do it yourself. Or perhaps you could remove your clothing and use it as a curtain to see what needs to be covered," she continued. But her words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden barrage of ice projectiles. A rapid succession of icy missiles flew toward the tall, slender woman, bending at a 90-degree angle. She executed a horizontal spin, rolling on the ground and leaping up with the agility of an elite gymnast. However, the relentless hail of ice surrounded her from all directions, leaving no escape. She was pelted with shards of ice, her cheeks tingling slightly. "I merely made a suggestion. If you choose not to heed it, so be it. Why strike me? Was that particularly necessary?" As the two exchanged words, an alarm sounded from the detector. The sun had risen. The agile female hunter produced a pocket compass, its vintage display flickering before revealing a number. "This is 3-0, a rise from last month." This was merely the early morning. Noon would bring the most treacherous conditions. Once the sun ascended and the clouds dispersed, the already radiation-laden environment would transform into a veritable furnace of harmful radiation, with the clouds no longer shielding them. A torrent of dangerous rays from space would envelop the planet, posing a lethal threat to the remaining human survivors. Sunlight, in this context, signified not warmth and illumination, but rather a harbinger of death. Such sunlight could be likened to the gaze of the Grim Reaper. To face it meant teetering on the brink of the grave. Living in darkness and dampness or succumbing to a warm demise, this was perhaps the most poignant irony for those clinging to life in this world. "Ah, I've heard that sunbathing is quite beneficial. If I ever get the chance, I shall bask in it day and night, to my heart's content. Whoever tries to stop me will be dealt with, and they won't even recognize themselves afterward. If you wish to sunbathe, you may do so now," the icy voice scoffed. Although Mutong could not recall the appearance of this female figure, she sensed an undeniable connection between the dreamlike scenes and her lost memories, as well as the peculiar reactions of her body. The slender, tall female hunter was the primary perspective in her dreams, and the second individual who had first appeared must hold great significance. Yet, she could not grasp any further details. The inhabitants of her dreams seemed to exist in an environment fraught with peril, where death loomed at every turn. Chapter 17. No survivors. Mu Tong arose, refreshed herself, and proceeded to the dining hall to queue for her meal. The faux doctor and 345 had already secured their seats, awaiting her arrival, as was customary each day. "You're 5 minutes late today," the faux doctor remarked, pointing to the imposing clock in the center of the dining area, concern evident in his tone. "Did you oversleep?" Mu Tong rubbed her ears, confessing, "I had a nightmare." "What was it about?" 345 inquired, transferring some carrots from her bowl onto Mu Tong's plate. Worry etched across her face. Mu Tong's lips pressed tightly together, her brow furrowed in seriousness. Her expression a tumult of emotions as she extended a hand to count off her grievances. "I can't be in the sun, can't get wet, can't eat enough, can't stay warm, and I get beaten." That sounds dreadful. Both 345 and the faux doctor were momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Tong's nightmares had become increasingly frequent. Even on nights devoid of special treatment, she found herself haunted in her slumber. The relentless dreams disrupted her rest, rendering her visibly haggard, her petite frame appearing almost ethereal, as if it could be whisked away by the slightest breeze. Nodding in agreement, Mu Tong swiftly began devouring the porridge and vegetable soup on her plate. The warmth of the soup slid into her stomach, even though the seasoning was rather bland. She savored every last drop, leaving her plate impeccably clean. After breakfast, the trio exited the dining hall and passed through the security checkpoint, making their way to the seaside botanical garden. Utilizing patience as free labor for planting while justifying it as enriching their lives, cleansing their spirits, and fostering communication was a common practice. In essence, everything was purportedly for the patient's benefit. In the botanical garden, all farming tasks were performed by the patients. Mu Tong overheard the caregivers discussing that not only was there an organic farm, but also a sanatorium and aquaculture farm, a veritable natural agricultural base, wherein the vast majority of the laborers were patients, with only a scant few dedicated workers among the singlers, due to industrial pollution and radiation. The viability of local seafood was alarmingly low, necessitating an exceedingly complex purification process. Mu Tong had heard the caregivers gossip that this was one of the sanatorium's research projects, backed by substantial philanthropic funding. As Mu Tong diligently engaged in manual pest removal, she was particularly focused. 321. "Are you so earnest about pest control because you fear they might steal your food?" The faux doctor chuckled, teasing her serious demeanor. Mu Tong nodded gravely, her brow furrowed tightly. "Yes, the more they consume, the less there is for me." The faux doctor, tall and slender, trembled with laughter. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." Mu Tong replied with utmost solemnity. Such matters concerning sustenance were far too significant for jest. Regardless of how tenderly you cultivate the plants you care for, it does not guarantee they belong to you. As she spoke, Mu Tong sensed a shadow looming before her. She looked up to find the cosmic sovereign, the king of leg hair, who had jumped from a building months prior. The king of leg hair, ZZ-258, was not alone. Mu Tong's gaze drifted past him to spot caregivers and security guards pursuing him from a distance. His level of supervision distinctly prohibited him from appearing in the coastal botanical garden. Her eyes fell upon his hands and feet, adorned with shackles. Yet the energy restraints seemed ineffective. The king of leg hair stared at Mu Tong with astonishment and disapproval. "Young one, why are you still here?" Mu Tong surveyed her surroundings, confirming he was addressing her, and instinctively pointed to the vegetable patch where she was removing pests. "If this hinders your progress, allow me to assist you." Their exchange lasted no more than 2 seconds. Mu Tong contemplated for a brief moment. Their meeting had barely spanned 3 seconds. Before she could react to his words, the staff's smiles faltered, and a sharp cry pierced the air. "Quick, stop him! ZZ-258, you scoundrel!" However, the shrill cries bore no fruit. The disheveled king of leg hair suddenly leapt into action, transforming into a whirling mass of flesh, rolling about the vegetable patch like a human tornado. Indeed, you read that correctly, he was rolling about. Mu Tong looked on in horror as those hairy legs spun and crushed the tender green seedlings with reckless abandon. Just moments ago, she had anticipated a bountiful harvest of carrots and cucumbers next month, but in the blink of an eye, those vibrant seedlings had become pitiful, muddy remnants. Unable to comprehend the loss of her future sustenance before she could even taste it, Mu Tong froze, her face paling to an ashen hue. The dual pangs of sorrow and rage surged within her. "Curse your entire family." Such uncouth language was unbefitting of a noble young lady, yet at that moment, vulgarities swirled chaotically through her mind. The pests were gone, and the seedlings had perished, none remained, not a single green sprout to survive. They were utterly annihilated. Does your conscience not ache? The faux doctor observed her distress and rushed to console her. 321. Do not be rash, but it was too late. Before he could finish, Mutong had already leaped into action. Indeed, the diminutive figure could only spring and strike against the towering man, aiming her first attack at the very leg that had broken during their last encounter. When the caregivers and security guards arrived, they beheld a comical scene: a tall man and a small girl, both seemingly deranged, tugging at hair and tearing at clothes in a chaotic frenzy. Young one, I was merely assisting you with pest removal. Why do you repay my kindness with violence? Child, I see great potential in your bones. You are surely not an ordinary person. Do not squander your time here. Depart swiftly. Though his words were plain, each was a lethal strike. Yet, Mutong's frail constitution was evident. Young one, great responsibilities from the heavens will first test your resolve, labor your muscles, and starve your body. Do not languish in indulgence and comfort. The stars and oceans await you. Child, even as she was pulled in opposite directions, Mutong could still hear the king of Leghair's fervent cries echoing through the distance. Child, child, child. Chapter 18. Driven to madness in the dead of night. Mutong lay on the floor of the small dark room, staring blankly at the ceiling, the incessant murmurs of the Leghair king echoing in her ears. Young one, your combat prowess has revealed its shortcomings. If you wish to seek my treasures across the vast cosmos, you must train diligently. Why not start now? Ever since the Leghair king had unilaterally declared an end to their previous conversation, Mutong had found no respite from the relentless chatter. The soundproofing of the small room was as flimsy as tissue paper to the Leghair king. He could tear through it at will. Being confined to this small space had become a norm for him, and the staff had long since grown accustomed to his presence. In truth, the Leghair king could be considered a legendary figure within the confines of the asylum, with tales of his valor that could be recounted for 3 days and nights without end. Transforming into a fearsome force akin to a rolling dragon was hardly a noteworthy feat. Mutong could not fathom why such a person had fixated on her. Slow in speed, frail in body, and with limbs disproportionately short, she mused that the young one needed to strive for development. Beneath the incessant prattle lay certain sounds that others could not perceive, yet Mutong could hear them clearly, a vague buzzing resonating in her mind. Initially, she thought she was experiencing nightmares and hallucinations, even in broad daylight. The only moments of tranquility for her mind came during treatment sessions and at night when she slept. Bam, crack, walala, javala, dongzidas, bang. The incessant murmurs that had plagued her during confinement continued to haunt her with the same relentless frequency even after her release. Can you hear it? The faux doctor inquired, tilting his head closer, his dark pupils fixed on Mutong. What do you hear? Buzzing. Mutong shook her head from side to side, raising her hand to wave near her ear as if swatting away pesky insects. 321. Do you remember when the situation began? Mutong had asked others, but none besides her could hear those sounds. Could it truly be a hallucination? Yet, why would the hallucination bear the voice of the Leghair king? She refrained from mentioning this to the faux doctor again, but he remained particularly attentive. Days later, when they met in the botanical garden, his first question was, "Can you still hear that sound?" Mutong looked up. Oh, sometimes yes, sometimes no. In reality, these sounds followed a specific pattern. Once Mutong grew accustomed to their presence, although her headache persisted, she no longer felt anger or irritation. Instead, curiosity took root within her. In an asylum with scarce entertainment, Mutong had to admit that she found it rather intriguing, though she wished the decoding process could occur without the accompanying headache. Whenever she attempted to discern the sounds more clearly, the pain intensified, a sharp sensation in her head thwarting her analytical efforts. Mutong lay on her bed, touching the scar on the back of her head, wondering if her enhanced hearing was a sign of intensified hallucinations. Hey, she turned to the faux doctor squatting in the field. Did you get stung by an insect? No. Then why are you whining? Mutong refrained from voicing her thoughts, yet her innocent smile betrayed her curiosity. During their labor, the faux doctor suddenly mentioned the condition of patient 345, pondering whether external intervention was necessary to help her recognize reality. Mutong had learned from the faux doctor about the cause of 345's illness, a mother bereft of her only daughter, drowning in despair. Mutong's presence had kindled a spark of hope for her survival. Mutong felt the profound maternal love emanating from 345, even though she did not require it. 345's daughter had endured a tragic existence. Perhaps allowing her to dwell in fantasy for a time wasn't entirely detrimental. At least it brought her joy. However, 345 viewed Mu Tong as a substitute for her emotional void, implying that any disruption could destabilize her mental state further. The faux doctor seemed to be speaking to himself, yet his peripheral gaze was unmistakably fixed on Mu Tong. Mu Tong was uncertain of the faux doctor's sources of information and how he had gleaned such insights into the patient's conditions. Several times she suspected that he might be an undercover doctor within the asylum, employing alternative methods to treat the patients. Yet, such doubts never lingered for long. The dark, obscure, neurotic gaze he bore starkly indicated one truth. The faux doctor was a mental patient, at least not what one would deem normal in conventional terms. Based on Mu Tong's limited knowledge acquired during her amnesia, it was clear that his condition was far more severe than hers. I am pleased to see you getting along so well with patient 345. As your attending physician, this is beneficial for both your recoveries. Is it? Mu Tong merely smiled. Her childlike innocence paired with her delicately beautiful features lending her an air of whimsical foolishness. In the botanical garden, Mu Tong diligently watered and tended to the seedlings. Having become more invested in this new batch after the previous ones had been inadvertently killed by Fred, cultivating the land was not without its merits, young one. By tending to the earth earnestly, you may grasp the essence of life. Crack, crack, bam. Once again, even from a distance in the botanical garden. Fred's voice remained entrenched in Mu Tong's mind, impervious to the constraints of time and space. She often questioned whether these sounds were merely her hallucinations. After all, no one else could hear them, and as a patient in a mental asylum, it seemed entirely logical. I am driven to madness. Chapter 19. A warm welcome. Do you see it? See what? Mu Tong followed the direction pointed out by the faux doctor, beholding the endless expanse of azure sea. The beautiful blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, the graceful seabirds soaring above, and the golden sunlight cascading over the waves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. With her limited vocabulary as a 14-year-old girl suffering from amnesia, she could only encapsulate the scene in a single word: magnificent. Yet, everything appeared as it had on every other day. Mu Tong could even clearly recall the predictable pattern of rainfall at the sanatorium each month. The weather at Crescent Bay had never been unpredictable, its consistency almost unfathomable. A cargo ferry emerged, riding the waves. A dark speck appearing abruptly at the horizon where sea and sky converged, starkly contrasting the idyllic scenery. The faux doctor, typically adorned with a gentle smile, now bore a furrowed brow, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he softly murmured to himself, pondering why new patients were being transferred and why no one had mentioned it to him. Mu Tong's gaze remained fixed on the yellow line barrier, watching the approaching ferry. Uncertain whether the faux doctor was speaking to himself or conversing with someone else, she stayed silent. After a considerable pause, he finally addressed her, revealing that a group of new patients had arrived, likely transferred from prison. 19 individuals clad in black and white striped uniforms stepped out from the ferry. A mix of genders and at least 3 different ethnicities discernible by their appearances. With uniform buzz cuts and the same striped attire, they stood in a line, bound together by a metal chain, their expressions vacant. Danger. The instinctive awareness of impending crisis surged through Mu Tong, far outpacing her physical reactions. It was too late to evade. She could only feign nonchalance, gazing around until their eyes would no longer meet, pretending to be just another patient enjoying the view. She saw nothing at all. Mu Tong was certain that one of the prisoners had sensed her scrutiny. They had been transferred from Coral Prison to the sanatorium. She wondered what level of severity their conditions held. Such patients were exceedingly perilous. Why were they not sent to a facility with stricter oversight? The faux doctor began to murmur again. At that moment, Mu Tong recalled the faux doctor mentioning that Coral Star was divided into 2 parts. One half was occupied by Coral Prison, while the other was the sanatorium. The full name of the sanatorium was the Coral Neuropsychiatric Joint Sanatorium. The patients here fell into 3 categories: those with neurological disorders, the majority suffering from severe trauma to their nervous systems, and those with psychiatric disorders, including dangerous federal offenders. The faux doctor had never hesitated to explain these everyday details to Mu Tong, a fact that had always left her puzzled. Doctor, you seem to know far too much. What are you thinking? He suddenly leaned closer, bending down toward her. Despite his slender frame, his nearly 3-meter height felt like a towering presence, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, this sensation dissipated when Mu Tong looked up at the faux doctor's gentle face, as if it were merely an illusion. Mu Tong's voice, having slightly recovered, sounded akin to a youth just entering the throes of puberty, clear and soft, with a hint of graininess. The faux doctor kindly reiterated, "What are you thinking?" His gaunt face was so near that she could discern every pore and freckle, yet his pitch-black pupils obscured any glimpse of his emotions. Mutong smiled slightly, asking, "Is there any extra dessert for dinner today? I enjoy sweet juice." Perhaps it was typical for a young lady of noble birth to fabricate whimsical tales with ease. The faux doctor extended his long arm to pat her head, but she deftly evaded him. Unfazed, he took out a pen and began jotting notes in a small book, claiming it was for documenting the patient's conditions. Due to his height, Mutong, despite her extraordinary vision, could not see what he was writing. The scratching of the pen harmonized with the cacophony of thoughts in her mind. During dinner time, the newly transferred inmates from Ward 13 entered the dining hall en masse. As they stepped through the door, a fervent applause erupted. The leader of this enthusiastic applause was a fellow inmate with a peculiar penchant for cheering, clapping for any misfortune that befell others, whether someone stumbled or was struck. Regardless of the circumstances, he was always the first to stand, eyes glistening with tears, rallying cheers and applause, waving flags and whistling loudly, taking center stage in the spectacle. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." The door swings open for guests. At that moment, he puffed out his chest, applauding with fervor, inspiring a confused chorus of claps from the patients preparing to eat. Various odd greetings erupted in succession. The dazed inmates clearly failed to grasp the goodwill extended by their fellow patients, continuing to shuffle toward the dining tables with vacant expressions, casting menacing glares at the clapping fool. Only one among them shifted his gaze, seemingly searching for something. Mutong quickly recognized him as the prisoner who had noticed her scrutiny. Instinctively, she lowered her head to avoid eye contact, her bowl nearly concealing her entire face. "Don't rush, Tong Tong. Take your time eating," a cheerful voice said as a companion picked out all the roasted fish-flavored corn chips from her bowl and placed them onto Mutong's plate. "Mutong, you may not know, but most of the federal offenders held at Coral Sanatorium have taken more than one life. They are particularly dangerous. You must keep your distance from them." The faux doctor's voice was laced with concern, urging her to be cautious and avoid getting too close. While psychiatric murderers are indeed criminals, a significant portion of them, compared to those housed in more secure prisons, are sent to sanatoriums where conditions are relatively better, in accordance with federal law. Though it is a regrettable reality, it is one that cannot be easily circumvented. The faux doctor lamented as he sifted through the food on his plate. Mutong sipped her porridge, pondering the faux doctor's words with skepticism. If this sanatorium was the alternative, perhaps it would be preferable to remain in a more severe prison. For reasons unknown, this thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. With food, drink, and sunlight available, why did it feel as though it were worse than being incarcerated? Chapter 20. The puppets descend from the sky. The air was filled with the sounds of clattering and banging, a cacophony that echoed through the room. Yet, in the midst of it all, a simple truth emerged. Nothing was more vital than the sustenance of the body. With a satisfying crunch, Mutong bit into the carrot she held, while with her other hand, she tilted a bowl of rice porridge to her lips, her countenance obscured by the large bowl. Two pairs of scrutinizing eyes, one near and one distant, fixated intently on her. Satisfied after her meal, Mutong placed her empty bowl down with a contented burp, lifting her face to reveal a childlike, innocent grin that radiated warmth akin to the gentle light of a spring morning, invoking a sense of comfort in those who beheld it. The recent arrival of the patient had not altered the monotonous routine of the third inpatient building. Apart from providing the nurses with a few more gossip topics during the night, everything remained unchanged. Leaves drifted onto still waters, creating faint ripples that barely disturbed the surface. The cycle of eating, basking in the sun, tending to the garden, undergoing treatment, sleeping, and dreaming continued with a mechanical simplicity. Despite the eerie atmosphere of the sanatorium, the dubious nature of the faux doctors, and the relentless nightmares that plagued her nights, Mutong found a certain stability in her life, marked by the presence of food, sunlight, and tasks to occupy her time. She had once believed that this semblance of tranquility would endure for a considerable duration, at least until she had grown taller. The rain tapped against the floor-to-ceiling windows, heralding the monthly downpour. Mutong stood before the window, smiling as she awaited the refreshing breeze to caress her face. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the sky garden, capturing everyone's attention. Rising from her seat, Mutong turned towards the source of the sound. Two bodies hung suspended like puppets from the bamboo dragonflies, descending from the heavens and halting midair, approximately 10 meters above the ground. Their skin, devoid of clothing, was a canvas of crimson patterns, their limbs fixed in grotesque poses, and their mouths stretched into horrific smiles, sewn into place. Apart from the differing angles of their smiles, Their expressions mirrored one another eerily. The sight of these bodies sent shockwaves of terror through the patient strolling in the garden. As she gazed at the swirling patterns, Mu-Cheng momentarily lost herself in a daze, taking 2 steps forward in an attempt to discern the bloody designs more clearly when suddenly a series of loud bangs reverberated in her mind, breaking her trance and leaving her head spinning, her feet rooted in place. After a fleeting moment of shock, Mu-Cheng did not remain seated. Instead, she began to survey her surroundings. Her gaze swept across the hall, noting the absence of 377, who typically occupied the 3 o'clock position to alleviate the pain of her phantom limbs, as well as 362, known for napping in the same spot daily. Most patients adhered to a strict routine, exhibiting an unwavering attachment to their daily activities, rarely veering from their established habits. Recalling the faces of the 2 bodies, Mu-Cheng began to piece together their identities. The chaos in the Sky Garden soon attracted the attention of nurses and security personnel, who attempted to remove the suspended corpses. What should have been a straightforward task inexplicably took several minutes. The bamboo dragonflies spun in the air while the onlookers stood in a daze, occasionally cheering and clapping. Realizing that something was amiss, Mu-Cheng found the cacophony in her mind overwhelming, hindering her ability to think clearly. The Sky Garden was swiftly isolated, and armed guards in full combat gear filed in, occupying every corner as all entrances were sealed. Turning her head to glance outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, she noticed an array of flying objects, oval-shaped like footballs, converging and scattering in all directions. Before Mu-Cheng could discern their flight paths, the transparent windows suddenly morphed into mirrors, reflecting only the interior of the room. With a sharp whistle, the nurses organized the patients, herding everyone to the center of the hall. When the doors to the Sky Garden opened once more, the spinning corpses had vanished, and the crowd of onlookers had also disappeared, leaving no one to explain the events of those few minutes. The windows brightened again, revealing a garden that had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any signs of blood, as if nothing had transpired. Silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak of the prior day's tragedy, as though the 2 patients had never existed, let alone the bizarre descent of their corpses. Had the matter concluded here, it would have merely been a perplexing murder mystery. However, it was evident that the orchestrators had no intention of letting the matter rest. The appearance of those 2 bodies was merely a precursor. In the following 3 days, 6 patients from the 3rd inpatient building met their end in identical fashion. Each corpse was stripped bare, adorned with blood-red patterns, suspended in midair, while below them, a throng of onlookers cheered and reveled in madness. 2 deaths per day became a grim certainty, perhaps delayed, but never absent. Chapter 21. Waiting for the corpse on the expansive platform of the 3rd inpatient building's Sky Garden. Dozens of patients formed a large circle, squatting on the ground, their heads tilted back in unison, gazing at the sky. Even the nurses and guards on duty occasionally looked up, cautiously observing their surroundings, deliberately turning a blind eye to the patient's unconventional behaviors. Since the first corpse had appeared, Mu-Cheng had not seen the faux doctor or 345 for several days. They had seemingly vanished without a trace. Just as her mind was filled with suspicion, she noticed Jiayi approaching, with 345 trailing closely behind. Tong Tong. Upon spotting Mu-Cheng, 345 hurriedly took a few steps forward to grasp her hand. The cold, clammy touch was uncomfortable, yet Mu-Cheng did not pull away immediately, allowing 345 to scrutinize her from head to toe, even turning her around in compliance. 345's eyes, filled with anxiety, deepened the creases at the corners of her eyes, and only after confirming Mu-Cheng was unharmed did she let out a slight sigh of relief. Repeatedly murmuring reassurances, Tong Tong, don't be afraid. It's all right. Mu-Cheng glanced at the faux doctor, casting a puzzled look his way. His face bore a gentle smile, yet the warmth failed to reach his eyes, which were shadowed with dark circles beneath, and his furrowed brow etched deep lines between his eyebrows. After several days apart, the faux doctor appeared significantly aged, his gaunt cheeks accentuating his somber demeanor. Before Mu-Cheng could voice her concerns, he preemptively explained, due to the unforeseen incident a few days ago, 345's condition has suddenly worsened and requires special treatment. I have been by her side throughout. It was evident that the faux doctor was reluctant to elaborate further, quickly shifting the conversation to inquire, what about you? Have you been having nightmares or hearing strange sounds lately? His reaction starkly contrasted with his previous enthusiasm for analyzing and explaining medical conditions. Under the weight of his unyielding gaze, Mu-Cheng instinctively took a step back, goosebumps rising along her spine uncontrollably. At that moment,
She longed to leap forward and deliver a punch to the faux doctor who was hunched over, staring at her. However, her rational mind ultimately quelled her instinctive response. And while maintaining a smiling facade, she silently chanted to herself, "Restrain, restrain, must restrain." Fortunately, the cacophony of jumbled noises in her mind effectively diverted her attention. The spate of recent patient deaths had cast an increasingly peculiar atmosphere over the sanatorium. Security measures had evidently intensified, with more guards stationed at the botanical garden. And the eerie, chilling screams during the night had diminished. The sun-soaked sanatorium now seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness. Mu Cheng's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the clamorous din echoing in her mind, causing her a headache. To this day, she remained baffled as to how her leg hair managed to infiltrate her mind with those strange sounds. Since the appearance of the corpses, the noise had grown louder, demanding more of her attention. 321, 321, the faux doctor called out several times. Mu Cheng failed to catch what he had just said. Huh? The faux doctor repeated his question. Do you know what they are doing there? Mu Cheng looked up, her expression innocent, waiting for the corpses. Each day brought new corpses, always deposited in public spaces where crowds gathered, yet the institution offered no explanations, and everyone pretended as if nothing had happened, while secretly harboring unease. Once a corpse appeared, others could breathe a sigh of relief. After all, only 2 would die in a day. But today seemed to disappoint everyone. As night fell, no corpses had emerged. Was this also a consequence of psychological trauma and amnesia? She barely recognized her own face, feeling like a stranger. The following day, golden sunlight spilled over the coast, casting a shimmering glow upon the beach. Within the designated perimeter, on the rows of seedlings in the botanical garden, bamboo dragonflies spun slowly in the air. While the marionette-like corpses shifted their limbs with the dragonflies' rotation, their exaggerated smiles grotesquely fixed by strings. A new day, a new corpse. What was to come had arrived. Yesterday had been devoid of corpses, yet today there were 4. One might wonder if the culprit was obsessive-compulsive or merely adhering to a principle. Patients, who were supposed to be harvesting plants, found themselves irresistibly drawn to the hanging marionettes, forming a circle as they clapped and cheered mindlessly. Mu Cheng's gaze flitted across the corpses, then swept over the crowd. Their expression suggested they saw not 4 lifeless bodies, but exquisite works of art, lost in fervor. Remembering the warning from her leg hair, she averted her gaze, resolutely refusing to focus on the corpses. Until the perpetrator was apprehended, anyone could be the next victim. In recent days, not only patients had been killed, staff members had also fallen prey. The secret investigation within the sanatorium seemed to yield no progress. The recently transferred patient from prison was undoubtedly the prime suspect. Yet today, Mu Cheng noticed that one of the individuals she suspected most was hanging bare, grinning eerily, swaying in the wind. Dead, just like that. A sense of crisis blared within her. Her gaze shifted to the vegetable patch, where she helplessly observed the seedlings stained red with blood, clearly no longer fit for consumption. What a tragic fate for this patch of vegetables, which, just as they were about to flourish, had been splattered with blood. Mu Cheng pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a pang of sympathy. The killer's methods were alarmingly adept, so much so that even a 14-year-old with amnesia could surmise that outsiders might have infiltrated the sanatorium, treating it as a hunting ground. Until the murderer was caught, everyone remained at risk. A sense of unease began to creep into Mu Cheng's mind. Perhaps the harmonious days of eating, sleeping, and basking in the sun were about to vanish forever. Soon, guards arrived, their metallic uniforms glinting as they cordoned off the garden where the corpses had appeared, along with the frenzied patients. Afterward, others had little choice but to go about their business. The appearance of 4 corpses intensified the oppressive atmosphere within the inpatient building, affecting both patients and staff alike. The faux doctor paused briefly, lowering his head, his expression obscured by the shadows. Mu Cheng faintly heard his quiet laughter. The nurse accompanying him turned pale. For corpses hanging in the early morning, was he seriously thinking about the vegetable seedlings? Was that a sign of madness? Chapter 22. Young man, you are lacking. Mu Tong counted with her fingers, and soon found that 10 fingers were insufficient. The death toll in the 3rd hospital building had already surpassed 12. The hospital had yet to provide any explanation for these fatalities, leaving the patient's emotions in a state of extreme instability. Though gripped by fear and uncertainty, no one dared to voice their doubts or resist. Not a single person caused a disturbance. Holding her bowl of rice, Mu Tong scrutinized the rice porridge, which contained merely 2 wilted vegetable leaves, her expression grave, as if contemplating the weighty matters of existence. Her nose twitched slightly before she resolutely gulped down the congee. with the perpetrator still at large. I found myself unable to sleep at night. The guards, who usually strutted about with bravado, were utterly useless when it mattered most, making their salaries seem unwarranted. I had not closed my eyes for 2 nights. I suspected a connection to the prisoners from the nearby jail. I had heard that several of them were murderers. Let us share a bed, I thought. Oh dear, if only I could request leave from this dreadful place. The conversation abruptly lowered to a near whisper. I had heard that clues had emerged. Doesn't this method of murder seem familiar to you? The dialogue ceased, leaving only the sound of suppressed breaths. Familiar in what way? Who are you suspecting? Speak clearly. Mu Tong strained her ears for further discussion, but the conversation abruptly halted. A faint, sweet fragrance permeated the air, soothing the senses and inducing drowsiness. Mu Tong soon succumbed to slumber, dreaming of a female hunter tirelessly struggling for survival in a harsh environment, while she, too, found herself navigating a perilous existence filled with threats. In the still of the night, the only sounds in the ward were the short breaths of the patients. Suddenly, the girl sitting up in bed clutched her neck, her heart racing, her body drenched in sweat, as if she had just emerged from a pool. The relentless series of doll-related murders had left the attending nurses on high alert, and Mu Tong's unusual physiological response immediately attracted the guards' attention. The door to the ward burst open, revealing nurses and armed security, their dark sights aimed squarely at her bedside. No abnormalities detected, no suspicious persons found. The security personnel reported to their superiors, while Mu Tong sat there, dazed and bewildered. She paused, her complexion pale, the cold sweat on her forehead glistening under the harsh light. I had a nightmare, she managed to croak. The guards and nurses exchanged complex glances. The small room revealed no signs of intrusion or damage. One guard turned to the on-duty nurse, casting a scornful gaze. Are we now responsible for little girls' nightmares? He sneered, then shifted his gaze to the other guard. Is that what you think too? Did you forget to wear your pants, so your brain isn't functioning properly? The night guard flushed crimson. He had a slight connection with a nurse, but that was not the reason for his call for backup. Let us go. We need to patrol the other floors. Inform the other islands that we've stirred up the snakes tonight. They likely won't appear here anymore. We must remain vigilant through the night. The security team departed with stern expressions, leaving the confused and embarrassed nurses to exchange glances, ultimately turning away in frustration. Yet the surveillance had indeed shown abnormalities, and the biological energy fluctuations were unusual. How could it merely be a nightmare? One nurse glared at Mu Tong. What is wrong with you? Making such a fuss over a nightmare. Once everyone left, the ward door closed again, but Mu Tong found herself unable to continue sleeping. She lifted her gaze, scanning the small room, her expression fraught with confusion. The sense of being ensnared and suffocated in her dream felt all too real. The terrifying sensation of being bound by ropes, limbs unresponsive and uncontrollable, was so profound that it shattered her slumber, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. A shadow slipped quietly away through the small window, unnoticed. Mu Tong touched her neck, still warm to the touch. This was no illusion, it was undeniably real. As she fell into contemplation, the voice of Leg Hair echoed once more in her mind. Young man, you must focus. This lack of concentration can easily lead to failure and demise. Hearing the earnest admonition, Mu Tong opened her mouth but closed it again. Sometimes she forgot that conversing with Leg Hair didn't require verbalization. Rather, she needed to focus intently, articulating her thoughts word by word in her mind. I just had a nightmare. I was bound by ropes, my body unresponsive, contorted into strange positions. The cacophony of voices in her mind abruptly ceased. Leg Hair remained silent until Mu Tong believed that this entity had fallen asleep and had no intention of speaking again. Suddenly, Leg Hair spoke. Like those corpses turned into puppets? The tone shifted from a whimsical, foolish banter to a deep, serious voice reminiscent of the earlier warning to Mu Tong. Don't listen. Don't look. Perhaps these dialogues and the voice of Leg Hair were mere figments of her imagination, yet what did it matter? Young man, you must strengthen your physique. Nearly succumbing to such lowly threats is unacceptable. The cosmos is fraught with peril. How will you seek my treasure if you remain weak, risking death at every turn? Chapter 23. The elegance of blood stew. The sun remained warm, and the breeze gentle, yet merely 10 days had passed. And for the staff and patients of the Coral Sanatorium, it felt as if they had plunged into the depths of a frigid winter, where each day stretched into an eternity. Mu Tong turned her head towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, where the azure sea met the sky in a seamless line, bathed in the warm, fervent sunlight, occasionally interrupted by the fleeting flocks of seabirds. The gentle waves danced, embodying a serene existence that seemed almost unreal. akin to the sanatorium's promotional slogans. All the staff were enveloped in a state of anxious trepidation, feigning nonchalance while acutely aware of the lurking danger. Yet escape was a mere fantasy. Mutong gleaned from the midnight conversations of the attendants that the series of brutal murders within the sanatorium had been tightly sealed from the outside world, with the inhabitants of Coral Star yearning for freedom in vain. In the dining hall's food distribution area, a throng of patients and attendants encircled a spectacle, their faces alight with fervent admiration, erupting in cheers of good. Wonderful. Their expressions did not reflect the horror of witnessing lifeless bodies, but rather the rapture of a captivating performance. Mutong found herself on the periphery of this gathering, her gaze piercing through the crowd to the serving counter, where blood stained the entire surface. A large pot filled with rice porridge appeared drenched in crimson, and this time the body was not suspended in midair, but floated within the stew. In the vast, transparent pot, the once white porridge, adorned with leafy vegetables, was tainted by blood, the grains now a deep red. The corpse bobbed in the viscous crimson, its swollen visage grotesquely smiling, as if it were a macabre jest. And the sight sent a shiver through Mutong, binding her limbs, shrouding her in darkness, rendering her breathless as the resurgence of paralyzing fear coursed through her veins. She stood frozen, unable to move, until, amidst the chaos, a voice broke through. "I want to discharge. I want to apply for discharge." A middle-aged patient, barely concealing his panic, shouted at the attendant on duty, repeatedly demanding his release. "Your condition has not stabilized. We cannot grant your request. If you require this, we can only notify your family, who will decide whether to transfer you to another facility, provided another sanatorium is willing to accept you." "I'm not ill. Why can't I leave? I am an adult. I do not need anyone's consent. This is confinement. Let me out." "Foolishness. I know not what you speak of. I am Tom Hard-Eyed too, an heir to the earldom, a noble. You have no right to detain me." The attendant, who had maintained a smile, finally revealed a flicker of emotion upon hearing his name, her expression a blend of surprise, impatience, and perhaps pity. "Yes." The attendant gazed at the man who had invoked his name with an oddly condescending sympathy. "Earl Hard-Eyed?" "Yes." The young man, newly arrived less than a month prior, stood tall, yet his emaciated frame and pallid complexion starkly contradicted the conventional image of nobility. "Please expedite this. It is far too dangerous here. I must leave at once." "I will pay. I need to escape." Mutong's mind spiraled into a void, the probability of this nobleman's plight appearing exceedingly slim, rendering further calculations futile. His outburst was not isolated. The dining hall soon became a cacophony of desperate pleas for discharge, as the patient's frayed nerves finally snapped. With one patient crying out, a chorus of others followed suit. Mutong's gaze darted back to the pot still harboring the corpse. The medicated porridge meant for the patients now transformed into a sanguine sludge. The killer's destructive impulses were relentless. Not only had they taken lives, but they had also sullied sustenance, repeating the heinous act witnessed in the greenhouse with the vegetable seedlings, now enacted upon the dining hall's cauldron. "What troubles you?" A faux doctor's gentle voice broke through her thoughts. Mutong looked up to meet the gaze of the impostor, whose dark eyes lacked any spark, fixated upon her. "Hunger," she murmured, clutching her stomach and gesturing to the blood-red pot, her tone heavy with despair. "Do not fear. The culprit has been apprehended. You need not worry about your seedlings or tomorrow's breakfast being contaminated." "Captured? Really?" Mutong felt a deep skepticism toward this assertion. Yet the faux doctor exuded confidence. Jia, he was no ordinary patient. Perhaps he was an undercover agent within the hospital. Regardless of his true identity, he likely possessed more knowledge than Mutong could fathom. Regrettably, the impostor's facade of confidence crumbled by lunchtime, his smile torn asunder under the midday sun. On the very day the announcement of the capture was made, 2 more bodies, devoid of skin and adorned with strange patterns, were found suspended once more, leaving the faux doctor in a state of disbelief. "No, it cannot be. They had been caught. How is this possible?" "Did you not say they had been caught?" The faux doctor murmured to the air, a string of disjointed thoughts escaping his lips. Perhaps someone had indeed been apprehended, yet the wrong individual. Mutong's pallor deepened, though she maintained a semblance of a smile, resembling a frightened child comforted after a scare. The medical staff continued their charade of normalcy until evening, when yet again 2 bodies were discovered. In one day, 3 instances of lifeless puppets had emerged, 3 of the 6 deceased being attendants, pushing the staff's suppressed terror to a breaking point. Chapter 24. The Shadow of Death. Upon receiving the notification, the entire island was to be sealed off starting today. with all patients forbidden from leaving their rooms until the perpetrator was apprehended. And what of us? We are on duty, and none shall escape. The forced smiles on the nurses' faces faltered, giving way to a pall of despair. Would someone be killed today? And tomorrow, who would it be? It was not just the frightened patients yearning for release. The staff too wished to depart, yet in the Coral Sanatorium, neither group held sway over their fate. The island housing Building 3 was cordoned off. Not even an ant could traverse the perimeter without being monitored and locked. Whispers of hushed discussions filled the air, and Mu Chong pieced together the general narrative from the fragmented, exasperated exchanges of the caregivers. A deranged killer lurked within the sanatorium, and the one apprehended was merely a puppet. This killer was notorious, infamous enough that whenever the nurses reached a critical juncture in their discourse, they would abruptly halt, as if to convey a mutual understanding, yet they refrained from uttering the name. Was the killer a summoned beast, one whose name would conjure them instantly? Mu Chong approached the washstand, turned on the tap, and splashed cool water on her face, letting the droplets cascade down her cheeks and neck, dampening her sleeves and collar. Such thoughts swirled in her mind, not for the first time, but this moment felt particularly intense. She found it difficult to discern whether these notions sprang from her own musings or the incessant ramblings about leg hair that had plagued her. But where could she go? How could she escape? The Coral Sanatorium lay at the heart of the ocean, atop an island, effectively a maritime prison. Oh, right. This was indeed part of the construction of Coral Prison. That night, Mu Chong lay in her bed, eyes closed, her breathing gradually becoming soft and prolonged as sleep overtook her. The nurses and the night shift staff stifled yawns before the biometric feedback screen, though weary. They dared not succumb to slumber, silently hoping for a smooth night. The night was deep. A sliver of shadow seeped through the small circular window, casting a faint glow that infiltrated the room. The dimness of the hospital room offered no illumination, with the meager light from the window serving as the sole source, creating pale, cold reflections that revealed an almost imperceptible shadow. The shadow flowed along the window ledge, stretching and extending until it reached the bedside, resembling a dark, spectral rope that ensnared the limbs of the girl upon the bed. Mu Chong lay there, teetering between dream and reality, vaguely sensing her limbs immobilized and her breathing becoming increasingly labored, each breath elongated as if something were suffocating her senses. Unable to open her eyes, unable to breathe, and utterly paralyzed. The black shadow coiled tighter with each futile struggle, turning her beautiful, doll-like face a shade of crimson as pain contorted her features, revealing a strange and haunting beauty. The shadow seemed to revel in its dominance, entwining her further, yet not to the point of fatality. As it savored the sight of the small girl's desperate fight for survival, Mu Chong was engulfed in pure darkness, an overwhelming silence enveloping her. She could not even hear her own heartbeat. The sensation of drowning, of her chest threatening to explode, drove her into a frenzy. Yet every attempt at movement was thwarted by the shadow's binding grip. This time, the feeling of restraint was more intense than before. The attending nurses remained oblivious to any discrepancies in the monitoring data, their eyelids drooping, on the verge of slumber. Just a minute prior, they had been anxious and alert. Yet now their eyes battled against sleep. Mu Chong floated in that abyss of darkness, unable to break free, her soul imprisoned, her body unresponsive to the intense pain that coursed through her, like a hammer striking relentlessly. The core of her mental energy blazed with a dull ache, rendering her oblivious to the pain radiating from her body. Even the agony of her lungs gasping for air became a mere whisper. As the torment escalated, the pain spread throughout her being. Pain was bearable, the numbness of her body inconsequential. But to suffer so intensely while being unable to control her own movements, was that not a violation of the very rules of existence? A cacophony of discordant sounds erupted, the jarring vibrations assaulting her eardrums like a thunderous symphony, with a melody reminiscent of a grand war film, resounding with vigor and brilliance. In an instant, the pure darkness was shattered. Her consciousness surged back into her body, and Mu Chong opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the shadow lunging towards her with ferocity. She spun and rolled, tumbling off the bed. The shadow pursued, clinging to her like a relentless specter. Just as she regained her breath, her chest heaving, the pain remained, yet her limbs were free, a welcome reprieve. She would not submit passively. If she wished to live, she must devise a means of escape to prevent the shadow from ensnaring her once more. But alas, there was no comparison to be made. Whether she pounded on the door or cried out in desperation, today's nurses were blind, deaf, and blissfully unaware. Lost in a deep slumber, the shadow morphed into a human shape on the wall, its pitch-black face fixated on Mu Chong, void of features. Yet it seemed to curl its non-existent lips into a sinister smile. The shadow lunged at Mu Chong once more. And the narrow confines of the room made evasion nearly impossible. Mu Chong dashed towards the door, attempting to wrench it open. Even triggering an alarm would suffice. Yet, after only a few steps, her right foot was ensnared by the shadow's rope-like manifestation, pulling her backward. Chapter 25, Bloodstains on the Small Black Window Bang. The ankle was seized, and Mu Tong lost her balance, tumbling forward. As she fell, she managed to brace herself with her hands and flip, narrowly avoiding a direct impact to her knee. In the cramped, desolate hospital room, there was nothing within reach to serve as a weapon. Ignoring the pull from behind, Mu Tong scrambled towards the door, but another foot was ensnared by a shadow, yanking her backward violently, lifting her slight frame off the ground in a sweeping motion. Thud. She was violently slammed against the wall, her back rebounding off the surface before sliding down. Accompanied by a sharp crack, her right shoulder bone shattered. Raising her head, Mu Tong beheld the shadow on the wall, its mouth curling upward into a sinister smile, reminiscent of those puppeteered corpses. The grin stretching almost beyond the width of its cheeks. Her mind raced, seeking feasible escape strategies, yet she found herself weaponless and defenseless, her assailant lacking any physical form. Everything felt like an illusion. Yet this illusion was terrifying enough to be fatal. At that moment, Mu Tong genuinely wished she were insane, that the shadow before her was merely a figment of her imagination. Collapsing against the wall, she watched as the shadow elongated, creeping along the wall and extending toward her. A shadow, that's all it was. She fixated on it, her gaze unwavering as it moved. Light gives rise to shadows, and they require a medium for reflection or refraction. Thoughts flitted through her mind, but her body felt like a puddle of glue, immobilized, unable to move or even roll away. The shadow on the opposite wall expanded, growing taller and more menacing, its smile grotesque, stretching toward the ceiling and enveloping the room in an all-encompassing shroud, spreading to every corner where light could refract, constructing shadowy prisons around her. Mu Tong, trembling, steadied herself against the wall, positioned directly beneath the lone source of light in the room, a pathetic little round window. If only she were taller. She could stand and block the light with her back, perhaps suffocating the shadow. Yet, the chasm between life and death could be merely a desperate inch. A hand stretched out on tiptoe. Was her short stature and small frame a justification for her demise? Data regarding distances and angles flashed through her mind. The shadow enveloping the entire room, its faceless smile revealing an almost ecstatic delight, as if it were about to consume the entire space. This shadow was most likely the murderer behind the string puppet corpses displayed at the sanatorium in recent days. Positioned under the window and facing the imminent shadow, Mu Tong bent slightly, legs braced, and leaped upward with all her might, regardless of the slim chances of success. In one fluid motion, she tore down the bedsheet and pillow, using them to cover the window, plunging the room into darkness. Was she saved? Staring at the bare wall, she realized the makeshift cover could only last for so long before it would inevitably fall. She had to escape this room, but the damned door wouldn't budge. What to do? Within less than a second, dozens of calculations raced through Mu Tong's mind. Blocking the light seemed to be the only immediate solution. Without further contemplation, she bit into her wrist, blood gushing forth. The bedsheet fell gently to the ground, and grasping a corner of it with her severed arm, she nodded in satisfaction at the small round window, smearing it with blood, effectively obscuring the light. The coverage was nearly complete, bolstered by the pillow, rendering it nearly opaque. As Mu Tong's pallor deepened from blood loss, the wound on her wrist continued to bleed, staining the ground with small crimson blooms. She was unaware of how long this blood would shield her from the light or whether the shadow would truly cease its assault in the absence of illumination. Contemplating how to open the room's door, she simulated various escape routes in her mind, yet her body suddenly began to sway. The soft plastic cup on the table rattled with the tremors, emitting a rhythmic sound. The vibrations intensified, and with a crack, the glass of the small round window shattered into countless shards. This was disastrous. It was all over. Yet, to Mu Tong's surprise, the ominous shadow did not reappear. Instead, a tremendous rumbling ensued, shaking the entire building violently, making it nearly impossible to stand. She was certain she heard an explosion. Something must have happened outside, causing the shadow to momentarily disregard her. The desire to survive surged within her, yet no viable escape plan surfaced, marking a tragic moment in her life. Everything, the walls, the floor, shook violently, the once quiet building coming to life, the silence shattered by a cacophony of terrified screams and cries flooding Mu Tong's ears. Amidst the chaos, a distinct voice rang out, "Boy, you're still alive." Mutong faintly heard a distant, unclear voice filled with surprise. "As expected of the one I chose. The message was urgent. Enemies are approaching. Get down." Couldn't they just cut to the chase? Her body reacted faster than her mind could process, instinctively. She obeyed the command and dropped flat against the ground. The violent tremors persisted, and lying on the floor allowed her to more acutely sense the vibrations. The entire building swaying like willow branches in a tempest. Boom. The sound of thunder exploded in her ears. The acrid scent of smoke, mingled with the stench of blood, filled the air, while cries and hurried footsteps surged, transforming the once quiet sanatorium into a chaotic scene in the dead of night. This could not merely be the work of the shadowy killer. The situation had escalated significantly. Mutong lay on the floor, one hand shielding her head. The dizziness overwhelming her, her weakened state exacerbated by blood loss and multiple falls, rendering her nearly incapable of standing. Suddenly, something heavy fell from above, striking her head and causing her right hand to feel warm and damp. A wave of pain surged through her skull, and nausea overwhelmed her, as if she were drowning, the air in her chest being gradually expelled. Her consciousness blurred, and for a moment, Mutong felt as if she were trapped in a dream, perpetually experiencing the harrowing fight for survival in a post-apocalyptic wilderness. Her very existence was under relentless scrutiny. Amidst the crashing of waves, her awareness faded, and the sounds around her grew fainter. Chapter 26. The Indomitable Will to Survive. Mutong fainted, perhaps for a few minutes or merely a few seconds. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying amidst ruins. The third hospital building had collapsed under intense tremors. In such circumstances, the fact that she had not been crushed to death and was still alive felt like a surreal dream. Every part of her body ached as she lay among the debris, surrounded by patients and medical staff fleeing in panic, amidst rising flames. The dark night of Island No. 3 was transformed into a dazzling fireball, shattering the tranquility of Crescent Bay. The building had partially collapsed, on the floor where Mutong lay. Everything above the 18th floor was sheared off as if struck by a heavy hammer. The right half had caved in, and most floors had lost their ceilings. The scene around Mutong was chaotic. Some were frantically rushing down, while others, still groggy, were oblivious to the unfolding disaster. With her hands pressed against the ground, Mutong struggled to rise. After several attempts, she managed to push herself up, only to find her right leg pinned beneath a fallen stone pillar. She had no choice but to claw at the ground, pulling her leg backward. The rough edge of the stone scraped against her wound, leaving it a bloody mess. Yet, the sharp pain did not halt her movements. A dark shadow suddenly loomed before her, obscuring much of her view, a towering figure that could only be described as imposing. Dressed in a hospital gown, the figure's head was bowed, rendering its expression indistinguishable, merely a blurry silhouette. "Though my target is not you. Since you have been chosen to be a part of my theater, escape is not an option. Otherwise, I shall be quite embarrassed." A sense of dread coursed from her tailbone to her forehead, every hair on her body standing on end. Danger, deadly danger. Various escape and counterattack strategies flashed through Mutong's mind, yet none were feasible given her current physical state. To make matters worse, her leg remained trapped. As the shadow advanced towards her along the ground, its mouth stretched impossibly wide, nearly reaching its ears. Mutong could not comprehend the shadow's words about theater or target. All that resonated in her mind was a singular thought. She could not die. She did not want to die. She must survive, at all costs. With a fierce push from her left leg against the stone pillar, her right ankle snapped, but finally, she freed her leg. The intense pain made her acutely aware of the peril she faced. Using the momentum, she rolled backward, only to find that the wall behind her had already collapsed. Her roll felt akin to a leap from a height, and she plummeted downward. Oh, the tenacious little actress is quite delightful. Why ruin such a gifted body? I would be heartbroken. Why not come willingly? As Mutong tumbled down the sloped remains of the building, she curled into a ball, cradling her head with her arms, descending along the jagged edge of the broken floor. At the precipice, her body suddenly became airborne, plummeting from several dozen meters. Mutong was no superhuman. She did not possess the extraordinary physicality required to endure such a fall unscathed. The vertical drop offered no cushioning, and she knew that falling like this would likely reduce her to a pulp, with a survival probability of less than 0.1. She did not anticipate miracles. She only understood that she must exert every ounce of strength to survive. During her descent, her elite reflexes kicked in, her body responding at an unprecedented speed. She twisted mid-air, crashing into the wall, her uninjured hand grasping the edge, which merely slowed her descent. Her fingernails broke upon impact, and her fingers scraped along the fractured wall, quickly becoming a bloody mess. Her bones were surely broken. Her ribs were likely dislocated. Yet, there was no time to reflect on her injuries. The sky garden on a lower floor remained intact, providing a bed of lush foliage to break her fall. Though she did not splatter like a red bean paste, the impact intensified her headache, and her mind was flooded with fleeting images, some familiar from dreams, others not, each exacerbating her pain. I must admit, you truly are a delightful surprise, my charming little actress. The shadow's muffled voice reached her ears, carried by the wind. Every bone in her body felt as though it were crushed, rendering her too weak to support her own weight. Am I to perish? No, I cannot die. I must survive, I must. Perhaps the sheer will to live summoned a powerful force as Mu Tong broke free from the suffocating grip of despair. As fresh air filled her lungs, her instinct was to strike first. Attack was the best form of defense. Yet the greatest challenge before Mu Tong was not knowing where to strike or how to inflict harm upon the shadow. Dragging her injured body, she crawled behind a collapsed wall, hiding her slight frame in the crevice, quietly awaiting the looming figure. The shadow soon approached, moving in the opposite direction. It was then, as the shadow turned its back, that Mu Tong sprang from her hiding place, propelled by a shard of metal aimed at her foe. The shadow reacted swiftly, spinning around, its indistinct face expanding in her view. You think a mere trickle of blood can deceive me? The final words never escaped its lips, as a sharp cry of pain erupted from the shadow instead. Chapter 27. Becoming an actor. Mu Tong lay on the ground, gazing up at the indistinct features of the shadowy figure. Blood streamed from where its eyes should be, rapidly staining its blurred visage a deep crimson. The shadow raised a hand to touch its face, its fingers becoming smeared with the sanguine liquid, resembling a black silhouette doused in red ink. Lowering its head, the dark, featureless face bore two crimson voids fixated on Mu Tong, its smile frozen, the wide mouth now drawn tight into a straight line. The sensation of life being threatened remained ever present. Mu Tong's hands flailed amidst the debris, her eyes fixed on the shadow as it loomed larger. No longer a theatrical performance, but a suffocating intent to kill. As the shadow enveloped her, its dark form extended, gripping Mu Tong's leg, and she felt herself suddenly lifted, dangling in midair. The disobedient little actress requires proper discipline, it murmured, its voice heavy with menace. Suspended. Mu Tong's gaze remained locked on the blood-filled voids of the shadow's face, wounds that were not inflicted by her hand. The shadow yanked her closer, its indistinct visage hovering just above her. She could sense no breath, no warmth. The gaping wounds expanded ominously until they were mere inches from her own face. Instinctual survival and a primal urge to fight propelled Mu Tong into action without a moment's hesitation. With a shard of sharp metal gripped firmly in her other hand, she swung once more, this time aiming for the carotid artery. Such reflexes required no conscious thought, as if she had executed this dance countless times before. The tragedy lay in the fact that, despite her sharp awareness and swift reactions, her frail body was incapable of yielding the strength necessary for survival. I admire your spirit, but you should not have made me hurt you, the shadow declared, irritation seeping through its tone. Disobedient little actress must face severe punishment. I must discipline you. Mu Tong swung violently in midair, gaining momentum until she was spun around, her vision blurring. With a sudden impact, her body collided with the wall, rolling down amidst falling debris. She coughed up blood, her mouth filled with the metallic taste of iron. She did not wish to count how many ribs were broken. The chilling, cold words were unmistakably a threat, laced with a hint of anticipation. The shadow watched her intently, yet received no reaction of fear in return. The expressions of terror etched in the eyes of countless corpses seemed to deepen, as the wounds at their mouths only magnified their dread. Yet Mu Tong was not consumed by fear. She sensed the peril, the lethal threat looming over her. Instead of succumbing, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Her heartbeat thundered. The exhilaration coursing through her veins was palpable, even in the face of impending doom, a sensation she could scarcely comprehend. However, she could not restrain herself. The two attacks she had made were far from lethal in the eyes of her assailant. And how the shadow's face had gotten those blood-filled voids remained a mystery to her. If only her physical prowess were stronger, perhaps she could seize an opportunity to escape. If she were the huntress of her dreams, eliminating this shadow would be as simple as a flick of her fingers. Yet the reality was that she was merely a frail, undeveloped child, easily toppled by a gust of wind. After being thrown twice, Mu Tong lay on the ground, every bone and muscle in her body screaming in agony. Movement became a struggle, each breath requiring immense effort, yet her mind raced with clarity. Angles, wind direction, speed, data crucial for combat flashed through her mind. She glanced at the towering figure crouching nearby, and in that brief moment, her mind simulated several instantaneous strategies to bring her foe to ruin. Alas, her current physique could not support the execution of any of these plans. As the shadow approached once more, her legs bound, she mustered the courage to speak before being flung away again. "Why do you wish to kill me? Can I know the reason?" Her delicate face was marred with blood and dirt, yet somehow exuded a haunting beauty, reminiscent of a shattered Venus or an unfinished statue of a war goddess. In that moment, Mu Chong appeared as a fragmented work of art. "Oh, are you stalling for time?" The shadow replied, a theatrical tone lacing its words. "Indeed, you have discerned my intent. I am here to assess your acting quality. And what a delightful surprise it is to encounter such an unexpected scene. Life is indeed the most splendid stage. Yet these unexpected events were not orchestrated by this killer alone. There lingered another presence, or perhaps a group, their aim not directed at Mu Chong, but at others. At this moment, she had no time to ponder further. Breathing became increasingly difficult, her limbs heavy with fatigue after numerous struggles. The shadow leaned closer to Mu Chong's ear. Its grin stretching wide, "Join my theater." Chapter 28. A stroke of bad luck. What does it feel like to be on the brink of death? Pain. An inability to breathe. A numbness that envelopes one's senses. The heartbeat fluctuates erratically, while limbs remain securely bound, motionless. Ultimately, the limbs droop feebly, no longer able to stir, as the once thunderous heartbeat gradually weakens, and breathing ceases entirely. The assassin maintains a crouched stance, observing the lifeless target, a sinister grin stretching across his face. "Rest assured, I shall ensure your performance dazzles the audience. You shall undoubtedly become one of the most distinguished actors in my theater." That beautiful, defiant visage, "Oh, you are about to embrace your most radiant moment." His voice, rich with dramatic flair, ebbs and flows with intense emotional resonance. "Shabi, true to your name, why are you so obsessed with conversing with the dead?" Who, immersed in the ecstasy of acquiring a new puppet, the dark figure, suddenly called by its true name, jolts upright, reciting various lines directed at the corpse of Mu Chong. The slender shadow slips away into the crevices of the ruins. Perhaps it would be prudent to contemplate how to fulfill his mission. The shadow scoffs, "When did my task require your meddling?" The two conversing are acquainted, their relationship far from amicable. Boom. A resounding crash accompanies a violent tremor as the floor beneath Shabi shatters. The midsection of the building collapses layer by layer. Naturally, Mu Chong's corpse plummets alongside this violent upheaval. The assassin, known as Shabi, swiftly reacts, pursuing the dark figure as it descends through the fractured walls, intent on seizing Mu Chong. No, his artistic masterpiece remains unfinished. Shabi follows the shadow as the collapsing structure crumbles in succession, debris, shattered metal, and scattered apparatus littering the scene. In the dimness of night, dust swirls. Both Mu Chong and Shabi find themselves entombed within the ruins. At this moment, the Kerala Sanatorium stands in stark contrast to its usual serene and tranquil appearance, resembling a paradise. The coastal barrier glimmers with interwoven blue and red waves of light, visibly wavering under the strain of external pressures and internal shocks. The once starry sky is now shrouded in darkness, a suffocating crimson glow roiling above. The temperature on the island rises alarmingly, the scorching air making each breath feel searingly hot. Buildings across the island collapse, unidentified flying objects sporadically plummeting from the sky, while the ruins are strewn with corpses, patients, and caregivers alike. The botanical garden has been utterly devastated, its flora exposed to the air, withering rapidly. The earthquake persists, and in the distant ink-black sky, small dark specks appear, drawing closer. Suddenly, a swarm of single-person shuttles descends like locusts. The shuttles accelerate, diving towards Crescent Bay, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire upon the ground, bullets bursting forth in a crimson glow, tracing lines of light through the air. The sensation of firing these vintage assault rifles is truly exhilarating. A gunman piloting a shuttle grins widely, eagerly reloading ammunition. The sound of gunfire reverberates, shell casings flying outward, each shot sending a thrill through the gunman as the recoil is easily managed. Yet, the absence of recoil renders the experience somewhat mundane. This is the reason the gunman is enamored with vintage assault rifles. The ease of the task and minimal threat allow such weaponry to serve as the primary offensive force, a luxury seldom afforded in routine missions. The cacophony of gunfire and the vivid red trails intertwine in the dim night, weaving a tapestry of fiery chaos. Among the ruins, a survivor, barely clinging to life, is caught in the maelstrom of relentless gunfire. Amidst the debris of the collapsed hospital building, a figure clad in a patient-esque gown walks barefoot, tirelessly digging through the rubble. Boy, are you still alive? I can no longer feel your breath. He excavates with bare hands, pushing aside the accumulated stones and metal. Suddenly, with a forceful shove, he is thrown back. It's you again! Who are you? And why are you so intent on assassinating me? The assassin stares at the figure for a long moment before solemnly declaring, whether you are truly mad or feigning insanity is of no consequence. Someone desires your death, and you must meet your fate. The assassin's words do not delay his assault. He knows not the origins of this individual, but since a price has been set, he must fulfill the directive laid before him. However, the current turn of events is entirely unexpected. In addition to him, two other factions have chosen this moment to strike. So far, the assassin recognizes one of the others as the solitary killer, screenwriter Shabi, while he remains ignorant of the second group. Their target is not an individual. It appears they intend to seize this opportunity to obliterate the Corrales Sanatorium entirely. Despite the intricate connections between his organization and the sanatorium as a mere operative, he has no intention of undertaking any additional responsibilities beyond reporting to his superiors. His sole task is clear: regardless of distractions or unforeseen circumstances, he must eliminate his target. The robustness of 258's physique renders the assassin despondent. He appears nearly indestructible, withstanding blows and assaults from various weapons, always managing to cling to life with a remarkable healing ability that borders on the insane. After successfully evading the assassin once more, 258 resumes his search for the treasure-seeking boy. Boy, are you still alive? If so, make a sound. The rubble shifts upward as bullets rain down, ricocheting shell casings and debris scattering. A mound of earth rises, and a dark hand emerges, followed by a shadowy head devoid of discernible features. Shabi extricates himself from the debris, appearing disheveled after losing track of Mu Tong during the descent. Buried beneath the rubble, locating the body will not prove an easy task. More crucially, the corpse has lost its freshness. Such an interruption is a lamentable waste. The little girl is on the verge of losing her chance to take the lead role. The bullets continue to rain down indiscriminately, enveloping the area in a storm of chaos. The two assassins, each on distinct missions, find themselves caught within the crossfire. They do not possess the formidable defenses of 258, which seem almost beyond human capacity. This is fate's cruel guidance. Goodbye, little girl. Upon confirming Mu Tong's demise, Shabi, forced by the indiscriminate onslaught, abandons his search for the body and departs. The other assassin, however, is not so fortunate. His mission remains unfulfilled. Retreat is not an option, and he must persist in his relentless struggle against the madman. 258. Chapter 29. Resuscitation 258. Undeterred by the relentless pursuit of the assassin, sprinted barefoot through the ruins, desperately rummaging through the debris until he unearthed the lifeless body of Mu Chong. Breathless and devoid of a heartbeat, it was unmistakably a corpse. Grasping Mu Chong's shoulders, 258 shook him fervently, pleading, "Young man, you bear a heavy burden yet to be fulfilled. How can you succumb to death so easily? Brave youth. Your journey spans the vast cosmos. To lie here in death is to invite reproach." What absurdity was this? Was 258 not the greater fool, indulging in such theatrics? With a frantic left and right motion, and a slow-motion replay of gestures, the shaking persisted. This was the epitome of unrest and death. A sharp intake of breath followed by a violent fit of coughing jolted Mu Chong from his stupor. As he blinked awake, 258, filled with joy, lifted him up exclaiming, "I knew you wouldn't perish. You are the valiant seeker of my treasure, and I have faith in you." What faith indeed? Mu Chong had painstakingly seized the opportunity to feign death, only to be exposed by this boisterous fool. With his shoulders pinned by 258 and his feet dangling helplessly, he attempted to stretch his legs in vain. His short stature, a testament to his youth, rendered him unable to find purchase on the ground. A bitter smile eluded him. He assured himself that he would grow taller, surely. The assassin, witnessing what appeared to be a resurrected corpse, chuckled at his newfound fortune, glancing toward the direction in which Shabi had departed. Today was indeed his lucky day. Mu Chong was his prize. As 258's vigorous shaking nearly induced a cerebral hemorrhage. The agony in Mu Chong's already fractured ribs intensified, possibly pressing against his lungs, rendering each breath a torturous endeavor. Why was it so difficult to simply enjoy a life of comfort, warmth, and sunshine? The sensation of drowning receded, leaving Mu Chong in a hazy daze, his thoughts sluggish. The cacophony of 258's exuberant shouts filled his ears, alternating between nonsensical codes and youthful exuberance. His mind spun, and through the disorientation, he could discern faint sounds. Every part of his body ached, and he weakly tapped 258's arm, signaling for release. Upon relinquishing his grip, Mu Chong steadied himself, surveying the devastation around him. Struggling to reconcile the grim reality with his senses, the dim sky was interspersed with crimson flames, buildings lay in ruin, and the once vibrant sanatorium had been reduced to rubble. Smoke billowed ominously across the island, blending the acrid scent of gunpowder with the metallic tang of blood. Carried by the wind, wiping the blood obscuring his vision from his face, Mu Chong gazed towards the coastline, where, despite the nighttime obscurity, he spotted streaks of orange light slicing through the haze. Shuttles. The ultra-thin shuttles plummeted from the sky like daggers, followed closely by a swarm of ominous shadows. The dark mass, indistinguishable in the night, heightened Mu Chong's sense of danger, every nerve in his body screaming to flee. Yet, his frail form remained rooted in place, helpless against the dissonance between his body and mind. As the shadows drew nearer, Mu Chong discerned the creatures soaring through the flames and gunfire, large birds with sharp beaks, 2-meter wingspans, and glaring red eyes that stood out against the night. These terrifying avians swooped down upon the shuttles, one diving with precision to snatch a caregiver hidden amidst the wreckage, its beak piercing through flesh before it ascended, trailing a line of blood through the air. Bullets ricocheted off the birds, sparking against their dark feathers, yet chaos reigned. The facade of tranquility at the coral sanatorium had been shattered. Another bird dove toward him, its beak brimming with lethal intent, its wings glinting with a menacing sharpness. Closer, ever closer. Breathe, breathe. Gone were the sounds of screams and explosions, replaced by the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat and the looming presence of the approaching bird. Speed, direction, obstacles, angle, an avalanche of calculations raced through his mind. Muscles tensed, consciousness coalescing into a singular force as he gripped a broken arrow, instinctively raising it. With a surge of strength, he hurled it at the oncoming menace. The arrow ignited amidst the flames, piercing the bird's gaping maw. It was not merely an arrow that struck the creature, the bird had charged toward its demise. With a thud, the massive bird crashed to the ground mere meters from Mu Chong. Amidst the frantic escape of the island's inhabitants, few noticed the extraordinary feat of his throw. However, both the assassin and 258 bore witness to the spectacle. With a look of pure astonishment, 258 embraced Mu Chong, exclaiming, "I knew I was right about you. Yet, you must muster more strength." The assassin's expression shifted, his resolve hardening. The chaos surrounding Coral Sanatorium only fortified his determination to eliminate his target and escape. Chapter 30, perhaps a mad and beneath the dim sky. Amidst the ruins of a setting sun, a figure clad in a patient-esque gown was violently hurled to the ground. The assassin, confronted with the task of a target that once again rose unscathed, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Though this lunatic's offensive capabilities were rather mediocre, his reaction speed was alarmingly swift. Most daunting was the aura surrounding him, as if he were cloaked in an impenetrable defense that rendered him virtually immortal. Blades, firearms, blunt instruments, everything had been employed, yet the target merely dusted himself off and stood up. Any lethal strike was deftly evaded, leading the assassin to question the very essence of his existence. Meanwhile, an armed force, seemingly emerging from nowhere, was conducting a frenzied sweep across the island. While the assassin and the target, designated as 258, were entangled in their struggle, Mu Chong had managed to crawl to the corpse of a giant bird, retrieving several sharp feathers that had fallen. Fortunately, despite some broken ribs and a cracked right leg, she could still drag her injured limb and rise. Confusion clouded Mu Chong's mind as she pondered her escape route. The entire island was engulfed in chaos, reminiscent of the onset of war. In the turmoil, various vehicles ascended into the air, colliding uncontrollably amidst the barrage of gunfire and smoke, transforming the sky into a dazzling display of explosions, with wreckage raining down. The ground began to tremble, the intensity of the quakes escalating. Kneeling to collect feathers, Mu Chong could distinctly feel the vibrations. An earthquake had struck. Cracks began to emerge, the earth fissuring like a spider's web, spreading outward, as people and trees alike fell into the widening chasms. As the fissures multiplied and expanded, nearby buildings leaned precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Dragging her injured leg, Mu Chong struggled to maintain her pace, unable to run as the cracks pursued her, closing in ominously. Just as despair loomed, she felt a sudden lightness. Her legs lifted off the ground, the wind buffeting her face, pain coursing through her. Turning her head, she saw the scenery racing past her as she was swept along by the powerful grip of her companion, who had taken to sprinting. There was no doubt left. Mu Tong resolved to assign her companion a new moniker, Flying Hare, for with each passing second, they soared faster and faster. Watching the target vanish like a wisp of smoke, the assassin tightened his grip on his weapon, a cold smirk playing on his lips. How amusing it was that he had been toying with him all along. Above, shells and bullets rained down, the monstrous cries of the giant bird intermingling with terrified screams, all drowned out by the cacophony of explosive fire. The azure sea and sky, once serene, now appeared as mere bubbles, burst and dissipated into oblivion. As Mu Tong was whisked away, a rush of blood surged to her head, further disorienting her. Undeterred, the assassin relentlessly pursued them, unwilling to attract the attention of the unidentified forces above, opting instead to rely solely on his legs. However, in this contest of speed, Flying Hare held an undeniable advantage. Moving with the velocity of a whirlwind, Mu Tong came to a stark realization. Her companion had been holding back during their usual evasions from the caretakers. Where do we flee to? Mu Tong's words barely left her lips when Flying Hare abruptly halted. Had he not been tightly wedged under her arm, she would have surely been propelled forward by inertia. It seemed as though Flying Hare had a moment of epiphany. Realizing the gravity of their situation, they lacked any means of transportation. Yet, Mu Tong believed the more pressing concern was how to rid themselves of the assassin who had caught up to them. Though Flying Hare possessed remarkable strength, akin to a human suit of armor, he lacked offensive capability. This conclusion had been reached through careful observation, especially evident during the recent skirmish with the assassin. It was not that Flying Hare was incapable of fighting. Mu Tong sensed, though she could not see, that an invisible force bound him, rendering his attacks feeble and ineffective. While he could contend with ordinary caretakers, he was clearly outmatched against a professional assassin, perhaps even inferior to her own diminutive and fragile frame. A multitude of thoughts raced through Mu Tong's mind, the situation appearing increasingly dire. Please, stop chasing us. You should flee. It's far too dangerous. Flying Hare, adopting a condescending demeanor, proclaimed, I absolve you of your numerous assassination attempts. Depart swiftly. To hell with you. The assassin, trained for such encounters, was unfazed. Thus, a stalemate ensued. The assassin could not kill Flying Hare, and Flying Hare could not defeat the assassin. They remained locked in a test of endurance. Mu Tong felt the assassin's gaze upon her, convinced he now viewed her as the key to breaking this impasse. As the assassin accelerated, they raced through the ruins in a frantic parallel. Do you care for this little girl? The chilling undertone of his voice dripped with malice. A mere glance at the assassin brought forth a flicker of confusion on Mu Tong's face, as if she had not fully grasped his words. With her body tilted, she peered around, noting the vast emptiness devoid of any cover, while overhead, a line of flying shuttles circled ominously. Bullets cascaded like a torrential downpour. Get down. Flying Hare reacted swiftly, hearing Mu Tong's warning, and rolled to the ground, shielding her with his body while grasping a piece of debris from a fallen shuttle to protect their backs. The bullets thudded against the metal remnants, sending jolts of pain through Mu Tong's body. Each part of her felt the sting of various impacts, yet the pain was a reminder of life. As long as there was breath, hope remained. The relentless barrage of bullets compelled the assassin to retreat into the shadows of the ruins. Damn these retro bullets, he muttered. The pleasant sensation of recoil overshadowed by their inadequate lethality. Accuracy was a gamble, and the outcome depended on chance. No wonder they were being phased out. It's a matter of skill, not equipment. A group of voices laughed in the communication channel, treating the assault on Corral Sanatorium as a mere diversion. Yet, the reality on the ground was starkly different, where those unable to escape became victims of the errant bullets, turning into mere targets. Mu Tong remained protected beneath Flying Hare, clutching tightly to the giant bird's feather, peering through the gap in his arm at the sky. The shuttles hovered not too far above, around 30 meters in height, densely clustered at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 8 o'clock positions. How are you? Mu Tong regretted her question the moment it left her lips. As expected, Flying Hare lowered his head, a solemn expression on his face as he declared, You are the chosen one, destined to inherit my treasures. I shall never allow you to perish before your time. Mu Tong found herself perplexed, unable to fathom what she had done to warrant such selection. Chapter 31. Yesterday's theft of today, the sky was filled with a multitude of flying shuttles, weaving and circling as individuals aboard wielded launchers or machine guns. Dense beams of laser and bullets poured down like a torrential rain. The Corps Rehabilitation Center had been transformed into a battleground by these airborne assailants, while the large avian creatures, which swooped in from unknown origins, were little more than inconsequential distractions, posing no real threat to the shuttle battalion. The relentless onslaught of hunters and prey continued unabated. Smoke billowed over Crescent Bay, and the assaults were not confined to Island 3 in the 3rd inpatient building. The entire facility was shrouded in a haze of gunfire. Why was there no defensive retaliation? Despite the prolonged attack, an organized counterstrike had yet to materialize. The facility typically boasted a robust security presence. Was it not reputed to be a high-level rehabilitation center with formidable defenses? Unbeknownst to Mutong, the center had not been devoid of defensive measures. Rather, the main forces had been redeployed to the first main island and other critical locations, resulting in a delayed response for Island 3. The wail of alarms sliced through the air, and as the sirens blared, a swarm of unmanned drones appeared in the sky. With exceptional vision, Mutong spotted the small white flower emblem on the drone's tail fins, the insignia of the Koror Rehabilitation Center. The previously one-sided aerial conflict was disrupted by the arrival of these aircraft, plunging the situation into chaos. The drones, slender and torpedo-like, measuring about a meter in length, moved with incredible speed, their crimson beams locking onto the shuttles. The two factions' attacks intertwined in the sky, diminishing the impact of the bombardment on the ground. The once torrential barrage of bullets thinned to a mere drizzle. Legmao, a remarkable individual, dashed alongside Mutong. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of their assailant, they might have found greater odds of survival by seeking refuge in the ruins. With swift, agile movements, Legmao evaded the sparse rain of bullets that surrounded them, each leap and landing meticulously calculated to find the gaps in the gunfire. Despite the relatively sparse gunfire within a 5-kilometer radius, Legmao's immediate vicinity was a dense storm of bullets, leaving no safe foothold. Fortunately, Mutong, with her petite stature of under 1.5 meters, managed to remain concealed beneath Legmao's towering presence. However, a shuttle trained its sights on them, unleashing a furious barrage. The metal shield that Mutong had scavenged was already riddled with holes, and she felt a warm dampness on her arm and chest, the acrid scent of blood mingling with gunpowder filling her nostrils. Legmao had been injured. Gripping the avian feather tightly, Mutong felt a surge of determination. Legmao's refusal to succumb seemed to incite the fury of the assailants, who closed in with the shuttle. The matte gray-blue shuttle resembled an eel, long and sleek, requiring its pilot to lie flat against its surface. A translucent shield enveloped both the shuttle and its operator, and based on Mutong's observations, her chances of breaching that defense were virtually non-existent. Even the likelihood of an accident was negligible. She needed to find a way to halt the shuttle's onslaught. Her mind raced through angles, speeds, and various data. The overwhelming firepower and the vast, open expanse left her with no cover. With each passing moment, her chances of survival dwindled. Suddenly, a crack echoed in her mind, and Mutong hurled a sharp feather skyward. It struck a passing avian creature in the eye, causing its massive body to tilt and crash into the nearby shuttle. The timing was impeccable. In the instant that the gunfire paused, Legmao seized Mutong and they resumed their frantic dash, now with a clear target in sight. The shuttle that had been knocked askew by the avian creature lay not far off. Mutong understood Legmao's intentions. Yet a grave dilemma confronted them. The shuttle would not start. Legmao grasped the injured pilot and slammed him to the ground, pinning him with an elbow to the neck. "I'll give you a chance. Unlock the ignition now, or your mount will be commandeered." The pilot appeared to be in a state of shock, enduring blow after blow as his helmet became marred with blood. The once smug expression morphed into a mask of fear and agony. The brutality of Legmao's actions left Mutong gripping the avian feather tighter, envy and admiration coursing through her veins. Her physical prowess paled in comparison, a disconcerting mismatch that gnawed at her spirit. With the shuttle inoperable, surrender became inevitable. Legmao hoisted Mutong once more, kicking the shuttle aside as they fled. The swarm of shuttles overhead detected Legmao's rapid movements, unleashing a hail of bullets. The air filled with the sound of continuous explosions. The combat between the drones and shuttles showed no regard for collateral damage. Legmao's evasion was unmatched. Akin to a protagonist in an action film, gliding effortlessly through the gunfire, dodging with precision and speed. The only difference was that Legmao could indeed be injured. "I can't keep this up. Go on without me," Mutong urged, fearful that Legmao might impulsively abandon her. With her body battered and several bones fractured, she doubted she could survive being flung to safety. Amidst the ruins, they lay together as a massive shadow loomed over the rehabilitation center, engulfing it in darkness while beams of light shot down in succession. Mutong shook her head, striving to maintain consciousness as her surroundings blurred and the cacophony of explosions and gunfire echoed in her ears. Then, silence enveloped her, an unprecedented stillness replacing the chaos. Pain coursing through her body. In a daze, she felt herself being turned by unseen hands. Voices, both male and female, drifted into her consciousness. But the vibrations in her head rendered their words incomprehensible. Her body was dragged several meters before being tossed, and she felt herself lift into the air and crash to the ground, agony surging through her as her awareness faded, leaving her utterly oblivious to her surroundings. In a single night, the idyllic imagery of the Koror Rehabilitation Center, with its serene blue skies and tranquil seas, was irrevocably shattered. Chapter 32. Still not hungry enough, especially the ribs in the chest, at least 3 of which were broken. Each breath brought excruciating pain, accompanied by waves of itching. Yet, the pain made Mu Chong acutely aware of her own survival. Astonishingly, she had not perished. She could open her eyes once more. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. A fleeting moment of joy. How wonderful it was to be alive. As her sensory perceptions gradually returned, Mu Chong was overwhelmed by the stench of blood, sweat, and other mingled bodily odors, reminiscent of spoiled yogurt and rotten eggs, with an indescribable metallic tang, suppressing her body's instinctive revulsion. She began to observe her surroundings to distract herself. With slight movements of her head, she discovered herself wedged between 2 unconscious individuals, familiar faces from the 3rd hospital building. To her right was a caregiver, to her left, a patient from the same building. She struggled to sit up, her eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. The space was not particularly spacious, with tiny holes in the ceiling allowing faint beams of light to pierce through, barely illuminating the area. Numerous individuals lay around her in various states of unconsciousness. Mu Chong was the first to awaken. Where was this place? Her consciousness fluctuated between clarity and confusion, reminiscent of drifting on the surface of the sea, rising and falling. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, despite the presence of many. Even the sound of breathing was faint and indistinct. Uncertain how much time had passed, others began to stir from their stupor. During their unconsciousness, Mu Chong had maneuvered herself into a corner, awkwardly wedged behind the 2 unconscious bodies, striving to minimize her presence. From her chosen vantage point, she could survey the entire cramped space. There were 36 people, 21 men and 15 women, among whom 6 appeared to be no older than 14. 8 were familiar faces from the 13th hospital building, and 3 wore prison uniforms. The dim light, combined with the injuries and blood-soaked appearances of the individuals, obscured their features. At 12, 1, 2, and 6 o'clock, the most threatening individuals were positioned at these cardinal points. A foul-smelling figure lay sprawled 5 meters directly in front. Pretending to be dead, to the right, an elderly man was teetering on the brink of death, a mere 70 centimeters away. There seemed to be a hidden device in the center of the ceiling, and surveillance cameras were likely concealed within the walls. Mu Chong continuously recited in her mind everything she had observed thus far, formulating the most plausible escape plan. Unable to locate an exit, and with her current physical state rendering it impossible to break through walls, it seemed her only option was to wait patiently. Regardless of who had captured her and these patients and caregivers, the fact that they had not been killed immediately indicated there were further plans in motion. All she needed was to bide her time and prepare herself. Seconds turned into minutes as Mu Chong remained in a state of semi-consciousness, alternating between lucidity and a haze. During the moments of confusion, she often felt as though she were drowning, gasping for breath, her body entirely numb, as if nearing death. Where was this place? Why was she here? Time passed, and gradually more individuals began to awaken. The once silent, confined space erupted with chaotic shouts filled with confusion and fear. Help! Let me out. I'm a staff member from the nursing home. You've got the wrong person. Please let me go. Is anyone there? Hours later, the number of those wasting energy in futile cries dwindled. The intermittent shouting continued for an indeterminate duration as more people regained consciousness, and the atmosphere within the enclosed space grew increasingly peculiar. With no food or water, Mu Chong pondered what state they would descend into after 1 or 2 days. Having experienced apocalyptic survival in her dreams, she understood all too well that, in the struggle for survival, all beings, including humans, could become ruthlessly barbaric in an instant. 1, 2, 3. During moments of clarity, Mu Chong counted the number of seedlings to estimate the passage of time. 38 hours had elapsed since she first awakened. And this was merely the minimum, as the time span in her hazy state was unquantifiable. This meant that the initial wave of unbearable hunger would soon erupt. From the beginning, those who had begun to awaken had incessantly cried for help, but after exhausting their voices for hours, they finally surrendered. The strength sapped by an unknown substance was gradually returning, and as her physical condition improved, her hunger intensified. As her bodily sensations awakened, the demands of survival manifested. Mu Chong shrank back against the wall, attempting to conceal her frail form behind the two unconscious individuals. Approximately 2 hours passed before a man in a caregiver uniform tremulously raised his hand, murmuring, "Take it out, I see it." His gaze fixated on a slender woman beside him. "Take it out. I command you to take it out." The middle-aged woman, also a caregiver, had 2 compressed snacks stashed in her pocket. Unable to tolerate her hunger any longer, she had been caught red-handed while attempting to sneak a bite. The mere appearance of food became a fatal spark. With a thud, the woman was knocked to the ground, her neck seized in a death grip. Ravenous. The individuals soon began to fight over the 2 compressed bread pieces. Mu Chong observed closely. The woman's pocket had initially been empty, and the 2 pieces of food had mysteriously appeared at her feet, which she then picked up and concealed. A fierce struggle for food commenced, with biting, clawing, and tearing as individuals who had once been weak now unleashed a surge of inexplicable strength. In no time, the confined space was permeated with the scent of blood. The middle-aged woman was relentless, shoving the compressed bread into her mouth, even swallowing the unopened packaging whole, leaving nothing for those who had attempted to seize it. Perhaps emboldened by consuming food, the woman suddenly broke free from the man's grip, taunting, "I've swallowed it. If you have the guts, go retrieve it." The frustrated would-be thief spat in disgust and ultimately relented. Now that the food was consumed, what else could be done? Would he dare to try and retrieve it? Mu Chong fixed her gaze on the woman's chewing mouth, acutely aware that she simply was not hungry enough yet. Chapter 33, Major News Events in the Blue River Federation. Located in the Green Star District, the province of Finya, on the planet Taiwan, the Coral Star in the Sea Breezewell Star Province recently experienced a large-scale armed attack. The federal prison and sanatorium situated on Coral Star were subjected to varying degrees of armed assault. The warden of the Coral Federal Prison held a press conference, declaring this attack to be an exceedingly heinous act of armed prison break. On the night of November 28th, at 10 o'clock Coral Star time, an armed fleet infiltrated Coral Star, unleashing a bloody massacre. Preliminary estimates indicate that this armed assault resulted in over 10,000 casualties. With the number of missing persons still under investigation, the significant armed attack on Coral Star raises questions about the potential impact on its secondary development plans, the outcome of which remains to be seen. Following the depletion of its mineral resources, Coral Star entered into a partnership with the government of the Masai Star District to construct prisons and sanatoriums, initiating efforts to rehabilitate the polluted environment. The federal government's plan for the repurposing of abandoned planets appears to be adversely affected. The implications of the Coral Star attack on the forthcoming federal agenda are yet to be determined. Furthermore, it remains to be seen whether the relevant security officials on Coral Star will face accountability. The sanatorium located in the Crescent Bay Islands successfully intercepted 12 missiles, but the casualties were severe. This sanatorium is a crucial component of Coral Star's environmental restoration initiative, housing over 50,000 medical staff and patients, with the casualty and missing persons list still being compiled. The Coral Federal Prison faced a shocking assault. Was it a prison break or something more sinister? In the spacious living room of the Mu family estate, dozens of different broadcasters' holographic images hovered in midair, reporting the same news. Coral Star has been attacked. Several pairs of eyes were glued to the screens, and after a while, someone finally broke the silence. Could Mu Chong have met an unfortunate fate? Indeed. Over 3,000 people are missing from the sanatorium, if luck is not on her side. They had hoped she could lead a good life there. If the excitement and eagerness in their tones were not so difficult to suppress, and their eyes did not lack that spark, these words might have been interpreted as mere anxious concern. As the family's patriarch, Muyid scoffed softly, casting a glance over everyone present, urging them to conceal their unnecessary thoughts and avoid embarrassing themselves. The scrutinized individuals lowered their heads in unison, silently protesting. Mu Yukai, the third son of the Mu family, stepped forward. Everyone is concerned about Mu Chong. Muyid rose and gestured for Mu Yukai to follow him. Some matters were not suitable for family discussion. I have already contacted the sanatorium. Mu Chong's disappearance is indeed confirmed. Muyid poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Isn't this a good thing? Mu Yukai laughed as he sat down. There are no outsiders here. I can't adopt the anxious demeanor of our eldest brother. If Mu Chong is unlucky, it is not our fault. Brother, why should you feel guilty? Why don't we quickly issue an obituary? Once the death certificate is processed, even if she is alive, we can consider her dead. Only if Muchong were truly dead could they claim her rightful estate. Her existence in the sanatorium held less value than her death. With the connection to Lan Xiao, the benefits to the Mu family would be substantial. Recently, Lan Xiao had sent a trusted confidant to visit Muchong. If she were to die, it would complicate their attempts to foster a relationship with Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao was soon heading to the imperial capital. How long could he remember Muchong? Mu Yukai leaned back in his chair, shrugging nonchalantly. Brother. It would be more effective for Mu Lien and Mu Yuan to approach him instead. What if it works out? If it were that easy? Would we even need to discuss it? Leave the obituary to others. Let everyone refrain from acting rashly. The incident at the sanatorium has stirred too much commotion. I've received word that the Federation has dispatched a special investigation team to verify the situation. It's not that simple. Receiving Mu Yud's warning glance, Mu Yukai recalled the special services offered by the sanatorium, and his expression suddenly darkened. What should we do? Mu Yud's gaze swept over his third brother. Being somewhat foolish was acceptable, as long as he listened. The major news outlets of the Blue River Federation continually updated their coverage regarding the armed assault on Carol Star. Compared to the plight of an inconspicuous noble lady, the media focused on whether the secondary transformation and new energy development plans for Carol Star could proceed, along with the question of whether any serious offenders had escaped from the federal prison. The number of casualties at the Carol Sanatorium was not the main concern, nor did anyone seem to care about a lonely girl orphaned by tragedy. Recently, keep the family in check. You know how pervasive those media outlets are. The rivalries of noble families are eternally favored topics for gossip tabloids. The Blue River Federation's focus is on planetary construction plans. However, in the relatively small planet of Taiwan, the attack on the Carol Sanatorium reignited interest in Mu Chong, the original heir to the hereditary title of Count. Outside the Mu family estate, journalists hovered at a safe distance, poised to capture breaking news. The moral decay of a noble lady stranded on a remote planet, or the absence of humanity. The sole heir to the Mu family's title is missing, alive or dead, a mere coincidence or a conspiracy. What sinister secrets lie behind the death of the Count's heir in a horrifying attack? Each headline more sensational than the last. The truth remains known only to the Mu family. Even Mu Chong herself, currently on Carol Star, was oblivious to her status as the subject of gossip on a distant planet. When Mu Chong opened her eyes again, she was drawn by the sounds of fierce fighting. Hunger and weakness exacerbated the suffering of everyone in the room, some barely clinging to consciousness. Suddenly, a hole opened in the dark wall, and amidst the stunned silence, several pieces of bloody flesh, still attached to bones, were thrown inside. The acrid stench of blood filled the entire room. With a thud, a chunk of meat fell to the floor, a whole beast's leg, measuring nearly a meter in length, still warm and oozing fresh blood. It's meat. I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Those who had long since been driven mad by hunger no longer cared about whether it was cooked or raw. Chapter 34. The hunger that turned eyes green. With a resounding thud, a massive, bloody beast's thigh landed on the ground. The thick, succulent flesh rebounded slightly upon impact, exuding an intoxicatingly pungent aroma that mingled with the noise, as if signaling a call to the starving. All gazes converged upon the thigh. The atmosphere in the room thickened with heavy breaths. Mu Chong leaned back, retreating closer to the corner. Listen, there is enough meat for each of us. No need to fight, a figure clad in a caregiver's uniform boldly asserted, momentarily silencing the chaos. Mu Chong had not anticipated that this calm would be so fleeting. She watched as a towering man, nearly brushing the ceiling, extended a furry hand and effortlessly swatted the caregiver aside. He claimed 2/3 of the meat for himself, discarding the remainder to the others. Clad in the uniform of Corral Prison, he revealed his slightly yellowed teeth, declaring, "You should be thankful I have no taste for human flesh. As for whether the meat was poisoned or spoiled, such concerns were overshadowed by the dizzying hunger that rendered them weak." Mu Chong's focus was far from the thigh, just 2 meters to her left. A person lunging for the meat was abruptly halted by an invisible barrier, collapsing under the force. This transparent wall partitioned the confined space, and upon closer inspection, Mu Chong surmised it marked the center line, with windows suddenly appearing on either side, each approximately 45 centimeters in diameter. From her vantage point, she noted that the beast's thigh lay beyond the left window. The openings were too small to escape through, and apart from these, there were no other viable exits. This was a meticulously crafted trap. Why do they have meat while we have nothing? The cries of the weak and hungry went unanswered. A group of famished individuals, their eyes glinting with envy, gazed longingly at the others devouring fresh meat. Even raw flesh seemed preferable to nothing at all. Mu Chang's eyes scanned the dimly lit space. Approximately 3 meters ahead, a figure lay motionless on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, their muscles trembling slightly to stave off paralysis. The individual was covered in blood, and their attire was neither a hospital gown nor prison garb, suggesting they were likely an administrative staff member from the sanatorium. Not a visitor during designated hours. Mu Chang's glance was fleeting, deliberately avoiding drawing attention to herself. As the others feasted on the beast's flesh, the window on her side finally opened, but instead of meat, it was filled with pre-packaged compressed bread. The transparent wall dividing the space served to deliberately segregate the two groups, one side receiving meat, the other bread, a clear arrangement. The portions were precisely calculated, matching the number of individuals present. Mu Chang received her share, tearing open the packaging. The dough expanded rapidly upon contact with air, forming a fist-sized lump. She took a bite, the texture so dense that it was difficult to swallow, requiring prolonged mastication. Yet, Mu Chang savored each chew, smiling as she did so, despite the troubling sensation of her wounds intensifying with each morsel consumed. With the first feeding came a second, then a third. They were kept in a state of hunger, but not to the point of starvation. The quantity of food provided was strictly regulated, decreasing by 1/3 each time. As the supply dwindled, so too did the number of those able to partake. Mu Chang silently counted in her mind, glancing at the window in the ceiling, sensing that the moment was nearing. Fresh meat had only been distributed every 2 days, just as hunger reached its unbearable peak while still retaining a modicum of strength. After 3 or 4 distributions had established a pattern, the sudden reduction in supply heightened the vigilance of the ravenous individuals. The struggle for food became inevitable. With a loud crash, a bloodied piece of meat was thrown down. This time, it was no larger than a palm. The realization struck those across the way. Such a meager portion could not possibly be shared among them all. A tension-filled silence ensued as they exchanged wary glances. A somewhat robust man surged forward, exclaiming, "That meat is not yours alone." As one person charged, the hesitant others could no longer hold back, and they too rushed forward. Biting and tearing, they fought like beasts over the sanguine morsel. It had only been a little over 10 days. Mu Chang huddled in the corner, observing as the food supply continued to dwindle, and the desperation grew fiercer. It was only a matter of time before those accustomed to fresh blood and flesh would turn their hungry gazes toward her side. Although the supply of compressed bread was also decreasing, it was filling, and the two factions became starkly opposed. Mu Chang remained nestled in her corner, taking only her allotted bread, consuming half while hiding the other half. Upon regaining consciousness, she remained bewildered by the unfolding events. The most perplexing aspect for her was her own body. After being attacked by an assassin, falling from a height, and rolling amidst the rubble, she had suffered several broken bones yet continued to greet waves of pain and itching with a smile. If amnesia had not muddled her understanding, her body was recovering at an extraordinary rate. Though puzzled, she convinced herself that perhaps this was a blessing, that she might possess some innate gift. As Mu Chang chewed on her compressed bread, she maintained an unusual sense of pleasure in eating amidst such dire circumstances, a feat beyond the reach of most, even herself, who sometimes pondered whether her family had starved her prior to her admission to the sanatorium, a thought that felt utterly unforgivable. She slowly transformed the bread into a tasteless paste, swallowing only small bits to prolong the act of eating. Days blurred into one another, and Mu Chang lost count of how long it had been. When the time for food distribution arrived again, several pieces of compressed bread were tossed down from the ceilings. Yet there was still no fresh meat, marking the third instance of such a drought. This was a perilous signal. Mu Chang's gaze fell to the center of the floor, where her fears materialized. The barriers separating the two groups vanished. Chapter 35. The Emergence of the Corpse Eater in the Southern Hemisphere of Carol. A layer of oppressive red clouds drifted across the azure sky, intertwining shades of blue and red, creating a somber atmosphere. The sea mirrored the crimson glow, transforming the surface into a seamless reflection of the heavens, while a gentle breeze caused the water to shimmer enticingly. The serene scene of blue skies, azure waters, and orange light appeared deceptively tranquil. A small, rusted metallic sphere, no larger than an infant's fist, darted swiftly across the water, leaving a trail of white froth in its wake. Beneath this ripple, a series of pristine white containers floated in unison, gliding smoothly in the direction of the metallic buoy. Leading the way was a large, oval-shaped fish, its corroded exterior suggesting it might disintegrate at any moment. Inside the metallic submarine, which housed interconnected compartments for transporting the containers, only 2 individuals were present, one hunched over a bowl of food, engrossed in his meal, while the other, casually smoking, monitored the surveillance screens. The tall figure, puffing on his cigarette, nudged his companion, indicating that it was nearly time for the action to commence. This routine had become tiresome, lacking any excitement. The other man glanced at the monitor, his gaze flitting across 12 screens before settling on the lower right corner of one, lifting his chin in recognition. Did you see that buzzcut child? She's the target of focus this time. Pay attention to her reactions. The companion, still smoking, tapped a few buttons on the control panel, transforming the surveillance feed into a holographic interface, where each individual within the containers bore a white cursor number above their heads. Number 321, quite exquisite, indeed, he remarked. The other man erupted into laughter. Ha. Yes, that's her. She'll fetch a handsome price without any training. On the screens, each person's head was marked with a numerical cursor, matching the identifiers from the sanatorium. The overweight man, slurping ramen, gazed at the footage, recalling that the observers had rated her highly. Upon pressing a green button, the transparent barrier within the container vanished. Mu Chong had been huddled in a corner, observing. This was the first time the barrier had disappeared, and what was being seized was merely the recently delivered compressed bread. Yet, the stark contrast in combat prowess was evident. As Mu Chong keenly analyzed the brutal scene before him, it was clear that the need for sustenance drove these individuals to fight viciously, despite their emaciated frames. The bread group was utterly vanquished, lacking strategy or skill. It was pure, primal combat, a desperate struggle for survival. A collective sigh of relief swept through the bread group, particularly from one who had narrowly escaped death. In stark contrast, those who had subsisted on raw beast flesh for days resembled ravenous, enraged beasts, their eyes glowing with a green light that was too fearsome to mate. Mu Chong was engulfed in confusion and dread. The events since the assault on the sanatorium had been terrifying. If this continues, we will all perish. I propose we unite. We have food supplies, while they do not. Soon they will weaken from hunger, and we need not fear them. Unfortunately, few responded to his plea. The opening of the felt like a sudden mishap, swiftly rectified. Yet it irrevocably deepened the rift between the factions within the container. In the confined space, emotions ran high, with every individual viewing others as potential threats to their survival. Time slipped away, and Mu Chong lost count of the seedlings he had been tending to. The chaos of conflict was intense, devoid of specialized combat techniques or robust physiques. Rather, it was driven solely by a primal urge to survive, compelling these individuals to devour one another. To those engaged in battle, their fellow beings were no longer comrades but merely sources of sustenance, flesh that could be consumed. As Mu Chong stared at the horrific scene beyond the transparent wall, his pallor deepened, his expression frozen in shock, as though terror had seized him. Their captors denied them any opportunity to hoard food. Whenever consciousness waned, perhaps during the night, the remnants of their fallen comrades would be reduced to liquid by a powdery substance raining down from the ceiling, seeping into the floor until they vanished entirely. The starving would crawl on the ground, tongues lolling, desperately licking the ground, crying out, "No, no, my flesh," in a state of near despair. Those fortunate enough to have the compressed bread quickly became the targets of their ire. Mu Chong muttered to himself, "They will surely come for me. They won't care if I am alive." The decaying bodies had already bled into the ground. With no cover left before him, a pair of blood-red, green-tinged eyes locked onto Mu Chong, their gaze not recognizing kin but rather assessing him as potential prey. Mu Chong, slight and frail, appeared an easy target, optimal for selection. As anticipated, when the transparent barrier opened once more, the corpse eater lunged towards him. In these disorienting days, his body was mending swiftly, though he could not fathom how his fractured ribs and leg bones were healing so rapidly. Nevertheless, the pain had subsided. He could now move without excruciating agony. Within the cramped chamber, the air was filled with cries of pain, desperate shouts, and the sounds of grappling and tearing flesh. The corpse eater, eyeing Mu Chong, licked his bloodied, cracked lips, his glowing green eyes signaling a ravenous hunger. With no escape route, the confined space offered no chance for evasion. A low growl escaped the throat of the man-eater as he lunged towards Mu Chong. The sound of flesh piercing echoed ominously. The corpse eater's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of dark green light flashing within. Mu Chong's right hand shot out, blood gushing forth, and without pausing, he thrust again and again, several times in quick succession. The concealed feathers of the great bird were extraordinarily sharp. The corpse eater, struck multiple times in vital areas, offered little resistance before collapsing backward. Mu Chong glanced at the mangled abdomen of the fallen prisoner and spoke earnestly, "It's not that I relish in cruelty, it's simply that you were too strong. And I was too weak. I cannot be certain you are truly dead." With that, Mu Chong crouched down, and the great bird's feathers sliced across the corpse-eater's neck. Suddenly, the lifeless body twitched, legs kicking out violently, but this time, it truly drew its last breath. Chapter 36. Death without suicide. The air was permeated with a pungent scent of blood. As a little girl with a head resembling a boiled egg had her delicate features obscured by wounds smeared with gore. Only her slate-blue eyes retained their brightness and purity. Covered in warm, fresh blood, she lifted her face and smiled at the approaching cannibal near the bread zone. Her innocent smile evoking a sense of dread in that grim moment. The would-be attacker hesitated, retreating a couple of steps, deterred by the chilling counterattack of Mutong. She gently nudged the corpse at her feet and rasped, "Aren't you taking this?" In all sincerity, Mutong's words were a genuine inquiry, yet to others, they unmistakably sounded like a blatant threat. Those who had wavered promptly turned their attention to other targets, opting to continue their self-destructive violence. Mutong gazed in confusion at the group, then at the bodies strewn about, incredulous that they would forsake a ready opportunity for survival. Were they still not hungry enough? She steadied her breath, grasping her trembling right hand. After prolonged starvation, the sudden exertion resulted in violent shivers and pain. Her physical condition lagged behind her fighting spirit. Although she recognized the issue, Mutong felt utterly powerless to remedy it. How much longer could such days persist? The longer it dragged on, the more humanity was eroded in this confined space, as primal instincts would inevitably erupt from the depths of hunger and confinement. Starvation, factional divisions, and scant provisions had left nearly everyone in a state of near death. Mutong was perplexed by the unfolding scenario. Her thoughts were strikingly simple. Regardless of the circumstances, her singular desire was to survive. She must live. This conviction was so intense that it rendered her incapable of believing her own medical history. Suicide, an impossibility, absolutely unattainable. Now and forever. Perhaps a month, perhaps two. Who could say? As the ceiling of the confined space opened, a beam of natural light pierced through, prompting Mutong to squint and instinctively shield her eyes from the sun. A flicker of primal fear flashed in her gaze, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. At that moment, the room began to shake violently, swaying from side to side. Mutong heard the sound of crashing waves. Warm gusts of air rushed into the enclosed space, dispersing the heavy stench of blood and sweat. A relief for those who had not breathed fresh air in what felt like an eternity. The sudden influx of fresh air nearly made Mutong retch. With a metallic sound echoing, the floor began to undulate. It dawned on her that she was trapped inside a shipping container, which was now tilting under the sway of the waves, each motion growing more pronounced. The smooth walls offered no handholds. As the container swung sharply to the left, Mutong was flung against the opposite wall, her body momentarily suspended in the air. Everything transpired at breakneck speed. The container was overturned by the tumultuous waves, and she plummeted into the depths below. With a resounding crash, seawater surged in through the openings in the ceiling, pouring relentlessly into the container. A hatch opened, wide enough for one person to escape, drawing the attention of all the survivors to this singular chance for salvation. Exiting through that opening was their only hope to avoid drowning in the onslaught of incoming water. The container continued to rock violently as the sea surged in. Mutong felt a hand grasp her ankle, and as she slipped, she inhaled several mouthfuls of seawater, her head colliding painfully with the wall. The unknown individual, clinging to her like a desperate creature, refused to let go. Dazed, Mutong struggled to rise. Her petite stature made it difficult to keep her head above water. The incoming waves quickly engulfed her. In that moment, her limbs felt weak, unable to pull another person to safety. The instinct to survive burned fiercely within her. Yet she lacked the ability to transform that will into action. As the pain in her head intensified and her consciousness began to fade, a cataclysmic eruption of an underwater volcano filled her mind with turmoil. 13 seconds of survival time remained. No chance of leaving behind a life of debilitating disability. The odds of survival were less than 0.0001. There was no need to struggle. It was advised to abandon the fight for survival and choose a swift demise. An old tape recorder's crackling voice echoed in her thoughts. No, I will not choose to end my life. Coughing violently, she expelled the water that had pooled in her lungs, feeling a sense of relief despite the excruciating pain pressing upon her body. Lying on the soft sands of the beach, Mutong gasped for breath, drenched. Nearby, another person lay, clutching her ankle with a vice-like grip. Glancing down at the figure beside her, then up at the sky, she felt the sun's warmth wash over her. With no strength to kick, she could only sigh. Oh, the sun. Countless containers, all of similar size, floated on the water, with hundreds of people strewn across the beach. Many gaunt and emaciated, still reeking of blood despite having been washed by the sea. Mutong and the prisoner who had feigned unconsciousness yet seized her leg at a critical moment were the only two to escape the container. Who could have foreseen that those remaining within, having evaded starvation and cannibals, would ultimately drown in the sea, beneath the blue sky and white clouds? In the temperate warmth and fresh air on the soft sands, everything felt too beautiful, too perfect, instilling a sense of danger in Mutong. Her mind buzzed, as if someone were speaking, yet their words were muffled by an invisible barrier, the sound swirling like water. All Mutong desired was a tranquil spot to decipher the voices echoing in her mind. A piercing whistle shattered the air, sharp enough to puncture eardrums. Resonating violently through the atmosphere, those who had collapsed on the beach began to stir, roused by the sound. A man clad in a leather vest approached the crowd, towering over 3 meters tall, emanating an overwhelming presence. His exposed arms bore a rock-like complexion, accentuated by powerful, chiseled muscles. With each step, he seemed to draw nearer like a looming mountain. His triangular face, with features as sharply defined as if carved from stone, and skin resembling granite, added an air of chilling intimidation to his demeanor. Chapter 37. What are you? On all fours, Mutong felt as if her mind was engulfed by an erupting underwater volcano, with molten lava surging and churning within her thoughts. Unable to harness her mental prowess to regulate her bodily functions, her extraordinary hearing transformed into a lethal weapon turned against herself. The sounds of shifting air, crashing waves, breaths on the beach, insects scuttling through the soil, and piercing whistles flooded her ears. A sudden, sharp reprimand struck her like thunder, igniting a second eruption in her mind. She curled up, clutching her head like a shrimp subjected to intense heat. In a moment of taut nerves, the sound of approaching footsteps on the sand drew near, culminating in a heavy kick that sent her rolling far along the beach. The hand that had clutched her ankle finally relinquished its grip. A shrill whistle pierced the air once more. Mutong was not the only target of the attack. Fool, don't glare at me with your mung-bean eyes. A triangular-faced man stepped forward, lifting a man with green-tinted eyes by the nape of his neck, akin to hoisting a drenched stray dog, the latter struggling and whining helplessly. I said lie down. You all better get on all fours, or else. The unspoken threat lingered ominously in the air. With a granite-colored hand, he squeezed gently. And with a sickening crack, the formerly writhing figure became a lifeless entity, flung into the crowd like a discarded puppet. As the whistle blew again, everyone obediently prostrated themselves. Good, obedience brings sustenance. The triangular-faced man lifted a large barrel, tossing out half-cooked, decaying fish meat. A pack of prone individuals scrambled towards the food like ravenous wild dogs, abandoning any semblance of humanity. Having fallen to the ground, the volcanic eruption in Mutong's mind began to subside, and the once piercing sounds became manageable. She remained on the ground, lifting her head from the sand, her gaze sweeping swiftly across her surroundings. The rotting fish was quickly devoured, and then emerged from the jungle a diminutive figure, less than 4 feet tall, with dark, wrinkled legs reminiscent of waterlogged stumps. His stout frame resembled a mobile, decaying barrel, and his oversized head bobbed unsteadily as he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp yellow teeth. This is your identification number. Remember it well, for it shall remain with you until death. His plump, short hands gripped a short, blackened rod with a crimson tip. Among the group lying on the beach, some bore traces of blood and remnants of rotting flesh at the corners of their mouths, while others appeared gaunt and unrecognizable, their tattered clothes soaked and dripping. A sudden, anguished cry pierced the air, immediately followed by coarse laughter. Ha 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 ha! The stout figure struck a man on the shoulder with the rod, a sizzling sound accompanying the acrid scent of burning flesh as a number was seared into his shoulder. A chorus of shrieks and wails echoed, and Mutong, still on the sand, could not evade this grim fate. When the rod struck her back, intense pain shot through her, the stench of charred flesh invading her nostrils. Initially, it was searing heat, followed by an electric shock coursing through her body, tightening every pore, every muscle. Her body began to convulse uncontrollably, the pain radiating to every nerve. Mutong could ascertain with absolute certainty that the rod lingered upon her skin longer than it had on others. Lying immobile on the ground, her body continued to twitch involuntarily, electric currents traversing every muscle fiber. Even with 1,000 thoughts of escape and resistance flooding her mind, she knew her body could not muster the strength to respond accurately. The little man ceased his fascination with the electric rod, exposing his yellow teeth as he looked down upon those sprawled on the ground, laughing. This is the thunder punishment rod, a delightful surprise for you. Do you like it? Just to ensure you fools remember your identification numbers. Mutong, still prone, suddenly raised her left hand buried in the sand. A sharp feather from a great bird piercing through the gap in the stout man's abdomen. Ah! The little man cried out in pain. The triangular-faced man advanced, kicking the stout one aside like a ball, dismissing him as useless. He then turned his gaze to Mutong, saying, I hope you can maintain such vigor moving forward. A branding mark of 321 was seared into the nape of Mutong's neck, near her spine. Her skin burned red, waves of sharp pain coursing through her. Yet the fiery sensation sharpened her awareness. Mutong was not subjected to a brutal beating or execution. Instead, she and the others marked by the branding were herded into the woods like ducks. In the lush forest, towering trees obscured much of the sunlight, casting a heavy shadow that enveloped the humid, stifling air. Before Mutong lay a concealed encampment nestled amid the trees, where the trunks had been flattened to create a clearing, at the center of which stood a slick metal pillar. Although the space was ostensibly open, Mutong detected a faint scent of blood and decay upon stepping into the camp, reminiscent of the suffocating confines of the shipping container. Among the giant trees, hundreds of makeshift treehouses of varying sizes were constructed, dwindling in number as they ascended. Shelters crafted from dead branches and seaweed dotted the ground in sturdy trunks, while thatched roofs collected dew, dripping steadily downward. Despite her injuries, with every bone and muscle aching intensely, Mutong's instinct for survival compelled her to survey her surroundings immediately. Within her field of vision, she registered the number of individuals present, the locations of entrances and exits, their respective directions, the area's expanse, terrain, and the positions of watch posts, all information manifested clearly and precisely in her mind. Did you truly believe such data stemmed from your remarkable observational skills? Mutong closed her eyes, hearing a voice echoing in her mind, reminiscent of an old-fashioned recording device. Delivering information in a flat, emotionless tone, commenced treatment promptly. Cold mockery slapped her face relentlessly. Since awakening in the sanatorium, Mutong had thought this was her innate skill. Was it not? What are you? I am your intellectual spirit. Chapter 38. Memory Confusion New Goods? An incident occurred at the sanatorium, leading to the decision to evacuate everyone. The number was considerable, and the most useless individuals had already been disposed of. Those remaining were of relatively decent quality. Two figures emerged from the camp, differing in height and weight, yet their facial features were strikingly identical. They brushed past the crowd without pausing, their gazes merely sweeping over the surroundings. Would there be any issues? The Federation dispatched an investigation. The voices gradually faded until Mutong could no longer hear them. With her gaze lowered, confusion filled Mutong's eyes as she pondered. Is my hearing truly sharp? Yes. Thank goodness, at least I am not entirely useless. Mutong and the other survivors from the containers were settled in a clearing, sheltered by a canopy of vines and thatch, secured at the corners to 4 massive tree trunks with no walls enclosing them. Mutong found a corner against a rock to sit, not daring to relax even slightly. The dangers lurking in the sanatorium were concealed beneath a calm facade, while those here bore no pretense of disguise. Through the dense canopy, dappled sunlight filtered down, and Mutong squinted, savoring the warmth of the rays, her taut muscles easing slightly. Barefoot and clad in tattered clothing stained with blood, her already frail body appeared even more insubstantial, like a mere sheet of paper. The wounds within her were healing rapidly, accompanied by a sharp, intense itching pain. Yet no visible signs of recovery were apparent on her exterior, her complexion as pale as winter snow. Overwhelmed with information, she needed to think calmly. I must be quiet. Perhaps take a brief nap, even if just for a moment. As Mutong closed her eyes, someone approached, plopping down beside her and leaning against the rock. Tilting their head closer, they fixed their gaze upon her eyes, asking, "How did you escape the container?" This person was the very prisoner who had previously clutched her ankle. Mutong raised her eyelids slightly, remaining silent, merely smiling, a bloody little girl with her head slightly tilted, displaying an innocent smile. The prisoner leaned in closer, his back to the others, his gaze sharp, yet the words he intended to utter were caught in his throat. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his abdomen. Lowering his head slightly, he saw a sharp, monstrous feather pressing against his midsection. Mutong's smile brightened a fraction more. This silent threat was quite effective. The prisoner ceased his intimidation, eventually huffing and shifting to sit a bit further away. Mutong breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a tinge of regret. Although her wounds were nearly healed, she remained too weak. Even in good health, her combat capabilities were limited. While relying on skill might barely suffice against ordinary staff at the sanatorium, it would be utterly useless against formidable assailants. The probability of successfully defending against an attack was less than 0.1, and the likelihood of provocation leading to death would double. Missing an opportunity would result in a mortality rate exceeding 99. Given the complexity of the current environment, overconfidence could lead to increased chances of death. Cold mockery continued to slap her face. The volcanic eruption of thoughts in Mutong's mind had just begun to subside, yet her chaotic memories intertwined into a tangled mess. Question marks swirled and danced in her mind. You are within the territory of the Blue River Federation on Coral Star. The Blue River Federation? Mutong's astonishment was unabashed. Had the Blue River Federation been rebuilt? Which force was so formidable as to discover a planet with such well-preserved environmental conditions? It was truly inconceivable. Was that sanatorium an experimental base, a place for live experiments on survivors and refugees? Who had taken me? Silence engulfed her mind. No, that is incorrect. Upon entering the camp, I heard the conversation between those two. This should be a training camp for war slaves. This time, Mutong was not merely surprised but awestruck. Such resources were actually employed to construct a training camp for war slaves? Something felt amiss. What kind of prodigal could make such a foolish decision? The voices in her mind remained silent. Stop playing dead. Speak. It is now the year 1022 before the end of the century, the year 61,121 in the star calendar. The year 3814 in the Blue River Federation calendar. Mutong. Wait, I understand each word when separated, yet why can I not comprehend them when combined? Your memory is in a state of extreme disarray. I advise ceasing these unrealistic musings and immediately begin to integrate the fragmented memories. Upon hearing this, a memory flashed brightly in Mutong's mind. This time, she chose silence, emptying her thoughts and closing her eyes to sleep. In her slumber, the chaotic fragments of memory were gradually gathered and organized, sequentially marked and edited into coherent pages. Mutong endeavored to recall distant memories and finally remembered that over a millennium before the end of the century was the last glorious era of human interstellar civilization noted in history books. She struggled to remember when it began its decline, entering a prolonged period of warfare until the onset of the apocalypse. However, this was of little concern. She had her often malfunctioning yet remarkably durable intelligence. Unknown information cannot be accessed. I have lost my memory and am confused, so I do not know. What about you? I have lost my database. Mutong was left speechless. Forget it. That is unimportant. She lowered her gaze, observing her body from her chest down to her feet, estimating that she had shrunk by at least 30 centimeters. It's all right. I am still underage and have room to grow. Are you comforting yourself? I suggest maintaining such an optimistic mindset. Although your body is still in its developmental stage, gene testing indicates that once matured, your height will fall between 155 centimeters and 161 centimeters, barring any genetic mutations that would cause growth fluctuations not exceeding 3 centimeters. Mutong. Do not take advantage of my lack of knowledge and memory confusion. The average height of female humans in the Star Alliance is 178.8 centimeters. In a serious tone, came the response, indeed, the average height of healthy female humans in the Blue River Federation is 169.2 centimeters, and you will fall significantly below the average. A critical blow. A piercing truth. Aren't nobles supposed to advocate for eugenics? This height prediction must be a genuine genetic mutation. Mutong scanned her surroundings, exhaling deeply, collecting her emotions. The matter of height could be considered later. Pressing issues regarding this planet, the Coral Sanatorium, and this training camp required urgent attention. What do I need to know, and how can I leave? Chapter 39, Little Jiajian. 14. 14. 14. This number reverberated infinitely in Mutong's mind. Have I not stated that one should never pry into my thoughts without permission? Even if one does not need to intentionally observe, one ought to feign ignorance. Is this not the first rule of the Spirit Intelligence Code? What of your professional ethics? Is this my own body? Mutong understood that such a question might seem peculiar, yet it was indeed what she yearned to know. Yes. Does the soul accompany the body? Before your emergence, this corporeal form was devoid of a soul, akin to a vegetative fetus, destined to perish if it could not be born before the cultivation chamber ceased to function. Wait, something seems amiss. Lowering her head, Mutong concealed her wide-eyed astonishment. Am I not human? If we round up, am I still human? From a biological perspective, your genetic traits align with the Blue River Federation's definition of humanity. You are indeed human. To cultivate human fetuses in a chamber is quite extravagant. Life in the pre-apocalyptic era was truly opulent. The news anchor continued in a serious tone. explaining that your body was cultivated from a naturally fertilized ovum, extracted around 4 months into gestation, and placed into an artificial incubator until it could be born. Severe genetic anomalies arose during the embryonic phase, and pharmaceutical treatments would inflict great harm upon the mother. Shortly after being placed in the incubator, the fetus suffered brain death, and the infant's soul dissipated, coinciding perfectly with your appearance. Due to the database being cleared, information has yet to be restored, rendering us temporarily unable to ascertain the catalyst for our traversal through the temporal rift. Ah, so that explains it. No wonder there are 2 independent sets of memories swirling in my mind, previously unconnected but now ready to be reorganized. The energy compression and fragmentation caused by traversing the temporal rift resulted in memory disarray, merely one of the side effects. I lack sufficient energy to reboot, remaining in a semi-dormant state, capable only of executing basic functions through your body. The influx of information was overwhelming. She truly needed a moment to herself. Why, of all times, must this occur during such perilous and inopportune circumstances? If I do not forcibly activate and rely solely on the basic functions during my dormant state. Given your current frail combat capability, the odds of survival are less than 1 in 10,000, negligible at best. Suddenly, Mutong recalled a crucial detail she had been neglecting. What is your name? The voice in her mind fell abruptly silent. Amused, Mutong wondered. Could it be Jiling or Jilin? Still, silence reigned. Perhaps it is Jiling? To her own surprise, she chuckled. The serious yet slightly subdued voice responded, Little Jiajian. The tone rose, unable to suppress a hint of mirth. Such an apt name must surely have been bestowed by me. Please take note, it is Little Jiajian. You have failed to offer sufficient respect to an intelligent spirit. So, are you planning to lodge a complaint with the Spirit Intelligence Equal Assistance Association and request to change your user? This time, her laughter erupted, causing a painful jolt in her abdomen. Jiajian, haha. Leaning against a stone with half-closed eyes, Mutong listened as the news anchor continued. Coral Star lies in a remote region of the Blue River Federation's border. Once prosperous due to its rich metal deposits, it fell into decline after the mining industry waned and was acquired by an aquaculture company, undergoing several ownership changes thereafter. The current owner is suspected to be a multifaceted organization engaged in slave training, human trafficking, and live human experimentation. Coral Sanatorium is one of their procurement channels. And this is the information I currently possess. What is the purpose of that fake doctor? Jia is an observer at the training camp, responsible for selecting suitable candidates at the sanatorium. They categorize slaves into various types: pleasure, assassin, labor, and so forth. After classification, they are dispatched to different training camps, each with distinct training content. Based on her experiences thus far, Mutong knew she was not being cultivated as a pleasure slave, who would require a plaything to endure brutal combat training. Coral Star has no public transportation. It is a private planet. To leave here, one would require a vessel capable of entering space, a daunting task given the planet's harsh natural environment, necessitating heightened vigilance. How harsh? Comparable to a post-apocalyptic second-tier classification. Are you certain? Such a planetary classification is uninhabitable for humans. The sanatorium and this island jungle are enveloped in a protective barrier. The environment beyond is far less temperate than the inner quarantined area. After a prolonged silence, Mutong inquired, is there no further information? Currently, there are no additional details. Should you wish to learn more, I suggest continuing your observations. On her first day at the camp, aside from being fed putrid food, nothing else transpired. It seemed as though those who had brought the captives here had forgotten about them entirely, and the night passed uneventfully until dawn. As the first rays of morning light spilled forth, a loud crash startled Mutong, prompting her to gaze toward the camp's entrance. A person was seized like a chick and brutally slammed onto the ground. Mutong distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering. Crack, crack. The kneecap was likely obliterated. Still contemplating escape? A hand reached out, grasping the air. The airflow surged, and the triangular-faced figure captured the fleeing individual, swinging them like a pendulum before smashing them into the ground repeatedly. The very sight was enough to make one's bones feel brittle. A piercing whistle sounded, and the conditioned reflex formed swiftly. Even in extreme fatigue and pain, everyone scrambled to gather before the whistling figure, not daring to delay for a moment. At that moment, someone mustered the audacity to ask, with a quavering voice, is this a special military training base or a post-apocalyptic simulation experience? The triangular-faced figure seemed to find this amusing, the cold, hard lines of their face softening into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, it has been long since I encountered such an imaginative fool. Chapter 40. The spring breeze revives on the towering trees. There were people. Mutong could hear their breaths, even though they had attempted to suppress them. Each colossal tree surrounding the spacious vine canopy bore witness to the presence of individuals, not merely the visible sentinels. Within the various treehouses and shelters, others were also present. The weeping of a man seemed to resonate with those around him, and amidst the prostrated crowd, voices of agreement emerged. The triangular-faced figure silently listened, a grotesque smile adorning his face, one that was more unsettling than tears. Was it indeed due to the fact that the captives hailed from a psychiatric institution? Do you perceive this as a doomsday experience game, an enhanced military training, or a wilderness survival exercise? The triangular figure crouched down, gently patting the young man's face while maintaining his smile. Do you truly believe that? Do all of you? He grasped the young man by the neck, lifting him slightly as a tense atmosphere enveloped the scene. Mutong lowered her gaze, realizing that the young patient was doomed. The group of kneeling individuals erupted into panic as the young man was hoisted. Mutong could hear the rapid thudding of hearts, breathless gasps, and feelings of anxiety, fear, and numbness permeated the air. With a sudden, sharp cry, the triangular figure forcefully tore off the young man's arm and discarded it into a dark corner, blood splattering along the way. Mutong's gaze followed the trajectory, her mind racing through the scant memories, recognizing the figure as familiar, likely encountered within the institution. A patient? Which one? The triangular figure unceremoniously tossed the young man's severed limb aside, declaring, "Remember your identities. Observe the brands upon your hands closely. You are mere numbers, and that number is your identity. Do you comprehend? 321? His gaze abruptly shifted to Mutong. The hairs on her body stood on end as she worried that he might suddenly sever her arm too. She nodded in compliance, wearing a nervous smile. Her taut muscles were poised for a hasty retreat. The triangular figure merely glanced at her before turning back to address the others. Excellent. Your task is remarkably simple. Obey. And perform well to survive. Mutong did not pay close attention to the remainder of his words. Her mind was preoccupied with the familiar figure who had claimed the severed arm, sifting through her memories. Psychiatric institution, 346, autism. Those patients once deemed too severe for treatment likely ended up here, though whether they remained alive was uncertain. A sense of helplessness washed over Mutong regarding her current predicament. There was no room for extraneous thoughts. The paramount challenge before her was not merely escape, but survival. She must endure. In the ensuing 2 days, perhaps 2 standard interstellar days, or maybe longer, the night stubbornly withheld its arrival. The captives, aside from receiving some putrid dried fish upon landing, were devoid of food and remained in a state of hunger. Prolonged daylight led to insomnia and anxiety. The latent emotions bubbling under the surface transforming into irritability, distress, and numbness due to the mounting pressures of survival. Young man, I have finally found you. As Mutong contemplated her escape route, an unfamiliar voice resonated in her mind, neither hers nor that of Jiejian, rich with emotion and tears. She paused, realizing she could not afford the luxury of possessing 2 intelligences simultaneously. Thus, a startling thought emerged. Jiejian, I hadn't anticipated your condition to be so dire. Schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder. Is there still a possibility for healing? Should I prepare for an eventual switch of intelligences? Jiejian, young man, where are you? I am here to rescue you. As the third voice echoed once more, Mutong suddenly recalled it belonged to Tue Mao, the king of jumping. Where are you? She whispered, uncertain if Tue Mao could hear her. On the beach of the small island. Tue Mao offered no chance for Mutong to respond. Young man, your bones are truly remarkable. I never expected you to be alive. Your resilience rivaling that of a cockroach. What is that? Clinton bug. Mutong remained perplexed, the term sounding somewhat complimentary yet failing to evoke joy. Young man, this is an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. I believe you possess the strength to escape. I have faith in you. Good luck. Did your first transmission get consumed by the Clinton bug? What happened to the promised rescue? Chapter 41. A brief test of feathers amidst the dense jungle. Mingming found herself enveloped not by the refreshing scent of foliage, but by a cacophony of foul odors, the metallic tang of blood, the stench of decay, and an indescribable array of other repugnant scents. These grotesque aromas invaded her nostrils, yet she resolutely embraced the necessity of rest, seizing every opportunity to sleep in this dismal environment, for slumber could expedite her healing process. Suddenly, a jarring noise erupted nearby, jolting Mutong awake. A cold sweat cascaded down her body as if she had been electrified, her entire being trembled with tension. Surrounding her was a multitude of individuals. Each bearing the same visage, regardless of gender or stature, their faces were indistinguishable. The uniformity of their features, coupled with their identical attire, imbued the scene with an unsettling distortion, reminiscent of a blurred image from an antique camera, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. As she scanned her surroundings, she noted that those who had previously been resting in the makeshift shelter began to emerge one by one. However, her observations were short-lived, as she was soon unceremoniously thrown onto the deck of a sailboat, accompanied by nearly 100 others. The green camouflage-patterned deck was teeming with people. The airship ascended, hovering approximately 60 meters above the ground, gliding leisurely over the expansive canopy of mighty trees, traversing through the thick jungle, and encircling the beach towards the northwest of the camp. The vegetation here starkly contrasted with the towering jungle she had previously known. The flora was significantly shorter, predominantly consisting of shrubs adorned with vibrant green moss, while the twisting vines of the mangrove trees were largely submerged beneath the sea. Mutong understood that it would not be long before she too would be unceremoniously kicked into the water. The intervals of these expulsions were irregular, occurring approximately every kilometer, with 5 or 6 individuals sent plummeting each time. When her turn came, Mutong plunged into the icy embrace of the ocean. The frigid waters sent a jolt through her, prompting her to swiftly extend her arms and swim towards a mangrove tree, where she clambered up, soaking wet, and leaned against the trunk. The camouflage airship quickly vanished from sight after casting its victims into the water, leaving no trace behind. This was a marine forest, with most of its trees submerged, while the dense vegetation formed a landmass above the waves. The training camp had executed their strategy with remarkable precision. Mutong reined in her scattered thoughts, observing her surroundings with unwavering focus. She pressed herself against the thick foliage, remaining utterly still. Even her breaths were cautious and elongated, fearful of making the slightest sound. Danger approached with alarming swiftness. Her ears perked up, discerning distant sounds. The amphibious beast with dark green eyes had not yet retreated. Remaining in her rigid stance, her body felt as stiff as a rusted machine, her face betraying no hint of pain or emotional turmoil. She persisted in her silent vigil, as if the ache and stiffness of her body were not her own. Just within 5 meters of her, another tree trunk submerged in the water bore the weight of a languid crocodile, its eyes peering above the surface, measuring nearly 10 meters in length. Its body was encased in a diamond-patterned shell, with a cavernous maw lined with sharp teeth, stout limbs, and a thick tail that comprised nearly a third of its length. This shallow-water crocodile emerged from the depths, its brown eyes hungrily fixated on its prey, Mutong herself. For what felt like an eternity, the predator and its quarry locked eyes. Then, with a sudden lunge, the crocodile surged from the water. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing rows of menacing teeth, snapping shut with a resounding crunch. The branch Mutong had been leaning against splintered under the force, collapsing into the water. In that fleeting moment before being caught, Mutong leapt just in time to evade the crocodile's lethal bite, landing atop its back. Frustrated by its failure to capture its prey, the crocodile thrashed its powerful tail, sending waves crashing around them. Mutong found herself precariously perched on the crocodile's back, its weight barely registering her presence at first. Gripping the giant bird's wing blade, she plunged it downward, aiming for the creature's head. The blade sliced through the crocodile's tough hide, but despite her full strength, she could not drive it deeper. It became lodged. The sounds of anger and pain erupted in her ears as she was suddenly submerged. Water surged into her ears and nostrils, battering her skin with relentless force. The crocodile, intent on dislodging her, spun violently, its body twisting like a rapid spiral propeller. Mutong clung fiercely to the gaps in the crocodile's shell, even as the pressure threatened to shatter her bones. To let go now would likely mean drowning, or worse, being torn apart by the enraged beast. She could not perish, not here, not now. With determination coursing through her, Mutong opened her eyes beneath the surface, her senses sharpening. She spotted 2 rocks near the great tree. As the crocodile continued its frantic rotation, it drifted closer to her only chance of escape. This was perhaps her best and last opportunity. She calculated the speed of the spin, the distance, and the angle in her mind. Just as the crocodile began to turn towards the surface, she inhaled deeply, gripping the shell tightly, and kicked forcefully against the wing blade still embedded in its back. Using the momentum of its spin, her foot propelled the blade forward, deepening the wound. In that instant, she released her grip and was flung towards the rocks, while the enraged crocodile charged after her. The force of her collision with the narrow gap between the rocks was jarring, the impact forcing the wing blade deeper into her back. Observing the scene, Mutong marveled at the exceptional quality of the bird's feather. The crocodile, half of its head trapped in the water, struggled briefly before succumbing, its blood staining the ocean a vivid red. A wave rolled through, diluting the crimson hue. Emerging from the depths, Mutong retrieved the wing blade and crawled ashore. The scent of blood would surely attract a host of carnivorous creatures. She needed to depart swiftly. Chapter 42. The adverse effects of the core symbol if it were merely a survival challenge in the wilderness. Mutong would have full confidence that she could thrive even if every member of the training camp perished. Compared to the apocalyptic epics and the planets above the black fifth level, this place is indeed trivial. Yet reality struck hard after trudging 10 kilometers. The frail little girl with a shorn head leaned against a tree, panting, her complexion pale with a hint of red, unable to move any longer. Unable to move. Such abysmal physical condition left one in tears, her hands scratching at the tree bark. When would she be able to reignite her spiritual star? Mutong was not foolish enough to believe that her memory restoration would instantly restore her spiritual star to its pre-transcendental state. The current perilous situation made unrealistic fantasies a recipe for disaster. Continuing to scratch the bark, she mused on the futility of communication. It was impossible within a short time frame. The banter of the broadcast, earnest yet laced with an undercurrent of anticipation, asked if she needed to review her health report and mental strength analysis. She nodded slowly, her forehead resting against the bark, squatting against the tree. Mutong's gaze fell upon a small puddle by the roots, her fingers lightly touching the surface, causing ripples that revealed a line of text. Was professional imaging equipment required? Do you need voice assistance? I can read. At this juncture, Mutong's physical condition could be summarized as frail, malnourished, with numerous fractures yet to heal, multiple organs damaged, and recurrent injuries. The fact that she could still move about was nothing short of a medical miracle. This miracle was largely due to the core symbol in her mind. The core symbol bore only 2 fundamental runes, serving a simplistic yet direct purpose. The first rune suppressed mental strength, while the second enhanced the suppressive effect of the first. Over time, the mental strength was effectively pinned down. This suppression had a notable impact on the undeveloped mental faculties of minors, stunting their mental growth. The rune's effects were crude, and their side effects pronounced. Prolonged suppression of mental strength could lead to backlash. In essence, a psychologically sound individual subjected to such runes for an extended period would undoubtedly become unhinged. Have you modified the sealing effect of the core symbol to harness its energy to repair my core mental strength? Yes, but unfortunately, you cannot remain in the sanatorium for treatment. The energy released by the therapeutic instruments, transformed by the runes, could expedite the recovery of your body and mental core. The Coral Sanatorium is certainly not an ideal place. However, compared to the present predicament, being a lethargic patient there would suit Mutong's initial recovery far better. Mutong stirred the puddle with her fingers, watching the reflections of the words dissipate with the ripples. After resting against the tree for a while, she finally regained her breath, lowering her head and cautiously quickening her pace. She felt too weak. In such a fragile state, how could she hope to survive long? If she could reignite her spiritual star, she could unleash spiritual energy. It is unadvisable to force the ignition of your spiritual star before your core mental strength is healed. If you have intentions of a slow demise, please disregard this advice. Mutong, I do not. This marked the 3rd day since Mutong was cast into the dense jungle. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the thick foliage, casting mottled shadows that failed to dispel the morning's dense fog. Dampness enveloped the air, heavy with mist. Vines entwined between the trunks bore large, vividly colored blossoms in red and green, their petals tightly layered together, while droplets of dew cascaded from the leaves and petals, plopping into the sea below, creating ripples. The serene morning was only interrupted by the wind's whisper and the soft sound of dew falling onto the water's surface. The slumbering jungle had yet to awaken. In a coastal area, a towering palm tree was mostly submerged in the rising tide, its upper trunk connected to another tree, concealing a tree hollow obscured by leaves. This hollow once belonged to a golden python, but now only a half-decayed corpse remained, alongside a small shadow hidden behind it. Mutong stirred from a light sleep, her eyes opening to meet the python's large head, its unblinking eyes still oozing blood. After a prolonged gaze into the serpent's emerald-slit pupils, her thoughts gradually cleared. After 3 fragmented hours of sleep, she was spared from starvation, thanks to the python's carcass, sustaining her dwindling energy. Gripping a massive bird's feather blade, the tail end wrapped in water-soaked palm bark, the resilient and elastic bark encased the blade, which fit perfectly into the prepared hollow of the python's severed spine. allowing Mu Tong to wield it effortlessly. From once risking injury with the bird's feathers to now wielding a makeshift short sword, this was her sole means of defense. Her survival hinged upon it. Praising the bird's feathers, Mu Tong smiled as she sliced into the python's flesh. The prospect of consuming meat causing her lips to curve into a wider smile. Do you grasp the significance of mastering a multifunctional cutting tool? The broadcast chimed in. As verbose as ever. Compared to her previously taciturn demeanor in the sanatorium, Mu Tong was now unreservedly chatty. The cut python meat was far from fresh, reeking of a fishy odor, yet rich in protein and elemental energy. The grotesque sight of half-rotten raw meat was revolting. But what choice did she have when survival depended on it? Mu Tong placed the thinly sliced python meat into her mouth, closing her lips while smiling, chewing with delight. One slice after another, if anyone were to witness her, they would surely believe she was relishing a lavish feast. TSK, TSK. Does she lack taste? Observers of the surveillance footage expressed their disdain. No wonder she was nominated as a key training subject. She truly piqued my appetite. The speaker was a short man, barely 5'5", with muscular legs that contrasted sharply with his relatively slender arms, rendering him a discordant figure. A room full of individuals bore the same unremarkable, mundane faces. This one is not for you. No marking allowed. When the time is right, it will be placed on the auction market. What a scene to anticipate. Keep a close watch. That lovely little face must remain unblemished, and prepare the healing herbs. Mu Tong smiled as she sliced the meat. Acutely aware of the omnipresent prying eyes, her grin growing even more endearing as she chewed. Such training methods were evidently unconventional. Despite her memory still being in disarray and lacking the conceptual framework of the world before the apocalyptic epic, she understood the abnormality of this organization. Was the child who emerged naked from the tree shelter, howling like a wild beast while tearing into raw flesh, undergoing training similar to hers? Mu Tong pondered, bemused by the rapid transformation. While repeatedly reviewing the pages of her memories, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar face in a corner of the camp. One she had initially overlooked. Now that she thought back, it was 345, the middle-aged female patient who frequently supplemented her meals. Chapter 43. This flesh is poisonous. The business of the training camp likely extends beyond mere human trafficking. Ordinary slaves do not require specialized training. It suffices to implant a control chip in their minds and inscribe them with runes of servitude. Do you recall the fierce beast battle slave I hesitated to purchase at the black market? I could not afford it. Mu Tong disregarded the sarcastic remarks of her companion. The price of a beast battle slave far exceeds that of a human counterpart. After all, in such perilous environments, a human slave is far less advantageous than a beast slave. Mind control and training, achieving complete psychological domination, combined with the servitude chip, can maximize control over the slave and ensure the safety of the user. One might wonder if they also provide after-sales services for slave maintenance. Unbeknownst to Mu Tong, she had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. As her hunger waned after devouring several pieces of snake meat, she felt somewhat satiated. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, she sensed the dampness of the bark seeping into her skin, while the faint scent of blood and decay filled her nostrils. The injuries on her body continued to throb and itch. Despite her dire predicament, the sensation of being alive was indeed delightful. The corners of Mu Tong's mouth curved upward, but remained suspended in that smile. A path to survival had indeed opened, but it was certainly not one leading to freedom. Mu Tong was uncertain of the life that lay ahead, yet one thought remained profoundly etched in her mind. Survival, she must persist. This conviction grew stronger and clearer with the restoration of her memories. Suddenly, Mu Tong's sweet smile froze, her lips pressed tightly together, and she buried her head in her knees. Why, young man, why have you not yet escaped? The typical cries of ordinary people might be deafening, but the shouts of the hairy legs sent waves of pain through Mu Tong's head, as if someone were ringing a bell in her mind. Duong, duong. Duong, the pounding sensation threatened to shatter her skull. Mu Tong had long ceased to ponder the fixation of the hairy legs on the notion of young man. Venture forth to seek treasures. She had decided to adopt a more tolerant attitude towards those with eccentric minds. However, could he please refrain from incessantly shouting? Giving up on communicating with the hairy legs, she turned to her companion. Jian, can't you just block him out? Jian reminded her that he was a powerful spiritual cultivator. Although this cultivator was currently incapable of any offensive action, he remained a formidable presence. Mu Tong felt helpless. Was such cacophony not considered an attack? Suddenly, the noise in her mind ceased, and just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a series of laughter erupted in her head, causing her temples to throb and veins to bulge on her forehead. Her hands clutched her head tightly as she took deep breaths. The sensation of her head about to explode was strikingly vivid. The hairy legs let out another round of laughter. Mutong endured the resounding laughter echoing in her mind. "Young man, you have taken another step toward my treasure." No, she had no desire for his treasure. All Mutong wished was to extract the incessantly chattering hairy legs from her mind. Passion, fervor, and high spirits surged within her. Yet the words of the hairy legs only caused her lips to quiver and her expression to stiffen. The decaying snake meat was indeed poisonous. Was the venom inherent to the snake or a byproduct of its decomposition? Why had she been unaffected during her previous 2 meals? This was the last question Mutong pondered before losing consciousness. With heavy, short breaths, she felt the water filling her nostrils, her chest growing heavy as her body gradually lost weight and control. Exhaling slowly, Mutong emerged from the depths, finally breaking the surface of the water. However, the once transparent sea around her now appeared an ominous dark green. Was it due to poisoning? This was her sea of consciousness. Or perhaps it could be termed her realm of spiritual energy. After the restoration of her memories, she no longer felt panic when entering such a state. Each time her body or head suffered a severe blow that threatened her life, she would enter this wondrous condition, adrift on the vast and boundless sea. Mutong was uncertain of her purpose. This time, there were no electric shocks or thunderclaps, only dark green tendrils floating on the surface. As these green, almost black strands brushed against her skin, a paradoxical sensation of paralysis and pain overwhelmed her, rendering her nearly immobile. She had to distance herself from these terrifying green toxins. With outstretched arms, she swam forward with all her might, unaware of direction or distance, only knowing she must evade those green poisons. Each contact felt akin to a brush with death, inflicting excruciating pain. In the hollow of the tree, Mutong was drenched in cold sweat, her body convulsing, her complexion pale and ashen. Was she poisoned? It was likely that the golden-patterned python had ingested a highly toxic prey, leading to its demise. With the toxin now spreading within her, everything proceeded according to protocol, the underlying warning evident in the words. Had they identified the assailants? Besides the assassins from the Free Wings, there were also unidentified forces involved. It had been decided from above to cease participation in this matter. All investigations had been terminated, and there was no need for further involvement. What about our sources? Will we abandon them? Karol has been sealed off. The order was issued directly by the federal government. Everything will be addressed post-reconstruction. A buyer has reserved a new shipment. Given the current uncertain situation, you will personally oversee its escort. Very well. I shall ensure the safe delivery of these little treasures to their destination. The two departed the monitoring room, leaving behind the staff responsible for observing and recording data. They exited the monitoring room, oblivious to the changes currently unfolding within Mutong. Chapter 44. An unexpected grave injury. Mutong's frail body curled tightly, trembling incessantly, as a pale green sweat oozed from her skin's surface. With the expulsion of this toxic fluid, her quaking form gradually stabilized, and her breathing became more even. Upon awakening once again, she felt utterly drained. Her body coated in a viscous green liquid that rendered her appearance more akin to decaying wood overgrown with moss than to a human being. Mutong smeared the poisonous fluid expelled from her body onto the blade of the giant bird's wing, then plunged into a coastal pool nestled among the trees, allowing the waves to wash over her, cleansing her of the residue. As the green liquid was washed away, a multitude of surrounding plankton perished. And Mutong tilted her head, lamenting the potency of the toxin while simultaneously worrying about her next meal. The serpent's decaying flesh was certainly inedible. Surviving one bout of poisoning did not guarantee she would endure a second or third. If, during the detoxification process, she encountered other perilous creatures, the odds of survival were, without the need for her companion's reminders, exceedingly slim. How hungry she felt. Where could she find sustenance? What if all creatures were toxic? Traversing the lush jungle was perilous enough, but navigating the coastal palm trees exacerbated the danger manifold. Mutong bound the giant bird's wing blade to her arm, securing it tightly with vines she had scavenged. This made her appear rather unorthodox. She was utterly exhausted. The detoxification had drained the meager strength she had painstakingly accumulated, leaving her to endure the dual agony of hunger and pain. Her body teetered on the brink of danger, advising against any further injuries in the near term. Should she exceed her self-healing limits, her body would swiftly succumb. Can you offer some constructive advice that I might not know? I am clearly conversing with you. How can this be self-talk? I reside within your mind. Yet, you cannot negate yourself. I respect your rights as an independent entity, endowed with the ability to. But I do not wish to converse with you now. Mutong, why can we not engage in pleasant discourse? Drawing in a deep breath, Mutong set forth with the giant bird's wing blade in hand. This journey lasted an entire day, wading through the verdant palm forest, for one so grievously injured. Each step was a challenge to endure excruciating pain. Pain was one thing, but the itchiness of healing wounds was another. As if someone were incessantly scratching her with a pig's tail grass. How unbearable! Wiping away the blood trickling from her mouth. Mutong hastened her pace as much as her condition allowed. She needed to find a safe haven before nightfall, or the peril would intensify. Her mind remained eerily quiet. It had been long since she heard the voice of her companion. It was always the other party who initiated contact, rendering her unable to reach out. This one-sided communication felt incredibly passive. A powerful spiritual practitioner, whose abilities were sealed, how could she possibly make contact? Mutong attempted to call out in her mind, nearly uttering her companion's code name, when she suddenly recalled the designation, 328. No response came. Your spiritual star has yet to ignite. The probability of successful communication is only slightly greater than your chances of surpassing your genetic limits. A faint sound of trickling water reached Mutong's ears, interrupting her mental invocation. The sound grew nearer, prompting her to pivot sharply to the right. A searing breath brushed past her cheek, narrowly missing a lethal arrow that zipped by, embedding itself in the water behind her. Without pause, a second and third arrow followed, each aimed at vital areas of her body. This was an exceptionally skilled archer. Mutong's awareness outpaced her physical capabilities, leading to a delay in her evasive maneuvers. While she fared well against ordinary individuals, the disparity was glaring when faced with such a combatant. Her frail constitution proved a considerable hindrance. An arrow sliced through the air, its trajectory clear to Mutong. She saw it, heard it, and predicted its course accurately, twisting her body to the left in an attempt to evade. However, her intentions were thwarted by her weakened frame. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced her right chest, penetrating her shoulder blade and pinning her helplessly against the roots of a tree that lay across the water's surface, half submerged. The water around her turned crimson as blood flowed from her wound, creating a series of dark blooms that quickly dispersed. The agony rendered Mutong's breathing labored. Resembling a bellows, her arms too heavy to lift. Cold and pain enveloped her, causing involuntary shivers, her left hand limply hanging in the water. The sounds of her labored breaths intertwined with the splashing water as she struggled. After a prolonged moment, a figure clad in bark-like garments leapt gracefully from the treetops, landing nearby with a few bounds, maintaining a safe 2-meter distance. Their cold, numb gaze fixed intently upon Mutong, a weapon clutched in hand. Mutong recognized the markings on the stranger's hand. They, too, hailed from the camp. Lying on the ground, she felt the searing pain radiate from the arrow's entry point, spreading throughout her body. The shaft crackled with electricity, sending jolts of sensation coursing through her. She could hardly grasp anything, trembling uncontrollably. A hand gripped the exposed end of the arrow, twisting it sharply to the right. Muscles tore, the electric shock intensified, and excruciating pain shot through her central nervous system, causing her body to jerk involuntarily as it convulsed. She fought to keep her eyes open, resisting unconsciousness. Time stretched, and each second of pain felt interminable, each breath seemingly spanning a century. Mutong could distinctly feel her vitality ebbing away with each passing moment, the scent of blood and charred flesh filling her nostrils. Blood pooled at the corners of her mouth, tasting metallic and rusty. This was dire. What had her companion said earlier? To avoid further injuries? Chapter 45. What are you laughing at? Mutong's half-submerged body lay in the sea, her head tilted against the roots of a tree. The grime that once marred her features had been washed away, revealing a pallid face devoid of color, resembling a fragile porcelain doll. The archer, with a momentary pause, displayed a look of confusion. His prey was smiling. The bloodstains were swept away by the current, unveiling a delicate yet disheveled pale visage, lips curving upwards, eyes radiating innocence. Why was she smiling? He bent down. Mutong heard the harsh, grating voice. She knew that if she spoke now, her voice would only sound more discordant. No. At this moment, she couldn't utter a single word, her thoughts racing chaotically through her mind. Yet, the smile at the corners of her mouth remained undiminished, waiting for him to bow lower. This phrase formed silently on her lips. Her left hand, submerged in the water, swiftly rose, and the sharp blade of the giant bird's wing pierced through the hunter's neck, blood gushing forth like a torrent. The archer's first instinct was not to evade, but to retaliate, pressing down hard on the arrow he held. The pain was excruciating, numbing. Mu Tong followed the motion of his rising form, encircling his neck with both arms, gripping tightly, driving the blade deeper. Survive, survive. I must survive. This fervent thought surged within her, propelling her heart into a frenzied rhythm, every nerve and cell igniting with remarkable strength in pursuit of this singular intent. At this moment, the one who struck first held the key to survival. Both knew this truth all too well. The archer's trembling hand could barely sustain its grip. He was losing strength. Even as blood bubbled from his punctured throat, the hunter's eyes widened in disbelief, attempting to articulate something. The last flicker of life illuminating his gaze, defiance, resentment, incredulity. Mu Tong, nearly 5 centimeters from the fallen hunter, could perceive the unwillingness etched upon his face. The yearning for life reflected in his gaze, which mirrored her own bloodied and weakened form. The giant bird's wing blade, ensnared on her arm, sliced through his unyielding grasp, depleting the little strength she had left. Her arms were stained with blood, both her own and his, an acrid scent of carnage permeating the coastal grove, signaling danger to any potential hunters. The frigid sea water washing over her once more was an unwelcome circumstance. The archer, still clinging to a thread of life, did not succumb immediately. Mu Tong extracted the wooden arrow embedded in her flesh, the tearing of skin causing her to gasp in pain. Yet, her smile persisted, the curve of her lips unwavering. Oblivious to the terror her smiling visage might evoke in the faint-hearted, she staggered to her feet, scavenging the archer's supplies. A delightful surprise awaited her in the beast hide pouch, 2 sprigs of blood-stanching seaweed. Beyond the herbs, her attention was captured by a short bough. She slung the bough and quiver over her shoulder, tying the pouch of provisions around her waist. As she turned to leave, she extracted a piece of bloodied raw meat from the pouch and placed it beside the hunter. Life is precious. What if he survives? The hunter lay by the tree roots, the sea gently lapping against him, his eyes tracking Mu Tong until she turned her back. In his blood-red gaze, fueled by the remnants of his strength, he seized a nearby wooden arrow and hurled it. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air reached her ears, instinctively. Mu Tong spun quickly, as if her mind had anticipated the ambush, narrowly evading the lethal shot aimed at her forehead. The force grazed her ear, causing blood to trickle down her earlobe in droplets, the tense atmosphere crackling with residual energy. In such close quarters, evading a surprise attack was nearly impossible. Turning to face the bleeding hunter, she squinted and smiled, whispering that everyone should cherish life, especially when granted a second chance, for oftentimes, a third opportunity is not afforded. With the giant bird's wing blade plunged into his heart, Mu Tong departed only after confirming the absence of breath and heartbeat. Observing the scene through the monitors, the staff were taken aback. This newcomer was ruthless. Just arrived, thrown into the hunting grounds during training, they had thought her lifeless yesterday, only to find her so resilient. Did she do that on purpose? Left the arrow nearby for an easy ambush? They chuckled, recognizing that killing him would bear no guilt, as it was merely self-defense. He had sought his own demise. Such tricks delighted the righteous, though sometimes they could lead to one's own downfall. Rumor had it that this numbered contestant had noble roots, and at such a young age, had learned much in this regard. Why complicate matters? Because they were upstanding citizens. Adhering to laws and moral conscience, they laughed heartily. For them, monitoring these slaves' lives had long since become a numb routine. Let us start the betting. Let's see how long this noble brat can survive and how many she can slay. As the betting commenced, a circular board appeared before the guards, urging them to place their bets quickly lest she perish before the time was up. This one's resilient. The last batch lost half during the first assessment. I've heard supplies are tight lately. That's not our concern. Hurry, place your bets. Last minute. This is a potential stock. Potential stocks die quickly, came the retort. I wager 72 hours. 24. 38. 16. I bet 3 hours. She just stepped into the dense swamp. The coastal grove and marshes are perilous enough. And given the previous batch of war slaves, her situation is grim. Chapter 46. The stars understand my heart. Mu Tong gazed upon the lifeless figure sprawled on the ground, using a wooden arrow to pry open the sleeve, revealing the distinct branding of a number on the arm. Another slave from the training camp. She licked her parched lips and raised 3 fingers, the third one poised upwards. When faced with the grim choice between her own demise and that of another, Mu Tong resolutely opted for the latter. Yet this did not signify her enthusiasm for such a fate. Was the dense forest not perilous enough? Why then? Did they seek to trouble her? Her confusion was swiftly dissipated by a thunderous roar that echoed above the tree-clad expanse as the rumble of thunder cascaded from the heavens. striking with a force that reverberated through the very air. An announcement reverberated throughout every corner of the forest, swiftly followed by the training regulations, which could be succinctly summarized into 2 edicts. First, do not perish. Second, accumulate points. These points could be exchanged for supplies, including medicine, provisions, weaponry, and more. At the conclusion of each natural day, as long as one remained alive, they would automatically earn 1 point. Slaying another would yield the acquisition of their points. There were no stringent requirements on how to amass the 200 points, be it by enduring 200 days in the forest or hastily hunting down fellow combatants to gather points. 30 points were required to exchange for a single compressed nutrient pill, such as some seemed utterly insufficient. For the longer one lingered, the greater the peril. This effectively encouraged mutual hunting, as who would not desire to escape this cursed place as swiftly as possible? Upon grasping the rules, Mutong quickly comprehended why numerous individuals had sought her demise along the way. Observing her current frail and petite form, just recently cast into the hunting grounds and utterly ignorant of the regulations, who else would they target but her? She shook her head in lamentation, finding the training methods of the camp to be exceedingly wasteful. Not only did they necessitate survival in the wilderness, but they also included a component of mutual hunting. It was evident that few would ultimately survive. In Mutong's eyes, this was a colossal squandering of resources. She always granted her assailants a chance to depart unscathed. The stars understood her heart. Carrying the memories of a post-apocalyptic era, she upheld the belief that humanity was an endangered species, and every living soul deserved to be cherished. However, if others failed to appreciate her mercy, there was little she could do. The ill-fitting beast-hide boots chafed against her bare ankles, leaving behind red marks, not to mention the blisters forming on her soles and toes. These trifling injuries inflicted pain that could not even dispel the overwhelming drowsiness brought on by her prior loss of blood. I must not faint, she silently chanted, repeatedly reminding herself that if she were to fall silent at this moment, she might truly succumb to slumber. I am not tired. I need to find food. Food, meat, honey. Berries. Yes, berries. The aquatic berries unique to the seaside forest. The tart sweet berries, bursting with juice, would release their sweet nectar upon a gentle bite, tantalizing her taste buds. Licking her cracked lips, she swallowed the excess saliva, as if rich berry juice flowed within her mouth. Grilled fish, fresh from the seaside, or perhaps raw fish slices, bursting with protein. Surprisingly, she had yet to perish. Was she incessantly muttering? Perhaps she was casting a spell? If she truly understood incantations, she wouldn't have suffered such grievous injuries. Who could say? Noble scions often possessed hidden skills, and to endure such wounds and still press on was remarkable. Perhaps she was cursing us. Ha! I suspect this young lady is merely trembling in fright, trying to bolster her own courage. A room full of identical faces watched the surveillance screens, chuckling and jesting. No one realized that Mutong was indeed encouraging herself, albeit with a rather peculiar mantra. What are you saying? Suddenly halting in her recitation of recipes, Mutong paused. Leg 328? The voice of Leg Hair echoed in her mind, calm and composed, devoid of madness, allowing for relatively smooth communication. Where are you? Have you found a way out? Mutong understood that Leg Hair would not maintain lucidity for long. She had to seize the moment to inquire. Do not leave. Mutong tightened her grip on the longbow. It was not a matter of being unable to escape, but rather a choice not to leave. Although this outcome was somewhat expected, it still brought her a tinge of disappointment. Leg Hair offered no explanation for his unwillingness to depart, merely delivering a brief remark. You are too weak. In truth, Mutong was acutely aware of her frailty. She felt as delicate as a beautifully crafted porcelain doll, easily shatterable with the slightest exertion. This is quite a fine training ground, came a statement as stark as it was brutally cold. To 328. The raw consumption of flesh and mutual slaughter were merely a commendable training environment. Bit by bit, her wounds were healing, and her body's restorative abilities were enhancing with each passing second. She was rapidly self-healing. Yet, while her injuries mended, the weakness from blood loss and hunger persisted, exacerbated by the energy consumed in the healing process. Starving and drowsy, even her constant self-talk could only temporarily suppress the overwhelming fatigue. Mutong crouched within a hollow of a palm tree, half her body submerged in the sea, the lush foliage concealing her frail form. Time passed slowly, and the surveillance footage barely captured the slightest movement of her lips, obscured by the leaves. Zooming in on the screen, they sought to observe the scene within the hollow. How had she not perished? She had actually concealed herself, and there were no leeches or carnivorous water plants. Did she think hiding would render her safe? The monitoring room remained captivated by Mu Tong, their bets riding on her fate. 40 minutes, 60 minutes, 98 minutes. Her luck was truly remarkable. They needed to present her with some surprises, otherwise, she might remain hidden until starvation claimed her. Just as the patience of those in the surveillance room began to wane, a flash of cold light darted from the hollow, moving so swiftly that it was nearly indistinguishable. A cry erupted as a bird descended, plunging into the water. Chapter 47. Wrong channel. In a rather modest treehouse, a dozen identical faces were crammed together, fixated on the projection from the surveillance monitors. Although the faces were the same, the expressions of excitement and anticipation varied slightly due to the individuality of the users. Switch to holographic mode, one of the staff members instructed, gently gliding their fingers across the panel before them. The holographic projection of the scene surrounding Mu Tong materialized in a flawless 360-degree display at the center of the room. They eagerly awaited the spectacle of humanity's distortion, the decline of morality, self-struggles intertwined with fierce battles, mutual slaughter, combat against beasts, against humans, or a chaotic mixture of both. If all else failed, they hoped for at least a harrowing survival tale steeped in gore. This mundane life of forest guardians was rendered bearable only by the antics of these adorable creatures. Yet, the reality was far from thrilling. Juvenile children chopping wood, gathering twigs, and crafting wooden arrows? What on earth was this? A self-sufficient routine of farming and hunting? Days passed, and the betting pool reopened daily. Aside from a few assaults on the first day, Mu Tong's life surprisingly flourished since the rules were announced. She showed no signs of leaving, finding a concealed tree hollow, adopting an attitude of permanent residence. The forest staff, glued to the monitors, watched in disbelief as Mu Tong transformed the two groups of animals they had intentionally led her to into delicious meals. There is nothing she wanted to eat. Her eating show is a sight to behold. After a chorus of expletives, the forest rangers gradually shifted their focus. Realizing there were still hundreds of adorable creatures engaged in fierce combat, why be infatuated with a single delicate flower? With her head bowed, Mu Tong concentrated on carving wooden blocks. As the prying eyes from the surveillance shifted away, her hands momentarily paused, her ash-blue eyes glimmering. At her feet lay a bundle of wooden strips of varying thicknesses. All the day's labor in gathering firewood was right there. One hand grasped a tree fork while the other deftly wielded a giant birdwing blade, sharpening each stick before placing it into her quiver. Between her teeth, she munched on the bark that drove the identical forest rangers to the brink of madness. Unexpectedly, a vast expanse of red iron trees surrounded her. Did you count them? 10, 100, or perhaps thousands? Her ash-blue eyes sparkled with excitement. In her line of sight stood 4,682 red iron trees, each over 30 years old. Yes, if these could be sold on the black market. A timely reminder chimed in. It was the year 3814, star calendar 61121. Alas, Mu Tong sighed with regret. The bark of the red iron tree exhibited a reddish-brown hue, forming bumpy creases when wet. A gentle squeeze left a reddish-brown powder, with a scent reminiscent of rust, thus its name. In the post-apocalyptic era, this tree had been utilized to its fullest extent, every part a treasure. It thrived in various environments, from arid deserts to humid marshes, and even on small islands submerged by rising tides. Red iron trees over 10 years old boasted sturdy and flexible wood, suitable for crafting various weapons. Trees aged over a century were true treasures, ideal materials for crafting spiritual tools. The older the red iron tree, the greater the spiritual energy it could withstand, making it increasingly suitable for advanced spiritual practitioners. The rust powder from these trees was excellent for restoring vitality and energy. And when chewed alongside red iron leaves, it released nurturing energy during the lengthy process, which was perfect for Mu Tong, who had expended considerable energy in rapid healing. Mu Tong felt she had stumbled upon a treasure, yet the reminder echoed that this treasure was so common that any federal citizen could plant one right outside their door. Chewing on the leaves, she sighed once more. Mu Tong had fashioned a basketful of arrows, but without elemental runes to enhance them. The effectiveness of the arrows was bound to be lacking. The basket, with arrowheads pointed downward, soaked in a pit filled with a paralyzing poison made from beast blood and blue vines, would lend a bit of potency to her rudimentary arrows. Mu Tong navigated the wilderness with ease, save for one aspect. Her physical condition was so frail that she found it disgraceful. How long will it take to recover? If you mean returning to your pre-rehabilitation state, at the current rate, a month, provided you do not sustain further serious injuries. The emphasis on further was clear. This body was too weak, requiring extensive training to meet the federal health standards, enabling her to quickly ignite her spiritual star without being torn apart by the forces of the cosmos. Before being sent to the rehabilitation center, you underwent multiple life-saving procedures in the hospital, with your life hanging by a thread on several occasions. Oh, ever since her memories from before the apocalyptic era resurfaced, Mutong had not once inquired why she was sent to the rehabilitation center, nor had she questioned the circumstances leading to her critical condition before being rushed to the hospital. The deceased parents. Everything concerning the Taewangxing Mu family, she had not uttered a single word about it, although her memories had returned. Those of Taewangxing felt like a mere children's storybook in her mind, difficult to forge an emotional connection with. The reminder came again. Someone had been hired to take your life, and it was uncertain when the assassin would strike again. Evading this threat would not enhance your safety. Mutong retrieved the soaked arrows, now fully absorbed with the paralyzing venom, and organized her belongings, observing the wound on her shoulder. Previously pierced by an ambush arrow and struck by lightning, she noted it had completely healed. Seated in the tree hollow, Mutong closed her eyes, patiently waiting. At dawn, she would leave. She could no longer linger here. The sea breeze caressed her, the leaves swayed gently, and Mutong soon slipped into slumber. Her bodily functions rapidly restored during her dreams. The following day, as the first rays of morning light cascaded down, Mutong departed the tree hollow. The sea lapped at her ankles, and during high tide, it could even reach her waist. This was clearly the edge of the forest, bordering the ocean. Chapter 48. The fiery descent. This may well be the most tedious escort mission I have ever undertaken, grumbled a pilot over the internal communications channel, belonging to the Marseille Star District Defense Force. I merely hope that those damned armed marauders do not decide to show up while I am on duty. I can endure boredom without fear. Dozens of circular two-man fighters circled around the small vessel's navigational course, tasked with maneuvering defense, ensuring the vessel's safe passage into Corrales. The fighters streaked past the ship's right side, the tri-ring insignia exclusive to the federal government shimmering with silver brilliance, gleaming like a beacon in the pitch-black void of space. Who would be foolish enough to attack a federal government vessel? Have they lost their minds? Corrales loomed ahead, and we could be stuck in that cursed place until the investigation concluded. From a distance, Corrales resembled a sphere of murky liquid, amalgamated from various colors, exuding an aura of lifelessness amidst the stars. With the celestial bodies above, we could only hope for the best. The elder pilot exhaled deeply, a sense of unease gnawing at him inexplicably. How much longer? 12 minutes passed, yet no sight of the ship. 20 minutes later, Corrales Airport still awaited the arrival of the Windrider. The Windrider had gone missing, mere moments from Corrales. The warden and the dean exchanged glances, each perceiving a fleeting spark of doubt and incredulity in the other's eyes. Just as the crowd pondered the situation, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. A ball of flames descending from above, resembling a star plummeting toward its fiery demise. At last, the Windrider appeared over Corrales, but no one anticipated such a perilous spectacle. Makong concealed herself among the foliage, fixated on the approaching prey in the distance, her fingers taut against the bowstring, squinting at her target, biding her time until the moment was ripe. Her frail arms and slender frame were insufficient to unleash the full might of her bow. A shot taken from too great a distance would lack the requisite force, rendering it highly susceptible to being blocked. Patience was Makong's greatest asset, once well fed. She could remain motionless, observing her prey for 3 days and nights. Not being picky was perhaps one of the most vital advantages in such a harsh environment. As she chewed on the bark of the red iron tree, savoring it like gum, the heavy taste of rust enveloping her mouth, it invigorated her mind and replenished her energy, truly perfect. Not far away in a thicket half submerged in seawater, Makong's target lay motionless in the water, having not surfaced for air for a full half-hour. Makong spotted the fins protruding from their backs. Do you know what race they belong to? You don't? The question was directed at leg hair. Do you think I reside within your body? I do not. Then by what means do you presume I can see what you see? Describe their biological features to me, quickly. The periods during which leg hair was conscious varied, sometimes lengthy, sometimes brief. Their telepathic communication was equally unpredictable. With gray-blue skin and fins upon their backs, lacking ears, their other features resembled those of ordinary humans. Their feet remained obscured beneath the water. As the words fell, Makong's gaze fixated on the smooth back of the creature's head. Within the camp, every individual, including those so-called instructors, bore a branded mark on some part of their body, a testament to their enslavement and their severance from their past lives. At that moment, she too bore the same grotesque brand upon her shoulder blade. Ma Kong leaned against a tree stump, her longbow poised in hand, ready to unleash an arrow at any moment. When suddenly, her fingers trembled slightly. Longa, odi ahachi. The sound compelled one to gravitate toward its source. In an instant, Ma Kong's focus drifted, and a cascade of familiar yet alien memories flooded her mind. The tenderness of being cradled as a child while lullabies were sung. The patience shown while lying on the rooftop counting stars and learning the names of each celestial body, and the stern guidance given during hunts. The image of her mother emerged from the cold, flat pages of memory, vivid and three-dimensional. Littlewood. The woman gazed at Ma Kong with gentle yet resolute eyes, beckoning her with a soft call. Come here, Littlewood. Ma Kong instinctively leaned forward, warm tears unwittingly tracing her cheeks. Littlewood, if you take another step forward, your chances of survival will increase by 100%. The soothing melody and her mother's tender call were abruptly replaced by the precise, formal tone of a broadcast, sending a shiver down Ma Kong's spine as goosebumps rose on her skin. A gentle breeze swept past, leaving the tears on her cheeks cold and creating a dry trail. Had she truly wept? Ma Kong attempted to force a smile, trying to lift the corners of her mouth. There was no shame in shedding tears for her mother. Ma Kong had no desire to speak. Whoosh! An arrow plunged into the water, blood rapidly spilling forth, staining the surface crimson. As another shack emerged, the second arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in the shack's left shoulder. After swiftly releasing 2 arrows, Ma Kong changed her position, drawing her bow once more. Her movements fluid and seamless. The concealed location had been compromised. It was no longer prudent to linger. Ma Kong seemed oblivious to the warning from leg hair, disregarding her frail arm's capacity as she drew back the bowstring again. A blinding red light reflected in her eyes, her vision wavering as the angle of her shot shifted slightly and missed its mark. Ma Kong squinted, witnessing a crimson sphere descending, growing larger before her. A wave of heat washed over her as the forest of the sea ignited in a blaze of flames in an instant. Chapter 49. The falling power bank. The federal government's public spacecraft, the Phone, was assailed by armed marauders and plummeted into the sea of Coral Star, with the wreckage yet to be discovered. Oh, and what else? A man clad in formal attire, his expression grave and mouth set in a tight line, lightly tapped the tabletop twice. The dull thuds resonated like the ominous toll of a funeral bell. The escort defense forces were entirely obliterated, and the fates of the safety and defense officials from the Marseille sector, along with the federal investigative team, remained uncertain. He clasped his hands and began to applaud, the sound echoing sharply. Within the uppermost conference room of the New Hope Corporation's office building in the Extinction Star province, several senior executives sat in hushed silence, afraid to breathe. Are you dissatisfied with the troubles of Coral Star? Or do you believe that the federal citizens' attention towards us is insufficient, hoping for a few more days of headline coverage? Investigate thoroughly. Was it the Freedom Wing or some other fools? I demand to know who sank that damned ship. Regardless, the secondary terraforming plans for the abandoned planet must not be affected, whether it be a federal prison or a sanatorium. The casualties from the armed assault were merely inmates and deranged patients. Their deaths would soon fade from the news cycle, and no one would linger on what transpired at Coral Star. But now, a federal vessel has been ambushed and crashed into Coral Star before any investigation could commence. This remote planet instantly became the focal point of the entire Federation, drawing the attention of even other nations within the Star Alliance. Amidst the chaos enveloping Coral Star, on a small island nearly shattered and submerged due to the spacecraft's crash, Mutong found herself in an even graver survival crisis. The explosion had blasted a massive hole in the island's defensive enclosure. After a cacophony of flames, the primary defensive functions of the enclosure were entirely disabled, leaving only the concealment mechanism operational. From the sky or the sea, the island appeared non-existent, hidden within the ocean's reflective surface. At the explosion's epicenter, apart from the resilient red iron tree, all other flora had been reduced to charred remains. Mutong was thrown by the shockwave and, upon being plunged into the seawater, felt her internal organs shift painfully, leaving her numb with agony. A hand emerged from the mire, followed by a head crowned with muddy water plants. Mutong struggled to crawl out of the muck, rolling over and breaking into a violent fit of coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Her throat was choked with briny mud debris, and it took a while for her to catch her breath. Just as she intended to shake off the mud clinging to her, she heard the defensive barrier shut down, the radiation levels and temperature set to rise rapidly. Skin protection was necessary. It was advised to retain a thin layer of mud. What has transpired? Today is your fortunate day. Oh, I didn't expect you to possess such a sense of humor. Day in and day out, teetering on the brink of life and death. With safety not guaranteed and the probability of demise only increasing. Just moments ago, she had narrowly escaped death yet again. What sort of luck was that? A spacecraft had crashed upon the island. The news anchor's tone became visibly animated. While you were unconscious, I conducted a preliminary analysis. This is a dual-engine hybrid power spacecraft, featuring not only traditional nuclear power but also a spirit-gathering engine. At this revelation, Mutong sprang to her feet, her one eye not obscured by mud sparkling with excitement. A vessel equipped with a spirit-gathering engine implies it can navigate using magical or spiritual energy, even if the ship has crashed. The likelihood of the engine being intact or reparable is substantial, even if it is damaged beyond repair. Its residual energy equates to an immensely capacious power bank, a bonanza for a spirit still in recovery. This was indeed a valuable asset. The marauding Shakers who had previously attacked Mutong were long gone, scattered by the explosion. Without hesitation, she turned towards the direction indicated by the mischievous spirit. With such a significant commotion, surely someone would come to investigate the island? Mutong found this puzzling. Unbeknownst to her, the spacecraft had fractured upon crashing into the island, along with its fighter jets, delivering a blow no less potent than a missile strike. The camp was struck, triggering a chain reaction of explosions, compounded by the malfunctioning defense system. Fortuitously, the camp had become a disaster zone, directly facing the devastating impact of the nuclear-powered engine. There was no time to search further. Mutong quickened her pace. She was not far from the wreckage, less than a kilometer away. Along the way, she encountered several dismembered remains of beasts hurled by the blast. The closer she drew to the remnants of the spacecraft, the higher the surrounding temperature rose, not only due to the residual heat from the explosion, but also because the defensive barriers were down, revealing the harsh atmospheric conditions of Coral Star. Before her stood a figure, obscured by mud, indistinguishable in form. Before her lay a charred pit, with seawater rising ominously from below, submerging much of the wreckage. If she delayed any longer, it would likely sink entirely beneath the waves. Mutong circled the wreckage, her gaze scanning every corner meticulously. Portions of the wreckage protruding from the water revealed 3 interlocking rings, the official emblem of the Blue River Federation. Preliminary assessment complete. This was not the site of the nuclear engine, and there was currently no risk of nuclear leakage. Exhaling, Mutong had not yet finished her breath when the mischievous spirit's voice chimed in again, but the nuclear engine had already landed somewhere on the island. Once it detonated again, it would cause severe nuclear contamination. Not if, but certainly. The timing was too coincidental. This spacecraft, the federal emblem on the wreckage. Mutong recalled the news she had heard not long ago in the camp about the federal investigation team being dispatched. It seemed the federal personnel had already arrived at the destination, albeit likely unable to conduct their investigation alive. Mutong plunged into the seawater. Much of the wreckage was submerged, and had it not been snagged by the roots of the red iron tree, it would have already sunk to the depths before her arrival. Setting aside futile musings, Mutong held her breath and quickened her swimming speed. She could not manage to hold her breath for over 3 minutes, not even 2, truly a terrifying thought given her current frailty. Chapter 50. Charged in convulsions, the wreckage of the spacecraft lay largely submerged beneath the waves, with rising tides gradually engulfing more of it, leaving only a slanted apex protruding above the surface. Mutong emerged from the water, her body caked in mud, which the sea had partially washed away. She crawled onto the shore, leaning against the roots of a tree, panting for a considerable time, with her hands resting on her knees. She could hear her heart pounding fiercely, akin to a drum. She had pinpointed the location of the engine, yet her slender limbs were insufficient to transport such a colossal object. The interior of the cabin was flooded, resembling a sealed container brimming with water. Though merely debris, it was still a considerable structure, measuring over 100 meters in both length and width. The sound of rushing water echoed, prompting Mutong to plunge back into the depths. This time, she had secured a thick vine around her waist, the other end tied to a sturdy red iron tree trunk. When the moment came, she would simply release the stone tethered to the vine and float to the surface. One of the sealed compartments bore a hole from artillery fire, allowing the seawater to trickle in slowly. Peering through a transparent window, Mutong glimpsed the spirit-gathering engine. Askew within the cabin, the engine, independently protected in the sealed compartment, would have been inaccessible to her had it not been for a secondary explosion during the crash. The engine itself was several dozen cubic meters in size. Disregarding its weight, it was impossible to extract it without specialized equipment. Her face flushed from holding her breath. Mutong climbed up to hover above the engine. Fortunately, there was no defensive barrier, or she would have been in trouble. She extended her hand to rest on the engine's core, her fingers exploring its surface until a flicker of joy ignited within her. She had found it. With a click, Mutong's fingers activated the spirit-gathering engine, which was rather conventional and not particularly innovative. She had examined countless models in the junkyard. This engine could power airships, shuttles, safety shelters, and more. As the saying goes, with the spirit core in hand, one need not worry about a prosperous life, with ample food and warmth. Mutong carefully detached the emerging spirit core. It was neither excessively light nor heavy. Weighing a mere dozen kilograms, it posed little burden to most adults. However, for Mutong in that moment, carrying it was a monumental effort. She tore the sleeves from her clothes, fashioning a pouch to secure the core and binding it tightly around her waist. The cold metal disc, roughly the size of a rice bowl, pressed against her abdomen. This was not a complete energy engine, but rather its most vital component, the core, inscribed with energy arrays that sustained the engine's operation. After a brief rest, Mutong grasped the vine and plunged back into the water, this time floating near the shore. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she steeled herself, whispering, "I am ready. You may begin. Relax, do not tense up. It may sting initially, but soon you will be numbed by the sensations," she chuckled to herself, bemused by the peculiarity of her own comfort. On the water's surface, in a corner obscured by the wreckage, a vine tethered a person who appeared lifeless, suddenly convulsing violently, sending ripples through the water. A closer observation revealed faint blue arcs of electricity dancing around her. The intermittent convulsions began with pain, but soon, the sensation faded into numbness. Her face upward, the pallid body floated in the water, skin swollen and wrinkled from prolonged immersion, giving the impression of a bloated corpse to any unfortunate passerby. The residual energy from the engine continuously surged into Mutong's body, transmitted through the core symbol on her forehead to the sentient spirit. The operation of this spirit required energy, varying in type and method of infusion. Mutong floated on the surface, endeavoring to ignore the pain inflicted by the unconventional energy infusion as she directed her thoughts elsewhere. At times, she found it difficult to accept this reality. What if it were merely a dream? Awakening on the floor of a safety shelter would be a painful shock if she had become too immersed in her experience. Her knowledge of the Blue River Federation was limited. Compared to the other nations of the Star Alliance, the Federation was relatively young, emerging during a period of growth. Its brief history, coupled with being one of the first to perish in the cataclysm, rendered it unfamiliar to those living in the apocalypse. Mutong closed her eyes, flipping through the pages of her memories, hastily revisiting her family's history and lineage. Although the Mu family held noble status with an inherited title of Count, the Federation had long since abolished its royal family. Noble titles had become mere formalities devoid of substantive significance, lacking even the subsidies typically afforded to nobles and monarchies. Yet to assert that these titles bore no value would be misleading. They symbolized identity and heritage. The Mu family operated a mining business, and aside from their titles, they were unequivocally mine owners. Mu Yoji, Mutong's father, was taken hostage 2 years prior during an exploration of mineral veins after a conflict with local natives. The search and rescue operation lasted 3 months. Mutong insisted on continuing until they found either her father alive or his remains. Yet her uncle unilaterally announced the death of her parents and terminated the search. Subsequently, at a banquet held by the Lan family, Mutong sustained severe injuries and was rushed to the hospital. What transpired that day? Chapter 51. Fairy tales are deceitful suicide? Impossible. I could never take my own life. What transpired at that banquet? A sudden voice intruding from behind left Mutong in a state of utter confusion. Just as her consciousness wavered, an unexpected dull pain surged through her mind, radiating from the back of her head to her entire body. The excruciating agony and uncontrollable muscle spasms rendered her incapable of grasping the tree root beside her, as seawater engulfed her mouth and nose. In the next instant, Mutong's eyes flew open, gasping for breath. She attempted to reach for the back of her head to ascertain any injury, only to realize her hands were restrained, immobile. Looking down, she discovered she was bound to a tree trunk. The vines originally tied around her waist to prevent her from sinking into the depths of the ocean had now become instruments of her own entrapment. A heavy blow to the back of her head had resulted in a mild concussion, but no bruising or life-threatening injuries. Could you not have warned me of the danger before I was struck? The assailant concealed themselves. Who are you? And why have you stolen the engine core? Mutong's gaze fell upon the figure before her, her eyes widening in unmasked curiosity. Due to the peculiar characteristics of their race, she could discern neither age nor gender. Clad in scales of pale blue and dark green, standing nearly 2 meters tall, their wet uniform clung to their body, obscuring any definitive traits. Even the features of their face bore little resemblance to that of a human. They were a Phalanxian, an amphibious race. Having faced near extinction around the year 195 of the Doomsday Era, GNJIN promptly confirmed the origin of the individual before her. Mutong. Extinct for so long. Could it be that they were annihilated by other human races? Corey glanced at the frail child bound before her. A swirl of confusion in her mind. The spacecraft had been attacked and crashed, and until clarity emerged, she trusted no one, yet this child bore an unsettling familiarity. Hello. I am Mutong. The slender boy with a buzz-cut smiled as he introduced himself. Corey suddenly recalled Mutong's name. A victim listed in the aftermath of the assault on Corral Star, marked distinctly due to her noble lineage. It is you. The young lady of the Mu family from Taiwan Star, Corey remarked as she swept her hand across Mutong's wrist. An intense heat surged through Mutong's wrist, as if pierced by a hot needle. At that moment, Corey had swiftly accessed the DNA report from the Federal Citizen Database, confirming Mutong's identity. Indeed, she was the young lady of the Mu family from Taiwan Star, sent over a year ago to Corral Star for treatment. With her identity validated, Corey's wariness towards Mutong lessened slightly as she began to untie her restraints, inquiring, "How did you end up here?" Mutong's gaze fell upon the tattered uniform of her captor, the charred emblem of the tri-ring symbol sparking a glimmer of hope within her. GNJIN was right. Today was a fortunate day. Her smile broadened. I was captured. Your cheerful declaration of having been captured might mislead one into thinking it a fortunate occurrence. Corey sensed the complexity in the girl's gaze, a blend of curiosity, surprise, and a hint of regret. As a Phalanxian, she had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Presuming that Mutong was simply astonished to discover that the Phalanxians did not conform to the golden-haired, blue-eyed, fair-skinned, and melodious voices of legend. Fairy tales are deceitful. Not all fishfolk possess golden hair, blue eyes, and delicate features, nor do they transform into bubbles, Corey remarked with a chuckle. Perhaps the author had once encountered a sea nymph and had been enchanted by an illusion. Little did Corey know that Mutong's astonishment and regret stemmed from witnessing an extinct species, leading her to contemplate that as long as she continued to live, she might encounter even more vanished creatures, becoming lost in the marvels of existence. While Corey spoke, Mutong remained deep in thought. The identity of the individual before her was confirmed, a federal investigative officer dispatched to probe the armed assault on Corral Star. The spacecraft had crashed. Yet this individual had miraculously survived, perhaps aided by the traits of their aquatic lineage. This was undoubtedly good news for Mutong. She longed to escape Corral Star, but was hindered by a lack of transportation and unfamiliarity with the terrain. The presence of a federal investigator signified a potential communication with the outside world, perhaps even a rescue team. Reality, however, soon proved that Mutong's elation was premature. Someone is coming. At GNJIN's warning, Mutong was swiftly silenced by the Phalanxian, who concealed her behind a red iron tree. Can she hear you? Mutong exclaimed in astonishment. It is advisable to conduct a comprehensive examination of brain function, as signs of potential cognitive decline seem present. Amid the struggle, Mutong had not forgotten to seize her bow and quiver, which Corey noted with growing curiosity. 5 individuals approached, the sound of metal clashing emanating from 2 of them, while the other 3 moved with an almost ethereal lightness, barely making a sound. As they entered Mutong's line of sight, they were not the recently dispatched slave reserves, but 5 individuals bearing identical visages. The staff here appeared to don the same false countenance. They were here to scour the wreckage of the spacecraft. We found it. Hurry. Search carefully. We must ensure no survivors remain. Rumors circulated that remnants had also been discovered in the Eastern District, where 6 bodies were recovered and 1 soldier had survived, only to be swiftly subdued after losing an arm. If you wish to avoid such fates, conduct a meticulous search. Corey's expression darkened at those words. Mutong perceived this not through observation, but through the throbbing pain coursing through her body. The Phalanxian's fish-scaled features provided no insight into their emotional state. Yet the grip on her hand was exceedingly tight. These individuals were clearly not a rescue team. Their mission was evidently to ensure that no survivor was afforded a chance at life. The armed violence on Corral Star was indeed shrouded in mystery. Yet Mutong feared that her injuries would prevent her from enduring until the federal rescue team arrived. This news must be conveyed. Corey glanced at the perpetually smiling Mutong, initially perplexed by the child's incessant grin in such a perilous situation. Then she recalled that Mutong had been sent to the sanatorium due to severe mental trauma, and her seemingly irrational laughter was now understandable. With a self-deprecating smile, Corey mused, must the weight of hope truly rest upon the shoulders of a child with a fractured mind? Life is arduous. Even the Felintians find themselves in despair. Chapter 52. Not a single one can escape. It was sweltering. Large beads of perspiration cascaded down from my forehead, trickling along my brow and stinging my eyes. I found myself weeping uncontrollably from the irritation of my own sweat, yet I remained motionless, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone raise a hand to wipe my brow, allowing the moisture to flow freely and dry on its own. Listening intently, I could hear the murmurs of the patrolling forest guards nearby, their voices intertwining with the gentle rustle of arrows gliding through the air. They would not depart until the remnants were dealt with. Corey silently mouthed to me, indicating that more searchers would arrive, conducting a more thorough investigation. I smiled faintly. Slipping away unnoticed would be nearly impossible by that time. Leaning against the tree trunk, Corey remained equally still, his gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. The noble lady before him was far from what he had anticipated. Both of us perched silently in the branches, not out of reluctance to move, but because any shift might betray our presence. One of us was gravely injured, while the other was far too frail. Neither of us was capable of combat. The forest guards continued their search nearby, and confronting an enemy with superior numbers would be unwise. Even the slightest disturbance could expose our hiding place to the enemy. The members of the training camp had not left. Instead, they were scouring the area, and it was only a matter of time before this red iron tree would be discovered. I patiently awaited my opportunity, my fingers tightly gripping the short bough. Had the surveillance been disabled? The primary defense system of the island was down, and the administration of the isle was in a state of utter collapse. It was time to seize the chance to escape this isolated island. Hearing the urgent reminder, I tightened my grip on the bough, waiting for the right moment. Alas, the communication signal had been severed. The lead forest guard muttered a curse, instructing his companion to alert the others while the rest stayed behind. Two guards turned and moved in the opposite direction from their comrades. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on my targets, one in front and one behind. Drawing back the bowstring, I released the arrow with a swift whoosh. It sliced through the air, grazing the face of the foremost guard before embedding itself in the shoulder of another. After releasing the arrow, I leapt from the tree and fled. The shot was not fatal. At most, it would only inflict a superficial wound. Were you certain that the paralyzing toxin would hinder their movements? Theoretically, yes, but the actual outcome would depend on the physical resilience of the attacked. What else could I do but run? My action successfully attracted the guards' attention and ignited their fury. They all pursued my fleeing figure. Stop. 321. Halt immediately. As I realized I had been recognized and felt the sharpness of their red sights aimed at the back of my head, I decided to comply and slow my pace. I dropped my weapon, raised my hands, and lay down on the ground. Turning around, I obediently lifted my hands, yet I clutched the short bough tightly. A smile creeping onto my face as I faced the guards. The sudden grin startled them. Before they could react, water surged into their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Bubbles rose from the water, gurgling in a cacophony. Before me stood a line of individuals, each ensnared in large water bubbles. The fishmen's method of attack was indeed unique, spitting bubbles, ensuring none could escape. Those engulfed in bubbles writhed on the ground, struggling to burst the spheres that had seemingly adhered to their heads. None among them belonged to a race capable of breathing underwater. Their hands plunged into the bubbles. But apart from cries of despair, they were of no use. The bubbles seemed to be affixed to their skulls. Angry shouts mingled with bubbling sounds erupted from within. The guards, encumbered by the bubbles, split into two groups, launching their assaults toward Corey and me. Gurgling with despair, they were doomed. Mercifully, the communication had been severed. Otherwise, the news of Corey South's survival would undoubtedly place me at the top of the hunting list alongside the fishmen. Rescue? Without hesitation. I loosed several arrows before they could react. The distance was too short for precise aiming. Yet I ignored the ache in my arm muscles and released 3 arrows in quick succession, striking their eyes, mouths, and chests. The assailants began to tremble under the dual afflictions of suffocation and paralysis, their bodies swaying unsteadily. One by one, they fell before me. They still had heartbeats, but whether they could continue to breathe under the embrace of the bubbles remained uncertain. On the other side, the forest guard near Corey had also succumbed. Lifeless upon the ground, even gravely injured, the fishmen remained formidable. One had managed to escape. I counted the fallen, noting that one had dived into the muddy waters, and there was no way to pursue. I could only watch as he vanished from sight. The arrow lodged in his shoulder contained a paralyzing toxin. How far he could run depended entirely on his body's resistance to the poison. Corey's scales had dulled considerably, and she glanced at me. Knowing that the news of the wreckage had been disseminated, remaining nearby was perilous. We had to leave swiftly. Supporting the severely injured Corey, we trudged onward for over half an hour, sweat-soaked clothing clinging to us, feeling as if we had just been fished from the water. This pace was unsustainable. Finding a safe haven before nightfall seemed increasingly unlikely. Beyond the forest guards, other dangers lurked on this island. Do you know who attacked Coral Star? Corey mused, sensing something amiss yet lacking the energy to investigate further. After posing the question, she found it amusing that she hoped to extract intelligence from a troubled child. I, oblivious to her thoughts, shook my head and replied, I was sent from the sanatorium, as were the others. What did this imply? Corey, not foolish, could surmise. The current temperature was 49 degrees Celsius, with humidity exceeding 90%, a high temperature warning. Since the spacecraft breached the island's defense barriers, the temperature had steadily risen, the seawater almost submerging the entire isle. The low-lying areas were now submerged, with every step taken in water. This, in turn, drained our stamina. I glanced up at the sky. The once azure expanse had vanished, replaced by an oppressive reddish-brown hue. It felt as though we were trapped in a preheating steam chamber. The heat was unbearable. Wiping my brow, I turned to look at the panting Corey, who now resembled a desiccated fish, having been both sun-dried and soaked. Corey's vitality was fading rapidly. She understood that death was imminent, and enduring to this point had already pushed her limits. Chapter 53. For the sake of survival, Mu Chong and the fishmen did not head directly toward the shore, for it would be futile, without any means of transportation. Even the most adept swimmer would find it impossible to withstand the highly corrosive seawater. As they waded through the waters, Corey remarked to Mu Chong that the surrounding waters of the island had undergone special purification treatment. If you manage to leave this isolated island, do not foolishly leap into the sea. Within 15 minutes of contact with the water, you would be left a mere skeleton, your flesh corroded beyond recognition. Mu Chong cast a curious glance at Corey and inquired, What about you? Corey shrugged, her gills fluttering slightly. Perhaps I could last 30 minutes. Impressive. Is it due to your greater mass or the resilience of your scales against corrosion? Corey, this child was not particularly enjoyable to converse with. Their destination was the camp, where finding a means of reaching the sea would be ideal. Mu Chong was aware that a submarine was docked not far from the camp. As all the slaves had been transported by submarine, aiming for the camp seemed too obvious, making it a potential target. A submarine would be far more suitable for their escape. Corey glanced apologetically at Mu Chong. I cannot take you off Coral Star just yet. I need to get to the sanatorium you mentioned. I will find a way to ensure your safety. This declaration was one Corey herself scarcely believed. Nonetheless, Mu Chong merely nodded obediently, smiling, all right. One of the forest guardians had fled. That individual would surely relay the news. Once the pursuers increased in number and the island was sealed off, their chances of survival would dwindle. Had Mu Chong not insisted on dragging Corey along, she might have avoided this perilous path, which instilled a sense of guilt in Corey for exploiting a minor victim. Will you not contact your companions? They are all dead. My communication device is malfunctioning, and the communications on this island are being monitored. If I attempt to reach out, we will both be located. Corey could pinpoint the scattered wreckage, and Jiejiet was aware that one of the explosion coordinates corresponded with the camp. Combining their knowledge allowed them to quickly identify the camp's location. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a palm-sized map materialized before them. Most of the map remained a muted gray and white, with only the area surrounding them detailed, encompassing several dozen kilometers. She had deployed 5 detectors, and the map was continuously being refined. Her intelligence spirit had not detected my presence. Intelligent spirits could sense one another, with higher-ranking spirits being more adept at concealing their existence. Mu Chong could not discern what level Jiejiet, a discarded product from the wasteland during the apocalypse, held within the Blue River Federation. Mu Chong was taken aback. How come you were not detected during the physical examination at the sanatorium? Have you deteriorated to the point of being overlooked by the detection system? So, is it possible that I was targeted due to the presence of an intelligent spirit? Spirit cultivators are certainly more attuned to sensing them than ordinary individuals. Indeed, I believe so. Mu Chong, What was with that heavy sense of disdain? Such a strong desire for revenge. Before she could retort, Jieji warned, "Be cautious, someone is approaching." Muchong halted, straining her ears to the sounds of footsteps and breathing drawing near. 3 individuals. At 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 300 meters, 400 meters. Corey looked at Muchong with surprise. She had sensed the approaching trackers, but that was only due to the feedback from the scout. "How did you know?" "I heard them. The flowing wind reveals all it witnesses." Corey was momentarily stunned. Did all aristocratic children speak so poetically? Or had this child developed peculiarities during her time at the sanatorium? Muchong smiled in response. She could not confess. "Hey, my intelligence spirit informed me." The figures approaching were not the same guardians they had encountered before. This time, it was a group of slave recruits. Individuals like Muchong who had been captured and trained on the island. In just a few days, these individuals had undergone significant transformations, displaying the effects of their conditioning far more evidently than Muchong. These 3 were not forest guardians sent to track them, but rather a temporary hunting party seeking points. To them, Muchong and Corey appeared no different. Without a word, they launched an attack. "I can help you escape." Corey initially attempted to persuade them, hoping to unite these individuals as allies, as they too were victims and would serve as living evidence of their plight. The intention was noble. But had it been a few days earlier, success might have been possible. Now, however, Muchong stood quietly to the side, smiling in anticipation. There was no hope. After enduring repeated struggles against hunger and death, the moral and legal foundations instilled by civilized society had become blurred. In the eyes of these individuals, Muchong and Corey were not human, but mere representations of food, medicine, and the hope of life, points to be earned. Humans were no different from other animals. All could be tamed. The outcome, of course, was the demise of the 3 slave recruits. Corey stood rooted, staring at the 3 individuals who had drowned in the water. Their profiles familiar to her. One was an inmate of the federal prison, while the other 2 were just unfortunate ordinary people. Corey had intended to rescue, not to hunt. "We must leave," Muchong reminded the fishmen. "Their minds contain chips that can be tracked, exposing us to danger." "And you?" Muchong furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. "It might be compromised." Corey glanced at Muchong. "Is that so?" After their arduous journey, they finally reached the vicinity of the camp, which had transformed into a charred wasteland. The nuclear contamination levels had risen. Approaching without protection was perilous. The main engine had fallen here. And although there was a faint leak of nuclear energy, they were fortunate that a secondary explosion had not yet occurred. Corey tapped her wrist several times, and a series of charts appeared on the palm-sized screen, numbers fluctuating alongside a curve transitioning from green to red. Muchong caught a glimpse. The flashing red marker likely indicated the location of the nuclear power engine. Should it explode, this island would vanish in an instant. Muchong glanced at the fishman, reflecting on the benefits of having numerous scales. Even the keenest eye could not discern the fishman's expression through the thick armor. Indeed, one could remain utterly unfazed even as the world crumbled around them. Chapter 54. A smooth plan. The submarine lay quietly at the seaside dock. And there should be more than one. We stealthily approached the shore to commandeer a submarine and set sail from this place. The vast ocean would render us difficult to locate for a while. You must find a way to notify the Federation. Once the government reinforcements arrive, we will be saved. Muto gazed up at the merman, her face brimming with innocent hope. While it would be ideal if things could proceed so smoothly. Experience from the apocalyptic era of struggle for survival cautioned Muto against harboring excessive optimism about her luck. It was merely a malevolent trickster, delighting in playing with one's fate. Believing it to be benign was an illusion, and one could pay dearly for such a misjudgment. The crux of the matter lay in whether no one would detect us during our walk to the shore, and if we could swiftly launch the submarine, evading the defenses at the island dock. If everything proceeded without a hitch. Corey forced a bitter smile. Muto had articulated both the good and the bad. She was fully aware that matters could not unfold so favorably. The moment the Federation's official spacecraft was ambushed, she understood that the incident involving the attack on Coral Star was anything but simple. To dare overturn an official spacecraft within the Federation was sheer lawlessness. Although Muto's plan seemed fraught with challenges, it was currently the only viable option. Every passing second of vitality served as a warning to Corey. She had no time to linger. "I'm on the brink of death." Corey leaned against a tree trunk, bending over, one hand on her knee. Her eyes fixed on the still smiling, egg-headed child before her. Muto paused for a moment, then sighed lightly, expressing her regret. "What a pity. It's been a pleasure to meet you." Her smile remained unwavering. At that moment, Corey could ascertain that regardless of Muto's family's intentions in sending this child to the sanatorium, there was indeed something amiss with her mental state. The innocent farewell to a dying person, this bizarre harmony, suddenly stirred a peculiar mirth within Corey, with no other alternatives available. Corey knew that the fleeing ranger had undoubtedly reported the existence of live investigators aboard the official spacecraft. The individuals dispatched to confront her would not be easily subdued minions. They were not fools. They understood that their departure would necessitate transportation. The only dock accommodating submarines and airships was likely already laced with traps, awaiting their unwitting entrapment. Regardless of the roles that the Coral Star Sanatorium and prison played in this situation, the overseers of this planet were highly suspect. Corey, as a special investigator, had not come to Coral Star solely to address the incident involving armed assailants. She bore another secret investigative mission. Little did she expect that before her investigation could formally commence, she would find herself on the brink of utter annihilation. Corey offered a wry smile. Such circumstances were far from what she envisioned before her departure. She glanced down at the ragged, blood-stained child beside her. The existence of this child, along with the slaves encountered along the way, seemed to cast the findings of her investigation directly into Corey's face. What I am about to tell you may be beyond your full comprehension, but I hope you will do as I say. This may be your only chance to escape Coral Star. Coughing, Corey's breath escaped not from her mouth, but from a gill-like opening on her neck. Muto, tilting her head back, could see them opening and closing, producing a clicking sound, with a trickle of crimson liquid seeping forth. Corey removed a fish scale from her wrist and handed it to Muto. A souvenir? Do the fill-ins have such customs? This is my smart card, which integrates basic functions such as visual communication. I have unbound it. With it, you can access maps and use it as a communicator, among other things. Corey had no time to elaborate on its features. In this crossbow, given your limited strength, the bow is less suitable than the crossbow for you now. Corey presented Muto with an array of essential field supplies, including healing medications, sustenance capsules, and more. Muto accepted the items, placing them carefully, and asked with a tilt of her head, "Are you preparing for your last rites, handling your belongings?" Corey gazed at the child's innocent face, speechless. Perhaps she would be the first federal investigator to be driven to death by a victim during a mission. Corey shook her head in resignation. "Yes, I am bequeathing my last words. You must fulfill the promise you made to me. All of this is yours." After a prolonged pause, Corey added, "Someone will come to assist you. I assure you, you can leave Coral Star, if you are still alive by then." The final words remained unspoken. As Corey swallowed her guilt and shame, Muto was the only glimmer of hope she had encountered thus far. "Deliver the items I entrusted to you to the sanatorium. There is a mark on the map. Just follow the instructions." This matter was of utmost importance. It pertained to whether more victims would be sent here in the future. "Please promise me, I beg you." Feeling Corey's hands tightly gripping her shoulders, Muto winced as the fish scales jabbed into her already sore skin. "All right," with Muto's promise. Corey exhaled in relief. "Now, just do as I say." "Okay." Muto maintained a sweet smile throughout. This prompted Corey, having addressed the pressing matters, to recall a question that had troubled her throughout the journey. Why? Why do you keep smiling? What Corey truly wished to express was, "Child, are you aware that you smile when you kill and when discussing death? Your laughter seems rather like that of a foolish pervert." Corey's expression indicated her confusion. Muto, with her lips curving upward, earnestly explained, "A friend's suggestion. Smiling can increase my chances of survival." "Why?" Corey struggled to comprehend the connection. She said, "I am good-looking." "Corey." Muto observed Corey's fish-scaled visage and added earnestly, "But you may not agree. After all, aesthetic standards may vary across races." Gazing at Muto's delicate face, resembling that of a porcelain doll, the merman had to concede that while the statement was audacious, it held a kernel of truth. Faced with such an innocent, smiling countenance, whether out of goodwill or malice, the chances of survival could indeed increase significantly. With a resigned sigh, Corey remarked, "Your friend is quite serious about saving your life. After all, being unable to engage in conversation while maintaining a stern demeanor could indeed lead to dire consequences." Chapter 55, The Impossibility of Realization in the Stifling and Humid Depths of the Forest. A sudden gust of wind swept through, swirling the heat and causing the charred yellow leaves, singed by flames, to rustle as they danced in the breeze. The waves crashed relentlessly upon the shore, saturating the air with a scorching, briny essence. Amidst the rustling sounds, something darted swiftly, leaving behind indistinct shadows among the trees. 1, 2, 3, Mutong silently counted, gripping the giant bird's wing blade tightly, her feet moving with unwavering determination. She ran at a breakneck pace, accelerating with each stride, her heart pounding like a drum and her chest feeling as if it might explode. Breathless, she could utter not a single word. Only the sound of her own blood surging echoed in her ears. There was no room for hesitation in her steps. The camp dock was precisely as Corey had anticipated, a trap laid out to ensnare the survivors. The moment Corey entered the camp's perimeter, a fierce battle erupted. Jump into the sea, child. Remember to open it as you leap. You have but one chance. If the timing is off, you may find yourself reduced to a mere head, devoid of beauty. Mutong held tightly to Corey's last words as she bolted forward. Since she had begun running, she had covered 8 kilometers, and now only just 500 meters remained. If she could run another 500 meters, she would plunge into the ocean. If Corey's words held truth. Mutong clutched the soft, slippery object in her hand, still warm with Corey's essence. It was a fish bubble capable of resisting seawater, though its efficacy against corrosive salt water remained untested. The shoreline was 590 meters away, and she had but 20 seconds left. Mutong's invisibility would soon dissipate. Perhaps now only 19 or 18 seconds remained. Would that be sufficient for her to traverse nearly 600 meters? There was no energy left for contemplation. Her legs felt as if powered by an engine, propelling her forward as she cast aside the roars of battle and the sounds of blades slicing through the air. The ocean lay tantalizingly close. She could see the cerulean expanse, yet her frail body had reached its limits. A danger alert blared. Her invisibility was about to vanish. Say something I don't know, she thought. A hint of bitterness in her heart. Mutong was uncertain how long Corey could hold off their pursuers, but the intent to leave no survivors was glaringly evident. If captured again, she feared the methods of taming would not be as lenient. She recalled the sight of a small boy, resembling a beast, crawling on all fours, devouring human flesh in the camp. Regardless of her yearning and indomitable will, her body had reached its utmost limit. Further acceleration was impossible. The strength of her spirit could not compensate for the frailty of her physique, and she was unable to unleash her full potential. Breathless from her frantic dash through the dense woods, Mutong felt her stamina waning. Just as she reached the end of her time, her invisibility dissipated. No longer was there a mere wisp of wind moving swiftly through the trees, but rather a small, frail child, stained with blood and dirt. Capture her. The hunters sprang into action upon spotting Mutong. Corey had drawn the majority of the fire, leaving her with only the desperate fight and a final prayer. Mutong's arm trembled as the crossbow affixed to her right arm unfurled, loading 10 arrows in haste. There was no time for aiming. She merely adjusted her direction and let her fingers fly. The arrows shot forth, trailing faint azure sparks, though the weak current did not enhance their lethality. It served as a calibration device to increase range and stability. The arrows scattered, their power amplified, yet the foes she faced were not mere minions. The impact would at most serve to disrupt their speed. A swift silhouette appeared behind her, the chilling sensation of being hunted by a beast. Mutong could feel the hot breath nearly grazing her neck, her blood racing as she gripped the giant bird's wing blade, preparing for a counterattack. If the angle was right, she might harness her opponent's momentum to deliver a fatal blow. Yet the more likely outcome was her own demise. Her throat crushed before she could flee again, and even if she killed this combat slave, others would surely pounce. The sea was mere yards away. Less than 100 meters remained, but the hot breath behind her drew nearer, and she could hear the raspy breaths, the stench of raw flesh assaulting her senses. Run, Tong Tong. Suddenly, a female voice called from behind her, and then the breath at her neck vanished, replaced by the sounds of a struggle, curses, and chaos. Mutong paid no mind to what transpired behind her, continuing her frantic sprint. The azure waters lay just ahead, and amidst the shouts and curses, she leapt into the air, her body soaring toward the ocean's surface. In the last moment before she plunged into the sea, she faintly heard the urgent cries of Tong Tong, "Run, run." A swarm of combat slaves pursued her relentlessly, plunging into the water without hesitation. Damn it! Pull her apart. At the command of a whistle, another combat slave lunged, forcefully pinning a middle-aged woman, whose modesty was compromised, to the ground. Under the whistle's directive, the slave lowered his head and savagely bit into her neck. In no time, the scene turned into a grotesque display of flesh and blood. Yet the woman clung desperately to the slave, gazing toward the ocean, a smile lingering on her lips as she murmured, "Tong Tong, don't be afraid, Mommy. We'll protect." Tong Tong. Flesh and blood mingled as several combat slaves tore at her face, neck, arms, abdomen, and thighs, blood gushing forth, but still, The middle-aged woman held fast to the slave's legs. Has she run far? Is it 321? Catch her. I will grind her into feed. The fish bubble expanded upon contact with water, enveloping Mutong completely as she sank into the depths of the sea. Mutong's eyes were fixed on the small square screen on her wrist, witnessing the horrific moment when the middle-aged woman was torn apart, her arm severed. The one who called for Tong Tong was indeed the caretaker from the asylum, 345. Even after losing her arm, she could not detach herself from the slave's legs. Her fingers digging deep into the flesh, blood mingling until it was indistinguishable from her own. 345 was dead, the kind woman who had always offered her food, gently stroking her head with a smile, urging, Tong Tong, eat more, you must grow tall, had been slaughtered in a brutal manner. Mutong could not even recall 345's name, yet this individual had sacrificed her life to buy her a fleeting chance. Had it not been for that desperate leap, Mutong might have already had her throat slit. The Tong Tong that 345 spoke of was not her. Her presence was a deliberate arrangement by Dr. Jia. Chapter 56. Flight is impossible beneath the stars. I swear upon the honor of a federal soldier that you shall bear the consequences of your actions. Ha! I am so frightened, officer. Ha ha ha. How will you make us pay? Will you lash us with your fishtail? The triangular-faced figure spat at Corey, laughing maniacally. In the center of the training camp, Corey found herself ensnared in a tightening encirclement. Her exposed scales, stained crimson with blood, betrayed her fading strength. As a feral combat slave lunged at her like a wild dog, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the charred earth, gazing at the frenzied creature clawing at her. Doubt evaporated from her heart. The gills on her neck opened and closed slowly. With great effort, she turned her gaze toward the ocean. The vast, azure sea lay tranquil and boundless before her, and a faint smile graced her lips as she whispered in the ancient Falin's tongue. May the brilliance of the stars shine day and night. The fish bubble, having sustained her for but a fleeting moment, began to plummet rapidly. Mutong felt dizzy, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed down upon her chest. Her internal organs felt as though they were being kneaded in a firm grasp, and time seemed to stretch unbearably. For her frail body, plunging into the depths of the sea within such a fragile vessel was undeniably a formidable trial. As consciousness threatened to slip away, Mutong remained calm amidst the agony. Corey's solitary struggle to thwart the pursuit from the training camp on the isolated island seemed futile unless. Suddenly, the bubble jolted violently as a powerful current swept it upwards before plunging it back down, bobbing and swirling. A deafening explosion resounded above the isolated island. The sea roared in response, flames erupted, and in an instant, the entire island was engulfed in a fiery inferno. A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, gray smoke billowing upwards. Mutong, amidst the violent turbulence, lowered her head to inspect the display screen, which was now filled with blinding crimson before transitioning to a wash of gray-white static, ultimately fading into darkness. The fish bubble had sunk to the seabed. Obscuring her view of the surface, she could only observe columns of explosive water surging downward. The immense force shattered the island into fragments, causing parts of it to submerge. Corey detonated the nuclear engine debris, Jedrin remarked. Mutong stared at the now black screen, the signal lost. The detectors on the island could not possibly have survived the explosion. The chance of any survivors amidst such devastation was negligible, almost inconsequential. The entire island was consumed by flames. Even those who evaded the blast could not escape the ensuing nuclear fallout. The second explosion of the nuclear engine debris obliterated the island, taking with it the lives of all who resided there. Whether the staff of the training camp, the bred combat slaves, or Corey herself, all were rendered to nothingness, mere cosmic dust in the wake of the nuclear detonation. Boom! A resounding noise echoed from the surface to the depths of the sea, the muffled explosion generating a powerful current. Mutong widened her eyes as she beheld a white vortex rushing towards her. This was dire. When Mutong next opened her eyes, tranquility had returned to the seabed. You have been unconscious for 5 hours, 38 minutes, and 56 seconds. Mutong, still drawing breath, heard Jijin continue. The oxygen in the fish bubble will sustain you for 8 hours. After that, you must surface for fresh air. You have less than 3 hours remaining. I suggest you devise a plan immediately. Within 3 hours, she must ascend to the surface for air, or face death by asphyxiation. Mutong gazed toward the island's direction. It was now night, and the underwater light was dim, obscuring all visibility in a haze of darkness. The island that had once nurtured the bred combat slaves was certainly reduced to oblivion in the explosion, Yet Mu Tong would not naively consider this the end. She looked down at the scales coiled around her wrist, recalling Corey's words. Hiding within this bubble was futile. No savior would descend from the heavens. Mu Tong had to find a way to save herself. As she spoke, she popped a sustenance capsule into her mouth, alleviating her growling hunger. A warm energy began to flow from her stomach throughout her weary body. Otherwise, do you have any other means to help me escape Coral Star? No. As a feeble human, even if you sprout wings, you cannot soar from this planet. Flight is indeed impossible. Regardless, she must find a way to survive. Mu Tong resolved to fulfill Corey's wishes. If this was the price she had to pay to strive for survival and to leave Coral Star, she would not hesitate. However, relying solely on this fish bubble would not allow her to navigate to Crescent Bay. Chapter 57. You must die. 3 unmanned aerial vehicles hovered in a triangular formation above the explosion site on the isolated island, creating a semi-transparent, sealed perimeter that encircled the devastated island and its surrounding waters, ensuring that not a trace of nuclear contamination could escape. Within this confined space, hundreds of reconnaissance drones were conducting meticulous carpet searches. The disc-shaped drones, measuring less than 15 centimeters in diameter and under 7 millimeters in thickness, whirred at varying speeds through the ruins of the island, leaving no detail overlooked. Anchored a nautical mile away from the isolation zone was a pure white vessel. A vast expanse of white canvas billowed in the wind. This was a sizable single-masted sailboat, measuring a full 98 meters in length and 20 meters at its widest point. With a mast towering over 100 meters, the waves crashed against it, shimmering under the moonlight. And the small white flower emblem with green borders on the side of the hull glowed brilliantly in the night. Every inch of the surrounding 100 nautical miles must be scrutinized. Every fragment of the wreckage must be recovered. Why had the salvage vessel not yet arrived at the scene? A cold voice, tinged with impatience and irritation, echoed in the night breeze. The rescue team's on-site commander tugged at his collar. The waters of Coral Star were not cool tonight, with hot gusts of wind sweeping across the sea. The single-masted rescue sailboat dispatched by the sanatorium had arrived 7 hours after the explosion. He gazed upward at the glowing screens suspended in midair, where the real-time feedback from the drones revealed the current state of the island, a charred wasteland. Were there any survivors? At the control platform in the center of the room sat 3 staff members, each remotely piloting the hundreds of flying machines surveying the island's ruins. Galfei, however, displayed little urgency regarding the possibility of survivors. His primary concern was locating the black box. Time was of the essence. Delaying the news of the federal government's aircraft crash until dawn would be pushing it to the limit. The black box had to be found before the federal representatives arrived. Rest assured, as long as it remains intact, we will uncover it. Whether on land or beneath the sea, Galfei lacked the unwavering confidence of the drone operators. Peering through the cabin window at the tranquil sea that had calmed after the explosion, an unsettling feeling crept over him. At this moment, unbeknownst to the rescue vessel, the only potential survivor might be clinging to the bottom of their ship. A semi-transparent fish-shaped bubble, measuring just over 1 meter in diameter, floated upward, currently adhering to the underside of the sailboat. With less than an hour remaining until oxygen replenishment, this tardy rescue vessel finally arrived at the site of the explosion. Mu Tong controlled the bubble, allowing it to attach to the edge of the hull. Leaning against the bubble, she listened to the sound of the crashing waves. This was the sanatorium's rescue sailboat, and not far away, 2 federal prison rescue vessels were also present, with 2 rescue airships hovering above. The number of flying machines was yet to be determined. When had they appeared? The salvage and rescue vessels had arrived 6 hours and 45 minutes after the explosion. Prior to that, the area had been sealed off, preventing any drones from entering. Mu Tong nodded. This was a deliberate delay, likely waiting for all potential survivors to perish before commencing the search. Even if there were living souls immediately following the blast, they would likely have succumbed during those hours. At that moment, a circular, barrel-like component protruded from the bottom of the sailboat, its round door opening to release a swarm of small fish, each the size of a child's palm. These fish were not genuine but rather detectors. If not for Jian's remark, Mu Tong would never have discerned their difference from real fish. A sense of relief washed over her. Escaping the vast ocean was not merely a matter of skill. The rescue team commenced a vigorous salvage operation in the explosion's vicinity, and the incoming salvage vessels began their work. Occasionally, mechanical debris emerged from the depths. Mu Tong remained a quiet observer at the bottom of the rescue vessel, watching the so-called rescue team labor through the night. Just when she thought they would conclude with no survivors, the first light of dawn revealed significant activity aboard the salvage ship. The flying machines converged, and a metallic fish head was hoisted from the ocean floor. This discovery invigorated the workers on the sailboat's deck. Do you think it could be a survivor? Who knows? I didn't even realize anyone was on that island. What incredible luck to survive such an explosion. Mutong could faintly hear the conversations above, though the crashing waves muffled their words. Sighing, Mutong felt a twinge of regret. While this outcome was not entirely unexpected, she hoped it was not a trainer. The explosion's force was tremendous, but if someone had distanced themselves from the epicenter or possessed special protective gear, it was conceivable they could have escaped. Even those with exceptional strength might have found a way to survive. Having endured countless life-and-death situations in the apocalyptic era, Mutong had always managed to survive. If she could do it, so could others. No matter who remained alive, Mutong only wished that they would forget her. The one who had jumped into the sea prematurely. The chances of your wish coming true are slim. Jian was a professional at dousing hopes with cold water. You are the only one who has had contact with the federal investigators. To be safe, they will not let you off easily. You must die. From the information currently available, there was a significant connection between the sanatorium and the island of trained slaves, but ordinary staff remained unaware of this matter. It was a high-level secret, the extent of which Mutong could not ascertain. Peril lurked everywhere, even in a time of relative peace. Life was not guaranteed to be leisurely and carefree. The ship docked. Wake me up. The bubble clung quietly to the hull, steadfastly navigating through the waves. As the sea undulated, Mutong treated it as a cradle, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. Just as she began to rest, the soothing rhythm of her breathing aligned with the waves. A long-forgotten cacophony of sounds suddenly erupted in her mind without warning. Bang. Ding ding. Chapter 58. That enchanted night the king of leg hair did not perish. Mutong abruptly awakened, uttering these words in a daze, while Jian appeared utterly unfazed. Did you hear it again? Mutong rubbed her ears and nodded groggily. Indeed, she had heard it. Throughout her slumber, she had been ensnared by a cacophony of garbled sounds, and even now, having awakened, the noise did not diminish. In fact, it seemed to amplify. It resonated with the consciousness of the intelligent spirit. This was a realization Mutong had only just grasped. Previously, having lost her memory, she was unaware of her possession of an intelligent spirit, and thus had no understanding of why this garbled sound was audible only to her. After her memory returned, she found herself in the training camp, preoccupied with survival, and naturally forgot about this long silent cacophony. Upon awakening, she felt invigorated and refreshed, and at that moment, the key to the mystery became clear. The king of leg hair's assertion that he would train her to seek his treasure was no jest. Mutong now fully comprehended that the king of leg hair was indeed a formidable spiritual practitioner. Even if his mind had faltered, he remained the king of leg hair. The garbled sounds resonating with her consciousness could indeed serve to hone her mental strength and refine her awareness, a hypothesis she had all but confirmed. Could you not simply tell me directly? She pondered. In the sanatorium, it was unnecessary to mention it, and in the training camp, the opportunity had not presented itself. With utmost seriousness, Mutong informed Jian that she had no intention of renaming him. It was an impossibility for all eternity, as she could not find a name more fitting. What do you think? She inquired, since the garbled sounds stem from the other's mental energy. The fact that I can hear them naturally implies that the king of leg hair is indeed alive at this very moment. Is he on the ship? Yes. Although the broadcast voice was still articulate and resonant, Mutong was certain that if Jian had a physical form, he would be stifling laughter. The rescue team was taken aback upon realizing that one of the survivors was him. Mutong entirely empathized with the sentiments of the rescue team members. The vitality of the king of leg hair was truly remarkable. He could thrive without the gentlest breeze, a unique existence well known in the Coral Sanatorium. An entity that could not be eradicated despite countless attempts. What is his identity? Can it be uncovered? Mutong mused. For the king of leg hair could not merely be an ordinary patient. Do not misconstrue my attributes. I am an intelligent spirit, not a hacker, he emphasized with clarity. Mutong waited patiently until the sailboat was about to dock, yet she still could not hear the king of leg hair's voice. Not awake yet? The sailboat soon reached the shore. Though the sky had yet to brighten, the dock's lights shone as brightly as day. Mutong maneuvered her fish bubble beneath the water, surfacing in the shadow on the other side, making her way back to Crescent Bay. For Mutong, reaching the shore was not particularly challenging. The crucial matter lay in how to enter the main hospital building on the island of the sanatorium. If possible, she would prefer to lie down and be carried in. But alas, if she were to replace the person on the stretcher, she would likely be taken directly to the morgue. At the dock, Mutong discovered an aircraft. An airship. If she could successfully unlock it, perhaps she could pilot one to soar into the skies and escape from Coral Star. However, Coral Star was currently under full lockdown. It was inconceivable to pilot an aircraft away without attracting attention. And the likelihood of departing the planet unscathed while avoiding detection was negligible. The sanatorium comprised 7 islands, and Corey had instructed Mutong to go to the main island. Any lingering doubts she had were resolved after awakening and clearing her mind. Mutong understood that the individuals sent by the federal government had intended to investigate the sanatorium from the outset. The probability of a sudden investigation into such a large-scale human trafficking operation was minimal. Pulling on one thread could unravel the whole tapestry. This had long been under scrutiny. The attack on the sanatorium by armed thugs provided an opportunity for investigation, though it was unexpected that someone would dare to directly overturn a federal government spacecraft. Mutong began to count the parties involved in the assault on Crescent Bay: the federal government, the sanatorium, Coral Star, and of course, the 2 assassins, whose targets were herself and the King of Leghair. The complexity of the involved forces was perplexing. She wondered, was it an auspicious night when all converged together? The operations of the sanatorium likely encompassed more than mere human trafficking. The scope of their dealings appeared quite extensive. Those unnecessary and bizarre treatments and testing procedures seemed to suggest that patients were treated as expendable experimental subjects. The gossip Mutong had overheard in the sanatorium was not entirely without merit. She began to peruse her memory book and indeed made new discoveries. The caretakers referred to the Coral Sanatorium as a haven for the elite's refuse, with a significant portion of the patients possessing noble backgrounds. For various reasons, they had been discarded into this place, with some being entirely healthy, while those who sent individuals to the sanatorium naturally became its covert protectors. Over time, this protective net would grow increasingly vast. Corey's efforts to gather evidence would undoubtedly face numerous obstacles. However, the mere fact that Corey had been assigned this task indicated a crack in that protective net. She wondered where the breach had occurred. Chapter 59. A world with the same face. A pale light appeared on the horizon as the morning's gentle glow cascaded down, gradually dispelling the darkness of the sky, revealing a hint of rosy hue. Dawn was approaching. At the edge of the rocky outcrop beside the dock on the main island of Crescent Bay, a frail figure, drenched and emaciated, struggled to climb. Above the rocks lay a thicket of low shrubs, devoid of any buildings, as this was a cliff by the sea, which afforded Mutong the opportunity to stealthily ascend. Finally, when Mutong managed to roll onto the rock face, he lay flat among the underbrush, gasping for breath. The climb had taken 1 hour and 38 minutes. A tone rich in disdain lay concealed within his flat narration. With a weary gesture, Mutong waved his hand. Unable to refute, given his current physical condition and health, the mere act of climbing had already been a testament to his willpower, thus he could hardly demand speed. This was the main island of the sanatorium, a place Mutong had never visited before, yet it was the very center of the Crescent Bay archipelago, surrounded by 7 other islands. While he calmed his breath, his ears and eyes remained vigilant, scrutinizing his surroundings. Before long, the sound of footsteps and conversation reached his ears. Perhaps the continuous days of high-intensity patrol duties had rendered the soldiers' movements heavy and sluggish. They were patrol guards. Mutong lay still amidst the thicket, cautiously observing a group of soldiers passing by. As they walked, one soldier suddenly halted, declaring, "You all go ahead. I need to relieve myself." "What the hell? You're marking your territory like a dog. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore." Amidst a flurry of curses, one soldier approached the thicket. Mutong caught a whiff of a strong odor of alcohol. It seemed the soldier had indulged in drink during his patrol. As he was unfastening his trousers, a heavy blow struck his head while his toe was pricked by something sharp, leaving him in a daze, unable to decide whether to jump up or shake his head. Ultimately collapsing to the ground, Mutong's grip on his clothing stiffened, and he cast a glance down at the stripped soldier, who stood at least 6 feet tall. "Why didn't you say anything earlier? The energy spent undressing is wasted, isn't it? Who would have thought you had such a severe misperception of your height? My apologies." "You say sorry, but you must mean it deliberately, right?" In the end, Mutong was unable to don the ill-fitting soldier's uniform. If discovered in the attire of a child, the likelihood of being exposed would be even greater, although the bloodstains had been washed away by the seawater. His hospital garb was already in tatters, barely clinging to his form to avoid being indecently exposed. No matter how one looked at it, he appeared pitiable. Even in the night, this appearance would certainly prevent him from blending into the hospital building, let alone fulfilling Corey's instructions. You must have been drinking last night. Encountering such dangerous situations after several days of duty must have been nerve-wracking. Mutong vaguely overheard the soldier's conversation. The soldier who had just left unexpectedly turned back, and Mutong remained motionless in the thicket. As the footsteps drew nearer, he knew that if they discovered the naked soldier, he would surely be exposed. The footsteps grew closer, and it was dire. Mutong placed his finger on the trigger of his crossbow, his other hand gripping the blade of a giant bird's wing. Just as the soldier was about 200 meters away, a voice called out, "I've been looking for you everywhere. Where have you been?" Dr. Jia, clad in a white coat, approached swiftly from the opposite side, pulling Mutong behind him, his tall and slender figure effectively shielding them from view. Although surprised, Mutong was not foolish enough to reveal himself or flee at this moment, instead standing quietly beside him. Dr. Jia strode confidently toward the hospital building, which Mutong had long contemplated how to approach. With stars twinkling above, this bizarre stroke of luck stirred a sense of unease within him. Mutong smiled up at Dr. Jia, expressing his gratitude. 321. Where have you been? I've been searching for you since the attack. I was very worried about you. His dark, penetrating gaze remained fixed on Mutong, his face adorned with a gentle, concerned smile, as if he were entirely oblivious to the existence of the training camp. Allowing Dr. Jia to lead him onward, Mutong decided that since he was already exposed to this person, it was better to enter the hospital building on the main island first. Thus, Mutong was brazenly escorted into the hospital ward by Dr. Jia. Due to the patient code on Mutong's wrist, which still bore a small white flower, the security verification at the entrance was smoothly passed. The third hospital building had been destroyed, and all patients and medical staff had been relocated to the first hospital on the main island. I've been worried about your condition deteriorating after such a long time without treatment. He sounded like a responsible doctor, Mutong thought, as he suddenly interjected, interrupting Dr. Jia's concerned words. 345 is dead. Mutong had been staring at Dr. Jia, who momentarily froze before a glimmer of excitement and anticipation, along with something else flickered in his dark eyes, akin to someone who, in a state of extreme hunger, glimpses a box of savory instant turkey noodles. Clearly, this individual was unhinged. Are you very saddened? Do you know what 345's name was? Dr. Jia suddenly stopped, bending down to whisper in Mutong's ear when she was just brought in. She wasn't mentally ill. What purpose did this false doctor have in saying such things to her? After a moment of silence, Mutong reflected. He may want to cure you. Mutong, it's a melancholic fate, she pondered, listening to Dr. Jia's words while contemplating a retreat route. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice reached her ears, not a single survivor from the federal investigation team. Are you sure? On the isolated island, Mutong had heard this voice before. Who was it? A flurry of figures flashed through her mind, and then Mutong froze. Her smile nearly faltering as an utterly ordinary face unexpectedly surfaced in her thoughts, one that belonged to a world where the same face existed. Chapter 60. A change in plans. The familiar voice drew nearer. A procession of 9 individuals approached, 6 clad in guard uniforms and 3 in white coats. Yet none bore the visage of the common face that Mutong had encountered on the isolated island. Among them was a figure Mutong recognized, the captain of the rescue ship, seemingly surnamed Gao, who led the group, indicating a position of some authority. As they neared, the others fell silent, leaving Mutong unable to discern which voice had sounded so familiar. Fearing recognition, Mutong quickly lowered her head after casting a furtive glance at the group, hoping to remain unnoticed. Pressed against the wall, she passed by them, while Jia Yi subtly positioned himself to shield her, his tall frame serving as an effective barrier, allowing them to continue their forward march unperturbed. Jia Yi's discreet protective maneuver sparked suspicion in Mutong. She was not naive enough to believe he was acting out of goodwill. He led her to the treatment room of the hospital, the first order of business being to provide her with a clean and tidy patient gown. At that moment, as Jia Yi and Mutong brushed past the group, Gao Fei suddenly halted at the corner. Who were those two? He inquired. Jia Yi, the therapist at the sanatorium. One of the white-coated individuals silently mouthed, adding observer. What is the role of an observer? The others present understood all too well. It pertained to the selection of suitable candidates for the training camp. What of the person beside him? Are there still candidates available? Not long ago, a batch had been dispatched to the isolated island, only to be annihilated in an explosion, and the sanatorium had recently suffered an assault by marauders, resulting in casualties. Where, then, could there be any remaining candidates for observation? The more Gao Fei pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Since returning from the rescue ship, he had been enveloped in a vague sense of foreboding, which now burgeoned into suspicion that was impossible to quell. "Take them both to the inquiry room," he commanded. Although others shared his doubts, none dared to voice them. Galfei summoned 2 guards to escort the individuals, and the group proceeded out of the hospital building. Upon exiting, they encountered the director of the sanatorium and the warden, both of whom appeared rather haggard, their faces a pallid shade of green. Galfei cast a glance at them and remarked, "The federal government has urgently dispatched personnel from the Marseille sector. They will be arriving shortly." The 2 elderly gentlemen's expressions soured further. Who could have foreseen this? The peaceful coral star besieged by armed marauders, and the unfortunate federal transport vessel shot down over its airspace. With a planet so vast, how could it have chosen that very spot? This troubling coincidence only heightens their anxiety, robbing them of sleep. Do not fret excessively. I shall ensure the Marseille sector personnel are well accommodated. You should instead contemplate how to address the forthcoming investigation by the federal government. Surely you do not wish for the secondary development plan for Coral Star to be impeded. Galfei's cold and impatient words carried an undercurrent of warning. The director and the warden's faces grew even more sallow. After Galfei departed, their troubled expressions remained unchanged. Who does he think he is? The warden scoffed. The 2 men, though troubled, dared only to murmur among themselves. Although Galfei's title was merely that of the security department head stationed at the sanatorium, he represented the New Hope Group, the primary financier of the entire secondary development project for Coral Star. On the other side, in the treatment office on the 2nd floor of the hospital, as Mu Tong donned her new patient gown, 2 guards arrived to fulfill their orders. "Dr. Jia?" The guard glanced at Jia, confirming his identity before stating, "Please accompany us to the inquiry room." "What seems to be the issue?" "Bring your patient along." "You will understand once you arrive," the guard curtly replied, offering no further explanation. Realizing she had drawn suspicion, Mu Tong knew she could not comply. "Very well. Please hold on a moment." Dr. Jian nodded with a smile, his demeanor cooperative, which eased the guard's vigilance slightly. However, they overlooked the child standing nearby. As the guards conversed with Jia, Mu Tong discreetly stepped back, her hands hidden behind her, fingers poised on the cocked crossbow. When the guards turned their scrutinizing gazes toward her, Mu Tong smiled and raised her hand. A flicker of blue lightning danced as arrows shot forth. With a swift motion, 2 arrows arced upward, piercing the guards' necks and severing their carotid arteries, vocal cords, and tracheus, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound as they collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Without missing a beat, Mu Tong intended to scavenge the guards' weaponry and any usable equipment. However, due to fingerprint locks and genetic codes, she could not activate them. Under the guidance of her instincts, she reluctantly relinquished the idea, still feeling a twinge of regret. In the apocalyptic era, resources were not to be squandered. "I can help." Dr. Jia's words were cut short as he faltered, a sharp pain coursing through his foot. With 2 rapid shots, Mu Tong had pierced the false doctor's feet, pinning him to the floor like a nail. The doctor lost his balance and tumbled forward. Mu Tong felt a surge of relief that the treatment room's soundproofing absorbed the sudden cry of pain from Jia. Jia propped himself up, astonished as he gazed at Mu Tong. "I cannot take hostages, so you had better share some information of interest to me." Mu Tong brandished the massive birdwing blade in her hand, a blatant threat of death. Chapter 61. Creating Chaos. Each guard was equipped with a biosignal chip that transmitted their biological fluctuations in real time. Once declared dead, the information would be relayed to the Security Headquarters Information Center within a minute. Given the current exceptional circumstances, if 2 guards perished almost simultaneously, an alarm would be triggered instantly. Dr. Jia cast a disapproving glance at Mu Tong. "You should not kill them," he remarked, his assertion holding merit as there remained 48 seconds until the death alert would activate. He urged her to act swiftly. Listening to Jian's counsel, Mu Tong turned to Jia. "You have 30 seconds. Make it quick." Jia maintained a confident demeanor in the face of Mu Tong's intensity. "I can assist you. You know nothing of this place." 25 seconds. "Trust me." 23 seconds. Mu Tong was indifferent to Jia's ramblings, merely counting down. The tip of her blade pierced his skin, revealing trickles of crimson. 16 seconds. Under pressure, Dr. Jia spoke without pause, his eyes growing brighter with conviction as he believed he could persuade Mu Tong. It was remarkable how he could frame human trafficking and slave training with such righteous eloquence. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Dr. Jia's hands, too, were pinned to the floor, receiving a similar treatment as before. The individual before him was evidently deranged. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew we were of the same ilk. We could work seamlessly together." Mutong felt she had never been so thoroughly deceived in her life, her smile becoming slightly rigid. No sooner had he finished speaking than an arrow pierced Dr. Jia's neck, embedding him in the floor. Jiao stared in astonishment at Mutong, who remained innocently smiling. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning the 30-second countdown they had agreed upon. The certainty that Dr. Jia had that Mutong would not kill him was shattered in his final moment of life. Mutong turned and stood at the door, twisting her neck to warm up as she inhaled deeply. Jian, let us begin. With their plan for a silent approach thwarted, they had no choice but to employ a different strategy. With a resounding bang, the office door burst open under the force of an explosion, and thick smoke billowed forth. Dense, gray-black smoke poured from the office and rapidly filled the corridor, visibility plummeting as the air became thick with a pungent odor. Intruder alert. Foreign invader detected. The alarms blared in succession, signaling both enemy intrusion and fire. The second floor descended into chaos. Run. Someone has been killed. Mutong's voice, slightly hoarse from shouting, resonated with the tone of someone who had been startled. The already tense patients and medical staff abruptly awakened from their slumber, panicked, and rushed from their rooms. The number of people and the level of chaos surpassed Mutong's expectations. Everyone fled toward the entrance of the inpatient department, while Mutong seized the opportunity to move swiftly against the tide, ascending to the third-floor hall, directly facing the grand entrance's floral display. In her hand, she clutched 13 fishbone marbles, each no more than 2 millimeters in diameter, a part of Corey's equipment. The marbles, polished smooth with beautiful flame patterns, were designed to evade most weapon detectors. Despite their low lethality, they were perfect for creating diversion and chaos. Amidst the swirling smoke, a diminutive voice surged forward, reaching peak speed. As she passed the staircase, she tossed a microfire marble, infusing it with mental energy, causing the white flame patterns to ignite into a brilliant red. Once the flames filled the design, it exploded with a tremendous roar. The first fishbone fire marble detonated with a thunderous sound that startled even Mutong. The noise, the tremor, the vivid red flames intermingling with electric arcs gave her the illusion that she had unleashed an advanced thunderstorm bomb. The visual and auditory effects were so striking that even in close proximity, one could not miss them. Outside the inpatient building, as the explosion erupted, the occupants inside fled in a frenzy. Help! Run! Someone's been murdered! The cacophony of cries drowned out the calls of the director and warden summoning the guards. Guards! Guards! We are under attack. Mutong, concealed behind the railing on the second floor of the inpatient building, leaned against a nearby trash bin, her crossbow loaded and ready. She positioned a fishbone fire marble at the arrowhead, knowing its greatest flaw was that it could only be triggered at close range. This meant she had to shoot the wooden arrow the instant she activated the marble, or risk a disastrous detonation. Target acquired, she aimed. And at the moment her finger pulled the trigger, she infused the fishbone fire marble with mental energy, triggering the explosion. Whoosh. Boom. The director and warden were thrown backward by the unexpected force of the blast. Their appearance, under such unanticipated circumstances, was a surprise to Mutong. Director, are you all right? Warden. The two formidable figures of Coral Star were toppled unexpectedly by their own surroundings, leaving one to ponder whether it was fortune or misfortune. The severity of the attack escalated immediately. Red alert. Seal all entrances and exits of the building. Lock down the docks. Just as Gao Fei's command was issued, another deafening explosion shattered the fifth-floor windows of the inpatient building. Flames and electric arcs intertwined, blue arcs of electricity stretching horizontally across the floor-to-ceiling windows, starkly visible in the dim morning light. The inpatient building was engulfed in turmoil following 3 explosions in rapid succession, with panicked individuals finding themselves blocked at various exits. They could not escape. Chapter 62, An Unforeseen Discovery Boom. Another resounding explosion reverberated through the air, as flames and electric sparks intertwined. Following the shattering of glass on the 5th floor, the 7th floor Sky Garden, housing the Dean's office, also succumbed to the merciless blaze. The entire hospital building bore the brunt of the assault, a scene that was undeniably staggering at first glance. In Mutong's hand, 7 fishbone-sized fire beads remained. Thick smoke billowed, flames flickered, and electric light danced amidst cries for help and frantic escape, turning the interior of the hospital into utter chaos. Mutong blinked at the disorder she had orchestrated. The efficacy of the many fire beads was indeed remarkable. A prime example of a tactic that could neither kill nor allow one to escape unscathed. The fire bead tossed into the air circulation passage enveloped every corridor of the building in a choking haze, saturating the atmosphere with a pungent odor. This prompted sheer terror among the patients and medical staff within the hospital. The falsehood of safety was undeniable. Once they breached the barriers, there would be no chance for escape. Mutong understood the truth behind Jian's words. The many fire beats could only create a spectacle. Despite the intimidating flames and flickering lights, without protective gear, the worst one would suffer would be a few painful blisters. Once the ruse was uncovered, the ensuing chaos would swiftly dissipate. The exterior structure of the hospital buildings across the Crescent Bay Islands was identical. Yet the main island's edifice bore one significant distinction: the presence of the Dean's office. This floor also housed the administrative offices of essential personnel and storage for vital records. It was the central hub of security within the entire building. After causing an explosive distraction on the 7th floor, Mutong quickly circumvented through another staircase, blending into the fleeing crowd as she descended. Upon reaching the corner of the corridor on the 5th floor, Mutong leaned against the wall, steadying her breath, closing her eyes to eliminate all distractions while meticulously discerning every sound she could hear. Help! The 7th floor has exploded. Open the door, let us out. I want to find my mom. I'm scared. I want to find my mom. The cacophony of voices, shouts, curses, and cries echoed from various directions and floors. With the aid of her intellect, all these sounds transformed into streams of information within her mind, categorized and organized. The sources of the sounds and their fluctuating frequencies morphed into clear pathways in her consciousness. By discerning the origins of these sound waves and assessing their intensity, Mutong constructed a comprehensive sound map in her mind. The building, now filled with the tumultuous noise of chaos brought on by the explosion, produced a din far louder than usual, yet one area remained eerily silent. The 9th floor emitted almost no sound, an anomaly that piqued Mutong's suspicion. She soon noticed a more concerning phenomenon. The guards were not heading towards the source of the explosion created by the many fire beads. Instead, the majority congregated in a singular direction. The main defensive forces were neither concentrated on the floor housing the dean's office nor the wards accommodating the patients. What significant matter warranted such concentrated security on the 9th floor? Jia had mentioned that due to severe damage to the hospital buildings on other islands, most survivors and patients had been relocated to the main island's facility. Was it plausible that the main hospital concealed a secret location unsuitable for public knowledge? Confirming the direction of the guards, Mutong promptly followed suit. The guards' communication did not seem to rely on voice systems, a fact that left Mutong somewhat disappointed as it hindered her from gleaning further information from their exchanges. Once the troop entered the elevator, Mutong bolted up the stairs with fervor. As anticipated, the guards' main contingent utilized the elevator, ultimately converging on the 9th floor of the hospital building. Exiting the elevator, she observed a long corridor lined with closed patient room doors, seemingly indistinguishable from the other floors. Caution! There is an independent security system here. Crossing the warning line will trigger an alarm. Following Jian's warning, Mutong pressed herself against the door of the stairwell, holding her breath and remaining utterly still. At that moment, a guard at the rear of the line halted abruptly. What's wrong? Who's there? Step forward. Mutong could hear the cautious footsteps advancing towards her. Gripping her weapon tightly, her muscles tensed. Suddenly, one of the half-open doors along the corridor swung open with a bang, and a shadow clad in a patient gown charged out, rushing towards the advancing guard without a word. The guard was knocked against the door of the safety passage with a thud. Seizing the moment, Mutong swiftly opened the door. The safety alarm blared. Mutong could only discern her surroundings through the sounds she heard. The patient posed little threat and was quickly subdued with a punch. Perhaps taken aback by the sudden assault, the guard retaliated with a couple of blows. Why did a patient run out? The guard discovered a neatly arranged line of patient capsule bags and gurneys at the open doorway. Case solved. This is the last batch of patients requiring special placement. Freshly delivered today. Don't let me find out which coward bolted at the sound of the explosion. The guard's suspicion was not unfounded. One of the attendants responsible for transporting patients to the 12th floor had been startled by the explosion and fled into the safety zone, forgetting about these patients. All right. Don't kill him. You too. Take these patients inside. Hurry up. The guards hoisted the barely conscious patient, muttering curses under their breath, before turning to grab the gurney handles. The gurney held dozens of capsule bags, and the guard effortlessly pushed it forward. The leader gestured and lightly touched the wall at the corridor's entrance. After identity verification, the white door at the end of the hallway swung open, allowing the group to push the gurney filled with capsule bags into the lobby. Mutong lay concealed among the pile of capsule bags, adjusting her breathing as best as she could, remaining motionless. Upon entering the lobby, the thick smoke and acrid odor dissipated, revealing a brightly lit and spacious area. She heard a group of footsteps approaching, filled with anxiety and urgency. What happened? Why did the alarm sound? Rest assured, we have ruled out the possibility of an external attack. Someone has infiltrated the hospital, and measures are already underway to address the situation. It will be resolved shortly. Chapter 63. A perfect misalignment. A refreshing chill surged from my toes, coursing through my body to the very tips of my hair, leaving my nose icy, with a delicate layer of frost forming around my nostrils as I breathed. Should we discard these? Their value diminished by contamination, and with investigators dispatched outside, retaining these items would only invite trouble. Mutong understood all too well that these items referred to the individuals piled within the cart. TSK, TSK. Such a quantity holds considerable worth. What a pity. Who would argue otherwise? Some livers and kidneys could still be salvaged. This quarter's performance has been utterly obliterated. Damn it. All for naught. Had it not been for the Federal spacecraft's destruction, we might have at least secured time to process this batch first. Who detonated it? Surely. We are not so naive as to remain oblivious. Who knows if they're foolish or not? If the situation escalates, we may all need to relocate. And the conditions could be far worse than on Corrales. The hushed conversations of the two staff members handling the cart penetrated Mutong's ears. Suddenly, the cart came to an abrupt halt, causing her body to tilt sideways, and she tumbled down into a large pit along with the other capsule bags. Let us go. We still have one more batch to deliver, likely delayed due to the prior explosion. Their voices faded into the distance. Once she confirmed that the surroundings were silent, Mutong pushed aside the capsule bags weighing down on her, finally managing to stand up. The current temperature hovered at -8 degrees Celsius, while the ice pit plunged to a chilling -30 degrees. A morgue? Mutong glanced around, her eyes met with semi-transparent capsule bags, each containing a human being of various races and ages, most having transformed into frozen statues, accompanied by scattered shards of ice nearby. Were those shards the patients contained within the capsules? Indeed, as Mutong scanned the area, she encountered a pair of frozen eyes gazing up in despair at the sole source of light above, intensifying her sense of cold. Lacking any other tools, she had no choice but to stack the capsule bags like a precarious tower, using them as a makeshift ladder to reach the only source of illumination, a circular opening 5 meters in diameter. The hospital building was now surrounded by drones, armored vehicles, and fully armed elite guards, all on high alert. 2 minutes later, a reconnaissance soldier reported with mixed emotions. The building had been cleared, and the explosion threat was nullified. The so-called explosive incident was a ruse, the fire engulfing the entire structure merely an illusion. Aside from the acrid smoke, everything was utterly fabricated. Just a few fireballs easily extinguished by a fire extinguisher. Are you blind or foolish? Galfei's anger was uncontrollable. Minister, I believe this is a ploy by armed assailants. They feigned an attack on the hospital to divert our security forces while they pursued another target. The captain grew increasingly confident, suggesting that perhaps there were lurking armed intruders waiting for the opportune moment, while all our focus lay on the hospital, exposing other less fortified areas to the enemy. In light of this scenario, the captain's analysis was indeed well-founded. Galfei pondered deeply, his thoughts taking a sharp turn, veering perfectly off course. Oh no. His expression shifted alarmingly. The docks? Could their target be the incoming support troops? The consequences of a successful attack were unthinkable. The second development plan for Corrales would be utterly jeopardized. Quick, head to the docks. After the Federal spacecraft was attacked, an urgent fleet was dispatched to Corrales. The fleet established a defensive position in space, and a twin-masted airship departed from the spaceport once the troops were settled. As the airship approached the docks above Crescent Bay, the soldiers aboard witnessed the chaos surrounding the hospital explosion being cordoned off. Longbow stepped onto the deck, donning binoculars in hopes of gaining a clearer view. Another incident on Corrales. The Federation had recently been vigorously promoting the secondary development project for abandoned planets, with this planet being a key pilot site in the initial stages. Lu Feng immediately rose, his robust physique standing tall like a gorilla. Galfei and I served together in the same company of the Federal Army's 5th Military District when we first enlisted. He chose to retire after being injured in battle, while I eventually found my way to the Marseille sector. Over the years, we occasionally reunite during holidays. I hope your old comrade can assist with our investigation. As a former Federal soldier, he should possess a greater understanding than most, don't you think? The lieutenant stood resolute. Of course, once the bearded Longbow turned to leave, others approached quietly, asking, what should we do? Proceed with due diligence. Lu Feng had received a message from Gao Fei before departure, allowing for a moment's grace. But the situation had changed drastically. He worried about being unwittingly embroiled in trouble. As a member of the Federal Space Administration's Special Operations Unit, the waters on Corrales were far too murky. You all keep your eyes peeled, and don't get caught up in things you shouldn't. Don't say I didn't warn you. Several officers laughed in agreement. Of course, we heed your advice, sir. Yes, the brothers are not foolish. The Marseille sector lies along the Federation's border, economically backward and environmentally harsh, with sporadic armed conflicts erupting, essentially a no-man's land. The complexities of soldier backgrounds within the Army have always been a concern. This situation stems from the crash of the Federal spacecraft. Let me not discover which fools were behind it, as they possess remarkable audacity. The destruction of the Federal spacecraft is akin to stirring a hornet's nest. What are those people on Corrales up to, playing such dangerous games? It shouldn't have escalated to the point of alarming the Special Operations Unit of the Space Administration. Right? Lu Feng had reached this point through his keen awareness and alertness, yet he almost stumbled into a pitfall this time, harboring some resentment towards Gao Fei. Had he known this earlier, he would not have ventured here. He pondered whether Lanbo's earlier remarks were a test or if they had already uncovered something. Should he confess? Lu Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. The prospect of obtaining that sum of money was secondary. However, should he reveal the truth? His standing on Corrales would be irrevocably tarnished, and future opportunities for profit would be dashed. The airship continued its descent, the vessel experiencing slight turbulence from the shifting air currents. Suddenly, Lanbo spoke up. Lieutenant Lu, the wind direction has shifted. Should we descend into the wind or navigate around the turbulence? Ultimately, that decision lay with the captain. I am not the pilot of the airship. Lu Feng recognized this as a warning. He had to decide before the airship touched down on the ocean's surface. Chapter 64. Human Petri dish. Mu Chung crawled to the edge of the icy pit, expelling a fish scale the size of a fingernail from her mouth. After infusing it with mental energy, she spat it out, fervently hoping that it would prove as useful as Kurue claimed, capable of temporarily obscuring surveillance. Emerging from the icy depths, the surrounding temperature remained frigid, yet it paled in comparison to Mu Cheng's current emotions. All around her were transparent storage cabinets, each meticulously sealed and containing human organs, various visceral components from ordinary and extraordinary humans alike, systematically categorized and numbered. A casual glance revealed that there were at least 80, if not 100, of these containers, each housing organs excised from living humans. Oh, I can see it. It was glaringly evident. Even a blind man could discern that the sealed petri dishes contained not only internal organs, but also limbs. Turning around, she was startled to see a green thigh, as thick as her entire body, floating in the water. Recalling the earlier conversation between two staff members, it was not difficult to deduce the origins of these organs and their intended purpose. The Coral Rehabilitation Center was not merely engaged in slave training and sales, but was also involved in the trade of human organs. In Mu Cheng's memory, the Blue River Federation had long since perfected the technology for regenerating limbs and internal organs. She wondered why they resorted to such brutality when something as simple as stem cells could suffice. Hey, oh, that chuckle seemed to carry some weight. She immediately perked up. Focusing intently, her curiosity piqued. What? Have you discovered something else? These organs are not native but are artificially reproduced. Huh? Mu Chung felt a bit bewildered. Before she could inquire further, her brow furrowed as she scanned her surroundings, desperately searching for a suitable hiding spot. The sound of footsteps grew louder, approaching rapidly. Hurry. There's no time. Handle the cargo as well. Remember to set the controls to maximum. Why does the notification change so frequently? Was it said last night that everything would remain the same? How should I know? The door to the cold storage swung open, revealing 3 squat workers, each less than 1.5 meters tall but with notably robust lower limbs. Their hooves resounded against the floor with a rhythmic clatter. At that moment, Mu Cheng was hidden behind the glass container housing the green thigh. The transparent vessel offered little in the way of concealment. The single people, with their singular thought processes and intelligence significantly below the Federation's average, possessed extraordinary physical strength, making them prime candidates for inexpensive labor. Coral had signed a support treaty with the Federation government, providing job placements for impoverished and unemployed individuals, prioritizing these minority groups. How do you know? The intelligent card left to you by Kurue contains detailed information regarding Coral. Before Mu Chung stood only a single transparent container, and the worker was moving in her direction, drawing nearer step by step, grumbling about stagnant wages and endless overtime. Upon raising his head, he caught sight of Mu Chung, who had nowhere to hide behind the green thigh, her pale, delicate visage reflected in the liquid of the petri dish. His gaze was fixed upon her. Mu Cheng's fingers rested on the crossbow's trigger, while her other hand gripped the blade of a giant bird's wing, her muscles taut and primed for combat. That curious tone suggested he had stumbled upon a new discovery. At that moment, Mu Cheng finally understood what it meant to possess an intelligence far below the average. He actually thought she was just another specimen in the petri dish, like that green thigh. With a slight smile, she watched as the diminutive single man froze momentarily, only to have his eyes punctured, letting out a piercing scream. In terms of raw strength, Mu Cheng held no advantage. However, the single man, despite his physical prowess, lacked the cognitive ability to fight beyond using his head as a battering ram. His combat intelligence could be deemed negative. At close range, the crossbow fired, each shot incapacitating an opponent. One of them, however, had activated the cold storage control panel before falling, precisely what Mu Cheng required. The refrigeration and resonance wave systems have been disabled. Simultaneously, alarms began blaring incessantly. Attention all departments. Proceed to the main hall for evacuation immediately. Don't overthink it. Jie interjected at an opportune moment. This alarm isn't your doing. As the corridor filled with bustling footsteps, a multitude of single workers hurried in the same direction, allowing Mu Cheng to blend in seamlessly despite her stature. Being short has its advantages, after all. Mu Cheng, having fallen behind, followed Jie's guidance and turned into a laboratory. Due to the evacuation alarm, all access restrictions had been lifted, allowing her to enter without hindrance. Inside the laboratory, the staff were still diligently engaged in their tasks. The spacious room was filled with people, and each transparent treatment device housed an individual connected to numerous tubes, men, women, and children of various races. Mu Cheng even spotted a Filan's person who resembled Kurue. These individuals were still alive, albeit in a vegetative state. The moment Mu Cheng stepped into the laboratory, her previous inquiries about organ cultivation were resolved. The reality of the laboratory was far more brutal than she had initially imagined. Do you understand now? You were thinking too simplistically. These individuals are not disposable. They are the vessels, the petri dishes. The artificially regenerated organs grow within them until they reach a fully healthy state before being harvested and sealed in containers. Those deemed unhealthy or contaminated will be disposed of in the cold storage, frozen, and obliterated. The sheer audacity behind such cruel practices is not merely a product of psychopathy. One can only fathom the immense profit incentives lurking beneath. Mu Cheng recalled the mandatory examinations and treatments that every patient in Building 3 underwent, clearly designed to identify suitable candidates for enslavement and those fit for use as living containers. Swallowing hard, a sense of urgency surged within her, her instinct for survival intensified. Having recently regained her memories, she acutely felt the insecurity of the pre-apocalyptic environment. One of the lab technicians turned around and, upon seeing Mu Cheng, exclaimed, "Who are you?" As soon as the words left his lips, a sudden heat surged through his chest, an arrow striking true, causing him to collapse. The other technician met a similar fate, struck down by an arrow. Remarkably, the entire process unfolded without the appearance of any guards, which was decidedly unusual. This could not simply be attributed to luck. Though the specifics were unclear, the military surrounding the hospital had been redeployed, leaving the building's defenses vulnerable and understaffed. I suspect another party has infiltrated the hospital, moving with extreme stealth and limited information, rendering their identities currently unknown. Identity unknown. It is advised to remain hidden and wait for an opportunity to act. Understood. As Mu Cheng contemplated her next steps, she heard Jie's serious reminder. Given your current weakness, the probability of death is exceedingly high. Mu Cheng. Daily reminders of her mortality were indeed a poignant affair. Chapter 65. The gruesome erasure of evidence at the Crescent Bay dock. Gao Fei arrived with 90% of his main armed forces on high alert, initially expecting an ambush that never materialized. The airship of the supporting troops descended gently onto the water's surface, its hatch opening to reveal a fully armed contingent. The solemn atmosphere immediately alerted Gao Fei to something amiss. He turned to Lan Feng, who was the first to exit the hatch, suppressing his inner doubts while feigning delight. "Old Liu, I didn't expect you to be here. Why didn't you notify me in advance? I could have prepared a warm welcome for you." Gao Fei's expression shifted abruptly as Lan Feng's demeanor spoke volumes. The betrayal was evident. Once paid, the allegiance vanished. Gao Fei maintained a smile, though his words carried an edge of warning, hinting that he felt underestimated by an old comrade. Lan Feng remained unfazed. At that moment, the last member of the group approached Gao Fei, introducing himself as Lon Bo from the Federal Space Administration's Special Operations Division. He was of short stature, with a scruffy beard obscuring his features and the insignia of a blue planet emblazoned on his military armor. His voice boomed with authority. While Gao Fei pondered his response, Lon Bo produced an official document bearing a seal, a search warrant, requesting immediate cooperation in the investigation. The unexpected intervention of the Federal Space Administration caught Gao Fei and the entire sanatorium off guard. Though he wished to stall, Lon Bo had no intention of doing so. With a forced smile that did not reach his eyes, Gao Fei replied, "Of course, follow me. The director and the warden are awaiting you in the reception room, where you can discuss the investigation in detail." As he spoke, he discreetly twirled a ring on his thumb. Simultaneously, the director and the warden received an encrypted message. Their faces transforming from ashen to pale, a mix of rage, despair, and fear swirling within them. Their expressions mirrored each other's. A silent understanding passing between them. The stronghold on Corrales had been abandoned, leaving them with but one option. Why? I opposed this from the start, yet here we are. Their resentment was palpable, but ultimately they had to swallow their bitterness. The warden, quicker to accept the grim reality than the director, twisted his ring with a bitter smile. There was no turning back once a choice was made. The director's shoulders sagged, trembling hands twisting the ring on his thumb. Deep beneath Crescent Bay, an apparatus flickered to life, 3 green indicator lights illuminating as the countdown for energy reserve commenced. After neutralizing 2 lab technicians, Mutong moved swiftly before the remaining 2, inquiring, "Can their intelligence cards be removed?" "No, they are bound. Any forced extraction would immediately format the internal data. What you take would merely be an empty shell." "What should we do then?" "Squat down and take his hand." Without hesitation, Mutong followed the instructions, grasping the hand of one technician still connected to the intelligence card. She channeled her mental energy into him while simultaneously expelling a scale given by Corey, inserting it into the laboratory's work platform as instructed by Corey. Organ regeneration certainly required stringent oversight regarding the health status of the human body serving as the cultivation vessel. The data from these victims would be meticulously recorded and transmitted. And given the sudden chaos, staff likely had no time to erase the data. Mutong understood these would serve as evidence. Her gaze swept across the hall filled with suspended individuals. Did they still have hope? These people were in a vegetative state, theoretically still alive. Once the scale connected to the machine, data streamed in, some uploaded while part was stored within the scale's chip. After a moment, Mutong released her grip. "Did you obtain the data? What did you discover?" A third party had also accessed the laboratory's data terminal, their hackers triggering alarms as data was being rapidly purged. GNGN's voice shifted from a news broadcast to a chilling late-night announcement. "I detect significant energy fluctuations deep underground. Remaining here is hazardous. Immediate evacuation is advised." "Huh?" Mutong paused, touching her ear before realizing the implications. What could be more convenient for erasing evidence than a violent natural disaster? She rose, casting a final glance at the silent vegetative patients, inhaling deeply before fleeing. As Mutong traversed the corridor, chaos erupted on the 12th floor, staff scattering in panic. Initially, the retreat was orderly, but then someone fired a shot, an experimenter gunned down in the hall, blood splattering everywhere. "Stay calm, everyone. Please follow the protocol." The guards raised their hands, assuring that they were not responsible, yet no one believed them, not even the experimenters, medical staff, nor the dim-witted singlers. For an organization engaged in the slave trade and illicit organ sales, murder and silencing witnesses were not uncommon. Even the guards who provided explanations felt an undercurrent of doubt. Who can say it wasn't some fool acting on impulse? It wasn't the sanatorium's guards who fired that shot. GN continued in a somber tone. The other side has made their move. Clutching the evidence Corey had given her, she aimed to gather as much proof as possible using the chip provided, sending it out as instructed. It became clear that Corey likely knew another faction would emerge on Corrales. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The investigation into the sanatorium was not just beginning, it was nearing its conclusion, while the recent assassins and attacks on federal spacecraft were mere accidents amid a well-planned operation. This revelation clarified many uncertainties for Mutong. Whether her theories were accurate mattered little. Her immediate priority was to escape the hospital building that could collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the floor began to tremble, followed by a series of loud bangs that escalated the previously settled chaos. The already scarce security personnel were overwhelmed, and the soothing messages replayed over the loudspeaker were rendered futile amid the cacophony of assaults. Beneath Crescent Bay, a submarine volcano erupted with a deafening roar. shaking the island fiercely, causing extensive spiderweb-like cracks to form on the ground, with seawater surging upward, the dock being the first to succumb to the tsunami's wrath. Chapter 66, illuminating the spirit star Mutong, detected a metallic scent of blood, a lingering odor forged through years of battle. One that could not be washed away even after 1,000 baths, nor could it be scrubbed off despite the shedding of layers of skin. Her limbs lay motionless, her fingers unable to stir, her entire body swathed tightly in white gauze, immersed in a viscous liquid, much like a living sea cucumber being rehydrated, albeit one that was spoiled and moldy. Mutong carefully assessed her physical state, aside from her immobility. Every bone and muscle felt as if it had been crushed and reassembled, as though thousands of ants were crawling over her, yet unable to crush them. Was she still unconscious? Lon Bo scrutinized the physician, who, despite being a healer, seemed to neglect his own well-being. You should take a moment to see a specialist, he suggested. What? You don't believe me? It's the truth. The anesthetist and nurses assisting were so terrified they fainted on the spot. And that anesthetist still suffers from nightmares and hallucinations every night. Once it was confirmed that her injuries would not worsen, she was to be transferred to the Southern Star. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, the doctor insisted. If it weren't for the recording being a mere garbled screen, I would show it to you. The doctor, who continued to explain, failed to notice the concealed doubt hidden beneath Lon Bo's beard. Before rescuing Mutong, he had sensed a powerful energy wave at Crescent Bay, initially attributing it to the aftermath of a tsunami or earthquake, yet upon reflection, he felt there might be other reasons behind it. The doctor moved closer to examine her, and after a routine check, smiled and said, Congratulations, you have emerged from life-threatening danger and are recovering well. Lon Bo pulled the doctor back and directly addressed Mutong. The Coral Sanatorium has sunk to the depths of the sea. We found the black box from the Federal Public Spacecraft, the Wind Rider, on you, along with the intelligence card of the deceased agent, Corey. We thank you for your contributions to this investigation. Due to the sensitive nature of the case, we cannot formally commend you, but appropriate rewards will be given. Mutong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Just a second ago, she had been fleeing in the stairwell of the hospital building, and now she was being told that the Coral Sanatorium was no more? Tsunami, earthquake, the hospital collapsing and being swallowed by the sea, the island submerging, vivid images flashed in her mind. And she recalled that it was this bearded man who had pulled her from the water. Mutong was not surprised that these individuals could retrieve the black box and Corey's intelligence card. They had likely scanned every detail about her, down to the very hairs on her body. It was best not to dwell on such matters while she lay there, unable to move. She maintained a smile that had transformed from confusion to one of relief for having escaped. Lying on the hospital bed, her frail form was wrapped in white rehabilitation bandages, leaving only her eyes and mouth visible. The memory of pulling her from the depths of the sea surged in Lon Bo's mind. Despite being drenched in blood and on the brink of death, she had smiled upon seeing him, her innocent smile akin to a ray of light piercing through darkness. That smile ignited a profound sense of duty within him. Now, observing Mutong, his gaze softened with compassion. She was merely a 14-year-old girl, orphaned and discarded by her family, subjected to harrowing experiences. The sharpness in his eyes softened. We must seize the crucial evidence from Corey's intelligence card, while the rest of your belongings can be returned to you. I believe Corey would concur with this course of action. As for what transpired on Coral Star, how the sanatorium met its demise, and how they survived the confluence of tsunami, earthquake, and explosion, Lon Bo brushed over these details, aware that discussing such matters with a minor who might be psychologically traumatized was scarcely appropriate. How had she managed to escape? Just as Mutong pondered this, Lon Bo spoke again, prompting a puzzled and astonished glance from the doctor. Hadn't they already decided to transfer her to Southern Star? Why was he unaware of this? Southern Star. The mere mention of those words exhausted Mutong's remaining strength, and she involuntarily closed her eyes. Faintly, she could still hear the conversation between the two men, their voices gradually fading into the distance. The course of the spacecraft had long been determined. They were heading to Southern Star. When Mutong opened her eyes again, she found herself adrift in an expansive ocean. This time, she felt no panic or confusion. Floating in the vastness, clutching the only piece of driftwood, she looked up to discover that her mental landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation. No longer was the azure surface of the sea obscured by layers of gray mist. Instead, a dark yet star-studded sky stretched above her. A smile involuntarily graced Mutong's lips. Though the stars appeared dim, scattered across the sky, one star stood out, capturing her attention, radiant, luminescent, almost parallel to the ocean's surface. Is this my spirit star? Has my spirit star been illuminated? Mu Tong gazed at the brilliant star, her initial joy swiftly giving way to calmness and then confusion. Didn't you say that my current physical condition could not withstand the backlash of activating the spirit star? A mocking voice seemed to echo from the heavens, filling her ears. Indeed, that is why you were gravely injured and undergoing treatment, utterly immobile, and on the brink of death. Mu Tong's severe injury stemmed not only from the explosion, but also from the backlash caused by forcibly igniting her spirit star. In that moment, she had faced a near-certain death, with only the engine core affixed to her abdomen serving as her lifeline, triggering the energy array that supported her desperate attempt to ignite her spirit star. The intense energy surge, the island plummeting to the ocean floor, the situation had been dire. Yet fortune smiled upon her when her spirit star ignited, allowing Lonbo to trace Corey's intelligence card signal and find her. Do you feel as though your star is the largest, the brightest, the most resplendent, almost within reach? Mu Tong, aware of her bond with her spiritual essence, felt an ominous premonition upon hearing those words from the mocking voice. Sure enough, the next statement was, that is because your spirit star was forcibly ignited, and your connection to it is neither tight nor stable. To say it is precarious would not be an exaggeration. She struggled to articulate the words. Mu Tong. As the mocking voice spoke, an arrow appeared in the sky, pointing towards the great star nearly touching the ocean's surface. If you wish to survive, you must immediately begin to communicate with your spirit star, striving for a closer bond to elevate it into the heavens. Mu Tong chose silence. The voice had finished speaking. Initially, she sensed a repulsive force continuously pushing her spiritual energy outward, just as the voice had described. Her mind and spirit star were akin to oil and water in a bowl, unable to merge. Drawing near to her spirit star, despite the repulsion against her spiritual energy, she persisted in her communication, gradually merging into the essence of the star. Only through establishing a tight, stable connection with the star could she accumulate and harness spiritual power. With a sparse population and low levels, 5 words succinctly encapsulated the current state of spiritual practitioners. Otherwise, her anomaly would have been detected long ago. After completing a cycle of meditation, Mu Tong distinctly sensed the diminishing repulsion of the spirit star against her spiritual energy, ever so slightly. Though faint, it marked a positive beginning. Only those who ignited their spirit stars could become spiritual practitioners, capable of smoothly communicating with the cosmic forces of the stars to wield their power. Further distinctions could be made between 2 different schools, magic and cultivation, both utilizing the celestial energy of the stars but by differing methods. In the apocalyptic era, such distinctions had become less relevant. Survival was the ultimate goal. In Mu Tong's recollection, the dichotomy between the 2 factions of spiritual practitioners before the apocalyptic era was starkly delineated, though not entirely irreconcilable. It was akin to the relentless struggle of 2 tigers vying for dominance on the same mountain. After several cycles of meditation, Mu Tong succumbed to slumber, her consciousness weary yet fulfilled. In the days that followed, Mu Tong spent the majority of her time immersed in a medicinal pool, its circular depths imbued with the distinctive herbal bitterness of ancient concoctions. Each day blurred into a haze, with meditation being her sole engagement. She could hear the voices of others around her, yet she rarely spoke. Even the act of opening her eyes seemed to demand every ounce of her strength. Nourishment came solely from nutritional capsules, each one sustaining her for an entire week, thus elegantly sidestepping any awkward bodily functions. Even upon awakening, no one appeared to offer Mu Tong any explanations. The caregiver assigned to her was a robot, diligently executing its programmed duties, but utterly incapable of providing any information. The psychological counselor was the only other individual Mu Tong encountered, apart from the robot. She regarded the gentle voice of the counselor as a soothing guide into her meditative state, proving remarkably effective. By the time Mu Tong was able to sit up in her wheelchair, a full 15 days had elapsed since the tsunami had engulfed the Crescent Bay Islands of Coral Star. She had not laid eyes upon the doctor or Lonbo since. At this moment, the spacecraft touched down. The time had come for Gannan Star. Chapter 67, Transforming Grief into Appetite in the Marseille Star District on the planet Gannon. The city of Tuyin is characterized by a sprawling settlement formed by the haphazard welding of colorful metal containers of various heights. At this moment, a cold storm is sweeping through, rendering the streets nearly deserted. A 3-story container house displays a crooked metal sign reading, Family Bucket Noodle House. Though the establishment is modest in size, it is bustling with patrons. Uncharacteristically, The focus of attention today is not on the proprietor, who is usually seen shirtless in an apron, delighting in live-streaming his noodle-making prowess, but rather on a frail child seated in a wheelchair, clutching a bowl of noodles tightly. Boss, another bowl of dumpling soup. Another bowl of beef-wide noodles. Boss, a bowl of turkey noodles. Boss, one of everything. The requests pour in, bowl after bowl, creating a towering display of noodle bowls on a square wooden table, resembling a rustic brick wall. The owner, wielding a ladle in one hand and freshly cut noodles in the other, gazes in disbelief at the slight child in the wheelchair before him. This is the 13th bowl. Just look at that small frame. Where does it all go? It's astonishing. Other diners occasionally cast astonished and curious glances toward the table, wondering if the child possesses some extraordinary gift for eating. Oblivious to the stares, the child, Mu Chong, continues to enjoy the noodles while his ears perk up, attentively listening to the news broadcast emanating from the luminous screen hanging in the dining area. Severe tectonic movements have struck Coral Star, with consecutive underwater volcanic eruptions triggering global tsunamis. As the pilot planet for the abandoned planetary redevelopment program, Coral Star has faced a series of significant incidents, raising questions about the viability of the federal government's initiative. The program, already in its infancy, requires extensive investment in environmental exploration and transformation, rendering it a futile endeavor. Timely rescue efforts have minimized the damage inflicted by the disaster. Experts are yet to ascertain whether the volcanic eruptions and excessive energy exploitation are linked to the instability within the planet's core. Daily News brings you the latest live coverage. Viewers, what you see now is the aftermath of the global tsunami on Coral Star. As you can observe, most islands, including the Crescent Bay archipelago, have submerged beneath the waves, and the sea has yet to fully calm. Underwater volcanic eruptions are expected to occur every 3 hours, with experts predicting this situation may persist for up to a month, with intervals gradually extending. The original Green Organization has claimed responsibility for the armed attack on Coral Star, asserting that if the federal government does not cease its excessive exploitation of the planet, they will take further action, fighting to the bitter end. The federal government will provide compensation and resettlement assistance to the families of those lost in the tsunami. The history of Coral Star, a mining planet that faced its demise, only to sink anew amid the promise of rebirth. The federal government vows never to abandon the redevelopment plan for abandoned planets. Mu Chong has consumed over a dozen bowls of noodles, and during this time, the news channel has switched several times, yet the content remains largely consistent, all pertaining to Coral Star. It has been a full 20 standard days since the underwater volcanic eruptions and the inundation of islands, and it continues to dominate the news cycle. However, what perplexes Mu Chong is the focus of the coverage. The Coral Rehabilitation Center and the federal prison are only mentioned as affected areas, while issues such as slave breeding, human trafficking, and illegal organ trade go unaddressed. The news consistently centers on the upcoming federal government's abandoned planetary redevelopment initiative. Holding his bowl of noodles, Mu Chong gazes at the wall's projection, which presents a panoramic view of Coral Star. The Crescent Bay archipelago is no more, having vanished into the depths. And even the island housing the federal prison has met a similar fate. The heinous acts of brutality and darkness that once occurred on that planet seem to have been swept away by the tsunami triggered by the volcanic eruptions, as if they had never transpired, with the tides bringing forth the semblance of renewal. The matters surrounding the Rehabilitation Center may very well fade into obscurity. This realization tightens Mu Chong's heart, not solely for the innocent victims lost, but also due to the stark awareness that, even in a world not at the brink of apocalypse, her environment remains perilously treacherous. The spacecraft from the Space Administration departed immediately after delivering Mu Chong to Ganon, and Blue Bow appeared only once throughout the entire process. No one has informed her about the aftermath of Coral Star. Will the investigation into the Rehabilitation Center continue? Who hired the assassin to eliminate her? Is her friend, Leghair, truly dead? A multitude of questions plagues Mu Chong. Yet, at this moment, she is merely a frail and injured minor, left wheelchair-bound after losing both parents. The sense of powerlessness engenders anxiety and anger. With furrowed brows, Mu Chong fiercely slurps another mouthful of dumpling soup, cheeks puffed as she calls out for another bowl. The shop owner gasps in surprise, torn between concern and amazement at the child's voracious appetite. Could it be that she suffers from a tapeworm or bulimia? Should he suggest a visit to the hospital? Uncertainty looms over whether the recent catastrophe on Coral Star will impact the implementation of the Planetary Redevelopment Initiative. In my opinion, this plan is utterly nonsensical. The resources on those planets are depleted, and the investment of vast manpower and resources yields no returns, it is merely a deceptive concept designed to lure investors. However, the counterargument stands. Seeking new planets demands even greater investments of manpower and resources, and repurposing waste is more economical than outright abandonment. While the logic may hold, the benefits seldom reach us. When will we receive a portion of the resources to develop our beleaguered planet? As the weather grows colder day by day, the absence of winter supplies becomes increasingly concerning. The surrounding patrons gradually lose interest in Star, shifting their conversations to the impending winter, revealing their deep-seated anxieties. From snippets of their dialogue, it becomes evident that Ganon is not a prosperous planet. Describing it as a harsh frontier is hardly an exaggeration. With a contented sigh, Mu-Cheng leans back against the wheelchair's backrest, a satisfying belch escaping her. Her stomach feels pleasantly full, yet she realizes she may have indulged a bit too much. Chapter 68. Immigrants should think twice. The gloom and anxiety within Mu-Cheng gradually receded as her hunger was satiated by the food. She looked up at the shopkeeper, who was wielding a ladle, and attempted a smile, her expression frozen at the corners of her mouth. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to utter just 2 words, delicious. The shopkeeper and the onlookers, noticing the shopkeeper's conflicted demeanor and glancing at the towering bowl of noodles nearly surpassing her height, an idea flickered through her mind. Could it be that he is worried I cannot afford the meal? Little did Mu-Cheng know the intricate thoughts swirling in the shopkeeper's mind. Observing Mu-Cheng's sudden smile that gradually stiffened, the shopkeeper cast aside his earlier concerns about parasites and began to imagine a grand narrative, one of a resilient young boy, beset by misfortunes, who journeyed to this desolate outpost in search of healing. Even a humble bowl of noodles felt like an embrace of the world's warm sunlight, eliciting from him a heartfelt smile of gratitude towards the person who prepared it. Beneath the stars, what a strong and admirable youth he was. Today, I shall treat you, the shopkeeper declared, dipping his ladle into the pot and serving Mu-Cheng another bowl of noodle soup. Eat, child, everything will turn out fine. Indeed. She was perceived as someone unable to pay, yet why offer another bowl? Having already reached fullness, Mu-Cheng belched at the steaming bowl of fragrant soup before her, grappling with the moral dilemma of wasting food, a sin she could not commit. Thus, she resolved to eat. Is this your first time in Jianxing? Mu-Cheng nodded, apprehensive that the shopkeeper might serve her yet another spoonful. What was she to do? Eat or refrain? It was then that she realized the shopkeeper might have misunderstood her situation. However, one fact rang true. She had indeed come in search of Kaishilia Dulin, a name mentioned in the letter of introduction given to her by Lan Bo. Beyond that, she knew nothing about this individual, yet it seemed that they held a prominent position in Jianxing. Soon, Mu-Cheng gleaned the basic information about Kaishilia Dulin from the lively chatter of the customers. The sole spiritual practitioner in Jianxing, renowned for her healing abilities, she was described as reclusive and difficult to approach, serving at the Jianxing library. Ah, child. Many seek her out. How many came last year alone? I heard it was 778. Every day, people plead, but it's futile. Director Dulin never treats extraterrestrials. Indeed, Director Dulin is a solitary figure, no family, no friends, and neither coercion nor bribery sways her, not even the wealthiest or most powerful. Mu-Cheng felt overwhelmed by the influx of information. Ah, a spiritual practitioner. I wish to become one as well. The conversation soon veered off course from Kaishilia Dulin to the luck involved in becoming a spiritual practitioner. Thankfully, Jianxing had Director Dulin to oversee matters. Otherwise, this desolate place would likely see no visitors. Isn't that the case? The clientele around the library primarily consists of those seeking out Director Dulin. As Mu-Cheng listened to the customers' idle chatter, she discreetly inquired about the situation in Jianxing. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, her first order of business was to find a noodle shop to enjoy authentic cuisine. She had yet to register at the immigration office, and, lacking an official identity crystal card, she was unable to access the internet. Consequently, she knew next to nothing about the planet she found herself on, aside from its name. Excuse me, do you know where the immigration office is? What do you need to go there for? The noodle shop owner suddenly realized her intentions to immigrate. His tone suggested that Jianxing was a treacherous vessel, warning her not to jump aboard. Many believed that once they immigrated, they would no longer be considered extraterrestrials. In a moment of impulsiveness, they obtained citizenship without considering the numerous natives of Jianxing. I was once foolish enough to make that mistake. A middle-aged customer at the next table chimed in, having also come in search of Director Dulin, only to find out she did not treat extraterrestrials. A spark of realization struck him. He had chosen to join Jianangsing's citizenship. It's just 30 years without the option to change citizenship. I thought I was contributing my youth to the development of the federal frontier. Yet, I forgot that Jianangsing has 985 federal standard days in a year, meaning that 30 years is calculated according to Jianangsing's time. Lo and behold, I've effectively sentenced myself to lifelong confinement. His words elicited laughter from the room. Old Jean, if I recall correctly, you were sent here for gambling debts, weren't you? How well you know. The camaraderie among the patrons was evident, most of whom were familiar with one another. The consensus of their advice could be distilled into a single phrase. Child, Jianangsing is no place to be taken lightly. Immigrants should think twice. Known in the Blue River Federation as Winter Star, it was no exaggeration to describe Jianangsing as a harsh and bitter frontier. After finishing her last bowl of noodle soup amidst the urging gazes of the others, Mu Cheng resolutely made her way to the immigration office. Upon reaching the window, she submitted her application form. The staff greeted her with warm smiles, and there was no need to queue or fill out a myriad of forms or provide extensive documentations. The entire process took less than a minute, barely enough time to cook a bowl of noodles. The staff presented her with an identity crystal card, their voice sweet and welcoming as they announced, "Welcome to Jianangsing." As Mu Cheng accepted the identity crystal card, she understood one thing. Jianangsing may lack many resources, but the most scarce of all was undoubtedly its population. The efficiency of the process was astounding, seemingly designed to prevent any second thoughts. From that moment on, Mu Cheng became a person with a legitimate, albeit temporary, identity. Chapter 69. The esteemed director in the Green Star District, province of Vernia, on the planet Taiwan. The southern hemisphere is characterized by distinct seasons. It is the height of summer, and the nighttime temperatures remain uncomfortably high, with the sounds of cicadas carried away by the gentle night breeze, while the fragrance of night orchids fills the air. At midnight, a black sedan slowly exits the back door of the Mu family's old residence's underground garage, vanishing into the profound darkness of the night. Mu Yid sits on the spacious sofa in the reception room, the cool air conditioning alleviating the oppressive summer heat. Yet a fine sheen of sweat still glistens on his forehead. He remains silent for a while, his thoughts in disarray, his face still reflecting a blend of excitement, tension, and anticipation that has not completely faded. When he finally presses the bell and speaks, he has regained his composure. "Master," the butler bows respectfully. "Starting tomorrow, begin preparations for Mu Tong's funeral. Since the obituary has been issued, we can no longer delay this matter. Do not be negligent. See to it properly." "Yes, master. You may rest assured. Go." After the butler departs, a subtle smile flickers across Mu Yid's face. Following the incident on Coral Star, he has waited more than 20 days. And today he finally receives conclusive news. There are no survivors, as all patients in the Coral Star Sanatorium perished in the tsunami. "Second brother, to trade 2 mineral veins for such a splendid opportunity, how could you choose to forfeit it? Utter foolishness." Mu Yid raises his gaze, sweeping it across the portraits of the Mu family heirs adorning the study's walls, finally resting on the last painting. He lifts his wine glass and smiles at the youthful figure depicted in the artwork, whispering softly, "Second brother, it is not that I am unwilling to grant your daughter a chance at life. This is fate. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon your couple for their lack of foresight and poor choices. Rest assured, I shall ensure the Mu family flourishes under my stewardship, though it is a pity our father will never learn of his misjudgment." In the northern hemisphere of Taiwan, others have also received the definitive news. A handsome young man sits silently by the fountain in the backyard, staring at the fallen leaves at his feet. "Still not speaking? Since receiving the news this morning, you have not uttered a word, nor taken a single bite all day. Let him be for today. He must depart tomorrow. Are the luggage and paperwork prepared?" Lan Mu displays a hesitant expression, but given the confirmation of Mu Tong's tragic fate, it is likely that the Mu family will soon hold the funeral. Is it not permissible for Lan Xiu to attend? Such a pity for that child, Mu Tong. The news of Mu Tong's unfortunate demise in the tsunami caused a brief stir on Taiwan, but quickly settled, as conversations shifted to other topics during meals. As the principal figure of this tragedy, the deceased Miss Mu Tong is currently wheeled toward the library. Observing the long line ahead, Mu Tong pauses, adjusting her collar and exhaling a puff of mist. Could it be I have come to the wrong place? Looking up at the large sign above the entrance of the Ganon Library, she murmurs, "I haven't gone astray. Why are there so many people?" "You there, young master. Please wait." A youth in a sweater, carrying a bamboo basket, blocks her path, enthusiastically introducing a variety of services. I have the Director Doolin schedule, information on local housing, maps of Tuyin City, and more. You will surely find it useful. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Good steel should be used on the blade. Mu Tong, unperturbed by the misunderstanding regarding her gender, points toward the long queue and curiously inquires, "Are they all here to see Director Doolin?" The young man, noticing she is alone and in a wheelchair, smiles. Indeed, as summer draws to a close. This is the last opportunity before winter. The next summer will be at least 500 days by Federal Standard Time. Many seeking an audience with Director Doolin are patients with chronic ailments that cannot be cured, and the harsh winters of Ganon Star are not conducive to prolonged stays. If you wish to meet Director Doolin, you must hurry. Shall I assist you with a queue number and information about our expedited services? Here, we can provide a comprehensive service, including real-time updates on the Director's whereabouts, ensuring you are fully informed. Even if you cannot meet him this year, you can leave your contact information, and we will continue to assist you next year. Chuckling softly, Mu Tong gazes at the eager young man and replies, "Thank you. But I would like to go ahead and take a look first." The young man, momentarily taken aback by her genuine smile, stammers, "And no need to thank me." With a gentle push of her wheelchair, Mu Tong glides past the observing crowd into the library's grand entrance. How can he go in? Yes. Why can that boy in a wheelchair enter? The line of individuals awaiting their turn to see the director erupts in confusion. The guard, with hands as large as wash basins, claps loudly, holding a tiny megaphone, and commands, "Quiet." What is all this noise? If you fill out a form at the immigration office on the next street, you will immediately gain the privilege of entering the library without waiting in line or purchasing a ticket. Don't hesitate. Those who wish to go should act swiftly. Pointing to the left, the guard directs the line, which promptly settles down, returning to a state of quiet anticipation. Crossing the threshold into a circular hall, Mu Tong admires the ancient blue bricks underfoot and the uniquely styled murals that adorn the walls. This library exudes a strong sense of history. Not long after entering, Mu Tong is escorted to the director's office by a staff member. The office is empty, leaving Mu Tong to wait patiently. Before long, a figure draped in a blue cloak enters, and Mu Tong feels a chilling gust of wind sweep past her. Kayla Doolin removes the cloak and surveys the child sitting in the wheelchair. With hair resembling a hedgehog, sporting an innocent yet foolish grin, and seated in a wheelchair despite showing no signs of disability, the child carries a sweet scent. Mu Tong examines Doolin in return. The director is of average height, slender, and emanates a cold aura. His skin is pale as snow, and the wrinkles etched on his face bear witness to the harshness of time. It is evident he has aged, with his long, slender eyebrows tinged with a faint blue, resembling two sharp icicles, as described by those in the noodle shop. Director Doolin radiates an unmistakable air of frosty hardness, clearly difficult to approach. Indeed, the winters of Ganon Star must be frigid. Chapter 70. Avoidance resolves nothing. We currently find ourselves in the main building of the library, which serves as both a public reading area and an office space, including the office of the librarian. Residents of Tuyin City can borrow books here for free, and various educational activities are held regularly, as you will come to learn. The individual showing Mu Tong around the library is Mandel, the assistant to Librarian Doolin. After meeting Mu Tong, Librarian Doolin reviewed the introduction letter and simply stated, "Report tomorrow." He then entrusted Mu Tong to his assistant, Mandel. Mandel is of short stature, with neatly parted hair that reveals his slightly pointed ears. Clad in an apprentice's robe and holding a leather notebook, he briskly ascends the spiral staircase while speaking animatedly. The library, which was proposed and constructed under Librarian Doolin's initiative, has been standing for nearly 2 decades. Soon, they reach the rooftop, where a small garden flourishes beneath the dome, surrounded by lush greenery, resembling a garland adorning the building. The Janixing Library is the only stone structure in Tuyin City, comprising 3 interconnected buildings, standing out remarkably amidst the dense cluster of metal container constructions. To your left, you will see a 3-story stone tower, the collection building housing numerous important documents and materials, which are not open to the public. To your right is the audio-visual building, which boasts a variety of unique audio-visual collections, including vintage films, games, and even versions on film and bamboo slips. However, it primarily operates as a cinema that is frequently visited by the residents of Tuyin City, a place that children like you would surely enjoy. At this juncture, Mandel paused, turned, and with a serious expression regarded Mu Tong, stating, "Your tasks are quite simple. Organize the bookshelves in the public reading area. Our facilities are outdated, lacking automated classification systems, so books must be returned manually. This will largely be your responsibility, and you may occasionally need to assist with cleaning. Mutong smiled sweetly and replied, "All right, I understand." As he walked away, Mutong could still hear Mandel grumbling about the absurdity of hiring a miner as a worker, lamenting the impending winter and the potential dangers it posed to children. Instead of hurrying away, Mutong took a seat in the garden. From the elevated view, he gazed down upon the urban streets, his sight reaching only as far as the towering city walls on the outskirts, which are said to border lush jungles. Taking a deep breath, he felt the wind and sunlight, savoring the earthy aroma of dust and soil. Unlike the artificial atmosphere of Corral, the sun and breeze of Janixing are undeniably genuine. As Mutong's gaze shifted closer, he noticed two individuals at the street corner, seemingly unintentional, who had circled the vicinity of the library several times. He had first spotted them upon exiting a noodle shop and initially thought they were merely passing by. However, it now appeared they had been following him. Could they be federal agents? It was a possibility. Why would they surveil him, a mere orphan who had suffered great misfortune? If their intent was to conceal secrets regarding the sanatorium, wouldn't it be more convenient to eliminate him? Mutong pondered, recalling the many lives lost in the tsunami. Realizing his own demise would hardly be of consequence. Things may not be as straightforward as you think. Those individuals may not necessarily be from the federal government. Have you forgotten that there were assassins sent after you in the sanatorium? Jiedrin interjected, also suggesting a potential connection to his parents, reminding him of the peril he faced even before entering the sanatorium. Avoidance resolves nothing, ignoring Jiedrin's reminders echoing in his mind. Mutong left the library and proceeded to the housing allocated by the immigration office, where he noted that the two figures continued to trail him at a leisurely pace. His residence was not provided by the library, but was a benefit of becoming a citizen of Janixing, a modest square container home located in the southern area of Tuyin City, about 5 kilometers from the library, neither too far nor too close. The entire street was lined with low, densely packed container-style homes. Mutong's dwelling was an open-plan studio apartment, clearly laid out, a rectangular space with a bathroom, kitchen, living room, and bedroom in succession, totaling 50 square meters, spacious enough for a single occupant. He retrieved a suitcase secured to the back of his wheelchair. Extracting 2 changes of clothes, a pair of shoes, a crossbow, and the smart card left by Corey, his entire worldly possessions, indeed a picture of destitution. The reward from the Federal Space Administration had finally arrived, a considerable amount, sufficient for his daily living expenses. Seated, Mutong inserted his identity crystal card into the smart card device, establishing a connection to the network of Tuyin City. The fish-scale patterned smart card bracelet secured itself around his wrist, a flicker of green light passing over its surface. The first task upon connecting to the internet was to research the fundamental information about Janixing. Janixing is not particularly distant from Corral, situated similarly on the border of the Marseille star zone. Unlike Corral, however, this planet has not undergone extensive development, retaining a relatively pristine ecological environment with a sparse permanent population. The residential area is confined to the southern hemisphere, with Tuyin City being the sole urban settlement on the planet. Janixing experiences only 2 seasons, winter and summer, with a brief transitional period. The year spans 10 months, each approximately 90 days long, with winter officially commencing in August and lasting until April of the following year, sometimes extending to June. What day is it today? Mutong mused, reaching for the calendar. Jiedrin's voice chimed in. Currently, it is the year 1022 before the end times, in the 61,121st year of the star calendar, the 3,814th year of the Blue River Federation calendar, and the date on Janixing is the 28th of July, marking 471 days since you were sent to the sanatorium. Chapter 71. Her disbelief for over 400 days, a span exceeding a year. Mutong lay upon her bed, the pages of her memories meticulously organized, quietly awaiting her perusal in a corner of her mind. The mocking voice once again echoed, suggesting that she should expedite the integration of her memories, as this would aid her in comprehending the current existential conditions of the world and the potential threats that may lurk. Indeed, during her tenure in the Federation, she had faced near-death experiences 5 times within a year and a half, a statistic that rivaled the survival records of the apocalyptic era. It was imperative to confront the existence of such threats with utmost seriousness. Mutong mumbled a vague acknowledgement, waving her hand at the air, signaling her understanding. After lying still for a considerable time, she inhaled deeply, Closing her eyes, she cleared her mind of distractions and opened the pages of her memories. A torrent of images surged into her consciousness, transforming from indistinct shadows into vivid clarity. From the moment of her birth, the fragments of her 13 years on Rivan Stark flooded her mind, merging with her very essence. She recalled the first time she was gently cradled in tender arms, the soft lullabies whispering in her ears. The first time she wobbled to her feet, the praises ringing in her ears. "Oh my, Chin, look. Our little Mutong can stand on her own." The first time she underwent a stellar assessment. The first time she faced her mother's stern reprimand. "Little Mutong, bullying the weak will not make you stronger." The first time she attempted to cast a novice spell, propelled by the wind, only to lose control and crash into several of her father's antique vases, resulting in punishment. Yet, she could hear her father's soft and proud exclamations from outside the study. "Chin, did you see? Our little Mutong can run faster than the wind." Until, abruptly, the vibrant hues of her memories faded into monochrome, beneath the star's protection. How tragic it was for one so young to lose her parents. Count Xia and Countess Xia were the kindest nobles she had ever known. Surely, their daughter must be heartbroken. Yet, without a body, how could anyone presume her parents were truly dead? The death notice she received, the portrait displayed at the funeral, until the very last night of the banquet. That's the child from the Mu family, the heir to Count Xia's title. Who would have thought Count Xia and his wife would perish on the mining planet? This child had not spoken a word for a month. It was said that her mind had been disturbed by the trauma. Yet she was still eligible to inherit the title. She was the sole heir. For the recent reforms in the noble inheritance laws mandated that titles could only be passed to offspring. In the absence of children, the title would become extinct. Mutong was inundated with gossip regarding her parents' demise and the inheritance of the family title. Pitying, gleeful, curious, and voyeuristic glances all converged upon her. She turned away from the banquet hall and retreated to the aerial garden. Murder! Murder! The scene erupted into chaos as the guest bodyguards surged in. Miss! Miss! The calls drew nearer. They were her own protectors, and Mutong yearned to respond, yet her throat suddenly burned and ached, rendering her voiceless. Ugh! Ugh! The guards were less than 5 meters away, about to turn to another direction, but Mutong could produce no sound. Her body immobilized as something constricted around her from behind. Everything transpired too swiftly. A sharp pain coursed through her mind, followed by a powerful tug that sent her plummeting from the balcony railing. She felt blood saturating her face. She awoke with a jolt, her body springing upright. Hands gripping the bedsheets tightly, gasping for breath as sweat drenched her back, cold beads glistening on her forehead. Have you remembered? All of it? Mutong was certainly not contemplating suicide. The thought was unfathomable to her. Even if the entire world perished, she would choose to endure. Who would wish to kill you? Mutong shook her head. No, at least at that time, whoever had made the attempt did not genuinely wish to end her life. The intelligent spirit quickly deduced her thoughts and reached a conclusion. Indeed, the height of the fall was not fatal. It would only lead to crippling injuries. The crucial factor lay in the manipulation of her mental core prior to her being pushed. An attempt to sever her chances of igniting her spiritual star and preventing her from becoming a spiritual practitioner. Without the intelligent spirit's intervention, Mutong might have unwittingly fulfilled her assailant's intentions. Do you have any suspects? The situation was not overly complex. Aside from the unfortunate chance of encountering a deranged individual, a rare occurrence, most incidents were premeditated, purposeful, and driven by intense motivation. It was glaringly obvious. Mutong lifted her hand and shook her wrist adorned with scales, summoning a holographic interface. She searched for all photographs, videos, and news reports pertaining to that charity banquet on Rivan Stark. That event was the annual charity gala on Rivan Stark, a grand affair attended by global elites. And Mutong had been invited as the heir of the Mu family. Fortunately, the event was substantial in scale, widely publicized online, leaving ample documentation to investigate. One photograph appeared in a fashion-sharing segment, the focus on a lady's petite hat. However, Mutong's attention was drawn to the blurred figure behind her. From her position at the time, she was convinced that the indistinct face belonged to her uncle, Mu Yud. The two individuals conversing with him were unrecognizable, but something about them seemed familiar, though she could not recall who they were. Mutong tirelessly scoured the pages of her memories for those two unfamiliar, hazy faces. Eventually, she found them tucked away in a corner of her recollections. They were representatives from an energy company who had approached her shortly after her parents' tragedy. Mutong fell into contemplation. At that time, It seemed they had proposed a collaborative plan regarding the development of mining veins, yet as a grieving miner. She had paid them no heed, ignoring their overtures. The family's business affairs had been solely managed by her uncle, Mu Yud. The composition of the Mu family was not intricate. Mu Tong's father was the family patriarch and a title holder of the countship, known as Count Xia. Count Xia's father had passed away many years prior, and Mu Tong had never laid eyes on her grandmother. The only remaining direct relatives were an elder brother and a younger brother. As for her uncles, her impressions of them were faint. They were rarely seen. Uncle Mu Yud stood out in her memory as a courteous, astute, and methodical man, while her third uncle, Mu Yu Kai, was an archetypal wastrel. Older and self-assured in his supposed cleverness. They met only 2 or 3 times a year, often at significant family gatherings, and their offspring far outnumbered her parents' children. Uncle Yud had 5 children, while Uncle Yu Kai had 3. The eldest was already in their 30s, and the youngest was merely 2 years old. Their interactions were sparse, and familiarity was absent. After her return, they had continuously offered her comfort, counsel, and encouragement to accept the reality of her parents' death, presenting themselves as dutiful yet distant relatives. As for the more distant relatives, some did not even reside on Taiwan Star, making encounters rare and memories even fainter. A swift online search revealed the news regarding the mining disaster. Kabira Star, a mining planet, was particularly rich in metal ores, and the Mu family owned numerous mining veins there. The one that had suffered the incident was among them. Mu Tong had seen the accident report, but, in her youthful grief, had not scrutinized it closely. However, now she could not locate the publicly released report online. The Blue River Federation was home to many mining planets, frequently experiencing various accidents. Had it not been for the Mu family's noble status, this incident might not have warranted detailed news coverage at all. The disappearance of the accident report undoubtedly went unnoticed by many. A mining disaster? Such coincidences are hardly plausible. Whether others believe it or not is of no concern to her. She certainly does not. Chapter 72. The virtuous young woman. It was unbearably cold. Mu Tong wrapped herself tightly in her sweater and scarf, wishing she could envelop herself in cotton as well. The breath she exhaled quickly crystallized into frost, and a knitted cap concealed her bald head. As the door curtain was lifted, she heard muffled complaints from someone with their mouth full. It was barely early July, yet the temperature had already plummeted to -10 degrees Celsius. Why had winter arrived so early this year? The owner of the noodle shop, Hei Ming, greeted Mu Tong, inviting her to take a seat. "You're here. The usual today?" Mu Tong eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. "Why aren't you live streaming today, boss Hei?" Mu Tong knew that the shop owner had a habit of streaming his noodle-making process, which endeared him to the local patrons. Another diner at a nearby table slapped the table, shutting off the screen that had been stuck on the waiting interface. Enough already. With the sudden drop in temperature and the internet going down, who knows if they can fix it? Be prepared, everyone. The winter network signal in Jinan Star is as unreliable as my digestive system, often down, and most of the time, non-existent. The stars above? We don't need to know about your gastrointestinal issues. Will the internet outage last until summer? Pretty much. Today is just the first occurrence. But it certainly won't be the last. A good 20 days of signal during the winter would be fortunate. Every winter, the signal disappears, crops fail, game becomes scarce, and merchant ships avoid our isolated planet entirely. We are, after all, a desolate world for exiles. If it weren't for Director Doolin being here, would we have such decent living conditions? The population of Jinan Star consists mainly of 2 groups, the indigenous people and the exiled criminals, with very few voluntary immigrants. No one would come here unless they had no other choice. Mu Tong had heard that even Director Doolin was an exile, though at that time, she was not yet a spiritual cultivator. Hei Ming glanced at Mu Tong, who was slurping her soup, and worriedly advised, "Be careful out there, Mu Tong. Just because the people in our noodle shop seem friendly, don't let your guard down. Most folks in this city are either exiles or former convicts who couldn't survive on other planets. Don't be naive and think everyone is a good person. You've managed to convince them that you are a polite, charming, and optimistic youth striving for a better life," he added. Mu Tong rubbed her hands together, exhaling a puff of white breath, and responded with surprise, "Isn't that true?" "Well, it is true for a girl." Jian, her companion, seemed momentarily speechless and then shifted the topic. 10 o'clock, 5 o'clock direction. Casually glancing at the street, she perked her ears, quickly pinpointing the location of the pursuers. These 2 had been following her for 7 days, never straying more than 500 meters away. They were quite persistent. Just these 2? Jian hesitated, unable to confirm. but could only ascertain these two for the moment. Theoretically, there could be threats beyond our awareness. Do you sense anything? Uncertain. Mutong closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as the frigid air filled her nostrils, causing her to shiver. Suddenly, she accelerated her wheelchair, muttering, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." The library opened at 8, and she needed to arrive before 7 to tidy up. As she entered the library, a wave of warmth enveloped her, dispelling the cold. Upon raising her head, she was greeted by the sight of the fireplace in the center of the hall, which she had always thought was merely decorative, now alive with dancing red flames, flickering with hints of blue. The starry spiritual energy radiated from the fireplace, spreading throughout the entire building. The firebird patterns etched on the walls glowed faintly red, as if they had come to life, breathing flames. Many spells could provide warmth for daily life, such as the fire ring technique or the fireball spell. Even those who were not spiritual cultivators could perform them with the right tools. However, due to the inherently volatile nature of fire, achieving durability and stability required optimizing the spell structure with runes, a skill that not all cultivators possessed. This fireplace was inscribed with a 3rd-level Firebird rune by a cultivator, capable of heating every room in the library's 3 buildings. Mandel appeared behind Mutong, speaking with pride. "I will also become a cultivator capable of inscribing 3rd-level Firebird runes one day." Providing warmth for Jinan Star? Mandel nodded solemnly. "Yes, I will specialize in fire attributes." "Magic?" "Yes, magic emphasizes practicality and is more suitable for Jinan Star." The rivalry between magic and spiritual cultivation was fierce, but that was within the realm of cultivators. For ordinary people, it was simply a matter of using whichever was appropriate. Tomorrow there will be an outdoor training session. Registration ends by evening. Remember to post the notice later. Understood. Don't slack off. The director has been quite troubled lately, and anyone who makes a mistake will face dire consequences. Has Director Doolin been in trouble? Not yet, but a so-called important person came seeking treatment, acting as if they were aristocratic. The monarchical system has long been abolished. What's with this pretense of noble lineage? It's not like we're pricing purebred dogs here. As a member of the aristocracy, Miss Mu blinked and shamelessly agreed. "You're right." Mandel, struggling to maintain a serious expression while looking at Mutong's perpetually cheerful face, turned away. "Why am I even discussing this with you? I have work to do." Though Jianan Star was a remote border planet, the library's collection was impressively vast, encompassing astronomy, geography, folklore, and a myriad of other subjects. What thrilled her most was the wealth of literature related to spiritual cultivators available for perusal. These books were invaluable treasures in the apocalyptic era, worth more than any amount of money. Mutong was born in the year 195 of the apocalyptic era, at a time when human civilization had nearly been obliterated. All her combat experience derived from life and death struggles, mastering only lethal techniques. During her more than a decade on Taiwan Star, the impact of crossing the time-space rift prevented her from recovering memories of the apocalyptic era. Furthermore, her spiritual star had yet to be ignited, so the skills she learned were mere child's play. She needed foundational theoretical knowledge and systematic education on spiritual cultivation. The library satisfied Mutong's thirst for knowledge, and she suddenly felt that the Federal Space Administration's decision to place her here was indeed thoughtful. As she reached Section D3, Mutong paused slightly while placing the books down. "Did you hear that?" she asked Jian Jian, turning her head towards the library window, frowning in confusion, shouting, "It's not just one person, but a crowd." Chapter 73. An unwelcome surprise at the break of dawn. The cacophony outside made it impossible for anyone to slumber peacefully. Who dares to disturb the tranquility? The words of a towering man, who had flung open the window, were left unspoken as he beheld the bizarre scene below. Cursing his decision to open the window. Good heavens! A murder! He screamed, clutching a blanket with one hand while covering his eyes with the other, awakening the entire street. When Mutong arrived, the crowd had yet to disperse. Between 2 rows of container houses, a body dangled like a marionette, completely unclad, save for a red gift bow adorning its neck. The corpse was covered in strange patterns, adorned with strings of eye beads that spun continuously, producing a chime reminiscent of wind chimes. Surrounding the body were onlookers, cheering and applauding. The manner of the corpse's display was all too familiar. As was the identity of the deceased, it was one of the individuals who had been covertly monitoring Mutong. Initially, Mutong had intended to deal with them only after her injuries had fully healed, but now someone had preempted her. Is it mere coincidence that this assassin appeared at Jinangsing and happened to slay someone keeping an eye on me? The probability of this occurring at a location so close to the library is less than 1 in 10,000. It should be disregarded, she mused, nodding in agreement with her companion, Jian Jian. As she conversed with Jian Jian, Mu Tong expanded her spiritual awareness, scrutinizing her surroundings. But another observer was absent from her perception. Everyone stepped back. Immediately, the patrol officers of Tuyin City arrived promptly, dispersing the crowd and securing the scene. What are you gawking at? Do you not fear that you might be the next victim? The captain of the patrol treated the cheerers with indiscriminate justice, knocking them unconscious and ordering, drag them away and toss them into the ice pool to sober up. The scene of a crowd applauding around a spinning corpse was profoundly unsettling, and the coldness of the atmosphere deepened. Mu Tong felt a strong premonition. The death of this observer could not be mere happenstance. It was a foreboding of her own demise. Winter had descended upon Tuyin City prematurely, with daylight dwindling sharply. By around 4 in the afternoon, the sun had vanished, leaving only darkness, compounded by the bizarre murder, causing shops on either side of the street to close early. As Mu Tong pulled her collar tighter, exhaling a puff of white mist, she found the streets deserted as she neared home. Her wheelchair halted before the door of a container house, where the sound of beads clinking like wind chimes filled the air, mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood that wafted into her nostrils. Behind the door, a living soul and a deceased one coexisted, the threat level at 50. The door swung open automatically, revealing a spotlight illuminating the center of the living room, where another body hung, rotating slowly. Crystal ornaments tinkled as they collided. The mouth of the corpse twisted into a smile, adorned with a large red bell. This was yet another one of Mu Tong's watchers. Do you like it? This is my surprise gift for you. A voice, laced with laughter, echoed suddenly. I specifically prepared this meeting gift for you. As the shadowy figure trailing you must be quite bothersome. Mu Tong displayed no sign of fear, disappointing the figure known as Shabi, whose dark silhouette stretched ominously at the door. When I learned you were still alive, do you know how surprised I was? Thank the stars for granting us this chance to meet again. As the words fell, the shadow elongated into a rope, pulling the wheelchair inside with a loud thud as the door slammed shut. The container house, merely 50 square meters in size, was devoid of any means of escape or concealment. Mu Tong sat in her wheelchair, steadying her breath. The assassin loomed before her, less than 2 meters away, gripping the sides of her wheelchair, ready to strike a perilous distance. Shabi, renowned as a solitary assassin, relished in disguising his victims as marionettes post-mortem, adept at conjuring illusions. It seems you have done your homework. I grow increasingly fond of you. Only a diligent individual can become a successful actor. His laughter filled the cramped room with an air of menace. In this confined space, a formidable assassin faced a girl in a wheelchair. One could only perceive the girl as doomed. If you cooperate obediently, I promise to dress you in the most exquisite costume. Shabi's expression shifted suddenly. He had not anticipated that Mu Tong would dare to strike first. The tightly sealed room unleashed a barrage of steel balls from the corners of the walls. These traps had been prepared for the local miscreants, yet they now benefited Shabi. Huh, not obedient. You think such tricks will. The dense steel balls exploded in midair, filling the room with gray-white dust. The dust cloud obscured visibility, deepening the already dim atmosphere. Once again, you have not disappointed me. You will undoubtedly shine as the brightest star in my theater. The shadow bent low over the wheelchair, but it ensnared only a coat. By the time Shabi realized something was amiss, it was too late. The instant the dust engulfed the room, Mu Tong had shifted her position, aimed, and fired. The bolts of her crossbow pierced through Shabi's abdomen with a sharp thud. A shocked cry of pain escaped him. The shadow recoiled, extending backward, dark as night, even in the absence of light. Glancing at the body suspended in the center of the room, Mu Tong was not so overconfident as to be unprepared. The crystalline ice shards adorning the corpse emanated their own light. She granted no opportunity to Shabi. As the wind surged beneath her, pivoting to the right at a 45-degree angle, shooting again, the target once more striking true. The bolts penetrated Shabi, drawing forth trickles of crimson that embedded into the wall. Mu Tong adjusted her aim, unleashing a total of 6 bolts. The translucent fishing line shimmered with a fluorescent glow under the dim lighting. Gripping the end of the fishing line tightly, she yanked it sharply. No. Shabi's piercing scream echoed. No, this is impossible. Mu Tong flicked the light switch, revealing not just the hanging corpse, but also a diminutive figure, less than a meter tall. With a complex expression of dread, the assassin himself. The dual effects of the anesthetic and paralyzing agents began to take hold within Shabi, rendering his limbs weak and unresponsive. His collarbone, lumbar spine, and fibula pierced by the crossbow bolts, the resilient fishing line anchored him to the wall, suspending him in midair within the living room. How could you possibly see my physical form? No, this cannot be. No one can see me, unless they possess spiritual awareness. How can you? Shabi abruptly halted, lifting his gaze in disbelief. You are a spiritual practitioner. You have become a spiritual practitioner. Chapter 74. Two employers. The moment Mutong opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of a diminutive figure, no taller than a meter, with a pointed face and brown skin resembling that of a slug, performing exaggerated movements while tugging at shadows and speaking in a strained voice. She barely managed to suppress her laughter. I intended to seek you out once I recovered. Yet here you are, saving me the trouble, she said. At that moment, Shabi, recovering from the surprise of being discovered, gazed at the smiling girl before him and suddenly joined in her laughter, an exhilarating thought igniting within him. Ah, I have indeed come to the right place. We are kindred spirits. What a delightful surprise. You must be pleased with the gift I presented. Mutong, we can collaborate. You and I shall form an unparalleled duo of assassins, crafting a perfect performance that will echo across the cosmos, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Shabi was exhilarated by the vivid future he envisioned, his passion boiling to the point of tears. However, he dismissed the necessity of such brutality. The world had already lost more than half its population since the apocalypse, rendering her efforts superfluous. Shabi evidently failed to grasp Mutong's disinterest in his proposition. Do you think that being a spiritual practitioner grants you immunity, little girl? You are woefully naive. Mutong remained silent, propping her chin on one hand while idly tugging on the fishing line in her grasp. Ah, stop, stop, Shabi exclaimed as the fishing line yanked at his collarbone, twisting his already frail body in agony, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Gasping, he hurriedly continued, Aren't you curious as to how I know you are alive? Don't you want to know who sent those two to monitor you? Who stands behind the sanatorium? Who murdered your parents? Don't you wish for vengeance? Collaborate with me, and I shall reveal everything. I will aid you in your retribution. We shall join forces. Mutong tugged the line once more, then speak, and I shall consider whether to partner with you. I will tell you, after I departed from Coral Star, those who came to assist me intended to silence me. I killed those sent by my employer and uncovered some intriguing information. You see, I am an assassin with my own underground channels. Was it only after Ganon Star entered the winter blackout that you decided to take action? Indeed, you see, we can. Ah, Mutong interrupted again. Do you know how villains meet their demise? Shabi was momentarily taken aback by her sudden and perplexing inquiry. What a ridiculous question. Propping her chin, Mutong smirked. Let us get to the crux of the matter. Shabi felt that her words were oddly misplaced in this context. My employer hails from the Ralef family. You have a childhood friend named Lan Xiu who is soon to attend the Federal Military Academy, where he will study under Ralef, a revered figure who has a daughter of similar age. Do you grasp the implication? What implication? Mutong genuinely did not understand how these details related to her assassination. Just because Lan Xiu is going to the military academy and Ralef has a daughter, does that mean they intend to kill me? This logic is far too convoluted for me to follow. Are they out of their minds? Shabi, eyes wide with pain, exclaimed, Your childhood sweetheart, your betrothed, is involved with the daughter of a professor and highly esteemed spiritual practitioner at the Federal Military Academy. He is consumed by thoughts of you, wallowing in despair. Do you still not understand? This time, it was Mutong who was left speechless, her smile faltering. Shabi, thinking she had finally comprehended, continued, Ralef is highly respected, with numerous disciples. Even if you are a spiritual practitioner, you cannot shake his influence or that of his family, who have countless means to deal with you. I have a fiancé? Mutong asked, astonished. I don't recall being engaged. There is no formal engagement, merely a childhood bond, yet the other family harbors intentions. You are not being truthful. Mutong tugged the fishing line again. Shabi gritted his teeth, feeling utterly defeated. He contemplated revenge for the humiliation he endured, envisioning a day when Mutong would become his specimen. Yet he pressed on. Far Road Energy. They are associated with another group of hired killers. I received identical contracts from two different parties to eliminate you. I am unaware of which faction seeks to silence me. Mutong paused, her grip on the fishing line halting. Far Road Energy? Jian interjected. You've seen them in photographs. They were the ones who met with Mu Yud. Later, I witnessed the news of the tsunami at Coral Sanatorium. I knew things were far from simple, as they would not leave me alive. But how did you know I was not dead? I don't know, Shabi admitted, tears streaming as he wrestled with his pain. I truly don't know. The employers planned to silence me, and I eliminated their outposts. Knowing they wouldn't spare me, I sought refuge on Ganon Star. It was only after arriving here that I discovered you. This is fate. This is our destiny. Shabi gazed at Mutong with anticipation. Let us join forces. Let us seek vengeance together. Is there anything else you wish to say? The girl's piercing green eyes bore into him. I have shared everything I know with you. All of it. Trust me, we can. Mutong sensed the mental interference emanating from Shabi. An unsettling odor permeating the air, capable of distorting perception. During her time at the sanatorium, she had succumbed to its influence due to her lack of spiritual awareness. What a peculiar illusion. Shabi scrutinized Mutong, finding her smile anything but warm or endearing. It was inscrutable, utterly unlike the noble young lady depicted in the records. Since entering the room, he had felt no trace of murderous intent from Mutong, suggesting he might still have a chance at survival. Shabi desperately hoped for this, wishing fervently not to meet his end. Yet, when the crossbow bolts pierced his heart and brain in swift succession, Shabi finally comprehended the true terror of Mutong. She was a cold-blooded, ruthless psychopath. Mutong would never learn of Shabi's assessment of her. In her eyes, today was merely another day contributing to a future world, eliminating a professional killer and saving countless potential lives. However, as she surveyed the disarray and the two lifeless bodies within the container, she was troubled, pondering whether the financial losses incurred during her self-defense would be reimbursed. Chapter 75, The Frantic Three-Step Down. Mutong has gained notoriety. In a single night, she transformed from a sweet and endearing child into a ruthless little deviant, executing a dramatic 90-degree turn. Throughout the streets and alleys of Tuyin City, in tea houses, restaurants, and taverns, the topic of discussion was remarkably uniform. Have you heard? It's that new wheelchair-bound child living on South Street, who was found with 2 corpses in her room. She did it. Nonsense. She only killed one in self-defense. The other was that infamous lone assassin, playwright Shabi, who was on the Federation's wanted list. My uncle's second cousin's third son works in the police force and saw everything clearly. The death was extraordinarily brutal. Impossible. Perhaps it was a counterfeit-grade author Shabi. Truly impressive. I always knew that a child brave enough to settle in Rivan Stark could not be ordinary. When it's time to act, they act decisively. Rivan Stark is indeed a land of exceptional talent. Look, she has only been here a few days, and she has already taken down a professional killer. Her future is promising indeed. At this moment, the center of this gossip, the ruthless little deviant Mutong, sat with her hands demurely placed on her knees, exuding an air of innocence and composure. In front of her sat 4 individuals. The first was Director Kaishilia Doolin, and beside her were the police force's captain and vice captain. The 2 officers, exuding a fierce demeanor, fixed their intense gaze upon Mutong, exuding an implicit pressure. Mutong had encountered them during last night's investigation. She was somewhat oblivious to the current federal laws. One might even say she was legally illiterate. In the apocalyptic era, there were no universally applicable laws, and for the first 13 years of her life as a noble young lady, she had not been deliberately educated on such matters. Now, a sudden worry crept in. Had she just emerged from a mental institution only to begin preparing for an escape? Captain Shindali rapped the table, his mouth opening to speak when, achoo, achoo, achoo. Mutong sneezed thrice in succession, sniffing her reddened nose, and with a bashful smile, she apologized. I think I caught a chill. The tense atmosphere created by Captain Dali was abruptly shattered. With a cheerful wave of his hand, he reassured her, It's fine, don't be nervous. I just have a few questions. He produced 2 folders from his pocket, one containing the autopsy report of the 2 corpses and the other detailing the environmental analysis of the crime scene. Residues of 2 substances were discovered in the bodies and within the container. Our pharmacist conducted an analysis, revealing that one was an unknown agent with potent neuroparalytic effects. Mutong's understanding deepened, and she felt at ease. So it was for the 3-step down. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small square paper package, sliding it forward on the table. Are you referring to this? This paralyzing powder had a special name, 3-step down. It was a commonly used agent in the apocalyptic era, a formula that had been modified post-catastrophe and no longer existed. The substance would not linger in the prey's body, as it was quickly digested and decomposed. The agent was highly sought after for its intense efficacy without causing any adverse physical side effects to the user. Mutong displayed it openly, surprising the 2 police captains. You incapacitated the assassin Shabi with this? They inquired. One could say so. Without the 3-step down, it would have required a bit more effort, especially since her injuries had not fully healed. Mutong recalled her own precarious condition, and her smile faltered. This drug. Captain Chun Dali picked up the small package. cautiously opened it, and delicately touched a bit with his finger to his nose, clearly confident in his physical resilience and drug tolerance. However, before he could finish speaking, his grip faltered, and the package spilled across the table as he slumped backward, his entire body rendered immobile. Even the slightest movement of his fingers proving to be a monumental challenge. "What have you done?" The vice captain leaned forward, shouting in anger. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Montong raised her open palm before her chest, assuring them, "Do not worry. The effect is merely temporary paralysis caused by the drug. Once it metabolizes, there will be no residual effects or side effects." She added, "If you wish for a quicker recovery, you might consider taking some digestive aids to stimulate intestinal movement for faster expulsion." The vice captain continued to glare, leaning forward, intent on confronting Montong. With a slight motion of her fingers, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the scattered powder from the table into the air. Vice Captain Liu Yu inhaled sharply, and his legs buckled, uncontrollably collapsing into the arms of the captain beside him. What happened to the promised 3 steps? He hadn't even taken one. Liu Yu felt like crying. He and Captain Dolly merely wanted to test if this child could truly kill Shabi, but look at what had transpired. The 2 captains were incapacitated. Montong glanced at Director Doolin, narrowing her eyes with a smile, genuinely believing that if metabolism were swift, the effects would soon fade. At this moment, the previously silent Director Doolin finally spoke, expressing that they hoped Montong could provide the police force and city defense with 3 step down, with the price left to her discretion, provided it was reasonable. If such arrangements could not be made, the matter would be dropped. Her voice resonated with strength, each word striking like falling ice, crisp and chilling, sending shivers down their spines. Captain Chun Dali and Liu Yu, both sprawled on the floor, could only exchange wry smiles. Though Director Doolin's words sounded ordinary and detached, they recognized the underlying preference for Montong. Montong shared this sentiment. Earning a bit of living expenses was always beneficial. The rewards from the Federation Space Agency barely covered daily expenses to support her recovery, repair her spirit star, and acquire materials for equipment preparation would require substantial resources. Those funds were insufficient. "All right, I will heed the director's request." The 2 captains were carried away on stretchers, leaving only Montong and Director Doolin in the library's reception room. Director Doolin cast a bland glance at the seemingly innocent Montong. "You intentionally handed the drug package to Captain Chindali. Even if he hadn't acted, you would have found a way to make him test it." The director directly exposed Montong's ulterior motives, leaving her no chance for rebuttal. "Well done." This reaction took Montong by surprise. She seemed to detect a hint of appreciation in the director's gaze. Despite their outward friendliness, the people of Tuyen City possessed an underlying ferocity. Those who were too gentle were ill-suited for the harsh winter. As winter approached, the ferocious beasts of the wild would awaken from their summer slumber and enter their hunting phase. If you are interested, you might consider joining Tuyen City's hunting team, which would not only strengthen your physique and help you adapt to the environment, but also aid in your cultivation while offsetting labor duties. This is a starstone. It can test the level of your astral spiritual power, attribute inclination, and assist in meditation. Director Doolin retrieved a transparent cube and pushed it toward Montong. "Please test it as soon as possible to determine your future focus and cultivation." "All right, you may leave now." Though filled with questions, Montong recognized that these were precisely what she needed at this moment. A smile and words of gratitude were already on her lips. "Thank you." Director Doolin raised her head, her icy brows slightly furrowing. "The price of the Starstone is 138,648 credits. It will be deducted from your salary weekly until fully repaid. You may leave now." "Eh?" I said, "Do not call me Amon." Mandel glared at Montong. 1,000 credits. The reminder was timely. Continuous work without food or drink for over 970 days could clear the debt. Montong felt as if struck by lightning. Had Jianan Star truly descended to such depths in its desperation to retain its residents? Chapter 76. The eruption of stellar spiritual energy. Montong departed from the reception room, carefully pocketing 130,000, and wheeled himself towards the reading hall to tidy up and organize return books, as it was a necessary task to repay debts. Once the work was completed, it was already lunchtime. Uncharacteristically, Montong did not prioritize his hunger, but instead made a beeline for the bookshelf. Echoing in his mind was Xiao Jian's voice. "Here are 5 books suitable for your current studies. I have prepared an index. I suggest you complete an overview promptly. The first book is recommended for you to read before utilizing the Starstones." Montong nodded and followed Xiao Jian's guidance to retrieve the 6th book from Shelf A in Area D, titled 300 Questions on Spiritual Cultivation. The cover was riddled with creases, smudges from countless thumbprints, scratches, and remnants of food, clearly indicating it had been perused innumerable times. Many had borrowed this book. It was known that 99% of the library's collection consisted of second-hand books, sourced by Director Doolan from various flea markets, sold by weight at bargain prices. By weight? While it seemed a pity, for a planet like Gond-Nanxing, these discarded old books, newspapers, and magazines, often regarded as mere clutter, were invaluable resources for knowledge. After all, Gond-Nanxing was impoverished, cold, and had notoriously poor transportation, compounded by frequent internet outages. It dawned on Mu Tong why such a destitute place could boast a library with such a rich collection. All these items were essentially unwanted refuse from other planets. Although the library's holdings were vast and eclectic, authoritative texts on spiritual cultivation were relatively scarce, as such specialized literature was not publicly sold. Mu Tong gently traced the pages, recognizing that these precious printed works had made significant contributions to the survival of human civilization during the apocalyptic era, with the entire world experiencing internet outages. Cloud-stored data was wiped clean overnight, and the interconnected world shattered following the collapse of terminal servers on various planets. Those accustomed to downloading at least had backups. But those reliant on online reading suffered the most, no matter how extensive their collections. They could only weep in regret for the goodbyes they never had the chance to say. What Mu Tong needed now was a foundational understanding of spiritual cultivation. Ideally, having a teacher for systematic instruction would be best, yet the current circumstances dictated otherwise. Self-study was the only option. He opened the book and began to read attentively. This was not a textbook nor a conventional scholarly work. Rather, it was a foundational popular science series written by a spiritual cultivator, blending personal experience with past theories, excelling in its accessibility. Spiritual cultivators are generally categorized into two foundational factions: magic, pursuing the operational laws of fundamental principles; cultivation, entering the path of practice, discarding the false to preserve the true, and attaining the true self. Throughout the extensive course of history, these factions originated from different regions, each experiencing its own cycles of glory and decline. At their core, both magic and cultivation represent inquiries and explorations into the essence of the world and the self, discovering the rules governing the universe and their connections to it through relentless exploration. According to the author's theory in this book, every individual is born as a part of the universe, possessing a naturally faint connection to its origin. Through the mundane activities of life, eating, sleeping, exercising, and studying, this connection strengthens, subject to alteration by the varying trajectories of different lives, until aging weakens this bond, ultimately leading to its disappearance. Conversely, magicians and cultivators can enhance their connection to the cosmic origin through communication with the stars, exploring their mysteries to empower themselves. Though the methods of celestial communication differ between the two factions, they ultimately converge towards the same goal. Throughout the protracted development of civilization, ancestors diligently explored and summarized methods to utilize mental energy for communicating with the stars. Each person is inherently connected to the cosmic origin, with a unique spirit star. However, the number of those capable of illuminating their spirit star and communicating with the celestial bodies is exceedingly limited. Stellar spiritual energy is the primordial force drawn from the stars through the spirit star. Illuminating the spirit star is merely the first step in becoming a spiritual cultivator. This is just the beginning. The book also touches upon the testing of aptitude. This is a harsh reality. Not everyone can become a spiritual cultivator, and many may never establish a connection with their spirit star throughout their lives. However, Mu Tong deeply resonated with a statement from the author at the end of the book. Not everyone can become a spiritual cultivator. But this should not be a reason to abandon your quest for understanding the world and yourself. Please do not cease your search for your own path among the stars. Starstones are categorized into several types. The starstones found in public appraisal institutions are typically cumbersome and immovable, unsuitable for aiding cultivation. However, they can indicate the appraiser's attribute tendencies, mental strength, and transmit results directly to the relevant management agencies. And most importantly, they are perpetually open and free to access. Their primary function is to test whether one possesses the potential to awaken their spirit star and the strength of that potential. Another type is portable, like the one Director Doolan provided to Mu Tong, which is only the size of an egg, thin and resembling a transparent glass shard more than a stone. Not only can it assess mental strength, levels of stellar spiritual energy, and attribute tendencies, but it can also assist with daily meditation. This type belongs to the category of daily aids, with assessment being merely one of its functions. Its other expanded capabilities are the focus. During the apocalyptic era, starstones became semi-extinct items. In fact, starstones are a type of synthetic ore requiring specific mineral components, and during the apocalypse, green mica, a common mineral, became scarce. In his previous life, Mutong had never even had the chance to experiment with a starstone before his demise. Those with strong mental faculties read swiftly, and Mutong quickly finished the concise foundational book. He did not rush to pick up another. Instead, he flipped back to the first page and reread it, this time taking notes. With the afternoon workload being light, Mutong became engrossed in his studies, thirsting for knowledge. As night fell and the sky darkened around 4 or 5 o'clock, Mutong remained absorbed in his reading. Mandel passed by several times, muttering about salary deductions, but refrained from interrupting. It was not until Mutong's stomach growled insistently that he set down his pen and paper, realizing it was time to nourish himself and strengthen his connection to the world. Mutong's container home had become a sealed crime scene, forcing him to temporarily sleep on the library floor. Referencing Xiao Jian's instructions, Mutong grasped the transparent stone in his hand. Focusing intently, he infused his mental energy into the starstone. The starstone was inscribed with a mental energy detection matrix, which would react the moment external mental energy entered. The transparent starstone began to absorb color like a droplet of dye in clear water, gradually spreading a faint azure hue from the top down. Mutong attempted to channel stellar spiritual energy into the starstone, which sparkled brilliantly in his hand, radiating resplendent light. Initially, everything seemed normal. The starstone glowed warmly, and once the process concluded, it would display the assessment results. However, the reality was, boom. A sudden explosion erupted from a small room on the basement level of the library's main building, accompanied by a deafening sound as doors and windows flew outward. The library had exploded. Chapter 77, The Patience of the Hunt on the left side of the main library building. A hole the size of a manhole appeared in the slate floor, surrounded by scattered pebbles. The dazzling pale blue glow gradually faded, revealing a child sitting at the bottom of the hole, wearing a tattered fuzzy hat with a hole in it, his hand raised in confusion. Oh my goodness, Mutong. What on earth are you doing? Why did it explode? Do you have any idea how important the library is? Mutong looked up to see Director Dulin and Mandel peering down at him from the edge of the explosion site. Mandel's lips curling into a subconscious smile as she raised 3 fingers of her right hand, indicating, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Director Dulin surveyed the scene of the explosion and glanced at Mandel, calculating the financial losses and instructing her to send the bill. Mutong only caught a glimpse of Dulin's blue cloak billowing as she turned, followed by a transparent stone falling from above. He reached out to catch it. Hearing the director's voice drift away, 380,000. Gazing at the new starstone he had caught, it felt like receiving a scalding hot potato. Burdened with unresolved debts, he looked back at Mandel, who was busy calculating the financial damages, suddenly realizing that he might have to sell himself to repay his debts. As Mutong lamented his predicament, being underage and already entangled in deep-seated enmities as well as enormous financial obligations, he heard the director's urging voice, Stop dawdling. Follow me. A flicker of barely perceptible amusement passed through Kashilia Dulin's eyes. What had begun as a mere favor had unexpectedly turned into a delightful surprise. Let us commence, said Dulin in her office. Mutong held a higher-grade starstone in his hand. The celestial energy flowed into the stone until it was completely suffused with a pale blue hue, enveloping Mutong in a soft glow as a wind vortex began to swirl around him. He could feel the mental energy matrix of the starstone reaching its limit and promptly ceased channeling his energy. The last time he had foolishly followed the instructions to the letter, it had resulted in an even greater debt. 30 seconds elapsed during the testing. The starstone returned to its transparent state, now featuring a pale blue vortex at its center. Mutong checked his intelligence card. The detection data read, Mental energy level, S, Celestial energy, level 2, Celestial affinity, S, Wind affinity, Overall potential, SS, Extraordinary and rare. Kashilia examined the report in her hand, which was sufficient to entice the federal government to covet Mutong, treating him like a precious treasure. She sat down and glanced at Mutong, asking, Where is your wheelchair? It was destroyed. Mutong expressed his frustration over the loss of his mode of transport. It was quite unfortunate. Your qualifications are exceptional. With this report, every federal academy will be eager to admit you and provide protection. Director Doolin's words indicated her awareness of Mu Tong's true identity. Lanbo asked me to take you in. I owe him a favor, and now you have other options. Mu Tong listened intently, realizing that those monitoring him might indeed be agents of the federal government. Yet, why were they keeping tabs on him, and what were their intentions? Director Doolin certainly knew about the two individuals' existence. What do you think, Director? Mu Tong inquired, feigning innocence. His face was one that could easily disarm others, eliciting sympathy or even malice. Doolin pondered for a moment. I suggest you choose to remain on Gannan Star. Your extraordinary talent will grant you protection, but will also confine you. Your every move will be scrutinized, and your background will be thoroughly investigated, making certain actions quite inconvenient. If you choose to leave, there will be one last group of visitors departing tomorrow morning, and I can arrange for you to board a ship. I will send the bill for your debts to the academy of your choice. I am sure they will be more than willing to cover it. You can decide by tomorrow morning. The spaceship will depart at 9. Mu Tong shook his head. There is no need to deliberate, Director. I have decided to stay. Even if I were to leave, it would not be now. Mu Tong was a hunter surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, possessing an abundance of patience. Once the prey was chosen, one must observe, understand, lay in wait, and create opportunities for a decisive strike. The more formidable the prey, the more patience required. Powerful prey never grants a second chance. Director Doolin nodded, casually gesturing. In that case, Mandel will expedite the bill to you. You may leave. With the Star Stone having caused an explosion in the basement, Mu Tong could only set up a makeshift bed in the library hall, which, at least, was quite warm. Early the next morning, Mu Tong watched as the spaceship ascended, becoming a small black dot before vanishing into the sky. The last group of visitors departed Gannan Star. The residents of Gannan Star busily prepared to resist the harsh winter. Before the next summer arrived, the land would remain shrouded in icy cold. From this day forth, Mu Tong officially began his life on Gannan Star. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the temperature on Gannan Star steadily plummeted from -10 degrees Celsius to -20, then to -30, dropping 10 degrees each day. Everyone was on high alert. Director Doolin's aura grew colder with each passing day, mirroring the temperature. Director, what is happening? The supply ship that was due several days ago has gone missing. It may have encountered space pirates. Without this shipment, surviving the winter will be even more arduous. Doolin expressed her evident distress. Mu Tong had come to learn an essential truth during these days. Gannan Star, this planet of exile, had no governor. There had been one, but every governor sent by the federal government met a grim fate. Death by freezing, murder, or illness. None lived long. With no resources and life safety unguaranteed, who would be foolish enough to come? This situation persisted until Director Doolin ascended to become a spiritual cultivator. You may not know, but the walls of Tu Yin City have stood for thousands of years, existing long before the federal government's unification. Legend has it that a group of hunters discovered Gannan Star and established it as a stronghold, constructing Tu Yin City's walls. Under Doolin's leadership, the city's defenses were bolstered, creating the current Tu Yin City. Without the director, Gannan Star would be in chaos. You should have witnessed the horrific scenes of brutality in those years. Mandel spoke of the director with reverence, admiration, and awe. Are there no indigenous people on Gannan Star? There are, Mandel nodded. However, most of the natives roam outside the city walls, claiming to be descendants of hunters, living by hunting. Mandel expressed his yearning as a child. I aspired to be an excellent hunter, but it's fine. Once I become a spiritual cultivator, that will suffice. Mu Tong recalled Director Doolin's earlier suggestion. Perhaps he should seek out a hunting party and venture outside the city walls, as it would aid in restoring his practical skills. Blue River Federation Space Agency Special Operations Headquarters. Confirmed dead? 100% certain. Their life tokens have extinguished. Captain, who do you think is responsible for this? Should we send someone over? Lonbo pondered. No need. The observer is dead. That should suffice to stir anxiety among those behind them. However, I just received word that a supply ship headed for Gannan Star was attacked by pirates and looted clean. This winter will be even tougher for Gannan Star. At this, Lonbo finally paused. Have we tracked the identity and whereabouts of that group of pirates? All traces have been investigated. Their methods were swift and clean, leaving no evidence. Captain, you've instructed me to keep a close watch on Gannan Star. Do you really believe a survivor is worth such considerable effort? Rosen mused. Perplexed. Yes, I am curious as well, Lonbo replied. Continue monitoring. Inform me promptly of any changes. Before reaching the conference room, Lonbo inquired. Who leaked the news about the survivor being rescued, and have we identified them? When Longbow inquired about this matter, Rosen's expression immediately soured. Captain, it's Jason. Keep him under your personal supervision. Understood, Captain. In the deep of night at Tehran City, the library hall was illuminated by flickering flames, casting a faint reddish hue upon the floor. Seated cross-legged in a tent beside the fireplace was Mu Tong, surrounded by stacks of books, maps, and newspapers. Before her lay a holographic map of Kabila Star, clearly marked with the 13 mining veins belonging to the Mu family, among which the locations of her parents' tragic mining accident were circled in red. The catastrophic mining incident on Kabila Star resulted in over 459 fatalities and direct economic losses exceeding 220 million yuan. Mu Tong repeatedly listened to the news report, drawing small circles on paper to denote the staggering loss of life. The sum of financial loss, excluding compensation, was indeed a colossal figure. What immense profit could possibly motivate such a decision? Tomorrow, she was to partake in a hunt, and it was advised she prepare for rest to conserve her strength and enhance her chances of survival. With a wave of her hand, she switched off the projector, causing the map and news broadcast to vanish, plunging the library into silence. Lying down, Mu Tong found her neatly packed gear beside her, a crossbow, a box of 3-step fall, and a triangular flag she had extracted from Shabi. Almost discarded as scrap, she had not recovered much loot from Shabi's corpse. Typically, assassins or villains do not venture out without their entire fortune, thus she had yet to encounter such rare strokes of fortune. All she had found was a black vest pierced by crossbow bolts and an old, tattered flag. Although the vest was a spiritual tool, its defensive capabilities were regrettably low, requiring repairs before it could be utilized. This vest was crucial for Shabi's transformation into shadows. Yet its efficacy was significantly enhanced by Shabi's racial traits and his bewildering illusionary arts, elevating a mere stealth-enhancing item to remarkable levels. As for the flag, Mu Tong sensed a faint fluctuation of stellar spiritual energy, but its purpose eluded her. Lost in thought, she soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Mu Tong packed up her tent and set off to meet Boss He at the northern city gate. For the past few days, she had struggled to find a hunting team willing to accept her. Although the news of her killing the wanted assassin Shabi had spread widely, very few genuinely believed it. Even those who did thought it merely a chance encounter. Mu Tong had initially planned to set out alone if necessary. Fortunately, Boss He was heading outside the city to replenish supplies and extended an invitation for her to accompany him. In his eyes, Mu Tong was a resilient and optimistic youth, eager to contribute to the stability of Tehran City and earn a living, so he thought it prudent to keep an eye on her. As they approached the northern city gate, the scenery along the streets grew increasingly desolate, with the towering city walls coming into view. The walls soared to a height of 20 meters. Aside from a few watchtowers and the library, no buildings surpassed this elevation. Upon arriving, Mu Tong heard Boss He's booming voice calling her. Mu Tong, over here. The shopkeeper had a sled pulled by a short-legged dog, plump and resembling a snowball tainted by pollution. Mu Tong glanced down at her own short legs, feeling an odd sensation of being singled out. You must stay close to me. With winter just beginning, the awakened beasts are small and not particularly strong, but they are swift. If you happen to get scratched, the frigid temperatures can lead to frostbite and tissue death. The sled was registered at the city gate, and they picked up another person along the way, forming an impromptu team. The new companion was a regular patron of Boss He, known as Xiongda. Are you the one who killed the wanted assassin? He exclaimed. How could that assassin be so foolish? The male hunter chattered incessantly, while Mu Tong maintained a polite smile, letting his words drift in one ear and out the other. As the sled rolled beyond the city gates, they were greeted by an expanse of white, dense forests and rolling hills, all blanketed in thick silver frost. The scene was frigid yet extraordinarily beautiful. Donning her goggles, Mu Tong obscured much of her face. A small device reminded her that the current temperature was minus 23 degrees Celsius, with a predicted drop of 10 degrees overnight. She sniffed, feeling the cold seep through her fur-lined coat, curling herself into a ball for warmth. In such conditions, possessing any warming equipment in her pocket would be a great boon. The beasts of southern Kabila typically hibernated during the summer and became exceptionally active in the harsh winter. Those without sleds could rent skis or all-terrain vehicles at the city gate, or, if necessary, proceed on foot. Boss He and Xiongda had originally harbored no expectations of Mu Tong, merely considering it a charitable act to let the young girl experience the world. Other teams passing by teased them. Old He, Xiongda, dragging along a burden. You too will likely slow us down. If you fail to hunt anything, I'll sell you some at a discount. Little one, why not join us? We'll give you an 80 discount for protection. Don't scare the child. She's a killer. They laughed. The electric sled was far swifter than those drawn by dogs, and soon the group vanished in a cloud of laughter. Those fools. Boss A muttered to Mutong. These people are here to evade justice, perhaps hiding some unsavory past. You should steer clear of them. However, it was not long before Boss Hay and Xiong realized they were gravely mistaken. It was not the specter of mischief they should avoid. Mutong was the very embodiment of it. Not long after their departure, they encountered a horde of ice rock mice. Damn it! How did we stumble upon such a massive swarm of ice rock mice? Stay alert, Mutong. You go to the back and maintain your cover. Mutong obediently complied, not voicing any objections. The ice rock mice were exceedingly swift, their pure white bodies relishing in collective movement, surging forth like a miniature avalanche. Before Boss Hay and Xiong could even react, they heard a series of swift, piercing sounds. The once pristine white ground soon bore streaks of crimson. Did you shoot that? Yes. Mutong glanced around, noticing the absence of any ambushes. Boss Hay and Xiong felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment. Their earlier worries had been unfounded. They were not merely caring for a child, but had unwittingly grasped a sturdy ally in their midst. These were ice rock mice, armed with sharp fangs and teeming with parasites and toxins, making them perilous to handle. There was nothing salvageable about them. Their flesh was inedible, rendering any effort to kill them futile. To encounter such a swarm upon their arrival was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Mutong crouched down to pluck an arrow from one of the ice rock mice. Who said that? Chapter 79. Anomaly on the ice field. The moment the black boss and Bearda recalled the image of Mutong extracting the teeth of the ice rock mouse. A chill ran through their teeth, leaving them with an uncomfortable sensation. The teeth of the ice rock mouse, imbued with natural toxins, are remarkably suitable for crafting potions or serving as auxiliary materials in talisman arrays. There are no resources that cannot be utilized. Only those who lack the skill to employ them. A profound truth of the apocalyptic era. Are these teeth truly valuable? Why not give it a try? The husky bounded forward with its stout legs, the sled carving tracks into the snow that would soon be refrozen. Outside the city, the snow blanketed the ground. And as one ventured deeper into the icy plains, the forest grew denser. This time, Mutong merely intended to familiarize herself with the surroundings and did not plan to delve too deeply. Look, if you follow this path northward for over 200 kilometers, you will enter the realm of the northern ice forest, teeming with countless ferocious beasts, a perilous venture. Mutong glanced at the map of the Southern Star. The Great Rift of Southern Star spanned the entire continent, effectively bisecting it along the equator. They currently stood on the Delia icefield, where this icy expanse was divided by the Great Rift into northern and southern territories. To the north lay a dense jungle, the northern ice forest, while the south was characterized by undulating glaciers, an utterly desolate, frigid expanse. The city of Uthrok resided just north of the icefield, with the Great Rift lying not far beyond its southern gate, devoid of any visitors. The northern gate faced the northern ice forest. Bearda, a garrulous fellow, did not require any coaxing from Mutong to divulge information. His mouth never ceased to chatter. You may not know this, but Southern Star has another name, the Cursed Winter Star. It has not gone unnoticed. The federal government once dispatched exploration teams here. Bearda took a swig of liquor and gestured towards the forest. What a pity. Such a vast expanse of planetary land lacks any mineral veins or arable land, rendering even the ferocious beasts useless. Why? Mutong's eyes widened. Isn't the flesh, fur, and bones of these beasts all resources? Perhaps the ice and snow tourism industry could be developed? The scenery of Southern Star's ice fields is breathtakingly beautiful, with ice crystals hanging from the treetops, shimmering like emerald gemstones, especially under the radiant sun, not to mention the potential for skiing or adventure activities. Huh, youngster, your thoughts are far too simplistic. Bearda chuckled. Tourism? More like a death sentence. Killing the beasts of Southern Star yields little profit. There is scarcely anything to sell. Mutong was perplexed by this statement. Shoo. Just as the Black Boss and Bearda were about to explain to Mutong, she placed a finger to her lips, signaling them to be quiet. What is the matter? The Black Boss exaggeratedly mouthed his inquiry. Mutong perked up her ears, hearing the heavy and rapid footsteps resonating from the ground. Something large is approaching. The three of them and the dog swiftly vacated the sled and fire, hiding behind a large tree. A massive, pure white bear emerged from the opposite woods, the icefield bear. The sudden appearance of the bear took them by surprise. Look, is there not blood on its fur? Not only was there blood, but also two clear handprints, evidence of a human struggle. This indicated that someone had been killed or devoured not long ago. Old Black. Old Black. Both Mutong and Baird turned to look at the Black Boss, astonished. Mutong's eyes brimmed with questions as she mouthed, "Does that bear know you, Old Black?" The Black Boss gulped nervously. How could the bear possibly recognize him? Was it a relative of a bear paw he once cooked? That couldn't be. A distance of 765 meters, southeast wind speed. Xiao Jian reported a series of wind speeds and directions relative to obstacles. Mutong held her crossbow at the ready. The white bear radiated a potent aura of astral energy. It seemed to have a specific target, repeatedly calling out Old Black, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. This icefield bear should not have awakened so early in the winter. Typically, such beasts would only appear after months of winter. The bear approached the site where Mutong and her companions had previously camped, smashing the sled to pieces with a powerful swipe. The three of them, concealed behind the ice thorns, held their breath, realizing that evasion was futile. The bear had already caught their scent and had no intention of leaving. Old Black crawled to the other side, gripping his gun. Bang! The shot rang out, and a layer of frost-like shield materialized on the bear's skin. The bullet did not penetrate. Instead, it only served to infuriate the creature. Another shot fired. Baird shot from the left side. The simultaneous attacks left the icefield bear in a quandary, unsure of which direction to retaliate first. Old Black's low voice resounded again, and the bear's roar sent shivers down the Black Boss's spine. With this roar, cracks appeared on the ice beneath him. Ice crystals from the ice thorns rained down, striking painfully. Mutong remained motionless, observing the bear's movements. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed through the air, crackling with electric energy as it struck the icefield bear. But the frost shield repelled the projectile. A second arrow swiftly followed, imbued with the power of a spiritual cultivator, driving into the bear alongside the first. Roar! Old Black! The bear bellowed, furiously slamming the ground beneath it. Cracks spread from its feet. A wave of frost surged forth, causing trees and rocks to crumble, and all the ice and snow to tumble down. Had this occurred on a snow-capped mountain, it would have surely collapsed. At last, the bear lunged toward the Black Boss. Too close for a shotgun, Old Black drew his hunting knife, the curved blade raised to block the bear's claws. The man and bear became entangled, while Baird hesitated to fire, fearing he might hit Old Black. The bear's physique was 2 or 3 times that of Old Black. Old Black! Every time the bear opened its jaws, it emitted a sound resembling Old Black's name. Mutong recognized that the moment had arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, she shot 2 arrows into the bear's gaping maw. The icefield bear, struck, erupted with even greater ferocity. Old Black struggled to hold his ground. In a moment of urgency, Baird saw Mutong dart forward like a tempest, her target clear, aiming for the wound. She leapt onto the bear's back, her legs clamping around its neck as her dagger plunged into the arrow wounds. The bear thrashed violently, its arms flailing upward in an attempt to throw Mutong off. But the effects of the 3-step potion dulled its movement significantly, coupled with Old Black's distraction. Mutong twisted the dagger in a swift, 180-degree motion. The bear's struggles gradually weakened. She withdrew the dagger only to plunge it back in, and it was not until the icefield bear collapsed that she leapt off its neck. Breathless, Mutong leaned on her knees, the bear's immense size overwhelming. Before she could catch her breath, her eyes widened. The icefield bear lay dead, its corpse rapidly frosting over, merging with the icy ground beneath. Didn't I just tell you? Killing it was utterly pointless. Chapter 80. Hunting trapped. The Black Boss assumed she was worried about her future livelihood and shot a glare at Bairda, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Do not fret. Not every creature is like this. However, Bairda emerged from the thorny ice grass, exclaiming, "How can you say that? The ferocious beasts of the ice field cannot leave this place. The moment they perish, they immediately merge with the frost, their flesh and bones frozen solid, leaving nothing to carry away. The idea of profiting from this is sheer folly." Mutong paused, then produced a pouch filled with the teeth of ice rock mice, shaking it to produce a clattering sound. With wide eyes, she gazed at the Black Boss and inquired, "What about these?" Clearing his throat to respond. The Black Boss was interrupted once more by Bairda. "This is different. The ferocious beasts of Gan Nanxing fall into 2 categories. Some instantly freeze upon death, while others do not." Bairda squinted, pinching his fingers to indicate. Roughly this many remain unfrozen, a pitiful amount, barely enough for sustenance. How can one discern between them? Mutong asked. It is impossible to tell. One must rely on experience, and mistakes can happen. The meager harvests from hunting are often due to this reason. After exerting great effort, one can find their prey suddenly frozen infuriating. Can we not smash the ice and take it away? But what if it is alive? That is futile. They cannot be taken away. Once they leave the ice field, they die instantly, freezing and then melting in one swift motion. It is said that the hunter group, which built the Earth and Rock City, left for this very reason. The spiritual practitioners had previously investigated but failed to provide a solution. And later, as the planet fell into exile, it was abandoned entirely, reflecting on the ice rock mice encountered earlier. She had not sensed any fluctuations of stellar spiritual energy from them. Mutong turned to the black boss and Berda, her expression eager. Let us break it open and see. At that moment, Mutong appeared to embody the spirit of youth, filled with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. The black boss and Berda did not refuse. The two towering men, each around 2 meters tall, raised their blades and struck fiercely. The ice had just begun to solidify, and it was not particularly sturdy, shattering readily upon impact. As the black boss had mentioned, the carcass of the ice field bear was devoid of flesh and blood, yet breaking the ice revealed another body beneath. Berda recoiled 2 steps. Startled by the sudden appearance of the corpse, stammering in surprise, "Isn't this that fellow Mamagun?" Though the head was missing, the clothing was still recognizable. It belonged to the leader of the group they had encountered at the city gate. He was devoured. No wonder he could call out to Old Black. "Stop your nonsense." The bloodstains on the ice field bear upon its initial appearance likely resulted from a struggle with those individuals. Mutong extended her spiritual awareness, discovering no other human traces nearby. There were 8 in that group. Where are the other 7? Berda shook his head. "We have seen no fleeing individuals on our journey, nor any signs of escape in the vicinity. They either fled in a panic, taking the wrong direction, or they have perished. The situation looks grim." Mutong rummaged through the ice debris and, with keen eyes, spotted a large, mangled paw beneath Mamagung's corpse. Look. One could vaguely discern the thick fur upon the paw, evidently not belonging to this body. That is the paw of a savage beast. The ice field bear had a habit of swallowing its prey to digest it slowly. Based on its digestive speed, the consumption must have occurred at least 3 days prior, if not earlier. No wonder we encountered so many ice rock mice and snow rabbits along the way. If a large ferocious beast awakens prematurely, they would be driven out of its territory. Flakes of snow cascaded gently, the visibility diminishing as they fell like cotton fluff from the sky. Why has it suddenly started snowing? Not only that, but the compass in the black boss's hand spun like a frenzied top, refusing to settle. They were trapped in the wilderness of the ice field. At this moment, even a fool would realize that this was no ordinary wayward detour. Mutong's spiritual awareness remained tightly contained within a radius of 500 meters, ensuring her sensitivity remained sharp and precise. All around was a blanket of white. The heavy snowfall drastically reduced visibility, complicating the search for a correct path. The 3 were bound together, maintaining a back-to-back formation. It was the first time taking a child out for hunting, and to encounter such a predicament left the black boss feeling utterly despondent. Clinging to a thigh was one thing, but this situation threatened to engulf them all. At this moment, the black boss felt a mix of guilt and frustration. The snow continued to fall, even intensifying. Suddenly, Mutong halted, causing the others to stumble. "What is it?" "I think I kicked a corpse." Lowering her gaze, she noticed a frozen hand, hardening and turning bluish at her feet. As she rounded a bend, she discovered several corpses in different directions, guiding the black boss and Berda toward this grim revelation. Not a single member of Mamagung's group had survived. They were all dead. The snowfall was so heavy that the bloodstains had vanished, the bodies buried beneath the snow and ice. Indeed, it was Mamagung's group, now perished. It was likely they had succumbed to their wounds after being trapped in the ice field without a way out. This does not bode well. We may have fallen into a hunting trap set by some ferocious beast. It is not solely hunters who understand the art of setting traps. Chapter 81. The indomitable spirit of the body. Mandel hurried into the director's office, the letter in his hand dampened by anxious perspiration. The note bore but a few words, for the director's eyes only. Director Doolin furrowed her brow, sensing a foreboding. She took the letter and ignited it. As the paper burned, the ashes coalesced into a line of vibrant text. "Dear Director Doolin, my entourage and I shall remain at Ganon Star for the winter. Do not worry about us while I take some time to relax." The letter had lain beneath the bed for several days, only recently discovered by the cleaning lady. The furnace was functioning normally, yet Mandel felt as though he were trapped in a frigid wasteland, his teeth chattering in dismay. It seemed likely that Miss Fu had already left the city for several days. "Dispatch a team from the city defense to conduct a search and rescue," Doolin declared, rising abruptly, only to double over in a fit of coughing. She donned a fur coat from the hanger and added, "I shall go personally." You notify the patrol team to assist in searching the city. Mandel wished to protest, but found himself at a loss for words, his heart simmering with frustration. Miss Fu certainly had a knack for causing trouble for the director. Snowflakes whirled down, quickly cloaking the fresh footprints in a shroud of white. The sound of boots crunching on the thick snow echoed in the air. This won't do. It's far too cold, Bear said, shivering violently. Wooden Thong then suggested to Black Boss, let us rest for a moment. Bear exhaled a cloud of breath. What if we really encounter an ice demon? Wooden Thong blinked, unfamiliar with the species, and curiously asked, what is that? Bear replied somberly, it is said that those who have seen the ice demon never return. It exists in the frozen wasteland, parentless and surviving off the ice and snow, finding amusement in tormenting its prey. Sighing deeply, he lamented, if given a choice. I would prefer a sea demon. At least they are beautiful, with enchanting voices and figures. Black Boss interrupted with a swift kick. Can you ever keep that mouth of yours shut? What nonsense are you spouting in front of the children? A voice cried out for help. 2 kilometers to your 6 o'clock. Little Jian reminded them, the source of the cry drawing closer. Wooden Thong detected a faint metallic scent mingled with the snow. I hear someone calling for help. Black Boss and Bear also heard it, the howling wind obscuring the desperate plea. Wooden Thong extended her spiritual senses. The voice was indeed drawing nearer. The snow undulated as if something were moving swiftly beneath the surface. Suddenly, a head burst through the snow, quickly followed by an upper body. Upon seeing Wooden Thong and her companions, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Help! Save my lady! He struggled fiercely, yet his lower half appeared to be ensnared by some unseen force. He fired several shots at the ground, but it was to no avail. Wooden Thong sensed the presence of a formidable beast lurking beneath the snow. There was no time for further inquiries. Bear retrieved a rope from his pack and hurled it toward the distressed man, shouting, hold on tight. The man grasped the rope, using it to leverage himself upward as Bear and Black Boss pulled him free, but from beneath the snow emerged a pure white silhouette, its gaping maw lined with sharp, icy fangs. With a snap, the creature bit down, severing the man's body in an instant. Bear and Black Boss lost their balance and fell. The half of the body still tied to the rope landing at Wooden Thong's feet, muttering, help, save, my lady. The surface of the snow rippled ominously, resembling the dorsal fin of a shark poised to strike as it surged toward Wooden Thong and her companions. My heavens, run! Black Boss yelled as he hoisted Wooden Thong onto his shoulder and sprinted away. The 200-pound dog dashed ahead, a rolling ball of fur, nearly tripping Bear as he raced past. Wooden Thong bounced on Black Boss's shoulder. Little Jian, with a serious demeanor, suggested, why not let old Black put you down? You can run faster than his dog. Wooden Thong, attuned to her surroundings, sensed at least 4 similar beasts within a 500-meter radius. A sudden explosion echoed as another figure erupted from the snow, accompanied by a beast with a mouth full of jagged ice spikes. The creature seized her leg. What manner of beast is this? Wooden Thong wondered as the creature's body seemed to blend seamlessly with the snow. Trees. There are trees ahead. Climb. Wooden Thong urged, straightening on Black Boss's shoulder as she converted her crossbow into a dual-handed mode, loading 3 arrows. Little Jian reported wind speed, distance, and movement. 300 meters. 150, 100. With instinctive precision, Wooden Thong focused on the target, aiming, locking on, and infusing her arrows with spiritual energy before releasing them in rapid succession. 3 white streaks sliced through the air, and the girl, still caught by the beast, plummeted. 200-pound dog, go. A large, muddy fur ball rolled to the girl's side, swiftly biting her foot and pulling her back. Bear scooped her up as the 200-pound dog sped past. Wooden Thong did not pause, continuously aiming and shooting, the ground behind them rippling with the monstrous pursuit. Climb. Wooden Thong nimbly ascended the tree, using Black Boss's shoulder as a springboard, firing another arrow. Beneath the tree, creatures with sharp ice fangs erupted from the ground, and Wooden Thong dashed along the trunk, shooting to divert their attention. These beasts radiated a distinct spiritual energy. 9 o'clock. 12 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Little Jian prompted, guiding Wooden Thong to adjust her aim accordingly. At that moment, Black Boss realized that Wooden Thong was not merely shooting to kill. She was luring the beasts, using her speed to form a circle of danger around herself. Hey, don't just stand there. Young lady, what gear do you have? Throw something powerful. The rescued girl, quick-witted, understood Wooden Thong's call and began to swing her arms. Wooden Thong shot an arrow toward the tallest tree behind them. The fishing line taut, propelling her into the air. Simultaneously, the fiery explosion of a bead rolled, biting down on the icy fangs. With a resounding boom, flames erupted. What an opportunity! Wooden Thong harnessed the fishing line to pivot in mid-air, unleashing arrow after arrow, the wind swirling through the explosive fire, igniting it and transforming her arrows into fiery projectiles that pierced the ice-crusted beasts. With the cumulative damage, the icy shell shattered, and tranquility momentarily returned to the surroundings. Bear swallowed hard, his throat dry. Old Black, you better tell me this is the result of healing from being half-paralyzed. Is it excessive to be so resolute in spirit despite such a condition? Chapter 82. You have survived. The creature, its mouth filled with icicles, has perished, however, shortly thereafter. Mutong continued to sense a fluctuation of spiritual energy, albeit faintly and from a considerable distance, expanding her spiritual awareness to a kilometer. She endeavored to trace the source of this energy, yet the forced extension of her perception resulted in a diminished acuity. With a slight grimace, she retracted her awareness. Mutong adeptly leaped down from the treetops, only to notice that the 3 individuals and a dog present were astonishingly quiet. The boisterous Berda was, surprisingly, silent. Mutong tilted her head in curiosity and chuckled. What's wrong? Are you scared? Indeed. Both Black Boss and Berda replied in unison. Mutong had intended to refer to the monsters, yet they interpreted her words as directed towards herself. By the stars above, Mutong, from this day forth, I, Berda, am in your service, all 200 pounds of me. Before she could respond, Black Boss smacked Berda on the forehead, gesturing for him to remain silent. Fu Baojin's gaze remained fixed on Mutong. Upon closer inspection, Mutong noticed that Fu was clad in a fur-lined cotton coat, her stature diminutive and her frame slender. Her eyes were obscured by goggles, revealing only the corners of her lips, which curled upwards, while her cheeks were flushed from the cold, lending her an unexpectedly youthful appearance. You're not one of Gan Nanxing's people, are you? What brings you here? The inhabitants of Gan Nanxing were few in number, residing solely in Tuyin City. Even if one were unfamiliar with names, they would still appear recognizable. Apart from them, there were only wild men and indigenous hunters, and this girl evidently belonged to neither category. Black Boss interjected, Our peril has not yet subsided, young lady. It would be prudent for you to speak the truth for the benefit of all. Fu Baojin trembled slightly. Her unwavering gaze fixed on Mutong, causing an unsettling feeling within Mutong. Have I splattered blood on my face? Mutong inquired. Did Berda examine it closely? The second question that arose was, You're not dead? Surprised by the recognition, Mutong asked, You know me? However, Fu Baojin awkwardly bypassed this inquiry to recount her background and the reason for her lingering outside Tuyin City. Do I know her? Mutong queried Little Jian. Her family is the largest importer and exporter in the Blue River Federation, specializing in spiritual appliances for daily use. Until today, you have never crossed paths. That is peculiar. Did you perhaps see me in the news? Fu Baojin's narrative was exceedingly concise. Mutong refrained from commenting, choosing to remain silent as a minor, allowing Black Boss to take the lead. In truth, Mutong maintained a heightened vigilance, discerning the sincerity of Fu Baojin's words to be over 70% accurate, 7 parts truth, 3 parts fabrication. Notably, when Black Boss made his statement, Fu Baojin exhibited neither surprise nor disappointment. I can discern direction, Fu Baojin declared, though not a spiritual practitioner. She possessed an array of spiritual devices. Amidst the astonished gazes of Black Boss and Berda, she revealed a mechanical bird, palm-sized, from her prosthetic leg. The instant the mechanical bird activated, Mutong sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Intricate spiritual array runes were inscribed upon its surface. This was a product of assembly line manufacturing, requiring neither spiritual nor mental energy for activation. Merely the placement of an energy block and the press of a button would suffice. The methodologies of spiritual practitioners of that era diverged significantly from contemporary practices. The bird ascended into the sky, a guiding light projected towards Fu Baojin, akin to the string of a kite. This device served as a directional spiritual appliance, categorized among everyday items. Mutong had previously utilized such devices, which included not only birds but also frogs, ducks, and dragonflies, available in various forms, materials such as wood, metal, and jade, with precision correlating to price. Given the scarcity of spiritual practitioners in the Blue River Federation, the industry was still in its infancy, with most everyday spiritual devices reliant on imports. Considering the exorbitant transportation costs and tariffs, the prices naturally soared, making it nearly impossible for even the affluent of Gan Nanxing to procure them. Black Boss and Berda could only silently lament their encounter with a wealthy individual. The 4 of them proceeded towards Tuyin City, guided by the mechanical bird. Mutong inquired of Little Jian, Are we still going in circles? Currently indeterminate. I require more advanced peripherals to enhance functionality, Little Jian replied with a tone of lament. At this juncture, Little Jian was akin to a being endowed with a formidable intellect, yet lacking limbs, severely hindering its functionality. I understand. I too wish to enhance your peripherals. However, even with wealth, one cannot acquire equipment in Gan Nanxing. Moreover, I am presently without funds. Once I locate suitable raw materials, I shall commence crafting. Mu Tong was acutely aware that Fu Baojin had been scrutinizing her. Fu Baojin appeared contemplative, as if on the verge of speaking, yet holding back. Not far into their journey, a sled team appeared, led by Director Du Lin, who had personally arrived for the rescue mission. Regrettably, Fu Baojin utilized a secret communication bead, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Mo Yi, with his keen hearing, to discern their conversation. Employing spiritual awareness would likely alert the director, a practitioner himself, from their expressions and body language. It was evident that a dispute had arisen between the two, concerning matters related to Mu Tong. Forgive me, Director Du Lin began, catching Mu Tong off guard. Fu Baojin furrowed her brow, her expression complex. Mu Tong, somewhat perplexed by the situation, flashed a bright smile. I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate? Chapter 83. The edge of silence with a smile adorning her face, Mu Tong's heart sank. Xiao Jin promptly presented a series of data. The office door was to her left, 7 meters away. The window lay directly ahead, 6 meters distant. They were on the 3rd floor, exceeding 15 meters in height. Director Du was 3 meters away, separated by a desk, while Fu Baojin was 4 meters to her right front, unobstructed. Mu Tong's gaze drifted downward, catching sight of the advanced secret communication bead on the desk. A superior model compared to the one Fu Baojin had employed earlier on the road. She understood that the words exchanged in this room could not escape its confines. Director Du's countenance was grave, his ice-like brows furrowing as he confessed to Mu Tong that he had undergone organ transplantation over 20 years ago. What? Mu Tong immediately envisioned the human specimens cultivated in the sanatorium. Fu Baojin is my brother's daughter, though she bears her mother's surname. Like me. She suffers from a hereditary genetic defect that rendered her frail from birth. An unfortunate incident necessitated an amputation, and her condition worsened, requiring organ transplantation. At this juncture, Mu Tong realized the crux of the matter. While artificial organs had become commonplace, securing mere survival was a straightforward affair. However, aspiring to become a spiritual practitioner necessitated a body that was far from flawed. Yet, specialized processed artificial organs could enhance overall physical capabilities and even bestow unique abilities. Though Director Du spoke succinctly, Mu Tong was not entirely oblivious. The so-called special artificial organs likely referred to those cultivated within living bodies. Mu Tong suspected that Director Du either lacked knowledge or deliberately simplified the explanation. Post-transplantation, compatibility issues still needed addressing. HLA was merely the most fundamental matching requirement. To avoid hindering one's potential as a spiritual practitioner or continued physical training, a higher matching rate and compatibility were imperative, which ordinary organ transplants could not achieve. Each individual had distinct needs, implying a demand for more cultivation hosts. The number of times one person could be reused was finite, indicating that those serving as hosts were consumables, destined for elimination upon reaching their usage limit. For certain reasons, Fu Baojin had declined organ transplantation and subsequently fled her home, seeking refuge in Jianan Star, where fate led her to encounter Mu Tong, who saved her life. As Director Du recounted these events, his expression remained largely inscrutable, his tone occasionally interrupted by persistent coughs, rendering it difficult to ascertain his emotions. This revelation was truly unexpected, leaving Mu Tong momentarily speechless. A realization dawned upon Mu Tong. The relationship between Fu Baojin and Director Du was not a secret. In fact, Fu Baojin's illness and her need for organ transplantation, alongside her subsequent departure from home, were common knowledge, easily traceable online amidst the gossip that circulated within large families. Under normal circumstances, it would be challenging for Mu Tong to avoid drawing connections upon learning about organ transplantation at the sanatorium, leading to inevitable suspicions and potential animosity. The reason Lan Bo personally oversaw this case was at her behest. This statement bore an additional implication. Director Du was likely well aware of the dealings involving the sanatorium and might even be a beneficiary. There was no need for words to be overly explicit. Thus, Lan Bo had entrusted himself to this place, requesting Director Du's care. Mu Tong remained momentarily silent. Fu Baojin turned to her, breaking the stillness. Don't you have anything to say? At this juncture, Anyone privy to the situation should have comprehended Director Du's implications. Mutong feigned understanding, retracting her smile and naturally leaning closer to Fu Baojin, reassuring her not to abandon hope. After all, illnesses could always be treated. Look at me. I've nearly died several times, yet here I stand. Fu Baojin appeared conflicted. Who asked for your comfort? Do you even grasp what we are discussing? Director Du regarded Mutong contemplatively, remaining silent. Mutong inhaled deeply. May I pose a few questions? Of course. Would you have died had you not accepted the organ transplant? Yes. Did you know the source of the organs prior to receiving the transplant? No. Did you exile yourself to Jianan Star because you uncovered the truth? Yes. Did you inform Fu Baojin of the situation, allowing her to make her own choice? Yes. Mutong nodded. Have you ever contemplated silencing me? As she posed the question, her gaze swept toward Fu Baojin. Certainly, she acknowledged. The actions undertaken by the Coral Sanatorium, once exposed, could plunge those who had received related organ services into a maelstrom of public outrage. From a familial interest perspective, a survivor like Mutong undoubtedly posed a potential threat. Eliminating her would resolve the issue. Fu Baojin, however, stepped forward anxiously, refuting, my aunt would never harm you. She is a good person. Mutong smiled in agreement. Of course, your entire family consists of good people. Yet in her mind, she calculated the most advantageous escape route should conflict arise. Xiaojian interjected, suggesting that, if necessary, taking Fu Baojin hostage would significantly enhance her chances of survival. Director Du remained silent, while Fu Baojin appeared the most distressed, calling out to her aunt. Aunt. Finally, Director Du spoke, I am not a good person, but I will not kill you either. A faint, perhaps resigned smile flickered across her lips. You saved Baojin, yet the debts owed to Xingshi must still be settled. The compensation she owes you can be reconciled privately. The topic shifted, signaling that for the time being, Mutong's life was spared. As she departed the office, she maintained a heightened vigilance. She is testing me. The phrase I'm sorry was a probe. It could mean either an apology for unwittingly becoming an accomplice or an expression of remorse while still necessitating her demise. Mutong's reaction could trigger any number of outcomes. Since no violence had erupted at that moment, it appeared she had temporarily evaded danger. Xiaojian remarked, they remain unaware that I have recorded everything about the sanatorium, including backup data from the spaceship's black box and all information from the Corgi card. We need to expedite the extraction of these files. They are your bargaining chips for survival. A life of ease does not exist. Outside the door, Mandel sighed as he observed Fu Baojin storm away. Miss Fu has quite the temper. After Director Du settled into her chair, she summoned a holographic display, revealing Mutong's medical examination report and complete medical history. How was the seal on Mutong's core talisman lifted? Chapter 84. The hostage delivered to your door outside the library. Black Boss and Bear sat closely on the steps, their heads huddled together, exchanging laughter and whispers. Even when Mu Chung approached from behind, they remained oblivious, engrossed in watching videos and reading the comments. Little Jian, with his unique broadcasting tone, randomly read a few aloud. Oh my, soaring through the forest, what speed? Is that a girl or a boy? Can't see the face, but that is clearly a young lad. Regardless of age, he is quite the handsome fellow. By the stars above. Am I the only one curious about the species of that ferocious beast? Why does a simple crossbow look so striking? Goodness, that pixelation startled me. What kind of sorcery is this? Why does the arrow curve? Black Boss's latest video took on a distinctly different style, and viewers were eager for more. Ah. The camera just caught his smile, and there is no pixelation on his profile. He is smiling. So adorable. Little Jian added with a disclaimer. X is a term not suitable for children. Mu Chung felt a chill from Little Jian's serious news anchor tone. When Black Boss and Bear turned to see Mu Chung standing behind them, they both sighed in relief. Bear patted his chest and said, Did that Miss Fu cause you any trouble? Sometimes, good intentions do not yield good outcomes, and the two felt uneasy, waiting at the library entrance. What are you watching? Bear asked eagerly. A live stream? Don't worry, Old Black has you covered with pixelation. Mu Chung glanced at the screen, realizing why there were complaints about the odd pixelation. The round, fluffy butt of Bear's dog dominated the screen, making it hard to look away. She chuckled and gave the dog a playful ruffle. What is the point of this? She asked. To make money, of course. Old Black has people tuning in daily just to watch him eat a bowl of noodles. Even if they can't have a taste, they're willing to spend money. If it weren't for the constant internet outages in this godforsaken place, Old Black would surely be a rising star. Mu Cheng's eyes sparkled with interest as she looked at Black Boss. Is it profitable? Bear chimed in, "What about me? I'm in the spotlight too." Neither dared to inquire about Mu Qing's background or her formidable strength, nor why Miss Fu seemed to recognize her. After all, who hasn't faced a touch of tragedy in life? That night, Mu Qing continued her vigil in the library's hall, setting up a tent for her studies. She maintained a heightened alertness within a 100-meter radius, unable to find peace after wandering the death line earlier in the day. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she held a tattered beast encyclopedia, pondering why ferocious beasts turn to ice in their final moments. After stretching, she realized her muscles ached from intense battles. Her physical condition was far inferior to her previous life, and she needed to train diligently. I researched the history of Rivan Stark. Its strange beasts were first mentioned in the inaugural issue of the Federation Geographic magazine, which featured a special segment on planetary curiosities, particularly highlighting the unique nature of Rivan's beasts. However, there was never any precise explanation, and Rivan Stark remained largely overlooked by the Federation. The Blue River Federation was a young nation in its developmental phase, with the government lacking the resources to study a desolate planet that offered little for long-term human habitation. The utilization of spiritual energy was in its infancy, with spiritual practitioners being exceedingly rare, thus neglecting this area. As Mu Qing lay down, hands behind her head, she mused. What thoughts have crossed your mind? Share them with me. Let us see if we share a telepathic connection. Little Jian paused for a moment before reminding her. I can see any thought in your mind. Though he said so, he continued, the natural environment of Rivan Stark has not changed significantly in nearly 1,000 years. When it was discovered, there were no mentions of the beast exhibiting the peculiar trait of turning to ice upon death. Of course, it's possible the discoverers overlooked this detail, but that likelihood is quite low. The annual export and market transaction figures for Rivan Stark, including both formal and informal records, indicate a declining trend in beast trade, while the import of carnivorous resources into Tuayan City is on the rise. From these two data trends, it is reasonable to deduce that the number of ice-forming beasts is overall increasing. Mu Qing sat up, recalling an unusual surge of spiritual energy she sensed at that time. Yes, I need to find an opportunity to investigate further. During the apocalyptic era, hunters spent most of their time scavenging in landfills and ancient ruins, growing accustomed to the dangers. There are numerous potential causes for the mutation of beasts here, and the risks are hard to gauge. All right. I'll prepare and plan to return in a couple of days. Throughout the night, Mu Qing remained on high alert, finally drifting off in the early hours. Waking just before the library opened to tidy up and prepare for work. After freshening up on her way to the noodle shop, she encountered Fu Baojin, who had been following her since she left the library entrance. Good morning, Mu Qing greeted with a smile. Good morning. Fu Baojin, caught off guard by her cheerful demeanor, instinctively returned the greeting. You're here to settle the payment, right? I trust you. Just hand it over, she said. Fu Baojin was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a response from Mu Qing. Would you prefer a transfer or cash? Mu Qing, scanning Fu Baojin's equipment with her spiritual sense, reconsidered. Can I exchange it directly for gear? Shopping in Rivan Stark is quite inconvenient. Practical gear suitable for hunting, Fu Baojin suggested after a brief thought. You can take me hunting, and I'll provide you with a complete set of equipment. Mu Qing remained silent. I know you plan to leave the city. I will not be departing Rivan Stark for now. Besides equipment, I can also offer information that isn't readily available online, especially since the network here is prone to outages. Just then, little Jin notified her that the network signal had been interrupted, urging her not to reject the hostage delivered to her door, as her presence could significantly enhance her safety in Rivan Stark. Deal. Mu Qing raised her hand with a smile, sealing their collaboration amicably. Chapter 85. The midnight bell. The sudden tolling of the bell jolted Mu Tong awake in the dead of night. With a swift motion, she rolled out of her sleeping bag, seized her combat backpack, and, with her eyes still half closed, hastily donned her trousers and shoes before rushing out of the tent, not forgetting to grab a piece of yesterday's roasted bread to munch on. Above the northern gate of the city of Tuyen, a large bell hung ominously, its chimes signaling the imminent threat of danger. Outside the city walls, searchlights flared to life, illuminating a vast, dark mass of beasts surging towards Tuyen. To the untrained eye, they might have appeared as rolling snowdrifts. The city was on high alert. A loudspeaker blared, ensuring that the warning reverberated through every corner of the settlement. Most residents had long grown accustomed to such midnight alerts. It was simply a part of the winter nightlife unique to Tuyen. When the alarm bell rang, it was best to rise from the warmth of one's bed, remain vigilant, and keep alert. Otherwise, one might indeed sleep through the chaos. The city was brightly lit, aglow as if it were midday. Mutong sprinted toward the northern gate. It had been 2 weeks since her last hunting expedition outside the city, and she had already experienced the midnight bell 4 times. The streets were alive with residents wrapped in blankets, wearing fur-lined slippers, yawning as they emerged from their warm beds, creating an atmosphere even more bustling than during the day. Mutong nimbly scaled the rooftops of the shipping container homes, darting across the tops with agility, expertly avoiding the throngs below. During these past 2 weeks, she had committed to a rigorous morning running regimen, significantly enhancing her physical fitness. The city patrols were already stationed, tasked with internal security, while the city's defenses prepared to confront external threats. Without time for idle chatter, Mutong took hold of the lead ball and joined the volunteer hunters in exiting the city, racing against the approaching horde of beasts. From her vantage point atop the walls, she realized that the number of beasts today far exceeded that of previous encounters. What had stirred these creatures? They had not been this active in past winters, nor had the cold been so biting. Mutong overheard several individuals nearby yawning and voicing their complaints. Hunting these beasts often yielded little reward. The majority would freeze into solid ice upon death, providing no economic benefit. Yet, the allure of reducing labor obligations motivated many to venture out at night. For Mutong, the objective was simpler. She understood the paramount importance of remaining vigilant and gaining combat experience. These relatively weak beasts, with their small sizes, served as perfect practice targets for her. The persistent challenge of harmonizing body and mind could be refined through repeated battles. A dozen varieties of small beasts, including the gopher, ice rock rat, snow hare, snow marten, blue-striped toad, big-footed duck, and striped bristle pig, were advancing toward Tian. Mutong donned her goggles and activated the lead ball, setting off into the night. These beasts were not particularly formidable, possessing mediocre combat capabilities. Their only advantage lay in their sheer numbers. Boom, boom. The artillery on the city walls fired off 3 consecutive rockets, scattering the horde in disarray. The volunteers' task was to eliminate the surviving beasts that had evaded the bombardment, ensuring they did not approach the walls. The most troublesome were the gophers, adept at burrowing underground and proving difficult to track. Mutong wove through the throng of beasts with light and swift footsteps. From her perch on the wall, she could easily pierce 3 or 5 small rodents with a single arrow. However, her purpose for venturing out at this hour was not to hunt unconsumable frozen beasts or perform obligatory labor. Rather, it was to enhance her physical condition and rectify the imbalance between her combat awareness and bodily reflexes. The open expanse outside the city was ill-suited for sniping. Fully focused, Mutong tuned into every sound within her sensory range, the footsteps of the beasts, their labored breaths, even the gentle fall of snowflakes. Suddenly, something darted beneath the snow to her right. Whirling around, she spotted a gopher, no larger than her palm, launching itself toward her face. There was no time to aim her crossbow. The distance was too short. Drawing her dagger with her left hand, she struck down with precision, infusing the attack with her starlight energy. With a swift thrust, the dagger sliced through the gopher, cleaving its body in 2 before it could hit the ground, instantly freezing into ice. Without missing a beat, Mutong pivoted, her toes barely touching the ground, raising her crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed. The wind danced around her arrows, and after hitting the first gopher, it propelled the creature into another, quickly linking them together. Before long, the path she traversed was littered with the frozen remains of the beasts, all arranged in a neat line. Glancing at her dagger, she noticed distinct cracks along the blade. It had only seen minimal use. The gophers were not particularly resilient, yet here was evidence of wear. 3 hours passed. From the depths of night into the early morning, the arrows in her quiver dwindled to a meager few, and the ground outside the city bore little trace of the beasts, save for the patches of ice. Approaching a mound of ice resembling candied hawthorn skewers, she reached out to touch the exposed arrow tips, confirming what she suspected. They bore cracks similar to those on her dagger. The familiar sight of these fissures unsettled her. Retrieving her second star stone from her pocket, she observed that even this once lustrous gem was now marred with cracks. It was difficult for Mutong to dismiss this as mere coincidence. Just as she pondered this troubling thought, a biting gust of wind swept toward her. Turning to look up, she beheld a swirling vortex of snow and ice, a snowstorm. Distant cries of alarm echoed faintly. The snowstorm was far more fearsome than the beasts. While the latter could be slain, the former could only be evaded. The unpredictable winter climate of Jiangnan was notorious for its sudden changes, and this snowstorm had appeared without warning, as if summoned from thin air. The alarm bells rang once more atop the city walls, and everyone began sprinting toward the gates, activating their lead balls as they ran. Mutong dashed toward the walls, pressing the activation button for her lead ball. In that moment, a blue-striped pig unexpectedly crashed into the rope, disrupting her connection. She attempted to adjust the rope's direction, but it was too late. The next instant, she felt herself being swept off her feet, only to be engulfed by the raging snowstorm.